Although you are a waste in the cultivation world, you are a venerable person in the zombie apocalypse of the Blue Star. Not only do you chase zombies all over the street with a flying sword in hand, even the powerful beings who can fly are inferior to you in front of you. Just because of a quiet rainy night, you pointed at the sky and cursed, rebuking the heavens for your terrible talent. Suddenly, a thunderbolt struck down, and you lost all consciousness on the spot. Then, amidst a burst of conversation, you sat up from the bed. Looking at the strangely dressed crowd, you asked, "Where am I? Who are you?" No one answered you, and the few nurses instinctively took a few steps back. The attending physician, a middle-aged man, quickly regained his composure after a brief shock. He approached and reached out his hand, saying, "Please lie down. Let me examine you." However, you suddenly turned fierce and grabbed the doctor's throat, saying, "Don't talk nonsense to me. Answer my questions." The doctor immediately felt like he was being suffocated and dared not resist, only managing to nod his head with difficulty. In the following time, you asked many questions, and the summary is, this is a strange world without spiritual energy or cultivation. Then you ignored the other person and directly opened the door of the ward and rushed out. Suddenly, the alarm bell inside the hospital rang loudly. "Help! The corpse has changed. The zombies are coming. Run!" Nurses and patients on the corridor were screaming frantically, running for their lives. Behind them were some zombies with twisted bodies and mouths full of blood. You stood still, watching as people kept running past you until there was not a single normal person left in the corridor. Soon, the eyes of those zombies fell on you, and the next moment they rushed towards you like crazy. At the moment when a zombie rushed towards you, you swiftly threw a punch, sending the zombie flying more than 2 meters away. Although it was only at the first level of chi refinement, the force of this punch was equivalent to over 1,000 kilograms. However, as these zombies fell, they quickly got back up and continued to roar towards you. You glanced around, smashed the fire cabinet in the corridor with a punch, took out an axe, and held it in your hand. In the moment you turned around, you swung the axe, directly chopping off the head of a zombie, blood spraying out as the decapitated zombie collapsed, completely lifeless. "Thought you wouldn't die. Ha!" You sneered, then proceeded to charge forward with the fire axe in hand. You kept charging forward until you had killed all the zombies in front of you, then stopped. At this time, the patients and nurses who survived in the ward also witnessed the whole process through the window, and everyone's face was filled with shock. Your breathing was heavy. The continuous slashing consumed a lot of your already limited true energy. Facing an environment without any spiritual energy, you couldn't get any replenishment. Suddenly looking at your right hand, fortunately the storage ring was still usable. You breathed a sigh of relief. Although as a waste cultivator, you only had low-level elixirs, you took out a spirit stone and held it in your hand, quickly absorbing it, and the almost depleted Dantian also recovered a bit of true energy. Just as you were about to leave, a few survivors ran out. "Young man, you are so powerful, please protect us." You coldly glanced at them and said, "If you don't want to die, then get out of my way. You are not a good person." Without the compassion to help the suffering, mercy is a taboo for monks. At that moment, the deputy chief physician stepped forward and said in a morally coercive manner, "If you save everyone, everyone will be grateful to you." The others nodded in agreement with the doctor's words. You shook your head, kicked the person directly out, and then raised the fire axe pointing at the crowd. "Anyone else who wants to die, step forward. I will fulfill your wish." The scene fell silent instantly. No need for you to say more. The crowd consciously made way. You walked out of the hospital without looking back, carrying the fire axe. The world outside is completely chaotic now, with no normal person to be seen on the streets, only zombies scavenging for food. You don't want to get too entangled with these zombies, so you seize an opportunity and dash out. You don't yet possess the power to fly with a sword, so you think about whether you can find a horse to ride, but strange buildings and iron knots are everywhere. What a broken place, not even a horse stable. Helplessly muttered a sentence. As you wander around a shopping mall, you suddenly hear cries for help not far away. Outside a cafe in the mall, more than 10 zombies are gathered, continuously banging on the glass door. Inside the shop are 3 young women, their faces full of fear, fending off the zombie invasion while calling for help. You sense more zombies being attracted by the cries for help, and immediately raise your axe to quickly clear the zombies. Open the door. You shout to the people inside the shop. The 3 women look at each other, none of them moving, afraid of letting danger in. "Can't you hear me asking you to open the door?" You shout again. The footsteps of the zombies behind you are getting closer, making you increasingly agitated. Seeing that those women still hadn't moved, you directly smashed the door lock with an axe, rushed into the house immediately, and threw tables, chairs, and stools towards the door to block the zombies from coming in. Shut up, make another sound, and I'll kill you, you scolded fiercely. The three girls were scared and immediately closed their mouths. You looked around and asked, "Are there any other living people here besides you?" One of the girls with short hair said cautiously, "Some ran away. Some were bitten by zombies. We dare not go out. We can only wait for rescue." You nodded, acknowledging their choice, as running out with nowhere to hide would lead to a quicker death. It seemed that, under the brief exchange, it made them feel that the man in front of them was not a bad person. A woman in a short skirt then mustered up the courage to speak. "You were so good at killing zombies just now. Can you take us out of here? There's no food here. If we continue to stay here, if we don't get eaten by the zombies, we'll be starved to death." Lin Feng gave them a cold look. "Sorry, I can only take one person." He only needed one modern man to help him understand the world. More than one would be a pain in the ass. The three women froze for a moment, and then their expressions all became a bit ugly. Just as quickly, they revealed angry expressions and opened their mouths as if it were a matter of course. "You're a big man. Why are you so petty? What's wrong with you protecting us weak women? You don't have a girlfriend at first glance, do you? You don't know how to be compassionate at all. You're so good. It's totally more than enough to protect the three of us." Lin Feng wasn't listening to a single word. He just felt as if there were mosquitoes chirping around his ears, making him very irritated. He snapped his head up with a fierce expression and chided, "Shut up, all of you. I'll give you a minute to decide who is coming with me." Perhaps they have been spoiled by too many licking dogs in their daily lives, so even in this situation they are still arrogant. The redhead shouted outright, "We're not going to choose. You either get all three of us out of here or, damn, you're full of crap." Lin Feng could no longer control his emotions, and the axe in his hand swung out directly. Put! The red-haired woman's throat was directly slit, and bright red blood directly soared out. One man screamed in terror and the other was paralyzed with fear. "Ah! You're so noisy!" Lin Feng swung his arm once again. The woman's screams stopped instantly. She covered her neck that was constantly spewing blood and death, and finally collapsed helplessly. The woman, who had fallen to the ground, grabbed Lin Feng's sleeve, her voice trembling, "Now that I'm the only one left, will you be able to take me away?" Lin Feng looked at her with an expressionless face, and eventually his hand rose and axe fell, splattering blood on the spot. "I'm sorry, I hate stupid." Chapter 4, Opening the Meridians, Realm Enhancement. After settling these three stupid women, Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he found a clean lot and began meditating in place. It wasn't certain that there were any dangers in this world greater than those zombies, so he had to get as much strength as he could. There are no aura fluctuations in this world, so it looks like we'll have to rely on these things we brought with us. Lin Feng stroked his storage ring, his heart filled with helplessness. A little bit of these things would be less, and if you couldn't leave this world before all of them were used up, you would only be afraid that your realm would never be able to rise again. Heartbroken as he was, there was no better choice for him at the moment. There were only 3 spirit-gathering pills left and Lin Feng couldn't afford to use them. So with a wave of his arm, all of the spirit stones in his storage ring appeared in front of him. With these spirit stones alone, it should be enough as well, right? Lin Feng immediately activated the Qi drawing skill and absorbed the remaining spiritual energy in these spirit stones. This Qi drawing skill was a cultivator's entry-level technique, which could absorb heaven and earth's aura into the body, since it transformed true Qi. Of course, it's the same for absorbing spirit stones. Not long after, a faint light flew out from the spirit stone and surged into Lin Feng's body by following his breath and pores under the traction of the Qi drawing skill. Lin Feng could clearly feel the slightest bit of spiritual energy flowing throughout his body. As he controlled it, the spiritual energy quickly attacked towards his blocked meridians. In a flash, severe pain spread throughout his body. That thunderbolt didn't just strike him to this strange world, it also caused his realm to fall, and even more so, it blocked his meridians. If the current him wanted to recover to his previous strength, he could only open up his meridians first, so that the transformation of spiritual energy could become smooth. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and silently endured this pain. Although he was poorly talented, he was very resilient. For so many years, one had suffered everything in order to be able to raise his strength, so now this little pain was nothing to him at all. As time passed, the blocked meridians were gradually opened up as a piece of spirit stone was consumed. At the same time, some impurities were expelled from the body along Lin Feng's pores. At this moment, Lin Feng's body was all wet with sweat. and even gave off an unpleasant odor. He didn't know how long it had been until the sky was all dark, but Lin Feng opened his eyes. His eyes became much brighter and his body felt a hint of relief. Lin Feng stretched out his palm and a suction force was emitted in his palm. Whoosh! The axe above the ground flew right back into his hand. The second level of chi refining. Harnessing objects through the air. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, a trace of bitterness flooding his heart. The spirit stones in his storage ring were almost all consumed, but he had only recovered to the second level of chi refining. Lin Feng sighed and shook his head. This poor talent. I dislike myself. Forget about it, it's as good as it gets. After draining so many impurities out, it's better to find a place to clean your body first. Lin Feng simply cleaned up and was about to leave the place, but just then his ears twitched slightly. With the increase in realm, Lin Feng's senses had become much sharper nowadays. He swung his arm forward violently, and the axe in his hand flew out instantly, drawing a perfect arc in the air. With a loud rumble down, it directly chopped the bar in front of it in half. A man's figure was revealed, holding his head and calling out repeatedly, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Lin Feng walked forward and whispered, "Raise your head." The man's body trembled as he slowly raised his own head and squeezed out a pleasing smile. "Big brother, I don't pose any threat to you, so don't kill me." He'd been hiding, but he wasn't deaf. He had just heard the commotion of Lin Feng killing 3 women in a row. Even a woman can be killed, let alone a man like him. And directly an axe directly split the whole bar into 2 halves. This strength is too scary. One cannot resist at all. Lin Feng looked the other person up and down, white and clean looking, and asked, "What are you hiding here for?" The man smiled embarrassedly. "Those 3 women are too stupid and too flashy. Just the noise they made the zombies will break in sooner or later. They won't even have a place to run when the time comes. They'll just become zombie food. All I want is for the walkers to finish eating those 3 women and maybe leave on their own to find their next target. And then I can't say I'll be safe." Lin Feng gazed into the other party's eyes and judged that he wasn't telling a lie, and a hint of a smile appeared on his cold expression. This guy has a lot of small minds, very smart, but it didn't matter. He, Lin Feng, liked dealing with smart people. Lin Feng reached out his hand and directly pulled the man up from the ground, saying, "It's just you. Come with me." The man was first stunned, then his face showed surprise. "Really? Are you really willing to take me away?" Lin Feng nodded his head. "I like obedient ones. As long as you're good and obedient, I'll keep you from dying." The man was relieved. "Big brother, don't worry, I absolutely obey. You let me go east, I will never go west. You let me go south, I will never go north. You let me fight dogs, I will never fight chickens. You." Lin Feng's face was cold. "I don't like people who talk too much nonsense." The man winced. "Understood. I'll try to keep my mouth shut from now on." Lin Feng was satisfied with the other party's appearance of this sense of humor. His expression eased a few points and he asked, "Do you have a place to stay?" The man said truthfully, "My house is just around the corner." Lin Feng picked up the axe that had fallen to the ground. Let's go to your house first to get some water. I need to wash my body." The man didn't think much of anything when he looked at Lin Feng in this ancient costume. After all, there were quite a lot of ancient-style lovers nowadays. Only the moment he got close, an unpleasant smell went straight to his nose. The man directly covered his nose and spoke without even having time to think. "Big brother, did you fall into a cesspool?" Lin Feng gave him a cold look and the man's heart trembled and he wanted to smack himself a few times. "Why can't you keep your mouth shut?" Over the years, he's gotten a lot of beatings for saying the wrong thing. In order to make up for saying the wrong thing, the man also took a big deep breath, and then fawned. "Just now it's my little brother who can't speak. Big brother, this is manliness, a symbol of charm. What's your name?" "My name is Shin Tianqi." "What is your name?" "Big brother?" "Lin Feng." "Big brother Lin Feng. From now on, little brother will hang out with you." "Well, just do as you're told." "Big brother, there are so many zombies out there, how are we going to get out?" "Kill straight out." Chapter 5, Learning Modern Knowledge. The elevation of the realm allowed Lin Feng to become more comfortable facing zombies. He grabbed Shin Tianqi with one hand and wielded the axe with the other, pushing it all the way across the mall. Speed, strength, all exceeded Shin Tianqi's cognition. Watching the zombie heads fly out one after another, Shin Tianqi was numb with shock. Is this guy really human? Point the way. After killing his way out, Lin Feng stood at the fork in the road and stopped, opening his mouth to the stagnant Shin Tianqi and asking, all the while complaining in his mind that the roads in this Thai world were so damn complicated. Shin Tianqi came back to his senses and pointed his finger to the right. "There are about 10 kilometers to go. Lin Feng didn't talk too much nonsense and carried Shen Tianji just running wildly all the way. He was fast and arrived at his destination in 10 minutes. Shen Tianji lived in a high-grade neighborhood with all the environmental facilities and strict security. It's just that now that there's a zombie outbreak, the security guards in the neighborhood have long since run off without a trace. After Lin Feng finished solving the few zombies in the periphery, he directly crossed the guardrail with a jump. The moment they entered the neighborhood, Lin Feng was keenly aware that there were countless pairs of eyes secretly watching them from all sides. He didn't pay much attention to it and figured it was all the surviving occupants of the place. How do I go? Lin Feng asked. Big brother, put me down and I'll take you away. Shen Tianji calmed himself and said. The two walked into a building and quickly entered the elevator. After Shen Tianji pressed the button for the floor, the elevator rose sharply. And for a moment Lin Feng said, what is this treasure? Shen Tianji looked at him as if he was looking at a monster. Big brother, have you never even been in an elevator? Lin Feng asked curiously. What is an elevator? Shen Tianji thought for a moment and explained. This is a transportation tool that allows us to ascend from the first floor to different floors. Lin Feng skimmed his mouth. That's nothing impressive. When I get stronger, I'll just take you and fly you home. Fly? Shen Tianji laughed but didn't take it too seriously, only thinking that Lin Feng was joking. The elevator stopped at the top floor, which had two homes. This household on the left is my home, and on the right lives a big beauty. Seems to be an air hostess come to life. Weekdays are very high and proud, to anyone who cares. Shen Tianji opened the door to the room as he spoke and invited Lin Feng in. The two-bedroom room wasn't huge, but it looked neat. Lin Feng looked around, feeling very new to all the furniture and equipment. Fortunately, the water and electricity haven't stopped. Shen Tianji checked, and his entire body breathed a sigh of relief. You go get me a bucket of water. I need to clean my body. Lin Feng opened his mouth and said, after draining so many impurities and killing so many zombies, now his body was slimy, making him very uncomfortable. Fetching water? Are you really a modern man, big brother? Shen Tianji was surprised. This big brother he just recognized seemed to know nothing about modern civilization facilities. What's the problem, big brother? I sometimes wonder if you're an ancient man. It's easy to take a bath nowadays. You come with me. Saying that, Shen Tianji took Lin Feng to the bathroom and taught him by hand how to drain the water and how to use the shampoo and body wash. Taking advantage of Lin Feng's effort to take a shower, Shen Tianji made 2 bowls of instant noodles and then quickly browsed through the social news again. This zombie outbreak came so suddenly that no one knows how it came about. In a very short period of time, it has swept the globe, and the heads of state are all at their wits' end. Today, officials can only issue warning messages 24 hours a day to remind survivors to stay in their homes and not go out before the network is down. It looks like I won't have to pay both my mortgage and my car loan. Which is good too, Shen Tianji muttered. His character was very optimistic. Even if it was the end of the world he would not be too desperate. The big deal is that we all die together. It's not too lonely when you have company. Soon Lin Feng also finished showering and walked out, and also changed into the modern clothes that Shen Tianji had prepared for him. Big brother, so you're so handsome? Shen Tianji couldn't help but praise Lin Feng as he looked at him at this moment. At this moment, Lin Feng, who had washed away the dirt on his face, looked sword-browed and starry-eyed, with a straight and tall figure and long flowing hair, rather like the heroic posture of a great general in ancient times. Big brother, you'd definitely be hot if you went to act in a costume drama. Lin Feng couldn't understand what the other party was saying at all and didn't bother to ask any more questions. He directly walked over to the sofa and sat down. Shen Tianji handed the soaked noodles to Lin Feng with a pleasing face. Big brother, you're hungry, aren't you? Eat something first. Lin Feng touched his stomach. After fighting for so long and using up a lot of energy, he was indeed hungry at this time. He took the instant noodles straight away and took a big bite. Just after taking the first bite, Lin Feng's expression changed. What kind of noodles are these? Shen Tianji froze. Bubble noodles. Ha? What's wrong? Lin Feng said. How can this noodle be so delicious? Shen Tianji smiled. That's natural. A few of the greatest inventions of modern times. Cell phones, instant noodles, cigarettes, and kid burp sets. With these things in place, most men can stay in the room until the end of time. Lin Feng quickly finished the noodles. Even the soup was clean, and he was even a bit unfulfilled. Shen Tianji took out a pack of cigarettes and held one in his own mouth, then pulled out another one and handed it to Lin Feng. Big brother, have one? One after a meal is better than a living god. Lin Feng took the cigarette and sniffed it, and followed the other person's example of taking the cigarette into his mouth. After lighting their cigarettes, the two of them leaned back on the couch and began to gulp. Lin Feng took the first puff and choked, then tried a second bite, and a third. Soothing. A cigarette was smoked and the whole spirit of the man was relaxed. Lin Feng didn't forget the serious business after a short rest. Do you have any books here about this introduction of information about this world? Bring them all to me. Books? Shintianji let out a bitter laugh. Big brother, who still reads paper books nowadays? Trying to understand information is all through the internet now. With that, he pulled out his laptop. Brother, any information you want to know can be found on the computer. Lin Feng's ability to learn quickly, under Shintianji's hands-on teaching, soon figured out some basic operations. What is this? Lin Feng maneuvered his mouse and clicked randomly, finally pointing at a software and asking, "This is a video software." Big brother, you don't. Before even waiting for Shintianji to finish, Lin Feng had already clicked on the software. A dynamic melody plays and a brightly colored picture appears. Tokyo Heat. Chapter 6 News from the group. Shintianji's embarrassed paws were about to gouge out a castle. Shame on you. So humiliating. Wouldn't he have no image in front of Big Brother in the future? Big Brother doesn't think I'm that kind of creep, does he? But every man has seen this stuff, right? He quietly groped his way up and moved the drawer next to the computer aside. Degrading. Truly degrading. How could you look at something so unsightly? Although Lin Feng said this with his mouth, he didn't move his eyes away from the computer screen at all. Holy crap. This world is pretty convenient. In their world, the only way to see a woman scratching her head is to look at a picture of a spring palace. Whereas here it's just this tool called a computer to watch it. The main thing is that the picture of the spring palace is drawn on paper by a painter, while the picture in this computer is three-dimensional and can move. Not only is it movable, but it actually makes a sound? It's really amazing. Big brother, I'm a bloody old man, single, and living alone, so it's normal for me to look around once in a while. Shintianji explained feebly that he had known better than to give his cell phone to his big brother. Lin Feng took a deep breath and calmed himself, turned the video off and spoke. Okay, no need to explain so much, I get it all. Shintianji skimmed his lips. Then big brother, you check first, and call me if something happens. In the course of the night, Lin Feng had already figured out the operation of the computer. Within the next 3 days, he learned all 5,000 years of the history of the Dragon Kingdom, from the birth of the planets, to the origin of the dinosaurs, to the emergence of mankind, the ancient people's siege, the literati's poetic grandeur, the emperor's reign. Have a rough idea of the world. Although it couldn't be compared to the history of the cultivation world, it was still very turbulent. Your world, it's quite interesting. Lin Feng browsed through modern history and said this lightly. Although there is no ability to cultivate, they have built a lot of weapons with great killing power. Looking at the photo in the computer about the mushroom cloud rising from the nuclear bomb explosion, Lin Feng secretly compared them, discovering that this level of damage power was at least a powerhouse above the level of a transformation spirit, wasn't it? However, he couldn't be completely sure. After all, he was just a cultivation wastrel. That kind of high-level battle didn't even have a chance to see, and couldn't accurately compare. But that's okay. There's bound to be some knowledgeable and intelligent netizen who clicked on this paragraph at this point to give him the benefit of the doubt. Although the science fictions are also defined by other authors, different authors have different definitions of this sentence he dared to think but did not dare to say. After all, the readers are God. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Shintianji let out a bitter smile and said, Big brother, why is it that I don't understand you at all when you speak? What do you mean by your world? Aren't you from this world? Lin Feng glanced at him. Don't talk so much. Go prepare food for me. Shintianji hurriedly squeezed out a smile and catered. Okay, boss. You wait a moment. Shintianji didn't say anything more, but turned around and went to the kitchen to prepare the meal. After a busy day, just 2 bowls of egg fried rice were prepared. Big brother, don't look at it for now. Come and eat. At the sound of the voice, Lin Feng hurriedly put down the computer in his hands and quickly came to the dining table. In the past, he used to work as an odd job man in the sect, and he could only eat a few white flour buns every day. When you have a craving, you just run to the back of the mountain to catch some pheasants and rabbits to roast and eat. That's enough to make him feel delicious. But when he came here, Lin Feng really understood what exactly was meant by food. Is that all we're having today? Not even a single dish? Looking at the egg fried rice in front of him, Lin Feng said with some loss, 2 days ago there was fish and meat. It can't be helped. The refrigerator is finished with all the vegetables that were stocked up earlier, and the snacks were all given to you as a midnight snack. Big brother, so all that's left are the last few eggs. Shintianji spoke somewhat helplessly. If no rescue team appears before, everyone will really have to wait for death. Officials told the survivors not to go out freely for everyone's safety, but everyone has limited supplies at home, and when the food is depleted, they can only wait to be starved to death. You will die if you go out. You will die if you stay home. It's just the difference between dying early and dying late. Lin Feng, however, didn't have much to worry about and took a big bite of fried rice while speaking. It's okay, I can take you out to find food. Shin Tianji's eyes instantly lit up. Right, those zombies are a threat to others, but they are completely inadequate in front of you, big brother. It seemed that he thought of the image of Lin Feng's previous killing spree in the zombie horde. Shin Tianji immediately felt that there was hope in his life again. He then pulled out 2 of his crushed beers out. The 2 just ate their egg fried rice and drank small beers, completely free of the tension of doomsday life. After the meal, Lin Feng was going to continue to go and study history, but just at this time Shin Tianji's cell phone kept receiving messages. When I opened my cell phone, it was all messages from the group. The neighborhood property representative ate all the residents. Neighbors, I assume everyone is running low on food they can eat right now? In this time of crisis, everyone should work together in solidarity and find a way to survive together. Tonight at 8 p.m. Please join us in the lobby for a meeting. Just send a representative each day and make sure you're there. Those who no longer have food in their homes are naturally responding positively, but many more are still waiting to see what happens. After all, the hearts of people are dangerous these days, especially in today's post-apocalyptic human nature cannot be tested. Might as well be patient and stay home and expect help to come. Seemingly seeing that not many people were responding to him, the property representative continued to speak again, even with a hint of threat. For those who refuse to participate, I hope you don't regret it. You refuse to participate in group activities now, and when you can't make it through, the group will just give up on you. 2. You're going to run out of supplies one day even if you hoard them, right? There's no one to help you then. That comment immediately blew up those who were diving. People have been sending messages in response. They will definitely be on time at 8 a.m. Shin Tianji looked at the chat box and couldn't stop sneering. What time is it? Still thinking about meeting? What's the point? Can't you guys still dare to go out and fight zombies? A rabble gathered together is nothing more than a rabble. It can't play any decisive role. Shin Tianji turned off his cell phone, ready to pay no more attention to it. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly spoke up and asked, those who are still alive today should have more or less food in their homes, right? Shin Tianji nodded. Perhaps. Lin Feng smiled. Then let's go too. Shin Tianji was surprised. What are we going to do? The smile at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth became a bit cruel as he said, go and rob. Chapter 7, Humanity in the End Times. At 8 p.m. One by one, people arrived in the lobby. Most of the people who came were old men, with only a very few women who lived alone. The crowd gathered together and chattered about the traffic, complaining that there is no more food left in the house and that life is about to get out of hand. All the while complaining about why the rescue teams were slow to show up. It was clear that everyone was depressed during this time, and Lin Feng and Shin Tianji stood at the corner just silently watching them. Neither had much expression on their faces. What can be discussed at this meeting? They don't care. All they cared about was how many supplies were left in all these people's homes. Good evening, everyone. A voice came from the back, and the crowd hurriedly looked back, only to see a group of uniformed security personnel walk in, headed by a middle-aged man with a shaved-inch head. His gaze had a cunning gaze, and there was a hidden hint of killing intent in his body. Wang Chang, the head of security in our neighborhood. I heard that he seems to have been in jail before, and I don't know what kind of connections he made to come to our neighborhood to work as a security guard. Shin Tianji lowered his voice and introduced himself to Lin Feng. He didn't have a good feeling about this Wang Chang, which was a jerk. It was a nod and a wink to the rich homeowners and never a good look to them, the young people living alone with a mortgage. To put it bluntly, it's a case of seeing what you see. Shin Tianji also looked for the property to report a number of times, but there was never any use. I have no choice but to swallow this bad temper, and when I meet each other in the neighborhood, I go around. Since everyone's here, I'll cut the crap. After Wang Chang swept his gaze around, he directly opened his mouth. Now that the Great Tribulation is upon us, I feel that we must not look after our own personal interests, but must look after the greater good. So, I'm here to suggest that we all turn in the rest of our supplies and centralize them. When the time comes to distribute it according to need, I wonder what you all think. His words fell, and the hall fell into a brief silence. Those who do not have supplies at home today, of course, are begging for it, and raise their hands high in favor of it. But those who still have supplies at home are not comfortable. Why should I share my own food with others? I disagree. A young man was the first to speak up and refused. We don't have enough to eat ourselves. How can we live if we share it out? His words were immediately echoed by a number of people. That's right, everyone's supplies are limited too. There's no reason to share them. In this situation right now, it's hard to take care of yourself. Who's still kung fu to care about other people's deaths? Yes, we disagree. Disagree. Human nature is selfish and no one wants to stand up and be a saintly mother at this time. Wang Chang looked at them calmly and waited until everyone stopped shouting before he slowly opened his mouth. So you guys don't agree with me? The young man who spoke earlier directly disliked. Your proposal is unreasonable. Why should we agree to it? Wang Chang's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a few steps forward to the other party. He hooked a hand around the young man's neck and spoke with a smile. Young man, you have an iron head. Ha? The young man froze. What do you mean? Whoosh! Wang Chang suddenly grabbed the other party's hair, followed by a hard downward pressure. At the same time the knee slammed up. With a bang, the young man's nasal bone directly broke, spraying out bright red blood. Ah! As the young man wailed and fell to the ground, Wang Chang rushed up and kicked his head dozens more times. He stopped only when he directly hit the young man and completely lost consciousness. Hoot! Wang Chang spat at the ground, his voice indifferent. Damn! Cheeky guy, do you really think I'm here to discuss with you? Immediately afterward his gaze turned to the rest of the group. Now, I don't suppose any of you would still want to turn me down? No one spoke. Everyone even breathed heavily. So it turns out that everyone was not summoned here to discuss a solution, but to have bad intentions. At this time, an old man stood out, and he scolded sternly. Do you have any kingly laws left? The king's law? This sentence directly made all the security guards laugh. Wang Chang was even more sarcastic. Old thing, if I remember correctly, it seems that you are still a university professor, right? They say that cultured people are smart, but nowadays they also seem to be as stupid as pigs. What's the king's law when it's the end of the ing day? His expression grew grim. If we really want to talk about the king's law, I am the king's law. After saying that, he directly stepped forward and slapped the old man to the ground. Anyone else with an opinion? Step forward. With this roar from Wang Chang, each of those security guards pulled out a weapon in their arms. There were wrenches, steel pipes, and even long knives. The crowd's faces showed despair, not daring to put up the slightest resistance. Wang Chang nodded with satisfaction. Very well, it seems that everyone has no more opinions. He threw up his arms. Brothers, take the men back one by one and bring all the supplies. The security guards escorted one individual back, bringing back boxes of supplies. Shen Tianji was also brought back. Just how the family could not turn over anything, and ultimately had to give up. A few hours had passed and a small mountain of supplies had piled up in the lobby. Damn! I knew there wasn't an honest one, each one hiding so much. Wang Chang's eyes glowed. So much stuff was enough for him and his brothers to stay up for many more months. As for what to do with these people in front of him, this was completely out of his consideration. Don't! How can we live when you guys are grabbing all the stuff? Please, have mercy. My child is still young. A woman clutched a security guard's leg in death, wailing helplessly. Asterisk 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 off. The security guard mercilessly kicked the woman out of the room. Seeing this, Wang Chang boarded up his face. Have I ever told you guys to be gentle with women? The little brother nodded repeatedly. Boss lesson, yes. Remember that later. Wang Chang said and walked forward to help the crying woman up. He put one hand on the other's waist, taking advantage through his clothes. Smiling wickedly, he said, you can have the supplies if you want them. Trade you for them. The woman's face changed. You're shameless. Wang Chang wasn't annoyed, and his volume increased a few points. I'm not completely unreasonable. As long as it's a pretty woman who wants to eat, she can come to me. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. Want food? Then trade your body for it. Under Armageddon, women simply don't have a choice. Just then, an untimely voice suddenly came over. Are you all done with your supplies? I'm going to put it all away if I'm done. Chapter 8. Cursing me? How dare you scold me? Lin Feng strutted over to the pile of supplies, just rummaged around in front of everyone. The food was really quite a lot, along with his favorite instant noodles and cigarettes, which he had become somewhat addicted to lately. It's great. He's happy with it. Wang Chang and the minions froze. Where is this guy who is not afraid of death? Not bad. It's quite rich. So if everyone's okay with it, I'll laugh it off. Lin Feng's expression was calm, and the smile at the corner of his mouth was a harmless one. Wang Chang was exasperated and laughed. Kid, you're sick in the head, aren't you? Lin Feng looked at him and asked. You look like you have a problem with it, don't you? Silly bastard. Dare to talk to our boss like that? Don't you want to live? Without even needing Wang Chang to open his mouth, his minions directly surrounded him. Each one of them laid the weapons in their hands and stared menacingly at Lin Feng. Gentlemen, have a word. Don't be impulsive. All of you. Shintianchi ran out in time and said with a smiling face, Brother Chang, quickly tell your brothers to put away their weapons. How dangerous. Wang Chang looked up and down. So it's you, kid. What's the matter? You know him? Shintianchi nodded. This is my elder brother, who now lives with me. Wang Chang pointed to his head and asked, Is he okay here? Shintianchi let out a bitter smile. My big brother is just a bit grumpy. Everything else is fine. You guys mustn't provoke him. I won't be able to stop him when the time comes. Wang Chang's eyes went cold. Are you warning me? Shintianchi hastily shook his head. I am reminding. Kindly reminding. Then I'd like to see how big his temper can be. Wang Chang didn't believe in this in the slightest, and directly ordered to his underlings, Get him dead for me. Whoosh! As soon as the words fell, one of the security guards flung the steel pipe in his hand and smashed it against Lin Feng's head. However, a scene that shocked everyone happened, only to see Lin Feng stretching out two fingers to flick so gently at the moment the steel pipe smashed down. The steel pipe, which seemed sturdy, snapped right off. Before the security guard could react, Lin Feng reached out his hand and choked him again. With just a slight force from his arm, he lifted the man straight up in place. The security guard's hands kept struggling, and his face was getting redder and redder because of the lack of oxygen. Wang Chang hurriedly shouted, Stop! You stop! He was answered with a crunching click. Lin Feng directly pinched the other party's throat bone. You want it? Then give it back to you. Saying that, he directly threw the corpse in his hand towards Wang Chang. Wang Chang subconsciously reached out to pick it up, but the moment he touched the corpse he only felt an indescribable strange force. Even the person with the body directly tumbled out more than several meters away. Ah! Wang Chang let out an angry and agonizing scream. Get him dead. Hurry up and get him dead. Only then did the security guards react, waving the weapons in their hands towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng almost didn't even have much of an emotional change. The movements of these ordinary people were slow and feeble in his eyes. He just stood in place, not even moving his legs out of position, and then casually slapped out a few palms. However, the force shattered the blades in their hands and also shattered their internal organs. Bang! 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 In less than a minute, the security guards all perished on the spot. A deathly silence fell over the scene. All the tenants looked dumbfounded, and only Shintianchi kept shaking his head and sighing. I've already warned you. You're the ones who don't listen. Wang Chang was also scared pale. What kind of monster had he messed with? Lin Feng clapped his hands and walked slowly over to him. Do you have any more comments? Wang Chang shook his head deadpan. No, no, Lin Feng said indifferently. You stand up. Wang Chang didn't care about the pain on his body and got up without stopping. The original wild face. At this time all of the fawning smile. This big brother. All of these supplies are yours. All of them are yours alone. Lin Feng smiled faintly. I still like your unruly look from before. Wang Chang's voice trembled. I don't dare. I don't dare anymore. I'll roll now. After saying that, he was ready to flee the scene. He didn't dare to stay a minute longer. Wait. Who gave you permission to leave? Lin Feng had an angry look on his face. You're a very rude person. I'm very unhappy. Wang Chang was on the verge of crying. Big brother. What else do you want? Snap. Lin Feng directly slapped him on the face, the force directly cracking the other party's head. Blood splattered out horribly. Hate people with no manners. Lin Feng snorted coldly, then took a step towards the supplies. Shintianchi hurriedly ran forward and counted the supplies with him. At this moment, those owners gathered together and began to discuss in whispers. This is all of our supplies. If it's all taken away, we won't be able to survive. How about discussing it with this young man? Although he strikes ferociously, he should still seem reasonable. Try it or they'll all starve. Soon after, the crowd discussed the results of the. In order for the negotiations to go a little smoother, the group also chose a young and beautiful woman together. Figured girl talk would do the trick better. A woman in a short skirt straightened her hair, and then stepped forward. She deliberately clamped her voice and spoke in a coy voice. This handsome man, can you return some of these supplies to everyone? Ah. Lin Feng frowned. Give it back? I snatched this from those people's hands. Why should I give it back to you? Whoever robbed you, go and ask for it. The corners of the woman's mouth tugged a bit. Looking at the corpses all over the place, she was helpless inside. The man is dead. Who are they going to ask for it? The woman twisted her body and deliberately got close to Lin Feng, saying ambiguously, Brother, I know you're a good person, So help everyone. Shen Tianji, who was hormonal on the side, smiled on his face when he heard this voice. Originally, he wanted to open his mouth to persuade Lin Feng, but he didn't expect Lin Feng to burst into a rage. It was a direct finger poke in the woman's neck. The woman vomited blood on the spot. Lin Feng was very angry and shouted at Shen Tianji. Did you hear that? This woman cursed me. How dare she curse me? Shen Tianji was dumbfounded. What did she scold you for? How come I didn't hear it? Lin Feng roared. She said I'm a good person. Damn it. Who's a good person? Where is the word good guy written on my face? This woman swears so dirty. She deserves to die. What do you mean by good people? Good bullies are collectively called good guys. Chapter 9, A New Order Under the End Times. Lin Feng's brutal methods made those remaining owners no longer dare to say another word. While one might starve to death without supplies, one would die immediately if one resisted now. The pros and cons of this are still clear to them even if they are stupid. The pungent odor of blood filled the air in the lobby, making the owners not want to stay a minute longer. However, when they thought of the consequences of Wang Chang's earlier for being impolite, they didn't dare to leave directly. In the end, it was an old man with a trembling voice who inquired, "Excuse me, may I ask if we can leave now?" Lin Feng didn't even look at the other party. He just nodded gently. "You guys go." "Thank you. Thank you." A group of people nodded and thanked each other, showing the word civilized and polite to the fullest. After the crowd left, Shen Tianji let out a breath and looked at the supplies in front of him and made a mistake. "Big brother, how are the two of us going to move so many things back?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows at Shen Tianji and smiled. "I'll do a trick for you. Do you want to see?" Shen Tianji froze for a moment, not knowing why he had to say such words at this time, but he still nodded. "I want to." Only Lin Feng stretched out his arm and simply waved his hand at the pile of supplies. In an instant, all the supplies miraculously disappeared before his eyes. Shen Tianji even wondered if he had blurred his eyes and rubbed his eyes deadpan, double-checking before accepting the fact. "Boss, how did you do that? This is too awesome for you, isn't it?" Shen Tianxi's tone was filled with admiration. He was really convinced of Lin Feng right now. Whether or not the zombie crisis can be completely solved in the end, but as long as we can keep following the boss around, he wouldn't be afraid of anything. Lin Feng was also used to the other parties bragging under this period of time and calmly said, "Pediatrics, don't be too shocked. After all, there will be plenty more to shock you in the future. Come on, it's time to go back. Go back and cook me some more dishes. I think I saw some white wine from your world in the supplies just now. Go back and open a bottle and drink it while you eat." When he got home, Lin Feng took out some of the food from his storage ring and filled up the fridge and snack cabinet first. The rest will continue to be placed in the storage ring. After all taken out at once cannot be put in the room. Just during the time Shen Tianji went to the kitchen to get busy, the owners of several buildings met and gathered together. They are really out of options. There is no food left in the house, and it's just too difficult to survive. So they didn't go home immediately after leaving the lobby, but gathered together surreptitiously to discuss what to do next. "If you can't, why don't you pick a couple of strong men to team up with and go out looking for supplies together?" A simple-looking man was the first to suggest that the only way to have a chance of survival at the moment was to take some risks. "Oh, there are so many zombies out there. May I ask who to choose? And who would be willing to take the risk?" Someone let out a sneer and said that he would rather starve to death in his home than become food for the zombies. "But if we don't go out and search for supplies, what else can we do? We can't all stay home and wait to die, can we?" Some people said urgently that the young people could still carry on for a few days with water, but the old people and children at home were about to be unable to carry on. "Can't we really go talk to that young man again? Get him to give back a small portion of his stuff to everyone?" A woman opened her mouth cautiously, childishly, always feeling that there was still room for negotiation in everything. Sure enough, after her words, many people looked at her as if they were looking at a little cutie. As if they were. If Wang Chang was a wild wolf, that young man was a vicious tiger. Trying to snatch food from the mouth of a vicious tiger is a fool's errand. Someone directly disliked him. "Damn, that kid kills without blinking an eye. Have you forgotten? Do you want to live too long? If you want to go yourself. Maybe if you sell out and sell your looks, it's not possible that the other party will really give it to you." The woman grunted, then skimmed her head, sulking alone. "Mr. Liu, you've seen a lot of the world and made a lot of friends. I wonder if you have any good suggestions?" Someone spoke to one of the men who had been silent and asked, and in an instant everyone's eyes moved over. Expect any good advice from the person in front of you. The man, dressed in a high-fashion suit, wore a greasy haircut and gold-rimmed glasses. Even nowadays Doomsday still packs himself in style. Lu Xiaojie, 35 years old, the boss of a listed company. It's an outstanding talent that's been in the papers and on TV. Usually he lived in a high-class villa. And the only reason he stayed here was because he kept a little honey here. He was warming up to honey before the zombie outbreak, but he was dumbfounded when he lifted up his pants, and there were zombies all over the place outside. At this moment, under everyone's watching eyes, Lu Xiaojie cleared his throat and opened his mouth. Given the current situation, this zombie crisis will not end in the short term, and may even last for years or even decades. So to survive, you have to forget the rules of the previous society and gather the survivors to establish a new order. Then lay down the laws that are suitable for survival in the end times. Only then will everyone survive. In the end, he was the boss of a listed company, and what he said immediately made the crowd nod frequently. The original order has indeed collapsed under the end times. The only way to survive is to establish a new order. Lu Xiaojie took everyone's expressions in his eyes, and after the corner of his mouth hooked up in a smile, he continued, in the neighborhood next to ours, someone else has already done it, and that person is still a friend of mine. Under his stewardship, the neighborhood is alive and well. They've also set up a search party that specializes in going out for supplies. With that said, someone immediately asked, Mr. Lu, do you mean for us to follow their example? Lu Xiaojie, however, shook his head. I meant to join them. Someone hesitated. Will this work? Will others want to take us in? Lu Xiaojie smiled meaningfully. In fact, I won't hide it from you. I've already communicated with the other party in advance, and they're happy to accommodate us. Upon hearing this, the people's tightly wrinkled brows finally stretched out. Mr. Lu, everyone listens to you, whatever you say, Lu Xiaojie said confidently. Don't worry everyone. Go back and have a good rest first. I will let them send someone to pick us up as soon as possible. After receiving this satisfying answer, the crowd settled down and then went home individually. Looking at the back of the crowd leaving, Lu Xiaojie's smile at the corner of his mouth but gradually turned cold. A group of then took out his cell phone and dialed out a number. Chapter 10, How can my generation of cultivators rest on their laurels? The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Hey, Mr. Lu, how are things going? The man on the other side of the phone spoke in an urgent voice, interspersed with odd sounds. What's going on is already self-evident, and everyone who understands that. Lu Xiaojie smiled meaningfully and spoke. Blacksnake, you're still in good spirits. Blacksnake was the man's nickname, and he was a well-known figure on the road. Instead of responding, the man named Blacksnake suddenly tossed his cell phone aside and continued what was still unfinished. With the sound of a crisp crash, the sport of a particular item came to a fever pitch. Eventually, at the sound of a low roar came, and all was calm, and all was silent. Get off your ass and clean yourself up. Blacksnake spoke indifferently to the woman beside him before picking up the phone. I'm sorry Lu, let you wait a long time. This every day of the day idle to death. Always have to find some fun. By the way, how's your thought process going? Did those people in your neighborhood agree? Lu Xiaojie spoke. Originally, it might have taken some time, but there was a change of heart tonight, which allowed me to convince them without any problems. Blacksnake froze and quickly asked, what change? Lu Xiaojie said truthfully, I don't know where it came out as a brat. Killed all the security guards in this neighborhood and robbed everyone's supplies. The group now had nowhere else to go, and I took the opportunity to make the offer to join you, and they immediately agreed. By the way, what the hell do you need all these people for? He asked what he had been wondering. It's a waste of food to feed so many people. At that Blacksnake laughed out loud. Mr. Lu, who said I'm keeping them? Lu Xiaojie was surprised. Then what do you want them for? Blacksnake's voice suddenly became cold. Keep the females for enjoyment. Use the old and sick to attract zombies. And use the young to help me search for supplies. Now that the neighborhood has been scoured by my men where they can find supplies, they'll have to expand their range if they want to keep looking. But the wider the range, the greater the danger. Send 10 people out now, and only half of them will end up making it back with supplies. The mortality rate is too high. How can I continue to eat and drink without adding more manpower? Under the post-apocalyptic world, human life is the most worthless thing. In Blacksnake's mind, he could provide them with a place of safety, and then these people would help him sell his life. Heaven forbid. Makes sense. Lu Xiaojie very much agree. Did not feel the other party cruel in the slightest. Can be in the business big kill for he was not a kind person. Blacksnake, arrange for some people to come and pick us up. Otherwise I'm worried that they won't even dare to leave the door of the neighborhood. Blacksnake immediately agreed. I have a few vans here, so I'll have someone drive over to pick you up then. After saying that he suddenly thought of something, by the way, did you just say that there was a ruthless man in your neighborhood who killed people and robbed supplies? Lu Xiaojie's body subconsciously shivered when he thought of Lin Feng's calm but brutal killing methods. Yes, almost all the supplies for half the neighborhood are in his hands now. Blacksnake pursued. How many people are on the other side? Lu Xiaojie replied. It's just one person, but his hands are strong. Exceptionally strong. After hearing that it was just one person, Blacksnake was relieved, then confidently said, then I'll send more of my men over to pick you guys up and bring back those supplies at the same time. Lu Xiaojie hesitated for a moment, but still reminded, Blacksnake, this person is really perverted. Killing people is like playing. Blacksnake, however, didn't take it seriously at all. What are you afraid of? What's the point of being more powerful? If you can fight 10, can you still fight 100? Besides, I've got a gun in my hand besides a knife. Is it hard to believe that he can dodge bullets? Don't worry, Mr. Lu, come over earlier to enjoy life with your brother. Listening to the other side of the confident words, Lu Xiaojie also no longer say anything, but inside there is still a hidden trace of uneasiness. At this moment, Lin Feng and Shen Tianji were sitting at the dining table, eating food and drinking a little wine. Fast and furious, Shen Tianji picked up this good wine worth tens of thousands of dollars in front of him and spoke with a smile. Boss, thanks to you. Otherwise how could I enjoy such a good wine? Come on, I'll give you a toast. Lin Feng raised his glass and clinked it with him. It's all a small matter. As long as you behave yourself, I won't treat you badly. After Shen Tianji drank the wine in the cup, he expressed his loyalty. Boss, you just look at it. You now even if you let me die. Oh, eat? I do not bring hesitation. Lin Feng glared at him fiercely. Shut up, lousy is eating. Shen Tianji scrunched his neck, then picked up the wine bottle and kept refilling Lin Feng's glass. As soon as the cup is empty it is immediately helped to fill it. What shocked Shen Tianji was that this boss of his was not only frighteningly strong in combat, but this amount of alcohol was also frighteningly high. 50+ degrees of white wine. One person drank a bottle and a half, but still did not blush. Hiccup. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Feng leaned back in his chair and rubbed his stomach, smoking his cigar with a satisfied look on his face. To be honest, he kind of didn't even want to leave this world. This kind of life, where there was no need to cultivate and no pressure to compete, was too easy. He felt like his will was about to be smoothed out. No, we can't continue like this. The path of cultivation is like rowing a boat against the water, not advancing or retreating. Cultivators of my generation, seizing the creation of heaven and earth to nourish themselves, should constantly seek breakthroughs. How can they rest on their laurels? Lin Feng took a deep breath and regained his fighting spirit. Straight away, he extinguished the cigar with his hand, then opened his laptop to continue learning about the planet. Wanted to try and find some clues in the vast amount of information that could lead him back to the original cultivation world. Dang, dang, dang. Just at this time, the knock on the door suddenly sounded. Who is it this late? Shen Tianji walked over suspiciously, and the moment he opened the door, his eyes went straight. Outside the door stood a tall young woman, wearing a lace-trimmed nightgown. Her firm breasts and slender waist showed off her elegant curves, and her slender legs were hidden under the hem of the skirt. Shen Tianji recognized the other party. Wasn't this the condescending stewardess who lived next door? Right now this woman could not have the slightest bit of her previous condescending appearance, but instead, she had a pitiful look. She bit her lip lightly and hesitated for a long time before she had the courage to speak. Please, can I have something to eat? Chapter 11, Accept a maid to serve yourself. If this were Shen Tianji alone, he would definitely agree in the face of a beautiful woman's request. After all, being single for a long time, he had always longed for a beautiful woman to think highly of him, but now Lin Feng is in charge of this family, so, he needs to consult the other side. Big brother, she wants food. Give it? Shen Tianji inquired. Can we get any favors? Lin Feng's tone was nonchalant. Shen Tianji thought for a moment and understood what his big brother meant, then looked at the woman outside the door with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, my big brother doesn't approve. The woman had obviously also heard the conversation they had just had, and her entire body was in a state of hesitation. She actually understands very well in her heart that now that there is a zombie outbreak, it's hard for a defenseless woman like her to survive. And she is a woman, a young and beautiful woman. The only thing that could be taken for granted was perhaps this face and body of his own. Please, I haven't eaten in 3 days. The woman also went out on a limb. The so-called dignity and pride were not as good as being able to live well. She bit her lip and opened her mouth. I'll do whatever you guys want me to do if you're willing to help me. Shin Tianzi couldn't bear to say. Wait for me. I'll go ask again. He then ran to Lin Feng and pleaded in a small voice. Big brother. Let's just help her. It's just a weak girl. Lin Feng's tone was cold. Don't be a saintly mother or I'll even kill you together. Shin Tianji thought about it. His eyes suddenly lit up. And suggested. Big brother. She's an air hostess. And she's quite good looking. How about keeping her around to be a little maid for you and take care of you? Flight attendants are very caring. So you can enjoy yourself. Think about it. You're tired of looking at the computer. She can rub your shoulders and pound your legs. When you're thirsty, she can get you a drink. And when you're hungry, she can get you a snack. He also suggested an idea that many men would find hard to resist. You can still have her warm the bed at night when you're lonely. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. As a maid? He thought about it for a moment, and decided that the offer wasn't too bad. In the past, when he was in the sect, he had been the one to serve others, and now it was time to enjoy the feeling of being served. Lin Feng waved his hand. Let her come in. I'll see how it really looks first. Shin Tianzi ran his ass to the door and led the woman directly into the house. The woman stood apprehensively in front of Lin Feng, meeting the other party's scrutinizing gaze. Lin Feng looked up and down. His looks and figure were very good, and his skin was very fair. It wasn't at all inferior to those senior sisters and elder sisters within the sect. Called what? Lu Yao. How old? Almost AC. Lin Feng froze. What did this C mean? He turned his head to look at Shin Tianji and realized that this guy was trying to hold in his laughter. Lin Feng frowned. One of you explain to me what this means? Shin Tianji gestured to his body. Big brother. She said this. Lin Feng was instantly filled with black lines. I'm a proper cultivator. Old man asking is your age. Lu Yao blushed in shame. Her tone was a bit stuttered. 20 years old. Lin Feng said indifferently. Want to eat? Lu Yao nodded. I want to. Lin Feng continued to ask. There's no free lunch in the world. If you want to eat, you have to pay for it. Do you understand this? Lu Yao nodded heavily. I understand. Lin Feng stared at her face. Got a husband? Husband? I don't know why the other person would use such an old word, but I responded. No, I don't have time with my job flying around every day. Shin Tianji suddenly interjected. You stewardesses should have the opportunity to meet a lot of rich people. And you're so pretty. Sure you don't have a date? Or is there no fixed object? Lu Yao gave him a blank look. You're being prejudiced. There are good people and bad people in every industry. You can't beat them all to death with one stick. Anyway, I haven't done anything like that. Lin Feng hadn't fully adapted to this world yet, and a lot of things weren't always understandable. Immediately interrupting their conversation. That's enough, all of you. Shut up. He looked at Lu Yao and continued to ask. Would you be willing to do anything if I took you in and gave you food? Lu Yao had already done all the mental construction before coming here, so she didn't need much hesitation now and directly answered. Yes. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Then he suddenly snorted coldly. Kneel down. The sudden sharp turn in attitude scared Lu Yao. The whole person froze in place not knowing what to do. Big brother. What are you doing? Shin Tianji opened his mouth. Lin Feng's gaze shifted to him. You kneel down too. The voice was cold and the aura emitted was oppressive. Even though Lin Feng was only at the second level of qi refining, it wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. Bang! Bang! Shin Tianji and Lu Yao's legs were uncontrollable, and they heavily knelt on the ground. No one had expected Lin Feng's mood to be so erratic. One second he was asking questions with a smile on his face, the next he was suddenly cold. And the aura coming off of him is so scary. Scarier than a zombie. I can feed you. I can provide you with food and drink. Lin Feng stood up and condescendingly looked down at them. But you have to listen and understand to set yourselves right. I don't mind getting you guys killed if you piss me off. Never doubt what I say. As he spoke, he picked up the fruit knife on the coffee table and casually threw it forward. Pust! The fruit knife was nailed directly between the two. Into the woodwork. Lin Feng liked to say the ugly words up front, so that they could all have a number in their hearts. Otherwise, over time, people without self-knowledge tend to drift. It will make them feel all the good that they take for granted. In order to avoid this, it's important to deter in advance. Lu Yao and Shin Tianji were horrified and nodded their heads repeatedly. Understood. We understand. Seeing that the effect had been achieved, Lin Feng gathered his aura. Alright, you guys get up and take what I said today to heart. He pointed at Shin Tianji again and said, go get her something to eat. While Shin Tianji went to get the food, Lu Yao mustered up enough courage to take a look at Lin Feng. She realized that the man was actually kinda handsome, but he just had a bad temper. I'm afraid it's going to be tough to get along in the future. She hesitated and asked, then what should I call you from now on? Called Big Brother as well? Lin Feng didn't even think about it and said directly, you're my maid. Call Master. Lu Yao spoke up obediently. Master. Chapter 12 Mythological Stories. Are they real? When Shen Tianji set the food in front of him, Lu Yao's eyes lit up and her stomach grumbled. However, she didn't make a move, but instead looked at Lin Feng with a pleading gaze. It wasn't until Lin Feng nodded that she couldn't wait to eat. Although she was very hungry. Although she had been hungry for 3 days already, Lu Yao's eating movements were still very elegant. Lin Feng silently looked on with satisfaction. After eating and drinking, Lu Yao quietly accompanied Lin Feng, putting her expertise as a flight attendant on display. Often, there was no need for Lin Feng to open his mouth. Just a look and she could tell what the other party needed. With such a pretty and well-behaved little maid waiting around, Lin Feng wasn't even that tired from reading the information. On this day, Lin Feng saw the mythical history of the Dragon Kingdom. That look, straight away, stopped him in his tracks. From the creation of the world by Pangu, to the creation of man by Manhwa, to the 3 emperors and the 5 emperors, all these stories shocked him beyond measure. The Eastern Emperor Tai of Heaven, the Fengdu Emperor of Earth, the 3 Qing of Taoism, and Sakyamuni of Buddhism. These people were all saint-like existences even if they were put into his original world. Lin Feng was shocked. How could so many gods appear in this world without the slightest bit of aura? This world where it was impossible to cultivate? Are these stories, these people, real? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask Lu Yao. He desperately wanted to know the truth. If it was all real, then where did these people go now? If he could find them, wouldn't he have a chance to return to his world? Lu Yao froze, then returned. These should all be fabricated. Mythical characters that everyone in this world just listens to as stories. Lin Feng frowned. How can you be sure it's all fake? Although Lu Yao felt ridiculous, she still patiently explained. These have flowed out from ancient times to the present day. If they are real, how can it be possible that no one has ever seen them? Maybe it disappeared for whatever reason. Or maybe it was deliberately cut off from humans? Lin Feng's eyes were dead set on the computer screen. From all this information, it seems like the myths broke down after King Wu conquered Zhou. This can't have disappeared out of thin air. Something must have happened. For ordinary people, these godly stories were just that. Stories, but for Lin Feng, a cultivator, they were firmly believed. After all, his very existence is irrational. Looking at Lin Feng's growing agitation, Lu Yao hurriedly spoke. Master, you really don't have to be too serious. Children know that all of this is fake. Lin Feng didn't pay any attention to her and clicked on the Shanhai Jing, an ancient book, and watched it over and over again. But to his dismay, there was not a trace to be seen. It seems that it is necessary for me to go and walk up all of these legendary mythical places. Lin Feng muttered that this world might not be as simple as he thought. For a few days in a row, it was as if Lin Feng was possessed. He doesn't even eat much anymore, completely immersed in all the mythology. Both Lu Yao and Shen Tianji also didn't dare to bother him, and they didn't even quite dare to appear in front of Lin Feng's eyes. During this time, there were also some people who were really hungry and couldn't take it anymore who came to ask for food. But it was because he had disturbed Lin Feng from looking at something that his throat was directly cut. This scared Lu Yao and Shen Tianji so much that they now had to hold back even the thought of farting, letting it out bit by bit. It went on like this for 3 days, and on this day, several trucks came towards their neighborhood. Bang! The vehicle, which had crashed right through the guardrail of the neighborhood, made a loud noise. The sound also quickly spread through half of the neighborhood, alarming all the residents. It also attracted a number of zombies, who slowly drew closer. The car door opened and a group of burly men rushed down, each carrying a brightly shining steel knife in their hands. As the zombie approached, he directly raised the knife in his hand and slashed it. Poof, poof, poof. The speed of their knives was very fast. All of them were killed in one hit, and it was obvious that they were all very experienced in killing zombies. Hurry up and finish these walkers and bring everyone back. The boss said that if there are any good-looking women, they can all be rewarded. At the head of the group was a youth with dyed red hair, who opened his mouth and shouted while wielding a machete. Hearing the reward, these strong men were all like chicken blood. The steel swords in their hands were tigerish. It took less than 10 minutes to clear the surrounding zombies. The red-haired youth then took out his cell phone and made a call, and in no time Lu Xiaojie walked down. Mr. Lu, Brother Blacksnake asked us to pick you up. The red-haired youth walked forward and said with a hint of respect in his tone, "Hard work, brothers." Lu Xiaojie smiled and greeted the crowd. "Mr. Lu, don't waste time, call everyone down," the red-haired youth urged. Lu Xiaojie nodded and then sent out a message in the new group that had just been created a few days ago. Soon, the occupants came down one after another. It could be said that apart from Lin Feng and the others, everyone who survived this neighborhood was here. The red-haired youth scanned the group of people in front of him, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile. "Since they're all here, let's all get on the bus." Then he pulled Lu Xiaojie aside. "Mr. Lu, I heard that there's a kid here who has a lot of supplies. What Brother Blacksnake means is that in addition to bringing all these people back, the supplies should all be brought back as well." Lu Xiaojie hesitated. "That kid isn't simple. We can kill a zombie, let alone a human?" The red-haired youth had a disdainful look on his face and even waved the steel blade in his hand. "Young Lu doesn't need to worry. Just tell me the door number." After Lu Xiaojie sighed, he still returned truthfully. "Block A, 19th floor, 1901. The red-haired youth waved his hand and called the two minions that came. "You guys go, bring me the people." "Yes," the two junior brothers said in a deep voice, then quickly ran out with their steel knives. At this moment, Lin Feng was watching the feudal god romance and marveling at the charms of the nine-tailed fox. Lu Yao was rubbing his shoulders and Shen Tianji was making him tea. They didn't care in the slightest about what was happening outside. Just as Lin Feng was watching, the knock on the door suddenly sounded. Dang! 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 The sound knocked extra loud and was accompanied by arrogant curses. Lin Feng's brows instantly furrowed as a murderous intent spread out. Shen Tianji and Lu Yao both revealed bitter smiles after glancing at each other. "It's over. This ungrateful guy is finished." Chapter 13, Elegant, just too elegant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Anyone inside listen? Open the door quickly. Do you hear me? We think the boss wants to see you. If you're dawdling, believe it or not, I'll tear down this door and drag you out to chop you up and feed you to the dogs. The knocking on the door continued, and the curses grew harsher. While Shen Tianji and Lu Yao observed a moment of silence on their behalf, Lin Feng slowly stood up. His face was grim as he casually picked up a fruit knife. The moment he opened the door, his arm swung violently and a cold aura blossomed. The two people outside the door hadn't even been able to see clearly what was going on before their bodies had stiffened in place. Unable to move, a smooth wound surfaced at the throats of the two men, and blood was spilling out. The two men shuddered for a moment, then collapsed limply to the ground. Tian Qi, you take care of the corpse. Lu Yao, you come out with me. Lin Feng shook off the blood on his knife, then faintly spoke out. Shen Yao nodded and hurriedly chased after him. As the two of them arrived at the entrance to the neighborhood, Lin Feng suddenly laughed. There were really a lot of people looking for death. In addition to the owners of the neighborhood, there are almost 50 people, each carrying a steel knife, fierce and vicious. Lu Xiaojie and those property owners had all seen how terrifying Lin Feng was, so when they saw him appear, they all stepped back in fear. "I'll be damned. Boy, where are my two brothers?" the red-haired youth asked with a yell as he didn't see the two men he had sent. These people of theirs often went out to search for supplies and often fought against walkers, and their hands were all very good. It's not a problem for one person to fight 5 ordinary people, but now that both minions were gone, it was obvious that they were in a bad way. Lin Feng, expressionless, spoke. "All dead. You killed my brother?" The red-haired youth laughed angrily and waved his arm. "Kid, you're quite bold. Dare to kill my people. Believe it or not, I can directly chop you into dregs with an order now?" After saying that, his gaze also fell on Lu Yao's body, first marveling at the other party's beauty, followed by greed. "Brothers, chop off his limbs first, then play with his woman in front of him." A group of men waved their knives in their hands and let out a gurgle of obscene and piercing laughter. A trace of disgust flashed in Lu Yao's eyes. At this moment she suddenly felt that although Lin Feng was a bit cold, at least he wasn't underhanded. And at this moment, she didn't feel that Lin Feng's methods were ruthless anymore. Maybe some people dying is a good thing for the world instead. "Stand still and don't move." Lin Feng turned back to look at Lu Yao's delicate face and said with a faint smile, "It might be bloody in a while. If you're scared, you can close your eyes." Lu Yao nodded her head obediently and said, "Okay, master, be careful." Lin Feng laughed, then he turned around with a huff, facing the group of people in front of him and stepped forward step by step. "Come on, don't waste your time. Got balls?" The red-haired youth extended his thumb towards Lin Feng, only to quickly flip it down again. "Just what are you based on? With this fruit knife in your hand that can't even kill a chicken? Try," Lin Feng said indifferently. "Brothers, hack him to death for me," the red-haired youth roared. and a junior brother behind him took the lead in rushing forward. Lin Feng stood still and didn't move. As one of the big men quickly rushed to him, the fruit knife in his hand directly stabbed into the other's throat. The steel blade held aloft in the opponent's hand didn't even manage to fall. His eyes were wide open, and blood continued to foam from his mouth. Lin Feng directly drew out his fruit knife and watched the other party fall down in despair, saying, "There are really a lot of stupid people in your world, but it's okay, I'll send them all to hell." After saying that, his paw raised violently and stomped down heavily on the already dead body. Bang! That head unexpectedly burst open directly like a watermelon. Blood and water mixed with broken flesh splashed out in all directions, also shaking everyone to their core. "Don't dawdle, come along." Lin Feng's calm yet arrogant words instantly stimulated them, waving their steel swords and madly rushing forward. Click, click, click. Lin Feng infused a trace of true qi on top of his own arm, and with a simple strike of cleaving, he directly chopped off a dozen or so steel swords that had fallen. While they were shocked at how a fruit knife could be so sharp, Lin Feng had already cut open their chests with the knife. The wounds were deep enough to penetrate the bone, and even the throbbing internal organs could be seen. Lin Feng stepped on the blood on the ground, put one hand in his pocket and swung his sword. One step kills one person, and it's elegant in its gore. Lu Yao at the back didn't close her eyes, but instead gazed at this one-sided massacre in front of her with her eyes wide open. From the beginning, she was alarmed, and then finally she actually began to try to look at it with appreciation. She had seen people who played the piano with grace, and she had seen people who danced with grace, but it's the first time I've seen such elegance in killing people. She inwardly sighed. Master is so handsome. In less than 10 minutes, such a group of people had all been killed by Lin Feng, and blood flowed on the ground. On the contrary, Lin Feng is always spotless. It seems like you're the only one left. Lin Feng smiled as he walked towards the red-haired youth. At this point the other party had been scared out of his wits. He had the intention to turn around and run, but his legs were weak and he couldn't use his strength. Looking at Lin Feng's handsome face, but it was like seeing the devil. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" The red-haired youth cried out as a foul odor flowed directly down his legs and feet. "Pissed off? You're a waste to live." Lin Feng frowned slightly, then directly cut his throat with a knife. The red-haired youth fell straight down, his eyes wide open in death. He couldn't figure out how there could be such a horrible person in this world. Killing could be so simple. Lin Feng didn't even bother to look at these people on the ground. He waved his hand behind him and Lu Yao immediately ran forward, taking the knife in Lin Feng's hand. He then took out a paper towel and wiped the already clean palm for Lin Feng. "Are you guys leaving?" Immediately afterward, Lin Feng turned his gaze to those owners of the neighborhood and asked, "Who lured these people here?" Facing Lin Feng's question, in fear, their gazes moved in unison to Lu Xiaojie's face. Lu Xiaojie's cold sweat soared wildly. Without the slightest hesitation he directly fell to his knees in front of Lin Feng. "I only asked them to come and pick everyone up to live in a different place. I didn't ask them to deal with you. It's all their trespassing. I'm telling the truth. I can swear to it." Lin Feng looked at him and asked, "Do they live in a nice place?" Lu Xiaojie directly said, "They have warehouses, tons of supplies, and lots of women." Lin Feng then asked, "Do you know the way?" Lu Xiaojie nodded. "I know." Lin Feng smiled brightly. "Okay, you take us there." Chapter 14, Guns Out, Guns Down. Lu Yao went back and called Shin Tianji, and then a group of people under the leadership of Lu Xiaojie drove to the destination with great vigor. On the way, under Lin Feng's hint, Lu Xiaojie also called Blacksnake, informing the other party that they would be there in a moment. He asked Blacksnake to bring someone out to meet them. Half an hour later, the vehicle stopped at the entrance of a villa area called Taihu Lake. The car door opened and a group of people helped each other down. If this were to be put aside in normal times, looking at this imposing building in front of us, we would all be showing envy. After all, the people who can live here are all non-rich or noble, and the cheapest set of villas starts at $10 million. Butlers, chauffeurs, nannies, bodyguards, maids, all standard, when it's really trenchant. But now that there's a zombie outbreak, the nicest house and the most money are not as attractive as food. At this moment, a bald man led a group of minions and stood outside the villa area. Immediately after seeing their arrival, an excited smile appeared on his face. The smile at the corner of his mouth deepened especially when he saw that there were a lot of young women among the group. "Mr. Lu, it's been a hard journey. My brother will definitely treat you well tonight." The bald man walked forward and wrapped his arms around Lu Xiaojie's neck. "Good wine and good food have been prepared. After eating and drinking I'll arrange for a few female college students to serve you well." Lu Xiaojie's face didn't show the slightest bit of joy. Instead, his voice trembled as he responded, "No, no need." Blacksnake could tell something was wrong with him and frowned. "What's wrong with you? Tired?" Lu Xiaojie did not say anything. At this time he also has a bitter awe. After all, there is a demon on the side staring at him. Soon, Blacksnake reacted as well, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Where are the men I sent out? How come none of them have returned?" Lu Xiaojie stammered and spoke. "They, all, are dead." "What? What did you say?" Blacksnake's pupils contracted in shock as he grabbed Lu Xiaojie's shoulders in a death grip and shouted, "You damn well give me a clear explanation. How could all the brothers I sent out be dead? Even if they encounter a zombie horde, with their experience they are able to kill their way out of the encirclement." No wonder Blacksnake was so emotional. In the post-apocalyptic world, to get by, you need to have a group of loyal followers in addition to food. Otherwise, who's going to do your errands for you? Who's going to help you grab supplies? Lu Xiaojie trembled. Yes, it was killed by a man. No way. This is absolutely impossible. Blacksnake didn't believe it at all and roared. "What kind of person can kill so many of my brothers? You let him stand out for me to see." Lu Xiaojie didn't answer. His eyes intentionally or unintentionally flicked towards Lin Feng, who was silent on the side. "It's you?" Following Lu Xiaojie's line of sight, Blacksnake directly stared at Lin Feng. After this reading, he became even more disbelieving. This youth in front of him is fine and tender, and he can hit a dozen or more with one punch without taking a break. There's no need to be skeptical. I'm the one who killed him. Lin Feng smiled and walked up, receiving the other party's acknowledgement. Blacksnake's face sank, anger building up in his eyes bit by bit. But he wasn't a brainless fool, and he naturally had some skills if he was able to gather so much manpower in the post-apocalyptic world. Blacksnake took a few steps back, then passed a suggestive look to the two minions beside him. He's going to let his men go ahead and try the other side's moisture for themselves. The two junior brothers understood and directly charged towards Lin Feng with their weapons. Lu Xiaojie wanted to speak out to remind Blacksnake, but he held his words back when they reached his mouth. Two minions, one on the left and one on the right, raised their machetes high and slashed down towards Lin Feng's head. However, just a second before the dual swords fell, the two men's bodies flew out strangely. He fell to the ground and dented the bones in his chest. The head lolled and died outright. "You." Blacksnake opened the side of his mouth wide in shock for a long time before easing up, instantly changing his face and opening his mouth with a smile. "Brother, you're too good at this, but join us. Let's team up and get away with it in this post-apocalyptic world. As long as you agree, from now on you'll be the best position here besides me. Food gives you preference, and women give you preference." He thought to himself that the conditions he had proposed were absolutely tantalizing in this apocalypse, and the youth in front of him had absolutely no reason to refuse himself. Lin Feng gently shook his head and said, "I'm not interested in cooperating with you, and after I kill you, it's all still mine as usual." Looking at Lin Feng's oil and salt, a trace of malice flashed in Blacksnake's eyes. "Forget it if you don't want to. I won't force you. Just can our grudge be cancelled?" He smiled and opened his mouth at Lin Feng on the surface, but behind his back he made a gesture to his men. Lin Feng refused. "No. Those who mess with me must die. Since there's no discussion, you can go ahead and die." Blacksnake's smiling face directly grimaced, and at his hiss, the minions behind him who had long been ready quickly rushed forward. Whoosh! Dozens of machetes, slashing towards Lin Feng at the same time. Only a flash of Lin Feng's figure directly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes at a bizarre speed. The dozens of machetes lost their sights and all slashed above the ground, spattering a trail of sparks. Blacksnake hastily voiced a reminder. "Behind you." The group of juniors rushed back, but they were greeted by a blast of wind passing in front of them. Bang! 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 Everyone felt a blackness in front of their eyes, followed by the sound of bones breaking constantly ringing in their ears, and then one after another lost consciousness and fell down. A move that directly killed a dozen people in seconds. This scene directly made Blacksnake look dumbfounded. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear, and he panicked out. I'm wrong, don't kill me." Lin Feng ignored his pleas for mercy and took a step towards him. Blacksnake cried and begged for mercy with a sniffle and a tear. However, just when the distance between Lin Feng and him was only 1 meter, a flash of madness suddenly surged across Blacksnake's expression. He pulled out a gun directly behind him with his right hand and aimed it towards Lin Feng's head. At such a close distance, there was no chance of escape. "Big brother, master!" Shin Tianji and Lu Yao almost made a sound at the same time, but it was already too late. Bang! A gunshot rang out and a bullet whistled out. The imagined kill shot didn't happen. That one bullet that had been shot towards the center of his eyebrow was at that moment firmly clamped by Lin Feng's 2 fingers. The scene was so silent that it was as if time had stopped, leaving only the sound of the crowd's violent heartbeats. Chapter 15 Behavior that Blindsides. Hand-catching bullets is a scene that everyone has only seen in the movies. Now that it's actually happening, it's really so shocking. And at this moment, the Black Serpent Man was already dumbfounded, and shrilly shrieked, "Demon! You are a demon!" He wanted to pull the trigger again as a way to suppress the fear inside of him, but all he heard in his ears was a whooshing sound, and Lin Feng was already standing in front of him. Snap! Lin Feng snatched the gun from Blacksnake's hand and curiously surveyed it. "What is this thing? It's quite powerful. It's shaking my fingers a bit." Boundless fear spread in his heart. The Black Snake didn't even bring hesitation. Directly turning around and running towards the distance, he hissed and cried, wishing he had 2 more legs. "What's the point of running? It's not like you can run away." Lin Feng sighed, then raised the gun in his hand and aimed it at Black Snake. Learning the other man's shooting stance, he simply pulled the trigger. Bang! Bullets shot out, striking the running Black Snake with precision. The Black Snake fell headfirst to the ground, its body twitching a few times before it was completely lifeless. Lin Feng inwardly sighed that this gadget was quite useful, then shook the gun in his hand and scanned the crowd. "Anyone else of you have an opinion? You can raise them. I'm a reasonable person." Be reasonable? The crowd only felt like they were hearing a big joke. Your tactic of killing people at the drop of a hat was simply scarier than a zombie. But although the mind thought so, no one really dared to say it. Under the sweep of Lin Feng's gaze, each one of them shook their heads in death. "Since everyone is fine with it, I'll be in charge here from now on." Lin Feng smiled and continued to speak. Which one of you is familiar with the environment here? Show me around." No one dared to step forward or even speak. The scene was quiet for a long time before Lu Xiaojie walked up with a fawning smile on his face. "I'll do it. I'm familiar with this place." Lin Feng looked at him and raised his eyebrows. "I almost forgot about you if you didn't speak." Lu Xiaojie was stunned. "What does this mean?" Bang! Lin Feng raised his arm and the trigger was pulled directly. 1 shot to the head. Lu Xiaojie collapsed in a pool of blood with his eyes wide open, never figuring out why he was killed until he died. Lin Feng snorted coldly. "If no one had revealed my information, would they have come to trouble me? Do you really think I'm stupid? Come on man, show me what you've got here." "None of them are talking, are they? I'll just point randomly then." Lin Feng swept his finger around and finally pointed at a young man with a thin figure. The skinny man's legs were shivering in fear. "Big brother, don't kill me, don't kill me. Why would I kill you?" Lin Feng rolled his eyes, pointed at himself and opened his mouth to Lu Yao. "Do I look scary?" Lu Yao smiled and shook her head. "Master, it's just a cold face and a warm heart." "Little girl, getting good at talking." Lin Feng stroked her head in satisfaction, then said to the skinny man in front of him, "You, lead the way." The skinny man didn't dare to delay and hurriedly led Lin Feng inside the villa area. "I have to say, the environment here is really good, with gardens, rockeries, gazebos and fountains. And as a precaution against zombies, all the exits were fenced off with electric fences, except for the main entrance. The safety margins are well done. It looks good here." Lin Feng turned to Shen Tianji and Lu Yao behind him and asked, "Why don't we just stay here? What do you guys think?" Both of them nodded their heads at the same time and spoke out at the same time. "Listen to Big Brother. Listen to Master. The townhouses on the left and right are for those of us who live there. The 10 single-family homes in the very center are all snakes. 1 for Snake's own living, 1 split to hold the supplies, and 7 more for Snake's minions. This last one." The skinny man introduced himself silently, and when he pointed to the last villa, he hesitated and said, "This one, it's a bit special." Lin Feng was curious. "How is it special?" The thin lower man whispered, "Snake, call this a gun room." At those words, Lin Feng became even more puzzled. He turned back but found that Shen Tianji and Lu Yao's expressions had both become very odd. This had aroused Lin Feng's curiosity. He took a step and was about to head inside, go in together and take a look. Only after walking into the room did Lin Feng understand what this gun room really means. There were so many women locked up in this villa, all of them ragged and haggard. There were even a couple of women who, upon seeing a man come in, immediately took the initiative to remove their clothing and dutifully set up their movements. Numbed, obviously all numb from the torture, Lin Feng looked at them, but he didn't have many emotional ups and downs inside. After all, growing up in the cultivation world, he had seen more than his fair share of dark moments. A random cultivation powerhouse could kill thousands of innocent people with the lift of his hand. Compared to the cruelty of the cultivation world, The so-called end times of this world were still too trivial. Rather, it was Lu Yao who was also a girl, and she was more able to empathize with these people. She grabbed Lin Feng's sleeve and begged in a small voice, "Master, why don't you let them go?" Lin Feng spoke indifferently. "I'm not interested in them. Feel free." "Thank you, master." Lu Yao's face showed joy. Then she ran forward and shouted to the women, "Blacksnake is dead. You are now free." In an instant, all the women's gazes fell on her. There is confusion, questioning, and fear. "What I said is true." Lu Yao pointed at Lin Feng with a sincere look on her face. "Blacksnake and those men of his were killed by my master. So you won't have to suffer any more in the future. If you don't believe me, you can leave this villa now and return to your own homes." After a short period of silence, at least half of the women in the room suddenly lost control of their emotions and cried out in pain. They'd been devastated during the zombie outbreak, and now they're getting over it. Some people cried and some people laughed. They laughed at the fact that the Black Snake was finally dead, and that evil would be rewarded. However, just under this situation, there were a few alternative women who rushed straight to Lin Feng. Angrily, he shouted, "Why did you just come? Why couldn't you come to our rescue earlier?" Facing their questioning, Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Just as quickly, more cluelessness came. Surprisingly, there was a woman, snarling at Lin Feng, "Why did you kill Snake? Who gave you permission to kill Snake? What will you let us do if you kill him? Who can we rely on in the future? You murderer of thousands." Chapter 16, It's better to raise your realm as soon as possible. Why couldn't you come earlier? Would we have suffered so much if you had come earlier? You think you're so great? You think you can be a hero? Now that Snake is dead, how do you expect us to live? Some people were blaming Lin Feng for coming late and letting themselves suffer for nothing. Others were blaming Lin Feng for killing Blacksnake and breaking their back. The more these women talked, the more agitated they became. And in the end, their eyes became resentful when they looked at Lin Feng. Not to mention Lin Feng, a cultivator. Even Lu Yao, a contemporary, couldn't figure out why these women were talking like this. Only Shintianji but a look of not surprised. Before he drove waiting for the red light, the car in front of him hung the reverse gear directly into his car. A little fairy ran down angrily, pointing at him and cursing. After Shintianji took out the car recorder, the little fairy froze for a few seconds and then directly cried out in aggravation, "What are you fierce?" Since then, Shintianji never dared to reason with girls. At this moment, Lin Feng's face went cold. "Do you know what you're saying?" Immediately, a woman disliked her. "And do you know what you've done? You either showed up in the first place and saved us from the fire, or you didn't show up and let us continue to muddle along. Stupid ass." Lin Feng cursed angrily, then the muzzle of his gun lifted up and directly fired a shot. The bullet shot out of the back of his opponent's head from his forehead into the back of his head, splattering blood all over the place. Instantly, the other few women were stunned as well, and they then reacted as if they had no capital to scream. With that, he tried to turn away, but Lin Feng didn't give them a chance at all, his finger continuously pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 Guns shot their heads off and fell one after another. Lin Feng was confused. "Why are there so many stupid forks? What is this all about?" Shintianji responded softly, "When the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. Just get used to it. These women, and the men outside, are yours to arrange." Lin Feng had run out of patience and directly handed all of them over to Shintianji. Instead, he brought Lu Yao to live within the largest villa. Nice. Real nice. Lin Feng looked at the luxurious decoration inside the villa and nodded his head in satisfaction. The space here was large enough for one to try to raise their cultivation and recover to refine Qi 30% as soon as possible. By the time he reached the third level of Qi refining, he would also be able to cast some low-level spells. Lin Feng had already had enough of this kind of frontal fight. In the future, whoever dared to mess with him would directly coalesce a fireball and smash it over. It doesn't matter if it's a human or a zombie, they all blow up. Lin Feng laid down on the sofa and crossed his legs over the coffee table, then ordered, "Go, get me a glass of water. I'm a bit thirsty." Lu Yao obediently went and poured a glass of water, and without even needing Lin Feng to do it himself, she took the initiative to feed it to his mouth. After Lin Feng finished drinking the water, Lu Yao first wiped his mouth, then started to squeeze his legs again, and asked with a smile, "Master, do you still want to study mythological history today?" Lin Feng thought about it and said, "I won't study it today. When Tianqi comes back, tell him to make some food. You'll accompany me for a glass of wine and then have a good night's sleep." "Sleep? Sleep?" When Lu Yao heard this, her little face instantly turned red, and her entire body began to ramble. although she had already prepared herself mentally when she chose to recognize her master. But at this moment, Lin Feng took the initiative to mention it. It still made her nervous. I've heard friends tell me before that it hurts the first time, and I don't know if it's true or not. She looked up at Lin Feng's handsome face, and the more she looked at it, the more she felt it. If the master is so good at killing people, then wouldn't he be good in bed too? Ouch. Shame on you. Shame on me. Lu Yao suddenly covered her face and quickly ran to the bathroom, using cold water to constantly slap her face for a long time before calming herself down. Lin Feng scratched his head and wondered, this little girl, what's wrong with her? A few hours later, Shen Tianji rushed back. He ran to Lin Feng in a rush and spoke, Big brother, I've arranged all the people. The original owners of this place are still living in their houses, and those who came with us are arranged in those empty houses. In the future, just arrange for them to go out and find supplies, and we'll just have a good time at home. Lin Feng listened silently and finally asked, just that group of guys who are greedy and afraid of death, and you're still thinking of letting them go out to look for supplies? Shen Tianji smiled and returned, after seeing how powerful you are. Big brother, all of them are now convinced, and if they want to get your shelter, they have to show their value, so I simply mentioned it, and they all agreed. In fact, there was another sentence that Shen Tianji hadn't said, and that was that all the owners felt that Lin Feng was even more terrifying than the zombies, the lesser of two evils, so they still choose to go out and fight the walkers. At least there is a possibility of staying alive. But if they messed with Lin Feng, the bogeyman, they would immediately die a horrible death on the spot. Lin Feng didn't have much to say about this and waved his hand. Just look at the arrangements. There's no need to say too much to me. I don't care about that, as long as there's no idiots bothering me. Okay, go see what's in the fridge and make me something to eat. There's been a lot of killing lately. I'm going to have to eat more to make up for it. Good, good. The corner of Shen Tianji's mouth twitched. Then he turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Inwardly, he sighed, Big brother is big brother, always talking with such humor. The food stocked here is plentiful and plentiful. In less than an hour, Shen Tianji had prepared 4 dishes and 1 soup. It looks colorful and appetizing. Not only was Lin Feng eating contentedly, even Lu Yao had eaten 2 more bowls. After the wine and dinner, Lin Feng left them alone and walked into a room alone. He stroked his storage ring, inwardly agonizing over whether or not to swallow the spirit-gathering pill. Knowing this elixir, he only had 3 of them. Without knowing for sure when he would be able to go back to his own cultivation world, if he used up all his pills, he would have no way to recover his true chi in case he got injured in the future. However, Lin Feng thought for a second that it didn't seem like he would be in too much danger in this world. Neither the people here, nor the walkers here were a threat to him. Thinking of this, Lin Feng let out a long breath and his eyes became determined. Then let's raise the realm first. Squeak! Just at this time, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open gently. Lu Yao, whose hair was still wet, poked out a head and spoke shyly. Master, I'm clean. Yo. Chapter 17, Chi Refining 3rd Level. Fireball Technique. What are you doing here? What do you want? Why are you wearing so little? Lin Feng asked in a confused trifecta. It's a sleepless night and a woman pushes open the door to her room and says wash up. How does that sound and feel a little weird? What's to blame? Just blame the ambiguity. After Lu Yao walked into the room, she immediately closed the door and also unlocked it. She blushed with shame, her heart pounding. Lu Yao took a step and walked in front of Lin Feng, biting her lips lightly. Master, should we talk for a while first? Or should we start now? After all, it was the first time. Lu Yao's heart was nervous mixed with a small inexplicable sense of anticipation. Lin Feng just stared at her, not knowing what to do. Since he was a child, all he could think about was to cultivate, to become immortal, and to live forever. With regard to the affairs of men and women, apart from having seen some folkloric aphrodisiacs to understand some postures, the other experience was almost zero. Therefore, right now, Lin Feng didn't even know how to respond to Lu Yao. Looking at Lin Feng who didn't speak or make any movements, Lu Yao bravely approached. Master, are you waiting for me to take the initiative? The aroma is so fragrant that it makes your heart go pitter-patter. Scourge of the red face. Lin Feng felt that his consciousness was even a bit out of control, and there was an evil fire boiling in his belly. This made him particularly eager to do something. Lin Feng clenched his teeth fiercely and used a lot of strength to directly push Lu Yao out. Woman, don't break my Tao. Cultivators of my generation only pursue the great Tao with all their heart. They will never covet beauty. Lu Yao staggered back. The whole person was a bit confused. What's going on? Why did she suddenly lose her temper? She even looked down at her figure. Isn't it attractive enough that you have such a great body, dress so sexy, and wear perfume on purpose? Get out of here and leave me alone. Lin Feng coldly spat out such a sentence. Although his cultivation talent wasn't high, his Dao heart was absolutely solid. At the very least, it's solid now, and whether or not there will be changes in the future is a matter for the future. Lu Yao bit her lip, her eyes instantly red. A girl on her own had summoned up the courage to come to her door, only to be rejected miserably. Is there anything more humiliating than that? And it was clearly the owner himself who said he wanted to sleep together during the day. You're a bully. You're too much of a bully. The more Lu Yao thought about it, the more aggrieved she became, and in the end, she directly cried out, then ran out of the room in grief. Cultivation is king. Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Lin Feng slowly exhaled a long breath, then took out the 3 spirit-gathering pills. Without the slightest hesitation, he pinched up one and threw it into his mouth. The elixir melts in your mouth. In a split second, a wave of spiritual energy erupted within his body and entered Lin Feng's blood veins like a stream of water, then flowed rapidly through his blood veins. In just a few breaths, it had already traveled through the meridians of the entire body, eventually converging within the dantian. It was just a pity that the spiritual energy produced by the spirit-gathering pill did not allow him to make a smooth breakthrough in his realm. There was no way around it. Lin Feng could only swallow another one. This time the speed of the spiritual energy flowing through the body was obviously much faster than before, and the meridians were also enlarged by a few points. At that moment Lin Feng swallowed the last one again and surging spiritual energy spread through his body. The true qi within the dantian was also gathering more and more, eventually reaching a critical point. After a long time, Lin Feng opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. 3rd level of qi refining. Although he had managed to make a breakthrough, there wasn't much joy on Lin Feng's face. The spirit stones were used up, and so was the spirit-gathering pill. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to raise my cultivation level in the future. Never mind, it's as good as it gets. Lin Feng consoled himself, then his stomach rumbled. He got up and went to the living room, spaced out and opened the refrigerator door, spaced out and sucked in a bag of bread. At the 3rd level of qi refinement, it was much more comfortable to cast it by harnessing objects in the air. Lin Feng sat down on the sofa and quickly finished his bread. Then he was ready to start trying to cultivate spells. With his current degree of true qi, he might be able to barely perform a fireball technique in addition to harnessing objects. Saying that he would do it, Lin Feng sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and mobilized his true qi above his fingertips. However, a wisp of fire flickered on his fingertips, followed by a faint white smoke emanating from his fingertips. The first attempt was not ideal. No, the control of the true qi is not strong enough. Come again. Lin Feng controlled the flow of true qi and made another attempt. This time, he improved his concentration, and with a snap, a small, faint flame wiggled at his fingertips. Not enough. Not even a bug can be burned with such a small flame. Lin Feng was still satisfied with the result and gritted his teeth. Continue. We must practice this fireball technique tonight. This time the flames that formed at his fingertips were much larger than before, and the unlit living room was mostly illuminated. However, Lin Feng was still not too happy about this. He doesn't want to be able to light up the house. He wants to be able to attack his opponent if he can. If a fireball slammed through, it could just blow someone to dust. Go on. Go on. This night, Lin Feng kept trying and failing. After each failure he would summarize his experience and improve his success rate for the next time. And so time passes little by little. Early in the morning, a faint light is gradually rising in the sky. Lin Feng sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and his true qi formed a thin barrier around him, emitting a faint light. He had one arm outstretched, 5 fingers bent into claws. It's been holding that motion for hours. Concentrate your thoughts, calm your mind, control your true qi, and condense the flames. As Lin Feng faintly spat out a sentence from his mouth, the true qi in his body quickly converged on his arm. A fireball also gradually formed in his palm. The fireball was the size of a human head and emitted a scorching temperature. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curved up. Finally, it's a success. Although it's not comparable to being in the cultivation world, it's not bad at all. Previously, when he was in the cultivation world, Lin Feng could at least coalesce dozens of fireballs at a time, but here after a night's attempts he had only coalesced one. I don't know if it's because this world doesn't have spiritual power fluctuations. Lin Feng dispersed his true qi and the fireball turned into a wisp of green smoke that drifted into the air. This cultivation is really exhausting. My stomach is hungry again. Lin Feng rubbed his stomach and prepared to go get Shen Tianji up to cook for himself. Yet it was at this time. Bang! 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 A few gunshots cut through the silent morning. Instantly, it woke up everyone who was still asleep. Chapter 18, The Five Poison Brothers. Everyone in the villa area woke up with a start, rushed to put on their clothes and ran to the window to look at me. In today's environment, any breeze can get on everyone's nerves. Previously oppressed by Blacksnake, now oppressed by Lin Feng. Who knows if this place will get a new owner in the future? Shen Tianji and Lu Yao also pushed open the door of the room and walked out. Lu Yao's eyes were still a little red and swollen. Obviously she had cried a lot last night. What's going on? Where's the gunfire coming from? Shen Tianji walked to Lin Feng with a puzzled look on his face and asked in a low voice. Big brother, did you fire the gun? Lin Feng shook his head. It wasn't me. It came from outside. At those words, Shen Tianji's face became a bit ugly. In the entire villa area, only Lin Feng had a gun in his hand. Everyone else was supposed to be without one. Even if they did, they would never dare to take them out and use them. After all, the image of Lin Feng catching a bullet with his bare hands was deeply engraved in everyone's minds. So it comes down to the last and worst case scenario. That's when an intruder arrives. And an intruder with a heavy weapon at that. Go out and see what's going on. Lin Feng opened his mouth and then led Shen Tianji and Lu Yao out. Ta-da! On the street, a modified SUV was moving at a rapid pace. Vehicles continued to crash into one walker after another on the street, running over their bodies. One of the car windows was opened and a man in a bulletproof vest poked halfway outside. He was seen constantly snapping the gun in his hand, and the bullets were angled towards the front. Ha 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 ha, that was awesome. The man yells and frantically shoots at the walkers. Gunshots, cheers, and all. Inside the car sat 5 burly men, each heavily armed, and the man driving the car suddenly spoke. Old 3, have you had enough fun yet? Save some bullets. The man called Lausen then stopped himself, and retreated back into the car. Boss, harvesting so many weapons at once is enough for us to make a big kill in this post-apocalyptic world. Lao San filled his gun with bullets while speaking excitedly. This doomsday really suits us too well. From now on we can do whatever we want, kill whoever we see as unpleasant, and enjoy beautiful women when we see them. Ha 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 clam. Old man really loves the end times. Hearing these words from him, the remaining few people in the car couldn't help but laugh out loud. They are all felons who are incarcerated in a jail cell and will never get out of it in their lifetime, barring any surprises. However, the accident just came inexplicably. A zombie crisis had directly brought down the entire world, and unrest had erupted within the prison at the first sign of trouble. Many of the guards and inmates had turned into zombies, while several of the brothers had survived by a very narrow margin. And with his strong hands and brutal methods, he killed his way out hard, also ransacked the weapons cache before leaving. Today, all 5 of them are wearing body armor, have an assault rifle, tens of thousands of rounds of ammunition, and a number of grenades. With this kind of firepower, as long as they didn't encounter a regular army, they felt that they could completely walk sideways in this post-apocalyptic world. Bang! Gah! The SUV came to a steady stop in front of a convenience store after knocking over a walker. The car door opened and the 5 men stepped down quickly, carrying their firearms. Everyone has a tattoo on their neck. Centipedes, vipers, scorpions, lizards, toads, 5 poisons. They looked around for a moment, then walked inside the convenience store. It was carefully searched inside and out, but nothing was found. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Again, there's nothing to eat. The man tattooed with a centipede kicked away the empty shelves and gritted his teeth. On this journey, I've searched every store I could find, but I can't see a single hair. So we're all going to starve to death if we go on like this. Boss, perhaps we have the wrong idea. We shouldn't be thinking about finding supplies. Instead we should just look for people. The second Viper's man spoke after his eyes rolled. What do you mean by that? Boss Centipede looked at him with a furrowed brow. I suspect that there might be a group of survivors in this neighborhood, and they are the ones who took all the supplies along the way. Or else there's no way to explain the fact that we couldn't see a single living person along the way. But all the stores were emptied. The second Viper gave his own judgment. So just finding these survivors is the equivalent of finding food. The boss Centipede thought about it carefully and felt that it was very much a possibility. Then what are we waiting for? Let's quickly go to them. Maybe there are still women among those survivors. The oldest 3 Scorpion's eyes were glowing. After sitting in jail for 5 years, he hadn't touched a woman for 5 whole years. He felt like he was about to suffocate. Boss, let's go. Let's not waste time here. The oldest 4 lizards also shouted impatiently. Come on, come on. My guns are famished. Old 5 toads laughed. Looking at his brother's impatience at the mention of women, Boss Centipede smiled, then waved his arm. Go, get on the car. You don't have to look too hard at all. The further the vehicle goes, the better the environment becomes, and the signage for the Taihu Lake Villa area becomes clearer and clearer. As they got closer, the eyes of the five brothers became more and more excited. After parking their vehicles, they didn't rush to kill them, but raised their guns in their hands and fired several shots into the air. If you start with a gunshot as a deterrent, you'll get twice the result with half the effort. Boss Centipede looked at his monkey brothers and couldn't help but remind them, in a while, you guys must control it. Don't kill all the people for me. At least keep some of them who are here to help us out. The four of them nodded repeatedly, but none of them were listening too much. After so many years in jail, it's hard to get out, and the world is in a big mess. So where can you control your behavior? Of course it's madness without a care in the world, except they probably never dreamed that this could and will be the last time they go crazy. Soon, Lin Feng brought Shintianji and Lu Yao out as well. As soon as the two sides met, the eyes of the five brothers went straight. They stared at Lu Yao with a deadly gaze. That gaze was like a long hungry wild wolf staring at its prey, not to mention the end times. Even before, they had never seen such a beautiful woman. Lu Yao felt a hint of discomfort from their stares. Her body subconsciously ducked behind Lin Feng. The third oldest scorpion was the first to speak. Kid, hand over this woman and let us have some fun. Chapter 19, likes to root out the weeds and leave no hidden dangers. Give this woman to our brothers for their enjoyment, and then take all the supplies you've been hoarding. From now on, we brothers here insult the cover. As long as you behave yourself, you're guaranteed to live in this post-apocalyptic world. The third oldest scorpion opened his mouth recklessly, and in order to show his deterrence, he even patted the gun in his arms with force. Lin Feng didn't say anything, he just gazed at them coldly. Shen Tianji's expression wasn't too good as he inquired in a low voice. Big brother, you can catch bullets with your empty hands when one person shoots. So what if it's a group of people sweeping in? Can you still carry it? Lin Feng asked. What do you mean by that? Shen Tianji sighed helplessly. What they're holding can be submachine guns, much more powerful than the pistols before. Lin Feng didn't have any emotional changes. So, Shen Tianji smiled bitterly, so we're in danger now. And at this point, the third oldest scorpion was furious. He felt like he was being ignored. Facing the muzzles of the five of their brothers, the two men and one woman in front of them, instead of being afraid, chatted. Damn, are you guys looking for death? I'm talking to you. The oldest three, scorpion, roared out in anger, and at the same time the gun was pointed directly at Lin Feng and the others. Shen Tianji was frightened just like Lu Yao and directly hid behind Lin Feng. I'd advise you not to use that thing. It's not always as fast as I am. Lin Feng spoke indifferently. Now that his realm had broken through to the third level of chi refining, the increase in strength gave him greater confidence. The weapons of this world were lethal to ordinary people, but they would pose no threat to him at all. Fine. You want to die, don't you? I'll let you. The oldest three scorpions are themselves a violent-tempered person. Being disliked in front of someone absolutely cannot endure. At that moment is also directly to pull the trigger. Whoosh! However, in the very next second, a blast of wind came crashing down on his face. When he looked up again, Lin Feng was actually standing directly in front of him. The third oldest scorpion was taken aback and his fingers subconsciously pulled the trigger. Bang! The moment before the gunshot sounded, Lin Feng had already grabbed the muzzle and lifted it upwards. The bullets went straight for the sky. Asterisk. You get loose. The oldest three scorpions cursed angrily as they were shocked, and even raised their paws to kick at Lin Feng. Bang! Only Lin Feng took the first step and punched him in the face. The tremendous force directly shook his mouth full of teeth out. The oldest three scorpions had blood flowing from their mouths, and their faces became distorted from the pain. I'll beat you to death. He raised his gun and pulled the trigger frantically in Lin Feng's direction. Dense bullets flew out like rain. Da-da-da-da. The moment the bullet shot came, Lin Feng's body easily leapt and directly dodged away. Under the oldest scorpion's shocked gaze, Lin Feng once again rushed in front of him. Phew! The fist that swung out was wrapped in the sound of breaking air. The oldest three scorpions couldn't even dodge in time, and their heads took such a heavy hit. His mind instantly went blank and his body stumbled back a few steps. Bleeding from 7 holes ensued. It went down with a heavy thud. Dead? The remaining 4 brothers looked at this scene and were shocked as their pupils continued to contract. They've been on the road for so many years. What kind of ruthless people haven't they seen? But it's the first time I've encountered someone who can dodge the sweep of a submachine gun. Now it's your turn. Lin Feng's cold voice arrived. instantly waking them up. You killed Lao-san. I want you dead. Kill him and avenge Lao-san. The remaining 4 brothers roared, their guns aimed at Lin Feng at the same time. Ta-da-da-da. With 4 submachine guns, it formed a network of firepower that could cut off almost any way of retreat. In the absence of shelter, a normal human would surely die. Things, however, didn't seem to be going in the direction they had envisioned. No matter how much they shot, no matter how dense the bullets were, but Lin Feng always managed to dodge away in time at the last moment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of monster is this? Is this still human? The boss centipede's shocked demeanor was like a bolt from the blue, and he froze in place as if the blood in his entire body had frozen at the moment. You can't even hit it. How can this be fun? Soon the bullets and the firearm ran out. The 4 of them hurriedly took out new magazines and prepared to replace them. However, Lin Feng had no intention of giving them that time, only to see Lin Feng boost his speed and quickly rush to them, throwing out a leg whip across the room. All 4 were swept in the chest. For a moment, it felt as if it had been hit head-on by a moving truck. The 4 brothers flew out several meters away at the same time with their guns. They struggled to get up, but a mouthful of thick blood sprayed out directly from their mouths. Just a mere kick had caused their internal organs to be violently shaken. Asterisk 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 everywhere. This world in particular. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with disgust. He hadn't been in this world for long, yet there were already a lot of stupid people he had killed. I don't know how much longer we have to kill. I don't have the patience to play anymore, so let's send you on your way. Lin Feng spoke indifferently, while walking towards them step by step. The 4 brothers only felt that each step Lin Feng took was not stepping on the ground, but on their hearts. The 4 brothers' faces turned pale, and the oldest centipede gritted his teeth and shouted out, "Wait, there's something to discuss. We can work together." "No, not work together. We can defect to you. Our 4 brothers still have some fighting ability and can stay by your side to help you out." He tried to show his value, trying to get Lin Feng to leave them alive. But Lin Feng couldn't even listen to him and snorted coldly, "No need. I'm strong enough to not need to feed you trash." When Shen Tianji, who was hiding in the back, heard this, the corners of his mouth tugged inexplicably. "Brother is pointing at me? Leave us. We're useful. You can't be willing to kill someone yourself every time you want to do it yourself. We can do it for you. We can be your right-hand man. No, we can be your dog. We'll bite whoever you tell us to." The 4 brothers shouted one after another. It was so hard to run out of prison. No one wanted to die here just like that. Lin Feng's footsteps stopped and he spoke with a smile. "But I just killed your brothers. You can tolerate this?" The hatred in Boss Centipede's eyes flickered away, and he lowered his head and said, "It's just a brother. How can it be worth as much as your own life?" Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng suddenly laughed out loud. Then his words changed. "What you said makes sense. But I'm a person who does things and likes to cut off the roots and not leave any hidden dangers. So you guys should go down and accompany your brothers. It seems to be non-negotiable." The Boss Centipede, however, suddenly raised his head, his eyes becoming incomparably crazy. "Then you go ahead and die." He had an extra grenade in his hand. The moment Lin Feng approached, he pulled down the pull ring without hesitation, threw it right out. Chapter 20, The real end times are here. The moment the grenade was thrown over, Lin Feng was keenly aware of a hint of danger. He stomped the ground violently with his paws, and his entire body directly took off more than 5 meters in the air. The grenade also exploded at that moment with a loud noise. After the smoke dissipated, a deep crater remained on the ground. "This weapon, it's kind of interesting." Lin Feng revealed a hint of shock. If this destructive power landed on his body, even if he didn't die, he would have to shed his skin. It seems that he had somewhat underestimated the weapons of this world. At this time, the 4 brothers also seized this rare opportunity. Reloading the submachine gun with a new magazine, he pulled the trigger at Lin Feng, who was still suspended in the air. Da-da-da-da. Flames spewed from the muzzle of the gun and bullets whizzed by. Lin Feng's body spun up in the air, dodging the dense bullets in an anti-physical stance. The 4 brothers had also learned the hard way not to shoot at the same time. Instead, they took turns to alternate, trying not to give Lin Feng any chance to catch his breath. They just couldn't believe that they couldn't kill each other like this. As Lin Feng's body hit the ground, a new round of bullets were fired. Lin Feng jumped, rolled, and dodged sideways, making their bullets fall short again and again. "Enough fighting? Fight enough and then it's my turn." Lin Feng snorted coldly while his palm was ready to condense a ball of flame to directly smash them to death. However, just at this time, a hissing sound came from all directions. The intensive gunfire and explosions just now directly attracted a large number of zombies, attracted by the sound and stimulated to madness by the blood on the ground. "You two go back first," Lin Feng hurriedly shouted out to Shen Tianji and Lu Yao. The two of them also knew that there was no use for them to stay, and they obediently returned to the villa. Asterisk. Take care of these walkers first. Boss Centipede gritted his teeth and shouted. And then the four of them turned their guns and shot towards the zombies. Compared to dying at the hands of Lin Feng, they were more reluctant to become food for the zombies themselves. Bang! 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 Bullets were leaked out, and the heads of the zombies that rushed at the front burst open like watermelons. Ho ho ho! Zombies don't know fear, and the more intense the gunfire, the more the herd riots. Their speed grew faster and faster, forcing the four brothers to retreat back and forth. Asterisk. I'll blow you all up. The four brothers all pulled out their grenades, pulled the pull tabs and threw them. Boom! Rumble! Explosions rang out one after another. Blood spray flew across the room, and large swaths of zombies fell, broken limbs flying everywhere. What a pain in the ass! Lin Feng was also surrounded by zombies. He took out a machete from his storage ring and kept hacking away at the heads of these zombies in front of him. I don't know if it was his illusion, but Lin Feng realized that these zombies he encountered this time seemed to be stronger than before. It's gotten faster and heavier, but luckily, it still wouldn't affect Lin Feng's unilateral slaughter of them. Ta-da-da-da-da. The four brothers are shooting and evacuating, but there is a steady stream of zombies coming from all directions, so there is no way to retreat. Unless, Boss Centipede turned his head to look at Lin Feng, who was still navigating his way through the zombie horde, and with a clench of his teeth decided to take a gamble. He pulled out the last few grenades and pulled the pull tabs on all of them and threw them. Boom! 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 After the deafening explosion, the zombies on the left side were blown to pieces, and a gap was opened for them for the time being. Brothers, follow me! Boss Centipede led his brothers right towards Lin Feng's direction, while the guns continued to sweep and stop the zombie hordes in their tracks. Kid, how about we work together? Boss Centipede shouted towards Lin Feng. We'll help you out with these zombies and you take us in to stay. What I said before is still true, and from now on we brothers will all listen to you. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape alone. There were still zombies approaching the intersection ahead, too dense to count. There's always a time to run out of bullets and a time to run out of stamina. That's why Boss Centipede felt that everyone working together was the best outcome at the moment. I think you're right. Lin Feng gently responded to the other party. Without you guys, I would indeed be entangled in these constant streams of zombies. It would indeed be troublesome. The Boss Centipede was instantly delighted. So, you agree? I agree and let you guys help me. The moment the words fell, the knife in Lin Feng's hand suddenly slashed at the four brothers. He struck exceptionally fast and was caught so off guard that the four brothers simply hadn't reacted yet. Poof, poof, poof. The knife in Lin Feng's hand swung 4 consecutive slashes of blade chi, directly slitting the throats of 4 people. Blood gushed out like a spring. The 4 hadn't figured out to their deaths why Lin Feng had taken action against them. Aren't you afraid of being completely overwhelmed by this group of zombies when you're the only one left? What kind of things are you? How dare you talk about cooperation with me? You are only worthy of being used by me. Lin Feng didn't stop himself and kicked out a few more consecutive kicks, sending their bodies flying. In an instant, the zombies rushed forward at the smell of blood. Fire! Lin Feng didn't choose to directly escape back to the villa. Instead he condensed a flame in his palm. It was then thrown towards the middle of the corpses. Boom! The fireball exploded and directly smashed over a large number of zombies, many of which had flames burning on their bodies. Only they had no sense of pain. Even though their bodies were being burned by the flames, they still rushed towards the corpses in front of them. Lin Feng kept trying, kept condensing fireballs and kept hitting them. After blowing up one batch of zombies after another, his use of the fireball technique became more and more skillful. Just as Lin Feng wanted to continue, a droplet of water dripped onto his face. He reached out his hand to touch it, and the droplet was surprisingly red. Lin Feng looked up sharply and his pupils contracted. And at this time, the whole heaven and earth all changed color, and a red moon hung high in the sky at an unknown time. Rumble! As a thunderclap rang out, blood-red rain poured down. Lin Feng stood in the rain, trembling as he stretched out his palms and let the blood-red rainwater converge in his palms. His body trembled violently, and a look of disbelief passed through his eyes. There's a fluctuation of spiritual energy in the air. The aura of this world has revived? No, this aura wasn't pure. This aura was also mixed with a rich demonic aura. At this moment, Those zombies in front of them also suddenly stopped their movements. They stood dumbfounded in the rain, then threw back their heads and roared. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. His eyes stared like copper bells. These zombies were evolving? Damn! These zombies can even evolve. This is the moment when the real end times are considered to have completely come. Chapter 21 1 Mutation. 1 Awakening. Lin Feng was shocked for a long time before he came back to his senses. Instead of continuing the battle, he chose to retreat straight away. He was now filled with doubt inside. What was wrong with the world? With the sudden zombie outbreak and the sudden red moon in the sky, even the aura has revived. It was just that this spiritual energy revival didn't make him feel joyful because it was very impure. To be more strict, it was no longer considered an aura, but a demonic aura. If Lin Feng forcefully absorbed it to use it for cultivation, he could only end up on the path of a demonic cultivator. And demonic cultivators were the existence of everyone in their cultivation world. Powerful, evil, horrible, and inhuman are how everyone describes demonic cultivators. Fighting at the same level, demonic cultivators were able to easily crush decent cultivators. Big brother, what's going on out there? Seeing that Lin Feng had returned, Shen Tianji hurriedly went forward and asked, "How would I know? If you ask me." Lin Feng let out a helpless sigh, then hurriedly took off his clothes. He stripped himself naked and warned, "You mustn't go out there. This blood-red rain looks abnormal. Go get some food ready. I'm going to take a shower first," Lin Feng said, then walked straight to the bathroom to wash up. Shen Tianji and Lu Yao stood in the living room, and the two of them looked at each other. Only after a long time did Shen Tianji let out an exclamation. "Big brother, the figure is quite good." Lu Yao's red face didn't say anything, but the image in her mind couldn't be waved away. "Master, good. Big ah." After taking a shower, Lin Feng walked out wearing a bathrobe. The table was already set with food. Shen Tianji was pouring wine for him, and Lu Yao was peeling shrimp for him. Smelling the aroma of the meal, Lin Feng's inner uneasiness slowed down a few points. Just as Lin Feng wanted to sit down and start eating, his eyes scanned the floor but suddenly became anxious. "Where are the clothes I just took off?" Shen Tianji replied, "All thrown away." Lin Feng's expression was serious. "How did you throw it?" Shen Tianji whispered. Threw it with his hand. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Lin Feng suddenly rushed to him with a flash and grabbed Shen Tianji's wrist. "Do you feel anything wrong?" Shen Tianji's heart shook, not knowing why his big brother was suddenly so serious, but he still replied, "Nothing feels right, everything is normal." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng also let out a sigh of relief. "It's good that it's fine. I hope I was overthinking it." It was a very uneasy meal for everyone. The heavy rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, and the hissing of the zombies was getting louder and louder, calling the hearts and minds of the people. At the rate the situation was going, they feared the villa might soon fall. "Tonight, you keep watch and wake me up at the first sign of any wind." Lin Feng pointed at Shen Tianji and then arranged it, not giving the other party any chance to refuse at all. "I'm alone?" Shen Tianji revealed a bitter smile. "The vigil is too boring. Now the network is not stable and cannot read novels and cannot play games. The long night is difficult to endure. Want me to go out and catch a zombie to keep you company?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow at him. Shen Tianji's head instantly drooped. "Forget it, I'm fine on my own." The downpour didn't stop until the evening, and there was a fishy smell everywhere in the air. Lin Feng stood by the window, looking up at the red moon in the sky, his heart in a tangle. Should he continue to cultivate or not? If he wanted to continue to cultivate, at the moment there was only the path of becoming a demonic cultivator that he could take. But if he became a demon cultivator, what would he do when he returned to his own world? Once the identity is exposed, it will cause the righteous to rise up and attack. With his talent and ability, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to carry it. "Master, have a cup of tea." Lu Yao walked behind him with a cup of tea and spoke softly. "Don't think so much, live one day at a time." Lin Feng turned to look at the woman in front of him and asked curiously, "Aren't you worried?" "There's no use worrying about it. And with my master, I'm not afraid of anything. Even if something terrible happens, I'm sure the master will be able to solve it easily." Lu Yao had almost blind trust towards Lin Feng, especially after all these things. She was even more convinced that as long as her master was there everything wouldn't be a problem. Lin Feng smiled. "You really look up to me." Lu Yao had a serious face. "I believe that no one can be stronger than master. In the middle of this post-apocalyptic world, if there must be someone who can survive until the end, I think it's only master." Lin Feng had a big smile on his face. He now finally understood why all those sons and daughters within the sect who kissed the elders' asses were living so well. Those compliments do sound soothing. Lin Feng took the teacup and gently took a sip, then pointed at the red moon in the sky and said, "In your world, has this never happened before in the future?" In fact, Lu Yao had always wondered why Lin Feng always talked like this, making it seem like he wasn't from this world. She didn't ask more questions though, fearing that she might upset her master. In the past, I always heard people rumors about Mayan prophecies and prophecies of doom, but no one ever took them seriously, they just took them as fun. Lu Yao said as her entire body suddenly froze in place. Her gaze was captivated by the red moon. The entire person's heart was also beating violently, and the blood in his entire body was flowing rapidly. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Hey, wake up quickly." Lin Feng eagerly called out to Lu Yao, even reaching out his hand to constantly shake her body. This went on for several minutes before it stopped. Lu Yao had a confused look on her face. "Just now, what happened?" Lin Feng frowned. "You don't remember anything?" Lu Yao shook her head. "I just looked at the red moon outside and then my mind went blank." Before Lin Feng could continue to pursue the matter, a hiss of pain came from the hall. Roar! Roar! The two rushed out of the room, only to see Shen Tianji in the hall sprawled on the ground in a twisted motion. "Ah! I'm in so much pain. I'm in so much pain." Shen Tianji kept slapping his head, kept resisting the changes in his body, and kept suppressing the bloodthirsty impulse in his heart. But in the end it was all in vain. The moment he sensed a human aura, Shen Tianji raised his head violently and his eyes became bloodshot. The next moment, hissing, he charged towards Lin Feng and Lu Yao. The corpse has turned. Lin Feng pulled Lu Yao and quickly dodged away while throwing out a kick to send Shen Tianji flying. "Stand still while I take care of him." Lin Feng was just about to make a move to subdue Shen Tianji when there was another change in Lu Yao behind him. She covered her heart, her face contorted in pain. "Master, help me, help me." Chapter 22, Surrounded by Zombies. No way out. In front, Shen Tianji was hissing and hissed towards Lin Feng with his mouth wide open. In the back, Lu Yao was crying out for help in pain. It messed up Lin Feng's hands for a while. "Damn! I knew there was something wrong with that blood rain." He could still resist the toxicity with his true chi protection, but Shen Tianji, an ordinary person, couldn't. Shen Tianji should have been infected when he touched those clothes he changed out of. Lin Feng first swung out a punch and sent Shen Tianji flying. Taking this short time to check on Lu Yao's body again, Lin Feng suddenly realized that there was an aura running around inside Lu Yao's body. It was just that this aura felt unfamiliar to him, very different from their cultivator's true chi. Forget it, beating a dead horse. Lin Feng pressed one hand on top of Lu Yao's forehead, controlling his true chi to surge into the other party's body. As the true chi surged in bit by bit, Lu Yao's pain was slowly decreasing. "It works." Lin Feng's face showed joy and he controlled his true chi to gradually smooth out the breath that was running amok in the other party's body. Lu Yao's pale face also regained its blood color. Roar! However, Shen Tianji charged up again, and his entire person became even more furious. "Damn! What a pain in the ass." Lin Feng cursed angrily and wanted to make a move to directly get Shen Tianji killed. But when he thought that the other party had been obedient to him for so many days, Lin Feng was a little hesitant again. How can a big brother give up on his little brother when he is so obedient? Lin Feng threw Lu Yao, whose breath had calmed down, onto the sofa and at the same time rushed to Shen Tianji with swift speed. Bang! A heavy blow to Shen Tianji's stomach caused his mouth to open wide. Immediately after that, Lin Feng took out his own rejuvenation pill that could detoxify the poison and forced it into Shen Tianji's mouth. The elixir cut into Shen Tianji's throat, and the medicinal properties spread rapidly. Shen Tianji's movements for a moment, then his legs bent and fell to the ground with a thud. Ah! Shen Tianji's mouth was constantly emitting painful hissing sounds, and his hands were constantly hammering against the wooden floor. His force was getting stronger, and the ground was actually being hammered with cracks. Very quickly, the corpse chi in his body was also effectively suppressed, and Shen Tianji's eyes began to become clear. Looks like it really worked. Lin Feng let out a breath. In fact, he didn't have a bottom in his heart, he just wanted to take a gamble. Although this rejuvenation pill had the effect of detoxifying the poison, it was after all a cultivator's pill. An ordinary person who took it down would most likely explode and die. However, it was good that Shen Tianji was holding out, and he had won the bet. Otherwise it's time to consider a new minion. Shen Tianji panted heavily and slowly raised his head. Big brother, I'm so hungry. After saying that and without waiting for Lin Feng to respond, he immediately ran to open the refrigerator. He first took out the bread, took a bite and then quickly spit it out. It's awful. Then he called in another bottle of drink and took a sip and also sprayed it right out. It's too hard to drink. After rummaging around inside the refrigerator for half a day, Shintianji eventually took out some raw meat. It hadn't even been taken out of his mouth, and his eyes were already glowing. A large bite was taken and the blood carried in the raw meat flowed out. Yummy, yummy, so yummy. Shintianji took a big bite of this raw meat, and the more he ate, the more flavorful and satisfying he became. Lin Feng just looked at him and let out a bitter smile. This poison seems to be solved, but it seems like it's not completely solved. Now Shintianji was completely in a state of being half human and half zombie. He has the sanity of a normal human, but the habits of a zombie. After Shintianji had finished all the raw meat inside the refrigerator, his entire body lay directly on the ground, and it didn't take long for him to fall asleep. Lin Feng didn't bother with him either, but sent Lu Yao on the sofa back to his room. This night, it was destined to be Lin Feng's own vigil. Luckily, though, the night didn't turn out to be any more of the same. Shintianji and Lu Yao also slept until dawn. After getting up, Lu Yao didn't remember what happened last night at all and greeted Lin Feng as usual. And the first thing Shintianji did when he got up was to go find raw meat to eat. He was incredibly hungry for blood and flesh to satisfy himself. Master, what's wrong with him? Crazy with hunger? Looking at Shintianji's appearance as he drank blood, Lu Yao had a disgusted look on her face. It's nothing, just turning into a zombie. Lin Feng said in a calm tone as he stretched out his palm. A suction force erupted. Spaced out Mikado. He directly forced a piece of raw meat in Shintianji's hand into his own hand. Shintianji's gaze glared ferociously over, only to instantly become docile again after seeing that it was Lin Feng. He didn't dare to grab it, but just kept drooling in his mouth, his face full of grudges. Big brother, I'm too hungry. See, he has an unquenchable thirst for raw meat and blood now, Lin Feng said indifferently, shaking the meat in his hand then directly throwing it out. Shintianji did not hesitate in the slightest, and his entire body had leaped up the moment the raw meat was thrown out. Lu Yao's expression was a bit strange. Why did this image feel a bit familiar? Seems like she used to tease the dog, too. Master, will he bite us? Lu Yao asked with some concern. Although the current Shintianji seems to be obedient, but after all, it is a zombie. What if it goes crazy? Don't worry, his sanity is still intact, Lin Feng said in relief. And with me around, he's not a threat. That's good. Hearing this, Lu Yao also felt relieved and smiled as she asked, Master is hungry, right? I'll go get you some food. After saying that, Lu Yao got up and walked into the kitchen, only to quickly walk out again with a sad face. The water's out. The power's out. This time, the survival of human beings will become even more difficult. Lu Yao sighed. Master, perhaps we should consider changing places again. Woe is me. Just then a large number of zombies outside swarmed towards the villa area. They seemed to be aware that there were remnants of humans here, and so they had gathered in large numbers. The group of zombies were fast and had a clear goal, quickly breaking through the protective netting outside. Soon, every villa was surrounded by hundreds of zombies outside. They kept rushing the security door of the villa, and some walkers even went straight to attack the windows. The remaining humans inside the villa were terrified and kept moving furniture against the door, trying to slow down the time it took for the zombies to break through. There were also some humans who grabbed their weapons and stood guard at the windows on the first floor, waiting for the moment when the zombies broke the windows and came in to make the first move. Bang! 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 Listening to the sound of the gate being slammed, Lu Yao's face revealed a worried expression. Master, what should we do now? Lin Feng got up and a steel blade flashed out in his hand. What else can I do? Of course I'll kill my way out. Shintianji also stopped his meat-eating movements at this moment, his gaze staring at the door that had been slammed and thumped, the corner of his mouth hooked into a bloodthirsty smile. Chapter 23, Lu Yao's car skills. Scared to death. Bang! 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 The gate was rattled by the crash. Although the gates of this villa were all very sturdy, they couldn't carry the continuous impact of hundreds of zombies. Finally, with a loud bang, the door was slammed right through. Roar! Roar! The zombies swarmed in, hissing and lunging right at the people inside the house. This time, before Lin Feng could make a move, Shintianji jumped ahead of him and rushed over. Both fists swung out at the same time, sending two walkers flying and lifting a foot to kick another walker in the face. The zombie flew out and smashed over a large area behind it. Shintianji took the opportunity to grab a zombie, and his teeth directly bit down on its throat. He devoured the zombie blood in large gulps, a look of enjoyment on his face and his eyes growing red. Master, Lu Yao was shocked by this scene. Only seen zombies biting people. It was the first time to see people biting zombies. Stay close to me and I'll lead you out to kill. Lin Feng didn't talk too much and pulled Lu Yao and rushed outside, while also shouting at Shin Tianji. Tian Chi. I'll charge ahead. You take care of breaking the back. Shin Tianji's breath was rising as he let out a low roar and said, good. And with that, they killed their way out. Lin Feng wielded his steel sword to open the way in front, while Shin Tianji blocked the zombies that wanted to launch an attack behind him. Lu Yao was escorted by them in the center. With an apprehensive face, Master, why do I feel that these zombies are different? It seems like they've become flexible, and it also seems like they have intelligence. Lin Feng chopped off the heads of dozens of zombies under his full-force slash, while responding with a cry, because these zombies have all evolved. Lu Yao's expression became a bit ugly. She had never thought that zombies would even evolve. If this goes on, won't there be no way for humans to live at all? You guys need to stop talking soon. Shin Tianji had already bitten off the necks of several zombies consecutively, and at this moment, the qi and blood in his body was constantly surging. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Big brother, there's too many. It's not a solution to go on like this. At those words, Lin Feng's brows were also slightly furrowed. If it was just him alone, trying to kill his way out wasn't that difficult. But what about your own maids and minions? Lin Feng kept waving the steel blade in his hand, cutting down one batch of zombies after another, and his gaze was constantly sweeping around. Soon he saw an SUV outside the neighborhood. It was left behind by the 5 poisonous brothers from before. This way, let's go drive the thing called a car. Lin Feng lifted his breath and sped up his slashing speed. Lu Yao followed behind without moving an inch, and Shin Tianji did his best to strike. Soon, the 3 of them approached the SUV and Lin Feng shouted, Tian Chi, drive. Shin Tianji's face was pale without a trace of blood, and the churning qi and blood in his body made him feel very painful. He looked at Lu Yao and said, it's better if you drive. I'm not too comfortable. Lu Yao looked at them with an odd gaze. Are you guys sure you want me to drive? Lin Feng hacked over the heads of a few more zombies and also kicked the torsos out, knocking over the gathered corpses and shouted, hurry up, don't waste time. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao no longer had any qualms about it and opened the car door and sat in. Fortunately, those 5 brothers didn't take the car keys away earlier, and Lu Yao started the car with a simple operation. Shin Tianji quickly got into the back row while Lin Feng jumped on top of the roof with a leap. Lin Feng condensed a fireball in his palm and threw it towards the corpses. There was a loud boom, and a large number of zombies were blown away. At this moment, Lu Yao had a firm face. You guys sit tight. The next second, she slammed her foot on the gas. The vehicle went off with a whoosh like a runaway bronco. Bang! The vehicle sped out 100 meters and hit a tree on the side of the road. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Feng on the roof of the car almost fell head over heels. Shin Tianji's head also hit the backrest of the front seat heavily. Squeak! There was a harsh scraping sound between the tires and the ground. Lu Yao quickly reversed the vehicle, and after the entire vehicle directly turned in a big circle, it quickly rushed out again. Bang! 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 Dozens of walkers were knocked over in quick succession before traveling onto the main road. Yet. Lin Feng on the roof of the car was scared. Cold sweat soared out. This woman driving too scary. Shin Tianji was even more scared out of his wits, covering his chest and saying, or else, it's better for me to do it. No, I just came to feel. Lu Yao's spirit was highly aroused, and the gas pedal was almost pressed to the bottom by her. An SUV raced furiously on the road, and the scattered zombies that appeared along the way were all knocked out. An hour or so later, the vehicle pulled up in front of a large supermarket. The moment the vehicle came to a stop, Lin Feng quickly jumped off the roof, and Shin Tianji also hurriedly opened the door and ran down. The 2 men covered their chests and kept coughing and vomiting. You guys still get carsick? Lu Yao looked at them with a puzzled face. How could 2 big old men still get carsick? With this car you're driving, it's hard not to get dizzy. Shin Tianji couldn't help but complain. Do you have a driver's license? Took the test several times and failed. Lu Yao smiled embarrassedly. This is still my first time on the road. By the way, can you still let me drive next time? Lin Feng and Shin Tianji shouted in unison. No! Lu Yao beamed in aggravation and stopped talking. Lin Feng looked around for a moment, then pointed at the supermarket in front of him and asked, what is this place? Shin Tianji explained. It's called a supermarket. It's where we usually buy things. Lin Feng asked again. Is there food in there? Shin Tianji nodded. Yes. Lin Feng waved his hand. Let's go. Go inside and find something to eat. I was in too much of a hurry when I ran out. I didn't bring anything. The three of them walked inside the supermarket and realized that there weren't too many zombies here. The one or two zombies that occasionally appeared were also mercilessly hacked over by Lin Feng. To their regret, the shelves were pretty much robbed of all the food they could eat, and some of the rest were just household items. All they found after wandering around was some mineral water and cookies scattered on the ground. Lin Feng put these into his storage ring inside. Let's go. Change places and look again. We can always find food. Just as they were trying to leave, the sound of a door opening suddenly came from the direction of the food section of the supermarket. That's the door to the supermarket cooler, opened from the inside. Several men in heavy down jackets then ran out. They shouted excitedly as they saw the three Lin Fengs. Are you officially sent to rescue us? Great, great. We're saved. Get us the hell out of here. Chapter 24, Back Off. I'm going to start playing. Let's go. Lin Feng didn't think that there were still living people here and didn't bother to take care of them. Taking Shen Tianji and Lu Yao with him, he was about to head out. But these people stopped them dead in their tracks, and one of the men spoke up. Where are you going? Didn't you come to save us? Lin Feng gave them a cold look. Get lost, we're just here for food. Hearing these words, the faces of these men instantly changed. Damn, so it's not officially sent, causing me to be happy for nothing. Get out, get out. There's no food for you to find here. I told you, if they were sent by the officials, how could there be only three of them? They were talking about each other, not noticing Lin Feng's increasingly gloomy face and Shen Tianji's scarlet and greedy gaze. At this moment, one of the men even stared at Lu Yao. After he looked up and down, he revealed a lewd smile. Little beauty, are you hungry? How about you don't follow them? Follow me. I'll take you to a good meal. Lu Yao had been with Lin Feng for some time and had been influenced by him for a long time and had long since lost the weakness she had felt at the beginning. She outright snorted coldly. Get out. Yo, that's quite a character. I like it. The man was rejected but did not get angry. On the contrary, he laughed even more happily. Beautiful woman, there is food and drink after us. Are you sure you want to refuse? Lin Feng opened his mouth indifferently and asked. So, you have food? The man glanced at him and said dismissively. So what if there is? Lin Feng clenched the knife in his hand. Very well, now all this food, it's all mine. What's the matter? Still want to rob it? The man, relying on the fact that there were many of them, did not put Lin Feng in his eyes in the slightest and sneered. Come on, I want to see what you can do. Pust. Before the man could even finish his words, the knife in Lin Feng's hand had already made an arc and instantly slit his throat. Blood splattered out and the man instantly fell to the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How dare you, brothers him. When the remaining few people saw that Lin Feng dared to kill, they roared in anger and were about to rush up. Lin Feng's arm swung continuously. The speed of the knife was as swift as lightning, directly slitting the throats of several people. Their pupils dilated and they fell into a pool of blood in despair and resignation. It was really hard to imagine why this youth's knife was so fast. Lin Feng put the steel knife on the neck of the last person and spoke. Where is the food? This last man's body was trembling, and even though he was wearing a down jacket he felt a chill on his back. Don't kill me. I'll take you guys. Go, Lin Feng said as he slapped the other party's face with his sword. Good. The man nodded repeatedly, then turned around and led them in the direction of the cold storage. Shen Tianji stared at the several corpses on the ground, feeling his mouth dry. Big brother, you guys go in first, I'll wait for you outside. Lin Feng glanced at him and probably guessed what the other party wanted, but he didn't say anything more. The man brought Lin Feng and the others in front of the cold storage, laboriously opened the door, pointed inside and said, this cold storage uses a backup power supply, so there's been no power cuts. There's a lot of fresh meat preserved in here. It's all yours now. The man hung his head down in a respectful manner. He stepped out of the way, allowing Lin Feng and Lu Yao to walk into the cold room first. The moment he watched the two walk into the cold room, the man suddenly and quickly closed the door of the cold room while pressing the button next to him to minimize the temperature. The man yelled, "Damn! I'll freeze you all to death." When he heard the sound of the door being closed, Lin Feng, however, just laughed softly. It's cheaper for Tianqi. The man let out a long breath, thinking that he would open the door when the pair had frozen to death, and then all the food would still be his. Right now, though, there's one more person to address. The man quietly picked up the iron rod on the side and tiptoed towards Shen Tianji's direction. Clicking and clacking, the sound of chewing came from the side of his ears, and the moment the man found Shen Tianji, the entire person was directly frozen on the spot in shock. In the line of sight, Shen Tianji was devouring several corpses on the ground. eating a mouthful of blood. Upon sensing someone approaching, Shin Tianji raised his head violently, his blood-red eyes staring at the other party in death. Ah! Zombies! The man shouted and tried to turn around to escape, but Shin Tianji pounced on him. Shin Tianji dead pressed the man on the ground, opened wide bloody teeth to the man's throat and bit down. Inside the freezer, in addition to the rows and rows of frozen fresh food, there were several women huddled in the corner. These women had obviously been subjected to a long period of inhuman torture, and all of them were all skinny and bony. All of them were trembling with fear after seeing a stranger come in. Lu Yao looked at them sympathetically, but after learning the lesson from the last time, she didn't try to save them in her motherly heart. There's enough of these to last us a good while. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the amount of food stocked here. Then with a wave of his hand he directly received the food into his storage ring. Alright, we should go out. Lu Yao withdrew her own gaze and followed Lin Feng and was ready to leave the cold storage room. But just at this moment her sight saw a machine placed on a shelf. She hurriedly walked over and took it in her hand, and after dialing it for a bit she put it to her ear and listened to it, and then her face showed joy. There is a signal. Lin Feng asked curiously. What the hell is this? Lu Yao explained. This is a wireless radio. Now that the network signals are all interrupted, we can only rely on satellite signals to receive information. With this radio, we can have a chance to receive official information. Some specialized terms that Lin Feng didn't quite understand. In short, it was that this thing seemed to be very useful. He nodded. Alright, then take it away together. After Lu Yao put away the radio, she looked at the closed door of the ice warehouse and asked, how should we get out? I also don't know if Shin Tianji outside can hear us if we shout inside. Lin Feng smiled lightly. No need to go through so much trouble. Your master I can break it with one move. You should back off a little bit first so that I don't hurt you later. After Lu Yao stepped back, Lin Feng's palm gathered a ball of flame and confidently slammed it against the cold storage door. Boom! The gate shook violently, but it was not destroyed. The doors of the general cold storage are made of high-strength aluminum alloy-type construction, which is very strong and is very capable of carrying shells. So after Lin Feng smashed this fireball down, it only left a dent in the gate. Lu Yao's words of praise reached her mouth, but she swallowed them back. Lin Feng's froze in place and scratched his head. Ah, how embarrassing. Fork loading failed. Chapter 25, If you want to survive, you must have blood on your hands. In the end, it was Shin Tianji who opened the door after he had eaten his fill. An embarrassed Lin Feng walked out first. Lu Yao, who was forcibly holding back her laughter, followed him. Shin Tianji saw that something was wrong with him, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and asked, Big brother, what's wrong with you guys? Nothing, just a little tired. Hurry up. We have to find a place to land before dark. Lin Feng said as he walked towards the outside. Being a big brother in front of his little brother was something he could never lose face. Shin Tianji looked at Lu Yao again, who shrugged her shoulders. Don't look at me. I don't know either. Soon, the three of them got into the car, and this time it was replaced with Shin Tianji driving. Just as they were about to leave, the women in the freezer also rushed out, and they stopped in front of the car without saying a word. Then, straight away, he fell to his knees and begged, Please, take us away. We're obedient. We'll do anything. You are all good people, and good things must come to good people. When he finished speaking, he began to kowtow, hitting his head heavily on the ground. Shin Tianji looked back at Lin Feng. Big brother, what should we do? Should I eat them? Lin Feng leaned back on the seat a little tiredly. Forget it. I don't want to kill anyone today. Just drive. Don't worry about them. Shin Tianji nodded, opened the car window and said to the several women kneeling on the ground, You guys go. We can't save you, and we don't want to save you either. After saying that he was going to start the vehicle and leave, only that the women seemed to treat them as if they were the last straw and said nothing to let them drive. There was even someone who pulled the door of the car with a death grip and cried, Please, if you don't save us, we'll die. Shin Tianji's gaze went cold. If you don't get out of the way, you'll die now. These women knew in their hearts that with no food and no protection, they would die sooner or later. So even though there was a lot of fear in his heart at this point, he was still unwilling to give up this only chance. You killed all the men and took all the food. What's the difference between leaving us here now and killing us ourselves? Just do your good deed and get us to safety. Shin Tianji sighed. Big brother, it seems that talking nicely is useless. I'll go down and settle them. Without you. Lin Feng's voice was cold. At the same time he took out a pistol from within his storage ring and handed it to Lu Yao. These few people, I'll leave them to you. Lu Yao was shocked. Me? I don't know how to kill people. Lin Feng said indifferently. There's always a first time for everything. Lu Yao was still hesitant. But, I don't dare. Lin Feng said expressionlessly. Whether you let Tianqi go and eat them, or you go and give them a hard time, choose for yourself. Lu Yao tremblingly took the pistol, then opened the car door and walked down. After those women saw Lu Yao, they all knelt down to her feet again. In their minds, perhaps women are better able to sympathize with women. They hugged Lu Yao's legs and cried, "Beauty, just help us, you're a woman yourself. You should be able to understand how difficult it is for us to get by." "I can understand that, but I'm sorry I can't help you." Lu Yao took a deep breath and came down hard. "All I can do now is to help you guys out." After saying that, she raised the gun in her hand without hesitation. Bang! 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 After a few gunshots, everything fell into place. Lu Yao looked at the blood on the ground and couldn't hold back the dry heaves any longer. Inside the car, Shen Tianji asked curiously, "Big brother, I'll just go and solve it. Why make things difficult for her as a woman?" Lin Feng leaned back in his back chair and closed his eyes. "If you want to continue to survive in this world, your hands will always be stained with blood, so letting her get used to it in advance isn't a bad thing." Shen Tianji nodded, feeling that what his elder brother said also made sense. Lu Yao, who had finished puking, returned to the car, and her entire mood seemed much lower. Lin Feng lightly spat out, "The first time you kill someone you'll be like this. You'll just get used to it in the future." After saying that, he turned to Shen Tianji and said, "Drive. Find a place to rest." The vehicle traveled aimlessly through the streets, never seeing a living thing other than a walker. Lu Yao also slowly calmed herself, then took out the wireless radio and fiddled with it. At first there was just a rustling sound coming from the radio, but as Lu Yao kept switching channels, he soon received an official alert. Updated briefing. Survivors, please be advised. After a rain of blood, the zombies will evolve and most likely even become self-aware. Survivors are urged to stay safe and proceed to the safe zone to the east as soon as possible. The words were played on a constant loop within the radio. Lu Yao spoke up. "Master, should we go to the safe zone as well?" Lin Feng was just about to speak, but Shen Tianji was the first to speak. "I can't go. If I do, what will I do? Did you guys forget that I'm a zombie now? When we get to the safe zone, you guys can go in. What if I get caught?" Lu Yao directly said, "As long as you hold back from eating meat and drinking blood, ordinary people won't be able to tell." In fact, the current Shen Tianji didn't look any different from a normal person on the surface, and would only reveal his zombie nature unless he was hungry. He wasn't really considered a zombie now, and he certainly wasn't considered a human. Only half human, half corpse. "Alright, let's not discuss this first. Let's find a place first." Lin Feng opened his mouth. This safe zone he was going to go to, but not now, rather when his strength was raised a bit. Only when one's strength became stronger could one go anywhere with impunity, and only then would one have the courage to deal with those unknown dangers. That was why Lin Feng had finally decided to take the path of a demonic cultivator. As for what to do when he returned to the cultivation world in the future, it was all a matter for the future, and it was most important to live well in front of him first. Just as the vehicle was traveling to the outskirts of the city, an old woman with gray hair surprisingly stood in the middle of the road and stopped them with her hand outstretched. Shen Tianji secretly let out a cry of trouble, and Lu Yao had already clenched the gun in her hand. But after the windows were opened, the old woman smiled and spoke to them. "Survivors, are you looking for a place to stay?" Shen Tianji frowned slightly. "So what if it is?" The old woman looked towards the car and saw that there were surprisingly 3 people. The smile at the corner of her mouth became even wider. "You guys come with me. I have a place to stay, and I've taken in a lot of people who have nowhere else to go." Shen Tianji was wary. "Are you that kind?" The old woman seemed to be accustomed to people's distrust of her, and directly said, "Nowadays the number of people who survive is getting smaller and smaller. Everyone should unite together in order to survive. And besides, I'm an old man. What do you guys have to be afraid of?" Just as Shen Tianji hesitated, Lin Feng spoke, "Go with her." Chapter 26, Worse Than Zombies Are People. Shen Tianji pulled over to the side of the road. The 3 then walked off. Lin Feng first looked the old woman up and down. On the other person's body he sensed a heavy smell of blood, yet the old woman was not injured, which meant that she was stained with someone else's blood. However, Lin Feng didn't say anything more. He was now more curious about what the other party wanted to do. "You guys come with me," the old woman said, and then led them through a wooded path. The scenery along the way was beautiful, but Lin Feng felt the smell of blood everywhere in the air. It was faint, but he could still clearly capture it with his keen senses. What surprised him the most was that there wasn't even a single zombie on the entire road. Almost there. It's just ahead, the old woman said as she pointed her finger at a small courtyard in front of her that was leaning against the river. Lu Yao followed the direction of the other party's finger and asked, "Old man, do you own this small farmhouse?" The old woman sighed and said, "My child bought it for me. Before the zombie outbreak, the two of us, my partner and I, have been retiring here, occasionally receiving some guests who come to visit. But now this has become the only place to stay for 100 miles around. I'm old and I don't know how much longer I'll live. But you're still young. You should have lived well. My old man, if I can help one, it's a good deed." The words were very nice, but Lin Feng didn't believe a word of it. He and Shin Tianji exchanged a glance and found that the other party also had a skeptical look on his face. The old woman bent over, kept her smile and asked, "By the way, how did you three survive being young?" Shin Tianji responded, "We are good with our hands. Ordinary zombies are not our opponents," and directly killed a bloody path. The old woman's eyes changed and she said, "That's quite something." Soon, led by the old man, the three walked into a small farmhouse. It says there are many survivors, but when you walk inside the courtyard, there is only one old grandfather waiting. The old grandpa couldn't stop the smile on his face when he saw Lin Feng and the others, and warmly went forward to greet them. "You must be tired and hungry after fleeing all the way, right? I'll arrange a room for you guys to have a good rest first, and I'll bring you some food later." Lu Yao looked around and asked curiously, "Old man, didn't you say that you took in many survivors? Where are the people?" The old woman pointed casually at the room upstairs. "Everyone is resting. After dinner in a while, introduce everyone to each other. Well, old mate, don't just talk to the kids. Take them to their rooms and get some rest." The old grandpa smiled and spoke, "I'll go prepare food for you." The three of them thanked him and then followed the old woman towards the room. It turned out that the old woman wanted to arrange a room for each of them, but Lin Feng insisted that the three of them should live together, so the old woman could only let them. After the old woman left, Shin Tianji lowered his voice and said, "Big brother, I don't feel right. I suspect that there is no one else here." After becoming a zombie, Shin Tianji's five senses had also become much more sensitive, and he could feel very directly if there was a living person's breath. Lin Feng spread his aura out and scanned the area. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. "No need to be skeptical. There are no other survivors here other than the three of us." At those words, Lu Yao was shocked. How could that be? Didn't the old man say that she took in many people? It doesn't look like she's telling lies. Lin Feng directly said, "Indeed, there was no falsehood told. The intake was really intake. It's just that none of them were able to leave alive." Lu Yao was silent for a long time, and finally let out a sigh. The most terrifying thing in this end of the world is not necessarily the zombies. Many times it could be the people. Shin Tianji licked the corner of his mouth. "Big brother, I'll go eat those two old things." Lin Feng waved his hand. "There's no rush. Wait and see what tricks they can pull." Almost half an hour later, the old man knocked on the door of the room. "There isn't much to entertain here, so you guys will eat what you can." The old woman brought them a pot of meat and 3 bowls of rice. "I really didn't expect there to be meat here." Lin Feng spoke meaningfully. "Those who run a small farmhouse always need to stock up on food," the old woman said with a smile. Shin Tianji sniffed it and suddenly felt his appetite widen and asked, "What kind of meat is this? It smells so good?" The smile on the old woman's face enlarged. "It's just a pig raised at home. You guys will eat more in a while." With that, the old woman turned and left the room. Lu Yao couldn't stop frowning as she looked at the pot of meat in front of her that had been stewed in a particularly rotten paste. "This doesn't look like pork in any way." Lin Feng pointed at Shin Tianji and laughed. "It can make Tianji develop an appetite. Guess what kind of meat it is?" The obvious answer is human flesh. Lu Yao's stomach turned over, and she forced herself to hold back so that she didn't vomit. Why didn't it arouse suspicion? Eventually the pot of meat was dumped into the toilet by Lu Yao, pretending to have finished eating it. "Eat this." Lin Feng took some raw meat from within his storage ring and threw it to Shin Tianji. Then his palm condensed flames to roast 2 more chicken legs, one for him and Lu Yao. Lu Yao looked at Lin Feng with a face of adoration. "Master, you're really great. If I follow you, I won't starve for the rest of my life." At first, Lu Yao would be shocked by these tactics of Lin Feng's, but she soon figured it all out. It makes sense that the master would drop spells if the zombies can suddenly explode, right? Lin Feng arrogantly raised his head. "These are all just tricks. When I take you to fly in the sky and hide in the ground in the future, that won't be a thing." Lu Yao nodded her head repeatedly, her smile like a flower. "Good." After the meal, they pretended to rest and waited quietly for the 2 old men to make their move. This wait lasted until dark, when there was a knock on the door of the room. The three people in the room held their breath, and no one made a sound. After seemingly making sure that there were no problems, the door to the room was pushed open, and the two old men who had been wearing smiles throughout the day were both carrying a knife in their hands at that moment. A sharpened killing knife. Good luck this time. Three delivered to the door at once. That old man's smile became incomparably sinister. Hurry up and finish them. My son has been hungry for a long time, the old woman urged. Fine. Chop off the limbs and we'll keep them for food. And take all the rest and feed them to our son, the old man said as he walked towards Lin Feng and the others. Young people, you can't blame us. We have no choice, the old man said, and the knife in his hand was raised high. However, the moment he was about to slash down, Lin Feng's tightly closed eyes snapped open. Chapter 27, Captive Zombies. Feeding on people. Looking at Lin Feng's eyes that suddenly opened, the old man was so startled that he dropped the knife in his hand. Lin Feng grabbed the killing knife and slashed it with his backhand. The old man couldn't dodge and was directly cut in the throat by a knife. He covered his neck, which was constantly oozing blood, and his body backed up repeatedly, eventually falling headfirst to the ground. What's wrong with you, old man? The old woman rushed forward to examine the man and wept with grief when she found him dead. Old man, what will I do if you die? What about my son? Lin Feng slowly stood up and looked at her indifferently. At this moment, Shen Tianji and Lu Yao also walked over, and the two of them coldly looked at the old woman. The old woman's eyes were red and she cried out. Why? Why aren't you guys mesmerized? Lin Feng sneered and said, because we didn't even eat the pot of human meat you served. The old woman's face sank and she gritted her teeth. How did you guys find out? We obviously hid it well, and we obviously fooled a lot of people. Shen Tianji smiled disdainfully. Just your clumsy tricks can only fool those who are desperate. He could think of all the reasons why those people before him had fallen into the hands of these two old men. It's nothing more than grasping at the last glimmer of hope in the midst of despair and still wanting to take a gamble even though it turns out to be problematic. Think about it. A person has been starving for days and is being chased by walkers for 6 days when an old man suddenly shows up and says there's a place to stay and something to eat. How can you not be confused? Ah! The old woman suddenly looked as if she had gone mad, waving the knife in her hand and yelling, I'm going to kill you all to give the old man a burial. Not even needing Lin Feng to make a move, Shen Tianji just kicked over. With a thud, the old woman tumbled directly on the ground. The aged body curled together on the ground, a wail of pain escaping his mouth. Lin Feng spoke indifferently. Alright, don't waste time. Kill her. Shen Tianji licked the corners of his mouth, revealing a creepy smile as he walked towards the old woman step by step. He still prefers to feed on human blood than raw animal flesh. The old woman's face was pale and cold sweat was constantly breaking out as she forced herself to endure the pain and said, Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Did those you tricked into coming here beg for mercy like that? Did you spare them? Shen Tianzi sneered. You've eaten so many people. Have you ever thought that you'll be eaten one day? After the old woman heard Shen Tianji's words, she let out an even more mournful wail. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Ah. I still have a son to raise. I can't die. Shen Tianji grabbed her neck, lifted her up stiffly, and opened his mouth to bite down. When you die, I will send your son down to accompany you. No. Wait. I have a secret. The old woman hissed in desperation, and her hands kept tearing at it, trying to claim a chance at life. When Shen Tianji heard this, he was really aroused with curiosity and asked, What secret? The old woman opened her mouth and spat out a vague sentence. Shen Tianji yelled, What are you talking about? Speak up. While Shen Tianji subconsciously brought his ear closer, the old woman suddenly became ruthless and bit on top of Shen Tianji's ear. Asterisk. You cut me loose. Under the pain, Shen Tianji directly punched over. Bang! The old woman was directly knocked over out of the door, and even the sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard. I don't know where the old woman's strength came from. A big old man was still able to get up quickly after taking such a heavy blow. The old woman ran forward with a maddened hiss. I want you to die. All of you. Shen Tianji rubbed his ears with an aggrieved expression. Boss, this old thing is too sinister. Lin Feng raised his arm and directly threw a slap at him. In the future, when it's time to do something, do it, don't dawdle. Shen Tianji covered his face and weakly responded. I know, I won't dare to do it again. It was also after this slap, Shen Tianji never had the slightest hesitation again in the future, no matter if he encountered weak or strong ones. If you don't make a move, you are bound to take someone's life. Lin Feng coldly spoke. Let's go and see what she really wants. The three chased the old woman into the courtyard and watched as she rushed into a small, Enclosed house. The house made the sound of chains rattling and a low growl from a man. The old woman opened the chains. Her tone gentle but chilling. Son, are you hungry? Mom's going to let you go now. So you'll eat mom and then go out and kill them all to avenge your father. Son, come on, eat, take a big bite. Soon the sounds of tearing and screaming came out, and a rich smell of blood filled the air. Ah! The old woman screamed as her body was torn down and said, Eat, eat more, eat to your heart's content. The three people outside the room didn't look very good. This old woman's son was actually a zombie. They went so far as to keep their son, who had turned into a zombie, at home, then trick the survivors into getting confused. Half for their own and half to feed to the walkers as food. Now it's even more so that he's using himself as food as well, just so he can feed his son who has become a zombie. I've seen crazy. I've never seen anything this crazy. Lu Yao covered her mouth and nose, holding back her nausea and said, How perverted. Their coddling of their son has become somewhat deformed. Shen Tianji nodded and agreed, it is indeed quite perverse. Lin Feng didn't say anything, but looked at the small house in front of him with a wary face. He sensed something about this walker in the house. The aura emanating from it was stronger than those zombies encountered before. Soon, the tearing inside paused, followed by a bloodied figure breaking through the door. He hissed and lunged towards the Lin Feng trio. Shen Tianji took a step forward to try to resist, but the moment he touched the other party, his entire body was directly shaken out. Shen Tianji's back hit heavily on top of the wall, only feeling that the bones in his entire body were about to fall apart. Who? This zombie's entire body emitted a disgusting fishy odor. His face was incomparably hideous, and his eyes were scarlet with a hint of madness. He turned his head violently, and his gaze was fixed dead on Lin Feng and Lu Yao. In the next second, it went straight on. The nails on the probing palm were abnormally sharp, stabbing down like a sharp weapon. Lin Feng stored up his strength and slapped his palm. The powerful wind lifted his long hair. One person and one corpse heavily impacted together. The force that erupted shook them back at the same time. Chapter 28, The Power of the Evolved Zombie. Lin Feng stabilized his stance and stared dead at the zombie in front of him. After coming to this world for so long, it was the first time he had encountered one that could fight him head-on. Although he had just used only half of his power, it was not something that an ordinary zombie could resist. Lin Feng suddenly smiled. It's a bit interesting. Lu Yao retreated to the corner in a very sensible manner, while giving a concerned reminder. Master, be careful. Just then, I'll fight you. Shen Tianji gritted his teeth and roared. Then his body flew up and kicked down towards the zombie's head. Bang! The kick landed precisely on the walker's face, causing it to take 2 steps back. Only it didn't do much damage. The zombie's scarlet eyes stared at Shen Tianji, then whooshed over. Shen Tianji didn't even manage to see his opponent's movements clearly before he was blown away again. This time Shen Tianji rolled out several times on the ground before stopping. Damn! How did that happen? Shen Tianji struggled to get up, but he saw that this zombie was biting towards him with its mouth open, and he was so frightened that he hurriedly shouted, Big brother! Save me! Bang! Lin Feng stepped forward in time and pulled Shen Tianji down while kicking the zombie's body heavily. The force of this kick was many times stronger than Shen Tianji's, and the zombie was kicked out a long way. Lin Feng spoke, You hide far away. I'll deal with him. After seeing the gap between each other, Shen Tianji didn't dare to pretend anymore and quickly ran to the corner to hide with Lu Yao. Roar! At this moment, the zombie hissed and rushed up again. His speed was fast and the force of his blows was heavy. Lin Feng didn't rush to strike. His body flickered as he constantly dodged. Soon, he realized that although the zombie's speed and force had increased, its attacks were unorganized, completely like a hungry, mad beast that just wants to tear into its prey without thinking twice. It still wasn't quite enough to deal with cultivators like him, but against humans, I was afraid that none of them would survive. Lin Feng mobilized his true chi on top of his arm and after dodging another attack, he slammed his fist hard on the body of the zombie. Bang! This zombie was directly just blown away by more than a few meters. Roar! An angry roar escaped from the zombie's mouth, followed by a quick ejection. He pounced on Lin Feng and started attacking frantically. And in the process, the zombie's chi was getting heavier and heavier. Not just an increase in strength, but even mood swings? Lin Feng's heart was shocked after he felt his opponent's anger. The evolution of this zombie in front of him was far beyond his imagination. How many people did this eat to evolve to this point? In terms of force alone, the zombie in front of him was already no weaker than Lin Feng, who was at the 3rd level of chi refining. Lin Feng couldn't help but be secretly shocked. If there were a lot of zombies of this level, Was this world going to be completely turned upside down? Roar! The zombie hissed. His hands flexed and his sharp nails clawed at Lin Feng's throat. Lin Feng quickly dodged out of the way while dodging behind the zombie, and the palm force wrapped in true chi ruthlessly struck him in the back. This palm directly sent the zombie flying and crashing into the guest room of the small farmhouse. Lin Feng stomped his legs and rushed into the house like a fast wind. Roar! The zombie quickly got up and recoiled the moment Lin Feng rushed in. As a zombie he didn't know pain and wouldn't know fatigue, but had mood swings due to evolution. Thus at this point he was unable to kill the human in front of him for a long time, making his emotions incredibly angry. As his anger grew deeper and deeper, his power increased once again. The sharp claws even almost scratched Lin Feng's face under one of his encounters with him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't you know that I live by my face? Lin Feng roared, swiftly swung his fist out, and with the momentum of a mountainous mountain, he directly just blasted the zombie into the wall. The whole wall was shaking as if it would collapse at any moment. The zombie used the force of this rebound to attack Lin Feng again. His hands collided with Lin Feng's fists and at the same time, he opened his bloody mouth and was about to bite down. Bang! Lin Feng kicked him in the jaw. The bones were shattered and his body flew out upwards. With a loud boom, the zombie crashed right through the ceiling of the room and fell to the second floor. Lin Feng rode on his victory and charged up as well. He wanted to see just how resistant this zombie could be to being punched. Lin Feng swung his heavy fists again and again, and the zombies were constantly knocked down by him. Even though the bones in this zombie's entire body were almost broken at this point, yet it always managed to recoil at the first opportunity. Snap! Lin Feng clasped the zombie's ankle and just kept blasting it against the ground and the wall. Bang! 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 They fought from room to room, and the whole floor was shattered by their destruction. Suck! A powerful suction force came through Lin Feng's palm, forcibly sucking the fallen zombies towards himself. At the same time the other palm gathered a ball of flame and threw it directly over. Boom! The fireball hit the walker with a loud explosion. The zombie's limbs were blown apart and its torso flew heavily down the stairs. Lin Feng leapt down from the second floor and stomped his foot hard on the head of this zombie. Bang! The whole head directly burst open. However, just at this time a black bead rolled down above the ground. Lin Feng sucked the bead into his hand and felt a chill the moment it touched his skin. An evolved zombie that spawns this? Lin Feng frowned slightly. In the cultivation world, demonic beasts cultivated to a certain realm were born with inner pills in their bodies. After a cultivator absorbed the inner elixir of a demonic beast, it was possible to enhance their strength. I just wonder if this bead produced by this zombie has the same effect? Lin Feng tried to inject true chi into the bead and didn't expect it to be absorbed directly. After absorbing the true chi, the entire bead also gave off a thick demonic aura. This demonic chi is especially suitable for demonic cultivators. Shintianchi was also attracted forward by the aura, his eyes glowing and salivating. Big brother, can I eat this thing? I want to. The blood and cells of his entire body developed a craving for the bead. He felt like he could become powerful if he could swallow this bead. Lin Feng slowly exhaled. No, you don't want to. Shintianji forced himself to hold back his inner urge. Big brother, this thing is useless to you too. It's better to give it to me. Lin Feng's palm holding the beads tightened and a decision was made in his heart. This is for Big Brother to use first. Big Brother will find it for you later. The Big Brother is really strong when he is strong, and the little brother is strong and prone to revolt. Chapter 29, Official Update. In the end, Lin Feng kept the bead in his hand. The appearance of this zombie he encountered today created a sense of oppression in his heart. There can be no more hesitation. You have to improve your strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, how would you cope if you encountered a more powerful zombie next time? He left some food for Shintianji and Lu Yao, and then found a relatively clean room to start cultivating. If a decent cultivator wants to turn into a demonic cultivator, he must first transform his own true chi into demonic chi first. Lin Feng muttered, understanding that this process was extremely painful, but there was no better choice for him now. He could only go one way. Lin Feng sat down on his knees and began to breathe and exhale. He first tried to absorb all this demonic chi that was now permeating the heaven and earth into his body. The demonic chi transformed into dots of light and wrapped around Lin Feng's body. Then quietly and without a trace, it burrowed into his body. The whole process went so smoothly that Lin Feng didn't even feel anything. This sitting meditation had lasted for a day and a night, and Lin Feng had managed to transform all the aura in his body into demonic aura. The whole person also became gloomy at this moment, and the evil flavor was even more evident in his open eyes. Lin Feng felt the changes in his body and frowned. So fast? So simple? If he remembered correctly, Those cultivators who had fallen into the devil's path had all experienced boundless pain. Because demonic cultivators are not only forbidden by the righteous people, even the heavenly Tao is also forbidden. Although demonic cultivators were powerful, every realm advancement was incomparably difficult and painful. Even after many demonic cultivators reached a certain level, the heavenly Tao would still send down thunder punishment to try to erase him. Could it be because I'm in another world, which is now filled with demonic energy, so it would be relatively easier? Lin Feng thought for a while before finding himself this explanation, and it was the only answer he could think of. He let out a slow breath, then got up and walked out of the room. The courtyard had already been cleaned up, and at this time Shen Tianji and Lu Yao had set up the grill and were preparing to barbecue. After seeing Lin Feng come out, Lu Yao waved her hand. "Come on, master. I'll grill you some meat skewers to eat." Lin Feng smiled and walked over. "It smells pretty good." Lu Yao picked up a few large meat skewers and handed them to Lin Feng. "Master, try it and see how good my skills are. I used to go camping with my co-workers. The standard of grilled meat is very high." Lin Feng took the skewer and took a bite. "It does taste good." Shen Tianji, who was on the side, was not used to eating cooked food nowadays, and could only grab the raw meat that was still stained with blood and nibble it on the side. Lin Feng looked at him and spoke. "Have you felt any changes in your body recently?" Shen Tianji shook his head. "Except for the changes in his body at the beginning, he hasn't even felt much lately. Maybe it's because I haven't eaten enough people." "Big brother, do you think I'll be able to evolve as well if I eat more people? Will the strength be able to increase drastically as well?" Lin Feng sighed. "Maybe. It's just that if this goes on, you may never become human again. Don't you care?" Shen Tianji had a longing face. "Compared to being a normal human, I am now more eager to have strong power and kill people in all directions just like Big Brother." During this period of time, every time he watched Lin Feng display strong force, he would fantasize that he could be like that too. So when he became a half-human, half-corpse, instead of having any discomfort inside, he was happy. Lin Feng nodded, then looked at Lu Yao again and asked, "What about you? Have you noticed any changes in your body?" Lu Yao was at a loss. "No, everything is normal for me. Why does master ask that?" Lin Feng didn't reply. Instead he remembered the change in Lu Yao when she saw Red Moon earlier. It made him vaguely uneasy inside. "Forget it, whatever." Lin Feng rubbed his head and made himself not think about these issues for the moment. He was not a character who liked to worry about things and was more used to taking one step at a time. Lu Yao kept handing the grilled meat skewers to Lin Feng, and every now and then she would even take a paper towel to help Lin Feng tenderly wipe the corners of his mouth. These behaviors the previous Lin Feng had gotten used to and didn't feel there was anything wrong with them. But I don't know why. But today Lin Feng looked at Lu Yao's fair face and slender figure. There is always an evil fire rising in his body, making him always want to do something. "Don't take care of me, eat by yourself." Lin Feng refused Lu Yao's care for himself and took out another bottle of water from within his storage ring and poured it into his mouth. It took a large bottle of water for him to feel his cravings lower by a few points. He let out a long breath and asked, "By the way, have you gotten anything new on that wireless radio of yours yet?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yao immediately took out that wireless radio and tuned it to the official channel. Soon a voice came from the radio. "Attention survivors, attention survivors. This zombie crisis is far beyond human imagination, and zombies are evolving faster and faster. Now make a classification of the zombies so that the survivors can better distinguish their hazards. The ordinary zombies that appeared at the very beginning, they were slow and relied solely on sound and smell to find their targets. The chances of surviving an encounter with such a zombie are still high. Next is the low-level zombies. Their speed has increased significantly and their perception has become strong. Even if you hide in the room, they can sense it. Don't think about hiding when you encounter such zombies. Hurry and run." There are also intermediate zombies. Their speed and strength has far exceeded that of normal humans, and they have even developed mood swings. Unless you have a heavy weapon, you will surely die if you encounter one. Finally, there is the high-level zombies. Their power has far exceeded the imagination, even able to carry the weight of firepower. Official of fully armed squad unfortunately encountered only one round of full-body death. As to whether there are any more powerful ones, it is unclear at this time, so survivors are asked to be patient and wait for the latest briefing. Finally, there is another piece of good news to announce. This change of heart. Although many powerful zombies have been born, many genetically mutated adepts have also appeared among us humans. Their presence may be the only hope for this world class. This game, please trust the officials. We will win this war. There was a lot of information revealed within the radio this time. The level of zombie evolution. the emergence of human aliens. All three of Lin Feng fell into silence, digesting the news. After a long time, Lin Feng slowly stood up. He was going to continue to go cultivate. The elevation of the realm should not be delayed. Chapter 30, Born to be a Demon Cultivator. For the next few days, Lin Feng didn't stay in his room. Instead, he had been sitting by the lake and practicing. In an open place, he was able to better absorb the aura of heaven and earth. No, strictly speaking, it should be demonic aura. As these demonic chi were absorbed into his body, Lin Feng's Dantian Chi Si was expanding. The absorption of this demonic chi caused his meridians to feel unprecedentedly smooth, and his realm also directly broke through to the 4th level of chi refining on the 2nd day. This realm breakthrough shocked Lin Feng, knowing that his cultivation talent was recognized as poor. The reputation of being a scrap in the cultivation world had also always followed him, cultivating for 10 years before barely reaching the 3rd level of chi refining. But now this was only 2 short days to have a direct breakthrough. That's some amazing efficiency. Lin Feng frowned and said to himself, can't it be that I'm naturally suited for demonic cultivation? Am I naturally a bad seed? He shivered inexplicably at the thought, then shook his head in a deadpan manner. Luck? It must just be luck. Maybe it's just that this world is suitable for demonic cultivators. Not that I'm suitable for demonic cultivators. I just happen to appear here and just happen to have absorbed demonic chi. Yes, that must be it. I'm still a decent person, and I chose to go down this path this time because I had no choice. Lin Feng reassured himself in his mind. Afterwards, Lin Feng took out that bead and began to absorb the energy within it. Compared to absorbing the demonic chi between heaven and earth, the demonic chi within this bead would appear to be more pure. Soon, a very dense black gas wound upwards along Lin Feng's arm, spreading to his entire body in no time. At this instant, Lin Feng felt like there were countless snakes, insects and ants climbing through his meridians, which by all rights should have been a particularly painful feeling. However, Lin Feng's face showed an expression of enjoyment. The more painful it was, the more he had a perverted sense of relief. At this moment, even if one's heart was no longer willing to admit it, one had to admit it. He, Lin Feng, was indeed a born devil cultivator. As the demonic chi within the beads continued to be absorbed, Lin Feng's aura was gradually becoming stronger. I don't know if it was because this body today was too bad, but in the midst of the constant influx of demonic chi, the body unexpectedly experienced a tearing sensation. Poof, poof. His body couldn't withstand the pressure of the demonic chi and unexpectedly cracked directly. Ah! Lin Feng let out a low roar from his mouth, and his eyes gradually turned red. The pain in his body was already beyond what he could bear. However, he didn't stop cultivating and was still absorbing demonic chi. It was because he felt the loosening of the realm, which was about to break through again. Lin Feng understood in his heart that the breakthrough of the realm had to be done in one go, but stopping would not only easily cause a backlash, it was also very likely that there would never be another breakthrough opportunity in a short period of time. He gritted his teeth and silently endured the pain of his body cracking open while accelerating the speed of his absorption. Soon this demonic chi transformed into bits of starlight and began to repair his cracked body. Pust! Just moments after the repair was completed, it cracked again, just like that Lin Feng's body, after being constantly propped up by the demonic chi until it cracked, was constantly repaired by the demonic chi. Amidst the constant repetition, Lin Feng felt that his physical body was gradually becoming stronger as well. The physical strength of a demonic cultivator had always been strong, and could even be compared to that of a ferocious beast. As time passed little by little, Lin Feng's breath slowly stabilized and his realm instantly broke through to the 5th level of the chi refining stage. There are 13 layers in this chi refining stage. The general loose cultivator relies on the help of inhaling the aura between heaven and earth to complete the breakthrough, which requires a day-to-day process. But people with backgrounds could shorten this time directly with the help of spirit stones and elixirs. Nowadays, Lin Feng had turned himself into a devil cultivator when taking the righteous path didn't work, but it had an unexpected effect. 2 consecutive breakthroughs in a short period of 3 days. This was something that one wouldn't even dare to think about before. Lin Feng opened his eyes. The bead in his hand had become dull and lightless, just like a normal glass ball, without any energy fluctuations. He casually threw it into the lake. His body then popped up violently, and several black flames condensed directly in his palms. Whoosh! Lin Feng threw it directly at the lake, and there was a burst of explosions. Previously, he could only condense a ball of fire at a time, and still felt that his true chi had been consumed a little too much. Now that he had condensed 5 balls of fire in one breath, the breath in his body was still surging. Lin Feng immediately revealed a joyful expression. Damn! If he had known that taking the path of a demonic cultivator would be so smooth, why would he have suffered more than a decade of blank stares and ridicule within the sect? Lin Feng stood up and clenched his fist, feeling like he could just blow up the zombie from before with one punch right now. It seems like it's better to find a chance to go kill more zombies to get as many beads as possible to absorb. Strive for early foundation building, Lin Feng muttered. Just as he was about to go back, the blood in his body began to flow rapidly and his beating heart became violent. Lin Feng's eyes were red, very red, and the demonic aura on his body was extraordinarily heavy. A wave of evil thoughts, spreading in his heart, no matter how much he suppressed it. It was to no avail. Whoosh! Lin Feng rushed back to the small farmhouse like a speedy wind, and when he sensed where Shen Tianji and Liu Yao's scent was, he directly kicked the door open. Bang! The loud noise startled the two men who were chatting in the room. Lin Feng's appearance at this time was very scary. The aura he exuded was oppressive, and his eyes were so red that people didn't dare to look directly at him. Shen Tianzi looked at Lin Feng and asked in surprise, "Big brother, what's wrong with you?" Lin Feng's eyes were cold, just like thousand-year-old ice. "Get out." Shen Tianzi revealed an innocent look. "Big brother, what's wrong with this? I didn't make any mistakes today?" Lin Feng gritted his teeth and roared, "I told you to get out." Okay. The intense coldness caused Shen Tianji's body to shiver, and then he ran out of the room without stopping. He hid in a corner and pulled out a few pieces of raw meat to nibble on to calm his inner fears. At this moment, Liu Yao carefully walked forward and asked, "Master, what's wrong with you? Why does your face look so bad?" Lin Feng stared at the woman in front of him and suddenly grabbed a handful of her hair. "Squat down." Liu Yao was terrified by the sudden roughness of Lin Feng and her voice trembled. "Master, what the hell is wrong with you?" Lin Feng was in a violent mood. It was hard to control his behavior. He directly forced Liu Yao's body down. "I said, let you squat down." It was a night that was destined to be sleepless. Chapter 31, Get a sword and fly with it. After a night of tossing and turning, Lin Feng's breath had finally calmed down. He looked sideways at Liu Yao, who was still sleeping beside him. The other woman had once offered to come to the room when she herself had refused her. But this time, he lost control and then forced himself on her. Looking at the splash of bright red on the bedsheets, Lin Feng also felt a twinge of guilt. Damn! It's all because of the demonic aura that I can't control myself. I, Lin Feng, have always been a decent man. In fact, this matter is not really to blame for the demonic chi. The demonic chi just amplifies human desires. If Lin Feng's heart was truly incomparably pure, the demonic chi wouldn't be able to sway his behavior. Well, at this moment, Liu Yao let out a soft sound from her mouth, then slowly opened her eyes. The moment she met in Lin Feng's eyes, her entire face reddened as if it could drip blood. Liu Yao pulled the quilt over her head and said shyly, "Don't look, it's shameful." Lin Feng laughed loudly. "Alright, don't sleep, it's time to get up." Liu Yao poked out her small head and lightly bit her lips. "Master, I'm too tired. Let me sleep a little longer." "Tired?" An evil smile appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. "Is it that tiring? Humph. It's on the verge of killing someone." Liu Yao hummed softly, thinking back to what happened last night. It really made her heart palpitate. The master is just too crazy and fierce. Her whole body was about to fall apart. Her mouth was tired. Her body was tired. Everywhere. "Okay, then you get some more sleep." Lin Feng rubbed her head, then dressed and walked out of the room. Shen Tianji had already woken up long ago, and after becoming a zombie his need for sleep was getting lower and lower. As long as he could drink blood and eat meat, he could regain his strength. Immediately after seeing Lin Feng, a meaningful smile appeared on Shen Tianji's face. "Big brother, hard work. Come little brother to rub your waist." Lin Feng kicked him away. "I'm asking you, where can I get a sword?" Shen Tianji rubbed the place where he was kicked and couldn't stop his brows from furrowing. "Big brother wants the sword?" Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, long swords, short swords are fine, or if there's an ironworker somewhere, I'll go find him to make one." Now that he had reached the 5th level of chi refining, he might be able to try flying with a sword. In the past, when he watched his senior brothers and sisters go with the wind on their swords and ride between heaven and earth, he was envious. Shen Tianji thought for a moment and spoke. "There are no ironmongers anymore. If Big Brother really wants it, perhaps he can go to the museum and take a look. There should be ancient swords inside." Lin Feng asked, "Do you know the approximate location?" Shen Tianzi replied, "I know." "Good. Let Liu Yao rest well today. We'll move early tomorrow morning." Lin Feng opened his mouth and said, a hint of anticipation showing in his eyes now. Upon hearing this, Shen Tianji nodded his head repeatedly. I understand. I was too tired last night. I really should have a good rest. If this was before, he might have envied Lin Feng, but now he had absolutely no interest in women. He's only interested in flesh and blood now. Fresh flesh and blood can be more enticing than a beautiful woman. After eating, Lin Feng came back to the lake to continue his cultivation. This cultivation was a whole day. This time his speed of absorbing the demonic chi was significantly slower, and he didn't break through again. However, this was normal. After all, this realm breakthrough also required a gradual progression. Only those who were endowed with great fortune could make breakthroughs one after another. Lin Feng remembered that such a character existed within his clan, breaking the ranks consecutively overnight, a talent that was rare to encounter in 100 years. The sect leader even directly broke the rules and took him under his door, granting the other party the title of Chief Great Disciple. It was just the right contrast to Lin Feng, a cultivation wastrel. As many people praised this Chief Great Disciple, there were as many people mocking him. Lin Feng, just wait. When I go back one day, I'll make you all regret having underestimated me in the first place. Lin Feng clenched his own fist and made a decision in his heart. There is a grace not always remember, but there is a grudge he will never forget. Lu Yao had also regained her mental state after resting for a day. Only her walking posture was still a bit strange. After the three of them finished breakfast, they drove in the direction of the museum. Halfway through, he also stopped at a gas station to fill up once, and killed some low-level walkers along the way. There was no further incident, and the journey to the museum was unimpeded. Come on, let's go inside. Lin Feng walked in front. Shen Tianji and Lu Yao followed closely behind him. Because of the power outage in the city, it was still dark inside the museum even in the daytime. Lin Feng could only condense a flame in his palm to use for illumination. There are several zombies wandering aimlessly in the museum. Looking at what they were wearing, they should all be staff within the museum. It happened to be a Monday during the zombie outbreak, so there weren't many tourists in this museum. After sensing the scent of a living person, these zombies instantly hissed and pounced. Poof, poof. Lin Feng made a strong move to easily finish them off, and then looked at these artifacts on the shelves one by one. There are landscape paintings, calligraphy posts by famous artists, jade, and even ancient documents. These objects of great value were unattractive to them at this time. Under the end times, everything is a cloud except food. Soon, Lin Feng's feet stopped in front of a glass cover. Inside this glass enclosure sits a Qin-style copper sword with a blade of about 70 centimeters, a grayish-yellow surface and fine tissue. It looks old, but it's rust-free and polished. Lin Feng shook his head inside when he peered with his divine sense and realized that it was just a very ordinary weapon. There weren't any refiners in this world. They were all ordinary blades crafted by mortals. It naturally wouldn't be too helpful for cultivation, but it was still good for pretending. Bang! Lin Feng broke the glass cover with a direct punch, and as he held the Qin-style bronze sword in his hand, a sudden near-splitting blast of wind came from behind him. A strong sense of crisis instantly made the hairs of the three men stand up and sweat. Lin Feng hurriedly pushed Lu Yao and Shen Tianji out, then stabbed his sword forward. Boom! With a loud bang, Lin Feng's body was shaken back a few steps. With the light of the flame in his hand, Lin Feng was able to see clearly what was in front of him. Not a human, not a zombie, but surprisingly a bat. A mutated bat. The bat was 1.5 meters tall with its wings on display, and its size was about to catch up with the height of a human. Its eyes glowed a dark red and its face was hideous and frightening, revealing to teeth still dripping with blood. Chapter 32. Another failure at fork attack. Roar! A hiss escaped the bat's mouth, creating a piercing wave of sound. Click, click, click. All the glass in the museum was shattered in an instant. Shen Tianji and Lu Yao also covered their ears in pain. He only saw this bat open its wings and quickly fly towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's true chi gathered in his arm and the sword in his hand slashed out directly. Snap! The bat deflected this attack straight away with just its wings. The figure then flew up into midair and hovered for a moment before swiftly swooping down again. The bat opened its mouth wide and tried to bite down with its sharp teeth. Lin Feng used the sword grill in his hand to block in front of his body. Madaka! The bat's teeth bit directly on top of the long sword, and its body continued to shake, trying to get the long sword out of Lin Feng's grasp. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You are looking for death. Lin Feng roared angrily and lifted his foot towards the bat's body. Bang! As his realm had risen, Lin Feng's force had become extraordinarily heavy nowadays. That kick sent bat flying straight out the window. Lin Feng's legs stomped the ground violently and his entire body leapt up high, the sword in his hand slashing down heavily from above. Whoosh! The bats themselves were agile, and their reflexes were even faster after the mutation. A second before the longsword fell, it spread its wings and flew out, avoiding the blow in time. The longsword slashed above the ground, splashing a spark. Roar! The bat pulled away and circled continuously above Lin Feng's head, its mouth emitting sound waves that swept towards Lin Feng. Get the hell down! Lin Feng roared, leapt, and tumbled against the force of the sound waves' impact to the front of the bat. Snap! This bat whipped over with its wings, trying to knock Lin Feng down. However, Lin Feng's entire body was rapidly rotating in the air. His movements were magnificent and fluid. Not only did he dodge the bat's attack, he also slashed his sword heavily on its body. The bat's body fell above the ground like a meteor. Boom! The ground made a loud shaking sound. Lin Feng rotated 360 degrees in the air and finally slashed down with his sword in an extremely swift manner. The moment this sword fell, the bat's head was directly broken flush with bones, and blood spurted out. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds, and the speed, power, and accuracy were all perfect. Lin Feng stood next to the bat's corpse, shook off the blood on top of his longsword and put on a pretentious expression. Big brother is the most handsome. Master is the best. Shen Tianji and Lu Yao rushed forward, their faces full of adoration. Lin Feng waved his hand. Low key, it's all basic operations. Shen Tianji glanced at the dead bats on the ground, then spoke. It seems that not only humans are affected, but animals can also mutate. And so far, it seems that animals will be much scarier than human zombies when they mutate. Shen Tianji suddenly thought of those large animals, especially those wild large animals. Wouldn't they be even more terrifying? If these mutated animals start attacking humans, who can resist? He was a little worried even thinking about it. How many humans would survive in the long run? Lu Yao grabbed Lin Feng's sleeve and whispered, Master, let's just go. This place always makes me feel eerie. I'm scared. Shen Tianji shrunk his neck and spoke up as well. I also have this feeling. It's as if there are countless pairs of eyes staring at us. Being told by them, Lin Feng also felt something. He immediately exuded his divine sense and scanned around the museum. For a moment, the scalp tingled. Surprisingly, there are living creatures inside this museum. And many, many more. With the help of the flames in his palm, Lin Feng looked up and saw that the ceiling was densely lined with bats. Their eyes began to glow a dark red, bright and frightening in this darkness. Run! Lin Feng shouted, then pulled up Shen Tianji and Lu Yao and quickly ran outside. Roar! 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 A bat hissed and swooped toward them. Lin Feng was not daring to go back, constantly increasing his speed. One-on-one him, he was completely unafraid of these mutant bats, but they can't help the fact that they are so numerous. If they swarmed, they are afraid that they will all be accounted for here. The three of them ran out of the museum at an extremely fast speed. Lin Feng directly condensed a few balls of fire and smashed them without hesitation. Bang! 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 In the midst of the explosions, the bats let out a mournful screaming sound. Come on, get in the car. The three of them quickly got into the car. Shen Tianji stepped on the gas, and the vehicle drove away from the place sharply. Only after making sure that the bats weren't catching up did the three of them let out a heavy breath. Inside the car, Lin Feng gently rubbed the sword in his hand. The corner of his mouth curled up in a brilliant arc. Finally he could try to fly with the imperial sword. Finally he could start pretending. Lin Feng injected his true chi into the longsword, which shook slightly and then hovered in front of him. In a moment, I'll let you all see what it means to fly with a sword. Lin Feng's tone spoke with a hint of arrogance. Shen Tianji asked, Boss, is it the kind that steps on a sword and roams between heaven and earth? Lin Feng nodded. That's right, you iron lump of a car caller. You won't even be able to catch up with me when the time comes. Lu Yao's eyes were glowing. Master, then can you take me along for the ride? Lin Feng waved his hand. It's all a small matter. Tian Chi. Stop the car. Shen Tianji pulled over to the side of the road and looked at Lin Feng's next performance with a look of anticipation. You guys just watch. Lin Feng's eyes flashed as he threw the longsword in his hand towards the car window and mouthed the oral technique. In that instant, the longsword levitated outside the window with a humming sound as if it had been infused with life. Lin Feng laughed, his body quickly drilled out, his feet firmly stepping on top of the longsword. Lin Feng put one hand behind his back, with the air of a man of the world, and shouted, Rise! The longsword dragged him half a meter off the ground, then moved forward slowly at tortoise speed. Lin Feng manipulated his breath, constantly trying to accelerate, but nothing changed. The longsword just moved forward slowly bit by bit. A 70-year-old woman on crutches is faster than he needs to be right now. Lin Feng was embarrassed, very embarrassed. It's been brewing for half a day, and it's a failed attempt at pretending. Shintianji poked his head out for an unknown reason and asked, "Big brother, can you hurry up?" Lin Feng gritted his teeth. "I'm fast, your sister." Lu Yao also shouted out, "Master, can you fly higher?" Lin Feng directly broke his defense. "I'll fly your grandma. I'd love to fly, but it won't fly." Chapter 33, Killing some zombies to practice. The Imperial sword flight ended in failure. Lin Feng could only awkwardly sit back in the car again. Looking at the long sword in his hand for a moment, he didn't even know what to say. Shin Tianji and Lu Yao were also aggrieved that they didn't open their mouths. They just asked curiously. They really didn't know why Lin Feng suddenly lost his temper. They should know that they were shocked beyond words when they saw the long sword floating up. After all, there had never been anyone so powerful in this world. It's not a good day for flying, so I'll show you next time. Lin Feng eventually came up with such a lame excuse. Shin Tianji and Lu Yao looked at the sky with the red moon hanging in it. They were both a bit confused. Was there a difference between good and bad weather nowadays? Aren't they all the same? However, since Lin Feng had said so, they naturally didn't dare to question anything and could only nod their heads obediently. "Big brother, then where are we going now?" Shin Tianji opened his mouth and asked. "Wherever there are more zombies, go there." Lin Feng thought about it and replied. He needed to go and hunt some more zombies to try and get some more beads back to cultivate. This time, the Imperial sword flight. For one thing, there might be a problem with the sword he used, and for another, it might be that his current realm was still a bit low. If he could reach the 13th level of chi refining, or even break through to the foundation establishment stage, even with a wooden stick, it can fly. Now that there was no signal and the navigation couldn't be used, Shin Tianji could only rely on the signs to judge their location. A few hours later, the vehicle had traveled to the next city. Eventually, Shin Tianji stopped the car in front of a building surrounded by zombies and asked, "Big brother, do you think this place will work?" Lin Feng's line of sight swept over. The entire front of the building was densely packed with zombies. Looking at their mobility, most of them were evolved low-level zombies. "Okay, let's take these walkers and practice first." Lin Feng opened the car door and walked down, cupping his mouth and whistling. In an instant, it attracted the attention of all the zombies. Roar! 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 The zombies roared and surged forward. Lin Feng smiled faintly and charged up with the longsword in his hand. A sword slash directly cut off the heads of several zombies. Lin Feng got up and jumped, killing the zombies, the longsword in his hand constantly slashing out. The zombies that came close were all cut off by his head. Lin Feng laughed. The killing intent on his body grew stronger and his strikes became sharper and sharper. Nowadays, he had become a demonic cultivator, so he didn't have to worry about the depletion of his true chi anymore, especially where a large number of zombies were gathered. The magic chi was extraordinarily dense, and Lin Feng could completely absorb it while killing. At this point, inside one of the floors of this building, a group of people were hiding. There were heavily armed search parties and a group of surviving ordinary citizens. They've been stuck here for days, without water, without food. There was no longer any hope of survival to be seen on his face. All that was left was despair. A middle-aged man couldn't stand it anymore and yelled, "Why are there no reinforcements yet? Are the officials really going to give up on us? Don't you have satellite communications with you? Keep in touch." After the middle-aged man finished yelling, another woman shouted, "Aren't you soldiers? Shouldn't you be protecting us innocent people? It's fine for you to take your guns and kill your way out to find some food. Can't you just stand by and watch us starve to death here?" Soon, more people were hissing out of control. The faces of the members of the search team all became very ugly. Originally they had prepared sufficient guns, ammunition and food supplies. Trying to take the survivors and kill them before the zombies didn't surround them wasn't a problem at all. However, these survivors were fearful and procrastinated in their escape, delaying the optimal time for evacuation. So much so, that the entire building is now surrounded by walkers. With the firepower they have now, there's no way to kill it. But even so, they stuck to the soldiers' principle of putting the people first and saving all their food for these survivors. It's been done to this point, and as a result, these survivors are still not satisfied now. The leader of the search team was a young man in his early 30s named Guan Heng. At this time, Guan Heng came forward and said in a low voice, "Please be sure to trust the officials. Nowadays it's a special period. It'll take time for them to try to rush over, so everyone can wait patiently again." The middle-aged man couldn't listen to these reasons at all and yelled, "We only want food now. You guys go out and find food for me. If you don't go, when we'll come to the safe zone, we will definitely report you for negligence." Guan Heng's frown grew tighter. "I'm sorry, I can't sacrifice the lives of my teammates. One sentence directly ignited all the anger that the survivors had piled up for so many days. They hissed, "Are you worthy of the clothes you wear? Are you worthy of what you are? Isn't sacrifice for the country and the people inevitable now? We don't care. You have to go out and get us food now." Someone even ran directly to the window and said in a threatening tone, "Either you guys kill your way out and find us food, or I'll lure all the zombies over here right now, and no one will live." Guan Heng's face was torn, and he looked back at the only dozen or so team members left, and finally sighed helplessly. "Okay, I promise." Before he could even finish his sentence, the man standing by the window let out a scream. He pointed his finger down, his whole body trembling, making it impossible to tell if it was from fear or excitement. The crowd couldn't be bothered to ask questions and ran to the window. Through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, everyone's eyes looked down, and they were all instantly shocked. In the line of sight, a man with a sword was killing like nobody's business in the dense crowd of zombies. Those ferocious zombies couldn't even resist a single sword in front of him. The image of a zombie's head flying out was shocking. The survivors upstairs were so excited that they couldn't help but cheer. "Help is coming! Help must be coming! We are saved!" Compared to the excitement of the survivors, the members of the search team were all stony-faced. They didn't even recognize the man below. It was possible to judge 100% that the other party was definitely not sent by the officials. Under the end times, the appearance of a man so powerful really isn't always a good thing, but today they have no other choice. Guan Hong slowly exhaled, then gave an order. "All members, follow me to kill out." The team spoke in unison. "Yes." Chopped. Chapter 34, The Search Party. Poof, poof, poof. Lin Feng walked forward calmly, and behind him were all headless zombies. In the midst of the constant killing, Lin Feng suddenly realized that the speed at which he was absorbing demonic chi was increasing. This discovery made Lin Feng become energized, and the more he killed, the crazier he became. He controlled fire with his left hand and held a sword in his right. When the zombies attacked like a tidal wave, Lin Feng would throw fireballs to blow them over, then rush over and continue hacking away. "It seems that even without the beads, as long as I keep killing zombies, my realm can still rise." Lin Feng laughed and swung out a dozen or so swords in succession. Tens more zombies were killed. Gradually his realm also loosened up, breaking through towards the 6th level of weapon refining. Roar! Roar! Two piercing hisses suddenly rang out. The dense group of corpses in front of them even consciously made way. Two intermediate zombies appeared, their eyes scarlet as they stared at Lin Feng's body. That's quite a bit of luck. The moment Lin Feng saw these two zombies, he judged their level from their exuding aura. It was exactly like the walker he had killed at the farmhouse. That meant that the two zombies in front of him also had beads formed in their heads. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's smile gradually deepened at the corners of his mouth. Looking at the two zombies in front of him, his eyes were glowing. The intermediate zombies had already evolved emotions, and sensing that this human dared to ignore them, they were instantly enraged. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two zombies, one on the left and one on the right, were killing towards Lin Feng at an extremely fast speed. Lin Feng's figure flashed and appeared directly above the heads of the two zombies. Then both legs kicked out at the same time. Bang! Bang! The two zombies couldn't dodge in time, and their heads received this kick heavily. His body flew out more than a few meters away, and the bones on his face were dented. It was just that they didn't feel any pain and didn't even need any respite before they hissed and tried to charge towards Lin Feng again. However, Lin Feng took a healthy step forward and swung his long sword in his hand with two sword lights. Poof! Poof! The arms of the two zombies were instantly cut off. Then Lin Feng split the heads of two more zombies with his sword. Amidst the splattering of blood and flesh, the two black beads also fell on top of the ground. Lin Feng sucked the two beads into his hands and then put them back into his storage ring. Wait for a quiet place in the evening and absorb it. Meanwhile, the rescue squad had killed the floor they were on. Da-da-da-da! Gunshots rang out and bullets continued to fly out, mercilessly blowing up the zombies in front of them. Guan Hong hissed as he fired. "All of you, shoot me. No need to save bullets. Kill out first and join up with the people outside." The players were also riveted and humongous as they charged forward. When the bullets and the guns ran out, they would draw the sabers they had with them and slash at the walkers. Lin Feng had naturally heard the gunshots, but he didn't care too much about it and continued to behead these zombies in front of him. He was so confident in his own strength now that he didn't care where the shots came from, because there would be no threat to him at all. Lin Feng kept killing inwards, and the rescue team kept breaking outwards. The distance between the two sides was also getting closer and closer. Damn! Are there any more powerful ones left? Can we have a few more? Lin Feng swept forward like a hurricane, and wherever he passed, the heads of the zombies all rolled down to the ground. He never encountered any more mid-level zombies along the way. It was all ordinary zombies and low-level zombies, which made him feel a hint of disappointment. Just as he tried to move on, the sound of gunfire was close at hand. Da-da-da-da. The rescue squad also killed here at this moment. At the moment they saw Lin Feng, everyone's nerves were taut, gripping the guns and knives in their hands tightly, not daring to be the slightest bit lax. However, Lin Feng just glanced at them and was about to turn around and leave. Guan Hong stepped forward and called out to Lin Feng, "Little brother, please wait." Lin Feng looked back at him and said softly, "Something wrong?" Guan Hong introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Guan Hong. We're an official rescue team sent out. May I ask who you are?" Lin Feng had read about the history of the Dragon Kingdom on Shin Tianji's computer before, so he still had a few favorable feelings towards these soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Looking at the person in front of him being polite, Lin Feng didn't get too cold and directly said, "My name is Lin Feng." After looking up and down, Guan Hong then proceeded to ask, "Excuse me, are you an official?" Lin Feng shook his head. No. Guan Hong was a bit disappointed, but he still continued to follow up with a question. "So are you a genetically mutated alien?" This was the only reason that could explain why Lin Feng could kill in the zombie horde. After all, among the official briefings, now only the adepts could fight against the zombies, and only the adepts were the last hope of mankind. But Lin Feng shook his head again. "I'm not." Guan Hong hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother Lin, I see that you're good with your hands. I wonder if you can work with us to get the survivors to the safe zone." Seemingly worried about being rejected, Guan Hong added, "With your skill, if you go to the safe zone, you will definitely be reused by the officials." "No, not interested." Lin Feng rejected it straight away and turned around to leave. He currently only wanted to increase his strength as quickly as possible, and had no desire to deal with the leadership of this world yet. However, just at this time, Shin Tianji and Lu Yao also ran over. The zombies on the outside had almost all been cleared out by Lin Feng, so they hadn't been hindered in any way along the way. "Big brother, we heard gunshots outside. Are you okay?" Shin Tianji opened his mouth and asked, then saw the rescue squads and frowned slightly. "Who are they?" To be honest, Guan Hong was shocked. In today's post-apocalyptic world, all the survivors encountered are dirty and depressed, but the three men in front of me were not only cleanly dressed, they were even full of spirit. It doesn't seem to be affected at all. It doesn't seem to be starving at all. Is help coming? Hurry up and take us to the safe zone. We just can't take it anymore. Those survivors also ran over in droves, each with a look of surprise on their faces. One of the men even directly crossed over Guan Hang and stepped forward to grab Lin Feng's hand. "Thank you for coming to our rescue. We really wouldn't have lasted if you guys had been a little later." Lin Feng disliked the touch of strangers and directly shook off his hand, saying in a cold voice, "I'm just passing by. I'm not here to save you." The man froze for a moment, then turned his head to look at Guan Hong. Guan Hong shook his head helplessly. "Is there anything else? I'm going to leave if there's nothing." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he was about to leave with Shin Tianji and Lu Yao, but at this time, someone among the survivors suddenly shouted, "Do you have food? You guys look in such good spirits. You must have food, right?" Hearing this, the survivors, who had been starving for many days, instantly became excited. They came forward and shouted, "Give us food! Give us food quickly!" Chapter 35, Self-righteous fools should be killed. Lin Feng's eyes gradually went cold. Shin Tianji and Lu Yao subconsciously took half a step back, then looked at these survivors as if they were looking at stupid forks. After spending so much time with Lin Feng, they knew each other's temperament too well. None of the ones who annoyed him and morally abducted him ended well. "If you don't want to die, get out." Lin Feng's voice was cold and didn't carry the slightest bit of emotion. The people in the rescue squad felt it, and Guan Hang's face showed a tense look. But these hungry and anxious survivors didn't feel a thing and continued to shout at Lin Feng. "How do you talk to this person? Just ordering food from you. Why are you threatening people? It's not easy for everyone to survive this long. We should be helping each other. Cut the crap and hurry up with the food." Pust. Lin Feng directly raised the sword in his hand and ferociously stabbed into the neck of one of them. The long sword directly penetrated the entire throat of the opponent, and blood dripped down the tip of the sword onto the ground, instantly shocking the crowd. "Ah! Murder! Murder!" After a brief moment of shock, some people erupted into shouts of horror. "Damn! Noisy!" Lin Feng was annoyed and swung his sword again. The shouting came to an abrupt end. Then a head rolled to the ground. The scene was silent. Everyone hadn't expected Lin Feng to make a sudden move, and his methods were so ruthless. The survivors ran behind Guan Hong, perhaps the only way to calm their inner fears. Captain Guan, he killed someone, didn't you see? A woman's voice trembled. Get him under control. This is a murderous maniac. An old man shouted out after him. Soon, there was a steady stream of voices in agreement. This kind of person is simply scarier than even a zombie in the end times. Captain Guan, quickly order him to be arrested first. If he resists, just shoot him. Guan Hong didn't listen to them, he just looked at Lin Feng with a grave expression. To be honest, he wasn't sure he could subdue the man in front of him, not even if they had guns in their hands. After all, someone who can kill alone in the zombie horde is not something that ordinary people like them can fight against. Guan Hong slowly exhaled a breath and said, Little brother, I apologize to you on their behalf. Please don't get on their bad side. Seeing Guan Hong's attitude, the faces of all the people became incredibly ugly. What does he mean by this? It's not wrong to kill people? And those of them who just want food are wrong? A young woman gritted her teeth and shouted, Team Guan, if you don't kill him today, he will definitely be a scourge in the future. Sensing the killing intent that Lin Feng was showing, Guan Hong directly roared, Shut up all of you, I'm protecting you. The survivors were all unimpressed. Selfish people can't change their selfish nature no matter what. Let me help you kill all these tired people. You should be able to make it back to the safe zone without them. Lin Feng was about to go forward with his sword. He didn't like to waste more time with such a stupid person. Just kill them and get it over with. The survivors were scared and backed away, and Guan Hong also stretched out his arm to stop him. Little brother, forget about it. Everyone's temper is a bit quicker under the end times, so be more tolerant. I'm not a saint. I can't tolerate it. If you dare to stop me, I'll even kill you together. As soon as the words fell, Lin Feng flashed forward and the sword in his hand ruthlessly stabbed into the chest of the woman who had spoken earlier. Pust! The woman sprayed blood from her mouth and regret was written in her eyes as she looked at Lin Feng. But there are no pills of regret to take in this world, and the price of stupidity in the last days is only death. Lin Feng drew his longsword and continued to swing towards the next one. Help! Help! Team Guan, hurry up and save us! The survivors cried out. Guan Hong anxiously shouted, Stop! You quickly stop! As much as he disliked these people as well, duty called for him to protect them. It was a special order from the higher-ups that the group had to be guarded and waited for rescue. It would be a dereliction of duty on his part to allow Lin Feng to kill off a group of people in front of him. Lin Feng didn't even care about his shouts. The sword in his hand once again slit the throats of the two survivors. Stop it! Stop it now you! Guan Hong slowly raised the gun in his hand under the constant shouting. If you don't stop, I'll shoot! Pust! Lin Feng stabbed another sword into the heart of a survivor. Bang! At the same time, Guan Hong pulled down the trigger. Bullets whistled towards Lin Feng's back. Big brother! Master! Shen Tianji and Lu Yao exclaimed in shock. And Lin Feng's reaction was swift enough. Having drawn his longsword and turned around the moment he sensed the crisis, the longsword in his hand slashed out directly. A shocking scene appeared. The sword actually directly split the shooting bullets into two. Damn! I gave you face, didn't I? Lin Feng rushed to Heng's front like a speedy wind, first chopping the gun in his opponent's hand with his sword, then kicking his opponent hard in the abdomen. Pust! A mouthful of blood sprayed out of Guan Heng's mouth, and his body hit the wall heavily. Captain! The team rushed up and surrounded Guan Heng's body, while raising the guns in their hands and aiming them at Lin Feng. Lin Feng coldly spoke. For the sake of your status, I'm only going to give this one chance. If you still don't know what's good for you, kill all of you. In order to have a deterrent effect, Lin Feng directly condensed a ball of fire in his palm. In the midst of the team's dilated pupils, the fireball was thrown directly toward a room. Boom! There was a loud bang, a huge impact that shattered all the windows in the house, and rolls of smoke poured out of the front door. The team felt their mouths go dry, and at this moment they were 100% certain. Lin Feng is a genetically mutated alien. Nowadays, the alien is a meat and potatoes in the eyes of the officials. Not to mention killing a few people. Even if they killed all the people present, no one would criticize him harshly. The raised guns in their hands slowly lowered, and a sense of powerlessness welled up on each face. Lin Feng didn't bother with them anymore and turned around to continue beheading the few remaining survivors. Poof! 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 Soon all the survivors were down to the last young man. At the moment, he was terrified, his body dead against the wall, his voice trembling. My name is Zhao Yan. My father is one of the several chiefs of the safety zone. You can't kill me. You're going to kill me and my dad won't let you go. You take me back to the safe zone and I'll give you anything you want. He hadn't wanted to reveal his identity for fear of being targeted. but now he really had no choice in order to survive. Lin Feng looked at the other party expressionlessly. This kind of behavior of setting out his identity when he was dead was extremely childish in his opinion. Guan Hong, however, seemed to have guessed the identity of the other party, and stood up with strong support, shouting anxiously, "Wait a minute, he really cannot." Pust. It was just that Guan Hong couldn't even get the last word out before Lin Feng had already slit the other party's throat with a sword. In your next life, be a smart person. Guan Hong sat helplessly on the ground, muttering under his breath, "It's over, it's over." Chapter 36, Shooting Down Helicopters. It was only at this moment that Guan Hong realized why the officials were in such a tense situation, and a special arrangement for them to come to the rescue, and they were asked to protect the survivors at all costs. There were also repeated assurances that arrangements would be made for people to come and support them. The reason for using so much manpower and resources turns out to be simply because there are Big Brother's children in the group. A hint of despair came through Guan Heng's eyes. He knew too well how dark the tactics of that one officer surnamed Zhao were. If their group went back, they were afraid that it wouldn't end well. Lin Feng shook off the blood on his long sword and turned around to walk in front of them. The trouble is all settled. You guys can go back in peace now. Guan Hong said feebly. I'm afraid bigger trouble is coming. Lin Feng didn't take his words seriously and directly walked towards Shen Tianji and Lu Yao. Let's go. Just as the three were about to leave, Guan Hong jumped up and shouted, "Wait a minute." Lin Feng frowned slightly. What else? Guan Hong gritted his teeth and said, "We'll go with you." Lin Feng directly rebuffed. Sorry, I don't like crowds. You guys should just go back where you came from. Guan Hong pointed at the dead man and let out a bitter smile. If you kill him, we won't be able to return, and Officer Zhao won't let us go. Lin Feng asked curiously, is his father very powerful? Guan Hong explained. Officer Zhao has a very high status within the security zone, with a 10,000 man armed force in his hands, and I heard that he has recruited quite a few psychics, so his words are very heavy. He thought that after he said those words, he would make Lin Feng show even a hint of apprehension. However, from the beginning to the end, Lin Feng's expression was bland, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Good to know. Lin Feng spoke indifferently. If he wants to find trouble with me, let him, but you guys don't follow me. Hoo. Just then, a helicopter traveled in the air. Guan Hong and his teammates instantly shook in spirit when they heard the sound, then hurriedly ran out of the building. Lin Feng glanced at Shen Tianji and Lu Yao. Let's go. We'll go out too. The helicopter hovered in the air with 3 men sitting in it. The pilot was the first to speak up and asked, how can we carry that many people in just one airplane? Another man in camouflage uniform said lightly, we only need to save one person. The driver froze for a moment and continued, what about the rest of them? Then, the camouflage-clad man smiled coldly. Self-perpetuating. The pilot tried to say something else, but eventually fell silent, and the plane fell into silence. Soon they saw the crowd running out of the building. The camouflage-suited man said to the other inch-haired man, you go down and pick up Zhao Gongzi. The inch-haired man nodded and pulled out a rope and buckled it around his waist before opening the hatch and jumping down. At a distance of a few meters from the ground, the inch-haired man pulled hard on the rope, instantly slowing down the speed and impulse of his descent. It finally landed firmly on top of the ground. The inch-haired man quickly stepped forward, and after sweeping his eyes over his teammates, he asked, how come it's just you guys? Where are the survivors? Guan Heng's face was ugly and he really didn't know how to answer. The players also hung their heads down and looked dead. The inch-headed man chided. Asked you, are you all deaf? Guan Hong hesitated, but opened his mouth. All dead. The inch-haired man was shocked. Dead? How could they be dead? Didn't I tell you to protect them? The crowd was dumbfounded. At this moment, Lin Feng and the others also walked out. He didn't even look at these people. He just brushed right past them. The inch-haired man frowned and bellowed. Stop. Who are you? Lin Feng looked at him expressionlessly. You're talking to me? The inch-haired man glared menacingly at Guan Hong. Didn't you say that the survivors are all dead? Then what happened to them? Don't give him a hard time. Lin Feng spoke. The people were all killed by me. The atmosphere instantly became oppressive, and the inch-haired man subconsciously put his palm to his waist, gripping his firearm tightly. You killed all the people? Lin Feng coldly said. Don't move. You're not necessarily faster than me. Asterisk. You seek death. The inch-haired man pulled out his pistol, instantly cocked it, raised it, and aimed it in one fluid motion. Just the moment he tried to pull the trigger, Lin Feng appeared in front of him silently. A sword chopped out and directly severed the opponent's hand holding the gun. Not even waiting for the inch-haired man to let out a scream, Lin Feng slit his throat with another sword. The men in camouflage uniforms in the helicopter watched it all unfold. After a short period of shock, the camouflage-suited man directly exploded in rage, picking up the machine gun inside the plane and aiming it at the ground. "I'll kill you all. Da-da-da-da." Flames spewed from the muzzles of the guns, and bullets poured down as densely as rain. "Quick! Everyone get out of the way!" Guan Hong yelled, his body quickly darting to the side. The players also dodged hastily, each looking for cover. Shen Tianji and Lu Yao tumbled out directly on the ground and finally hid their bodies behind a pillar in front of the building. Although the camouflage man didn't know what exactly happened down there, he could be sure that Zhao Yan should already be in a bad way. In the end of the world, almost everyone's nerves are 24 hours taut. Encountered any wrong, do not need to think too much. Directly the first time to shoot on the line. Da-da-da-da. The bullets built up a dense network of firepower, sweeping towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his own speed to the extreme and kept dodging away. The ground he stepped on was all crumbled by bullets. Ah! The camouflaged man hissed and pulled the trigger frantically, shell casings spewing out. Lin Feng was also closing the distance between him and the helicopter during his continuous dodging. When there was only less than 100 meters of distance left, Lin Feng suddenly leapt, jumping up to a height that was actually equal to the height of the helicopter. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The camouflaged man's pupils dilated in shock. Before he could react, Lin Feng directly threw the long sword in his hand away. The imperial sword couldn't take oneself flying, but it was still possible to kill someone by using chi to control the sword. Put! The long sword flew into the helicopter at an extremely fast speed, and it directly just went through the camouflage-clothed man's body. Immediately afterward, under the control of Lin Feng's breath, the longsword spun in another circle before stabbing the driver to death. The helicopter instantly went out of control and continued to wobble in the air. It finally arced out and crashed into a building. The explosions were deafening, and flames and smoke quickly filled the air. Whoosh! Lin Feng's feet landed on the ground and his long sword flew back into his hands, his back facing the explosion, his clothes hunting in the gale. Chapter 37, The 8 Safe Zones. The scene that was happening in front of me was too shocking. Guan Hong and his teammates all had their mouths wide open in shock. Is this genetically mutated alien so terrifying? At the sight of Lin Feng walking towards them with a long sword, the crowd was frightened and backed away. Guan Hong stammered, "How can you kill them all?" Lin Feng looked at him expressionlessly. "Since we've already made a feud, let's make things worse. With all due respect, with a character like yours, you'll die miserably in this post-apocalyptic world sooner or later. Indecisiveness, motherhood, looking over your shoulder, sanctimoniousness, these are all big no-nos in the end times." The players hung their heads low, silently thinking about what Lin Feng had said. Honestly, they wanted to be as reckless as Lin Feng, but the identity of the duty, they have no choice, even if there is a choice. But the strength cannot keep up. Guan Hong let out a breath. "Brother Lin, can I ask, what are your next plans?" Lin Feng spoke indifferently. "Find a place to rest." Guan Hong gritted his teeth. "Let us follow you, okay?" He was now at his wit's end and had to seek a refuge for his team. Lin Feng didn't answer him, but he didn't reject him either. Turning around, he walked over to Shen Tianji and Lu Yao and asked, "Are you guys alright?" The two shook their heads. "It's fine." Lin Feng nodded. "Let's go then. Find a quieter place. I need to cultivate." Because in the middle of the battle just now, the vehicle's tires were blown out by bullets. There was no choice but to walk on foot. Lin Feng walked in front of him, and Shen Tianji and Lu Yao followed closely behind him. If there were any zombies encountered on the road, they would all be dealt with directly by Lin Feng as well. And Guan Hong followed behind with his crew, not daring to get too close or too far away. "Captain, what are we following them for?" A team member couldn't help but ask. "There's no way for us to go back to the safe zone now, and the bullets in our hands are almost used up, so it'll be hard to survive if we run into a horde of corpses. Follow him and at least you'll be alive." Guan Hong spoke helplessly. After this short time together, he had also roughly judged Lin Feng's character. As long as they didn't provoke him or bother him, the other party shouldn't make a move against them. Lu Yao glanced back and curiously said, "Master, just let them follow?" Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. "Whatever, as long as it doesn't bother me." After walking a few kilometers, they pried open the door of a restaurant. The store was cluttered, but luckily it was quiet enough around and there was no sign of any walkers. "You guys clean up briefly, eat something, rest for a while, and don't bother me if there's nothing going on." Lin Feng gave a few words of explanation and took out some more food for them within his storage ring before walking into the back kitchen alone. Guan Hong, on the other hand, led his crew outside the store, resting in place while checking how much ammo was left. Inside the back kitchen, Lin Feng found a quiet lot to sit down with his legs crossed, took out the beads and prepared to start absorbing them. His current realm was at the 5th level of qi refining, and he should be able to break through again when he finished absorbing these 2 beads. Lin Feng slowly urged his true qi and 2 black beads slowly floated in front of him. Little by little, the demonic qi surged towards his body. This one went much smoother than before. It lasted about 2 hours or so, and Lin Feng's realm directly rose to the 7th level of qi refining. The muscles of his entire body swelled up a few times, filled with an explosive sense of power. No wonder demonic cultivators can be invincible at the same level. As the realm rises, even the physical body's strength increases. Lin Feng was satisfied with his current state, as long as he was given enough time to absorb enough demonic energy. I think it won't take long to successfully advance to the foundation establishment stage. Outside, Shen Tianji and Lu Yao piled the broken tables, chairs and benches together, lit a flame and started roasting the meat. The aroma wafted outside, causing the team to feel hungry and their mouths to secrete saliva. Only they didn't dare to ask for food either and could only endure their hunger. Soon, Lin Feng also walked out. Master, come and eat. Lu Yao handed the roasted meat to Lin Feng. Lin Feng gazed at her face, the corners of his mouth hooked into an evil smile. There's no rush to eat something. Eat something else first. Lu Yao was surprised. What's to eat? Lin Feng didn't reply. Instead he directly carried Lu Yao up and returned back inside the back kitchen. Don't make a sound. There are people out there. Lin Feng covered her mouth, then made Lu Yao turn her back to herself. Another hour has passed. When Lin Feng walked out again, his whole body was refreshed, but in his heart, he couldn't stop complaining about this damn demonic qi. It was too much of an influence on people's emotions. Devil's breath, and dollar. Lu Yao's face was red, and she followed behind breathlessly. Her pace was a bit floating. Tired. It's exhausting. Shen Tianji skewered those roasted meats and put them aside, his smile playing with flavors. Big brother, come eat something to replenish your strength. Lin Feng walked out and picked up a kebab and took a bite, his eyes looking out. After thinking about it, I took these roasted meats out. Come on, have some, don't starve yourself to death. Lin Feng handed the roasted meat to the team members sitting outside. Although the team members couldn't wait, they didn't make a move, but turned their heads to look at Guan Hong. They were so disciplined that they wouldn't eat without the captain's consent even if they were starving to death. Guan Hong let out a breath and said, "Everyone eat." Receiving an affirmative answer, the team couldn't contain themselves any longer and took the kebabs and gobbled them up. Guan Hong looked at Lin Feng with a grateful face and said in a sincere tone, "Thank you." Lin Feng sat down beside him. "There's no need to say thank you. Tell me about the safe zone." Eating a man's mouth was soft and taking a man's hand was short. Guan Hong had accepted Lin Feng's food, so naturally he wouldn't refuse the request. Nowadays, in this land of the Dragon Kingdom, a total of 8 safety zones have been built. There are a lot of military forces stationed within each safe zone, among them political dignitaries, pharmaceuticals, scientists, and a lot of top business bigwigs, who work together to maintain the safe zones, while defending against the zombies. They're also sucking in forces. These 8 safe zones are considered the only pure land in the Dragon Kingdom right now. Guan Hong slowly narrated and Lin Feng quietly listened, nodding his head continuously during this time. Among the history he knew, no matter what disaster happened, the Dragon Kingdom could always make the fastest response and come up with the best countermeasures in the first place. The resilience of this country is truly admirable. Chapter 38, Don't like to wait, just kill them. Lin Feng listened to Guan Hong tell everything about the safe zone, from how they've fought off horde after horde of corpses, vowing not to retreat, to the point where scientists are working day and night on potions just to get rid of this zombie crisis as soon as possible. Then it goes on to tell about the official recruitment of genetically mutated aliens who want to form the strongest battle team that can save the world. After hearing all of this, Lin Feng immediately made a decision. He was also going to the safe zone, not for any other reason, simply because today a large number of zombies are slowly converging outside the safe zone. If Lin Feng wanted to obtain the beads by hunting zombies, he would have to move to a place with a lot of humans. Right at this moment, heaven and earth suddenly changed abruptly. The gale began to howl, the demonic aura began to thicken, and the red moon overhead became even deeper. Lin Feng quickly rushed above the street, his legs fired and his body leapt up, stepping on a utility pole in the air to lend strength. He jumped above the roof of a house in one fell swoop. He stood high above the ground, feeling the changes between heaven and earth. The abundance of this demonic chi was simply not inferior to the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the cultivation world. Roar! 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 Immediately afterward, the hissing sounds of zombies came from all directions. Lin Feng knew that this was the zombies once again ushering in a new round of evolution. It seems that it is necessary to move at once. Lin Feng's brows were tightly knit, and there was an inexplicable sense of urgency within him. He had a premonition that the world might be about to see a lot of horrible existences. Maybe zombies, maybe beasts, maybe humans. Lin Feng jumped back above the ground and spoke to Guan Hong. You know the route to the safe zone, right? Take me there. Guan Hong froze for a moment and asked in a small voice, You're going to the safe zone? Lin Feng looked at him. What's wrong? Is there a problem? You killed Officer Zhao's son. So if you go to the safe zone now, won't you be shooting yourself in the foot? Guan Hong revealed a hint of worry, but soon he thought of something else and his eyes blazed as he looked at Lin Feng. It's not impossible to really go. Unless, of course, you're willing to reveal yourself as a shifter. Shifter? Lin Feng silently chanted. In all honesty, he still had some desire to go and meet these exalts and see what the difference was between them and himself as a cultivator. Just take me there. You don't have to worry about everything else, Lin Feng said indifferently. All right. Guan Hong hesitated or agreed. Soon, Lin Feng called Shen Tianji and Lu Yao and briefly talked about his ideas. The two of them naturally didn't have any opinions. They were 100% obedient to Lin Feng's words. Guan Hong also had the team pack their bags and started moving after a few words of explanation. There was still a long way to go from here to the safe zone, and the group of them who wanted to go on foot were afraid that they would have to walk for a day and a night. There is still no telling what kind of changes will be encountered during the period. There is too much uncertainty. After thinking about it, I decided to drive ahead. It's a good thing that there are a lot of abandoned vehicles parked above the streets today. It wasn't hard to find a few that were still running. Some cars just have torn tires, so they remove another car's tires and put them on. Some cars just run out of gas, so suck the gas out of the other car and fill it in. It doesn't matter if you don't have a car key, you can just fire it up by removing the wiring board. All of this was child's play for professionally trained soldiers like Guan Hong and the others. Half an hour later, the four vehicles were traveling toward the safe zone. Guan Hong was familiar with the route and avoided some of the zombie-clad roads as much as possible. It eventually took them over 7 hours to stop a few kilometers from the safe zone. The rest of the journey would be on foot. After all, the movement of the vehicles was too great and could attract a large number of zombies if they weren't careful. It's just up ahead, but we're going to hide here for a bit. Guan Hong led the crowd to hide in a bush, pointing to a place not far ahead, said, Every once in a while, there will be some returning rescue teams. We'll bring supplies, and save the survivors. When the safe zone will send the army out to clean up the surrounding zombies, and welcome everyone in. Let's wait patiently on it. Following the direction of the other person's finger, Lin Feng looked forward. Thousands of zombies roaming outside the safe zone in his sight. They seemed to be able to sense that there were a lot of humans here, so they were all attracted to gather here. The safety zone at the very front, like the ancient walls used to defend against the enemy, was piled up with stones. To be able to pile up such strong walls in such a short period of time, in the whole world, I'm afraid that only the Dragon Kingdom has such efficiency. At this moment, there were also 2 giant searchlights on top of the city wall, constantly sweeping in all directions, monitoring everything around them. Lin Feng's brows furrowed slightly. When is this going to go? Guan Hong let out a bitter smile. It's impossible to say. It might be soon. It might take 2 or 3 days. Lin Feng spoke. It's been too long. I don't really like waiting. Guan Hong was shocked. Then what do you want? There are too many zombies in front. There's no way to get close, unless the zombies automatically disperse. But this is unlikely. Lin Feng suddenly stood up. His longsword flashed out in his hand, and with a cold snort, he said, I'll just kill my way in. As soon as the words fell, without even giving Guan Hong any chance to react, Lin Feng directly rushed into the corpses. Poof, poof, poof. Lin Feng swung his longsword, bringing out a cracking sound, cutting down the zombies in front of him one after another. His speed grew faster and faster as he rampaged through the corpses. Roar! Roar! The zombies also had a collective riot, hissing and frantically lunging at the suddenly appearing human. Soon, the commotion below had also alerted the men in charge of patrols on the walls. 2 giant searchlights also shone quickly at the source of the sound. This look directly shocked everyone. Is that a person? A human killing it in the middle of a horde of corpses? Looking at that crazy stance, It was completely overwhelming force in a one-sided slaughter of the zombies. Quickly, go inform the officer. With the roar of a soldier on the city wall, everyone in the entire security zone was startled. All the governors and leaders had gathered on top of the city walls, and the eyes of the people were dead set on Lin Feng. Watching as Lin Feng chopped away 10 zombie heads with a single sword. Then when Lin Feng leapt dozens of meters high and smashed heavily into the corpses, the group of leaders were so shocked they couldn't help but exclaim, asterisk 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 asterisk. Ein yet. Oh my god. My goodness. Amazing old iron. Chapter 39, The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. These leaders on top of the city walls became exuberant after their shock. Everyone has a firm idea in their mind. This powerful man must be absorbed into his staff. At once there was an order. Quickly, open the door and welcome him in. Soon, a group of heavily armed soldiers rushed out in the security zone. Bang, bang, bang. The gun in his hand kept on strafing the zombies in front of him. They were very well equipped and the guns in their hands were specially modified. With a single shot, ordinary zombies and low-ranking zombies would be directly blown away. The soldiers were shooting as they approached Lin Feng, and the two sides soon converged. Guanhong also rushed over with the crowd at this time. Come on, everyone, get into the safe zone. A soldier took out a few grenades and threw them at the corpses, using the gap between the explosions to lead the group back to the safe zone. Lin Feng moved closer to Shin Tianji and Lu Yao's side and reminded them in a low voice. No matter what happens, you guys just follow my side. Going anywhere and doing anything. Lin Feng was used to planning for the worst. Lu Yao was okay and nodded her head nicely. No matter where she went, it didn't make any difference to her. Being able to follow Lin Feng around would make her feel safe. Shen Tianji, on the other hand, looked a bit nervous. After all, he was not considered a normal human being nowadays. If they were found out, with the official code of conduct, they must have petitioned for a wrongful death and definitely would not be spared. Those leaders of the security zone, after seeing Lin Feng, all ran up to them without any image. Surrounding Lin Feng, each one's eyes glowed as if they were looking at a rare treasure. What's your name? Little brother? Little brother, what powers have you awakened? Little brother, are you interested in joining my team? Little brother. The crowd was so vocal that Lin Feng didn't even have a chance to open his mouth. The surrounding soldiers' eyes were also filled with admiration and envy when they looked at Lin Fan. Nowadays, everyone knows how important the altered is in the end. This is completely the hope for the future of mankind. In the entire safety zone, there were only 30 or so alterans combined. However, in contrast to the current situation, there was no other alien who could do a great job of killing the zombie horde and still be calm and relaxed. That meant that the man in front of him had the most powerful level of psychic ability of all the psychics known to date. Okay, all calm down. It was an old man who chided them to stop their excitement. You're making people look at you like this. The crowd laughed sardonically, but kept their mouths shut. It could be seen that the identity of this old man in front of him should be the highest in this safety zone. The old man's hair was as frosty as frost, but he was hale and hearty, and he carried the aura of a superior person between his hands and feet. With a kind smile on his face, he spoke to Lin Feng. Little brother, my name is Su Kangsheng. I'm the general in charge of this safe zone. I don't know what your name is? Lin Feng said. Su Kangsheng smiled and continued to speak. Can you tell us what supernormal ability you have awakened? Lin Feng asked curiously. There's a distinction between psychic abilities? The old man could tell that Lin Feng should really not be too clear, so he directly explained. Different people have awakened different abilities, just like within this safe zone of ours. Some people have suddenly become incredibly strong. Some people's speed has surpassed the limits of humanity. There are also people who can control fire and water. There's even mind control and so on. Lin Feng listened silently, suddenly feeling that these so-called supernormal abilities were quite like some simple feats of their cultivation world. Su Kangsheng inquired, what about you? What are your special abilities? Lin Feng didn't know how to answer, so he casually said, I can do everything. Omnipotent? It instantly made the crowd's pupils dilate. This awakening of one psychic ability is already awesome. Wouldn't it be invincible if it was all-powerful? Su Kangsheng's old face reddened with excitement as he took Lin Feng's hand. Well, with you, humanity will definitely be able to win this post-apocalyptic crisis. But Lin Feng's next sentence sent the scene into an awkward state. I didn't say I wanted to join you. Su Kangsheng even suspected that he had misheard, and subconsciously asked again, what did you say? Lin Feng said indifferently, I'm not interested in joining any organization. I don't like being restrained. Su Kongsheng was a bit anxious. Then what are you here for? Lin Feng said directly. I just thought there would be more zombies here. I came for the zombie hunt. At this time, another leader spoke up. Little brother Lin Feng. Nowadays it's a matter of life and death for mankind. Since you have the ability, you should have the ability to contribute to mankind. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Lin Feng said in disbelief. The fate of mankind. What's it got to do with me? He rejects all moral abductions. Cultivators act only with a clear conscience. Young man, you are not right in this idea. An officer wearing a military uniform and carrying a star on his shoulder spoke. This crisis is the crisis of all mankind. Everyone can't be spared. Everyone should be on the same page. You have powerful abilities. You should be the hero of all mankind. Lin Feng really didn't want to listen to these official words of theirs and exhaled. Your purpose is to resist zombies. My purpose is to hunt powerful zombies. We don't conflict. The others wanted to continue persuading, but Su Kongsheng waved his hand and said, all right, everyone stop talking. Little brother Lin Feng just arrived and should be tired, so let him go and rest first. We'll talk about anything later. The people thought about it and were in no hurry. Anyway, the people were already here. There would always be a way to convince Lin Feng. Just as Su Kongsheng was about to arrange for Lin Feng and the others to go down and rest, a rough-looking officer suddenly rushed to Guan Heng. The powerful aura directly pressed Guan Heng's breathing, especially after recognizing the other party as an identity. Guan Heng's heart trembled violently. The father of that second-generation official, Zhao Yan, who was killed by Lin Feng. Zhao Yongfeng. Zhao Yongfeng stared at Guan Heng with dead eyes and asked, how come you're the only ones back? Where are the survivors you rescued? Guan Heng stammered. All are dead. Zhao Yongfeng's eyes seemed to be able to spit out fire. Dead? The survivors are dead. Then how are you still alive? As he spoke, he actually pulled out his gun directly and pressed it against Guan Heng's brow. Is it that you are greedy and afraid of death? Deliberately not saving them? Can't finish the mission and still dare to come back? Believe it or not, I'll shoot you. Just a second before Zhao Yongfeng was about to shoot, Lin Feng opened his mouth and shouted, don't give him a hard time. I killed all the men. Chapter 40, Demonstrating Strength, Convincing the Entire Audience. Lin Feng's words caused the atmosphere of the scene to fall into a heavy state. Shen Tianji and Lu Yao were very sensible and prescient enough to step aside. They knew Lin Feng's character all too well and knew that a conflict was inevitable. Why? Why do you mutilate your fellow man? Zhao Yongfeng erupted into an angry hiss as he glared at Lin Feng. The other leaders also looked at Lin Feng, and Su Kongsheng even hurriedly inquired, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Lin Feng spoke expressionlessly and said, there's no misunderstanding. I only killed them because they deserved to die. Did you all hear that? Did you all hear that? Zhao Yongfeng was furious. His eyes staring at Lin Feng were as harsh as knife blades. In the end of the world, besides zombies, some humans are even more terrifying, because there are no more laws or morals in their hearts. Even if he's a shifter, he should never be tolerated. Such a person will not become a savior, but only a scourge. I think everyone here understands the horrors of human nature, right? Such a powerful and murderous person. You dare to stay in the safe zone? As the head of an army, Zhao Yongfeng naturally had a lot of say within the security zone. So when he finished saying those words, the crowd immediately fell into deep thought. Ha 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 ha. However, Lin Feng suddenly laughed, and the laughter sounded exceptionally harsh to Zhao Yongfeng's ears. What are you laughing at? Zhao Yongfeng chided loudly. Lin Feng hadn't wanted to say too much, but he still had a few moments of admiration for these people who fought hard for the hope of humanity. So he spoke patiently. Do you dare to tell everyone that you didn't send people out to save as many innocent people as possible, but only to save your own son? Don't you dare tell everyone that the last thing you want is for your son to come to the safe zone alone, and that you couldn't care less about the lives of these soldiers and other survivors. Public weapons, selfishness, and a penchant for using power over others. Are these the rules of your safe zone? In an instant, everyone's face changed. The leader's looks at Zhao Yongfeng also turned cold. If what Lin Feng said was true, then Zhao Yongfeng's behavior was a big offense. Zhao Yongfeng roared. Nonsense! I've been a soldier for so many years, dedicated to the country and the people. How can I allow you to make such false accusations? Lin Feng sneered, ready to irritate the other party. The person I killed seems to be called something like Zhao Yan. Before he died he begged me, as long as I could let him go, I could have whatever I wanted after coming to the safe zone. Asshole! Zhao Yongfeng aimed the gun in his hand directly at Lin Feng. You go to hell. Bang! 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 The trigger was pulled and the bullets were quickly fired right at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body flashed and all the bullets all grazed their bodies. Zhao Yongfeng knew in his heart that he couldn't deal with an alien with just a gun. Men, take him down for me. Zhao Yongfeng called in a group of his own soldiers, and among them were some of the exalted he had recruited. This safe zone was originally built by all forces coming together, so every leader here has his own army and follows only his personal call. Su Kongxing's face was unsightly. He directly took a step out and shouted, "Don't be impulsive. Let's all have a good talk. There's nothing to say." Zhao Yongfeng gritted his teeth and said, "This guy has already admitted to killing innocent people, so even if you guys are going to hold me accountable afterward, we must exterminate this scourge today." As soon as the words fell, the soldiers raised the guns in their hands and aimed them dead center at Lin Feng. Then, a few of the shifters walked right up to them. A tall man took the lead. His entire body's muscles bulged out like a hill, and the wind whistled between swings of his fist. "Ling Luo, power alien. I heard he can kill an elephant with one punch." Some people in the crowd let out exclamations of surprise, obviously extremely impressed with this Ling Luo's abilities. Lin Feng's face was expressionless and he punched out with the same punch. Bang! The sound produced by the two fists blasting against each other was enormous. In the next moment, the crowd was shocked. Ling Luo's force that could kill an elephant. Instead of being able to knock down Lin Feng, he himself was sent flying. Not only that, but his arm, which was thicker than a normal person's waist, was directly broken. Ah! Ling Luo fell to the ground and let out a wailing sound of pain. Whoosh! A silhouette flashed out a trail of shadows and ran towards Lin Feng. Ruan Yen, a speed-type alien. Under her full power, bullets can't even catch up with her. Once again, someone in the crowd shouted out who she was and what she was capable of. Ruan Yen was very fast, constantly flashing around Lin Feng, trying to find a crack to facilitate his strike. But no matter how much she sped up, she always felt that Lin Feng's sight was dead on her body. In the end, she clenched her teeth and directly kicked down towards Lin Feng's face. Snap! What was hard to accept was that Lin Feng had accurately and swiftly clasped Ruan Yan's ankle with one hand. "I can catch a bullet, let alone you?" Lin Feng threw himself hard and slammed the man directly on top of the wall. Immediately after that, another man with a short stature suddenly appeared in front of Lin Feng. His eyes glowed with an eerie light, and his hands kept swinging. Spirit invasion. A wave of mental power wanted to break into Lin Feng's brain and take control of his consciousness. Lin Feng's demonic chi surged within his body and he let out a cold grunt under his breath. "Get the hell out of here!" Pust! The short man's body trembled. A mouthful of blood sprayed out wildly from his mouth. His body staggered backward. His eyes filled with fear as he looked at Lin Feng. "I burned. An alien who could control fire. Lit a lighter and controlled the flames to amplify them. Then wanted to blast at Lin Feng. Only in the next second, his movement stiffened directly in place. In the line of sight, Lin Feng raised one hand high, and several huge balls of dark red flames were constantly swirling in the center of his palm. The flames gave off a blazing temperature that was beyond creepy. The moment, everyone was shocked beyond belief. Zhao Yongfen's body trembled as a feeling of powerlessness spread. Facing such a terrible person, can his son's revenge still be avenged? Stop it, all of you. Stop it. Su Kongxing quickly took a few steps forward, directly stopping in front of everyone. He had a rare outburst of anger. "This matter ends here. No one is allowed to pursue this matter any further. Whoever dares to look for trouble with Lin Feng again will be dealt with by military law." Zhao Yongfeng yelled. "Those innocent people, did they die in vain? If they're dead, they're dead. Blame them for their bad luck." Su Kongxing snorted coldly. Then when he looked at Lin Feng, his smile was as bright as it could be. "Little brother, hard work. Are you tired? Take your pick of the tents here and stay wherever you want. Hungry? Want to eat something? I'll have someone go make it for you. Geez, you kid, you must have been aggrieved to kill someone, right? In the future, if someone bullies you, talk to me and I'll help you shoot him down." Chapter 41, Vengeance for the Killing of a Son. Su Kongxing, the biggest leader of the safety zone, personally took Lin Feng to pick out a place to stay. After Shin Tianji and Lu Yao looked at each other, they also quickly followed. Guan Hong was worried that he and his team would be targeted and ran after Lin Feng as well. Zhao Yongfeng stared at their departing backs and stood in place for a long time before suppressing the flames of anger within him. He turned his head and glared at the soldiers holding submachine guns, yelling, "Why don't you guys shoot? With so many guns firing at the same time, I don't believe he can dodge it." The soldiers didn't say anything, and everyone had cold sweat running down their foreheads. One of the soldiers, his voice trembling, said, "Sir, it's not that we don't want to, but we just couldn't fire at all." he said, and with great effort, he reached up and pointed above him. Zhao Yongfeng snapped his head up, only to see a long sword suspended above the heads of the crowd. Whoosh! Under the sharp turn of the long sword, the tip of the sword was pressed dead center on Zhao Yongfeng's brow. Instantly, Zhao Yongfeng felt a chill slowly spreading downward from the top of his head. Just when he thought he might have to account for himself here, the long sword flew out again, spinning in the air a few times before disappearing from their sight. It's too scary. This person is just too scary. Even if we add up all the exalts in the safety zone, I'm afraid that they won't be his opponent. The soldiers were all relieved, all breathing heavily. Just now, but if anyone had actually pulled the trigger, that long sword would definitely have pierced through their head in the first place. Zhao Yongfeng clenched his fists. The expression on his face was gloomy and uncertain. He understood that just now this was just a warning, and the next time, this sword would definitely kill him. In the end, Zhao Yongfeng let out a long, powerless sigh. Under the end times, there was no other choice but to pull the plug on someone so powerful. None of those leaders in the safe zone will be on their side. In other words, his son died in vain. You get some rest, and if you lack anything, just order the guards outside and they'll arrange it for you. Su Kongsheng sent Lin Feng within the best house within the safe zone, his tone filled with kindness and compassion. Don't get too tired. You can go wherever you want here and do whatever you want. I'll support you unconditionally in whatever you want to do as long as you don't kill anyone indiscriminately. Lin Feng was a little less adapted to this kind of enthusiasm and kept his tone calm. I'm actually not a murderous person. As long as no one comes to mess with me, I won't do it indiscriminately, so you don't have to worry too much. He didn't come here to cause trouble either. He simply wanted to kill zombies to raise his realm. Su Kongsheng smiled. I know, you child has a face of righteousness. At first glance, you are a good person. You move your hands must all be others to provoke you first. You must all be forced to do so. Kids as nice as you don't come around much these days, powerful and not proud. If this were any other person, his tail would be able to go up to the sky. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched fiercely and said, Elder Su, you don't have to be so complimentary. It's weirdly embarrassing for me to hear. What do you call that? How can that be a compliment? This is all the truth from the heart, Su Kongsheng said in a firm tone. In terms of this combat power that Lin Feng had shown today, it wouldn't be too much to praise him to the heavens. Well, Lin Feng sighed helplessly, then directly said, why don't you go back first? I want to be alone for a while. Su Kongsheng nodded his head repeatedly. Good. You have a good rest. I'll leave you alone for now. After Su Kongsheng left, Shen Tianji and Lu Yao also walked in. Only just as the two men were about to open their mouths, they were interrupted by Lin Feng. Don't say anything in praise. I really don't want to hear it. Lu Yao smiled faintly. Master, can't we live in peace now? Lin Feng nodded. Stay here for now. At least you don't have to go around looking for a place to stay. Shen Tianji also asked, Big brother, are you really not considering joining them? With the strength you showed tonight, if you join them, your status must be especially high. Most men in their world are still hungry for power and status. It's too troublesome. I don't like it. Lin Feng shook his head, then shouted at the door. Don't hide outside. Come in. Guan Hong walked in embarrassed. You knew I was out here. Ha! Lin Feng was now at the 7th level of qi refining, and the scent of any living thing within 1,000 meters was under his control. Lin Feng opened his mouth and asked, What do you want to see me about? Guan Hong hesitated for a moment and spoke. My crew and I are just seeking shelter. Zhao Yongfeng might not dare to lay a hand on Lin Fan, but it was impossible to say that he would trip them up. They weren't aliens, and they didn't have any overpowering backstage, so even if they died, no one would help them out. So the only one who could rely on now was Lin Feng. Lin Feng gazed at him and slowly spat out. Why should I help you? Give me a reasonable reason. Guan Hong couldn't figure out what value he had to Lin Feng even after half a day of thinking. He smiled bitterly. We can't give you anything, but as long as you're willing to shelter us, we can sell our lives for you. Lin Feng said indifferently. I don't need henchmen. Guan Hong said with some urgency. You just came here and are not familiar with the place, and it is good to have some people in your hands. Lin Feng thought about it and felt that the other party's words made some sense, and it was also himself who had asked them to return to the safe zone. Shelter a little. Just shelter a little. It's not a big deal anyway. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's tone loosened a few points. You and your team members just stand guard outside. Don't let anyone in without my permission. A look of excitement appeared on Guan Hang's face as he hastily spoke. Don't worry. I won't let a single mosquito fly in. Lin Feng waved his hand for Guan Hong to back off, then fished out a cigarette and held it in his mouth. Shen Tianji had the eyesight to take out a lighter to help light it. Big brother, do you think that Zhao Yongfeng will give up? Lin Feng slowly exhaled a smoke ring and laughed coldly. How can the hatred of killing his son be easily dissolved? Shen Tianji frowned. In a head-on collision, Big Brother doesn't fear him, but what if he were to use some shady tactics? After all, this is their territory. I'm not afraid of him making a move. I'm afraid of him not making a move. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth hooked into a cold smile. If he dares to look for trouble from me again, I'll chop off his head in front of everyone. Chapter 42, Giving Lin Feng the highest level of treatment. At this moment, in the conference room improvised in the security zone, a group of people sat around a round table. No one spoke, and the atmosphere seemed heavy. Supreme Leader Su Kongxing sat at the first place, his fingers gently tapping the desktop. Since no one has spoken, let me say a few words first. This Lin Feng, he must stay in the safe zone at all costs. I don't care what you think or what your opinions are, but this is settled. Su Kongxing's tone was serious. You guys have seen the strength he has displayed, completely ahead of all the exalts above. As long as he's around, there's still hope for this zombie crisis. It will be our loss, the loss of all mankind, if we force him away. After hearing these words, the crowd nodded in recognition. Elder Su, a general, spoke up. But right now this Lin Feng's attitude is a bit less than clear. Will he really be willing to help us? Su Kongxing's eyes narrowed slightly. His current attitude doesn't matter. As long as we keep him here, there must be a way we can convince him. And he also said that his goal is to kill zombies. As long as he can help us along against the walkers, then there's no problem. The key point is that such a powerful alien has to be kept in sight for me to feel at ease. If we let him stray out into the open, the consequences will be unimaginable if he gets out of control. I suppose you can understand the pros and cons? Someone couldn't help but speak up. Can we control him? Why think about control? Su Kongxing's tone also raised a few points and said, with the character he has shown so far, it seems that the more you want to control him, the more likely it is that something will happen to him, so it would be better to adopt a soft policy. Then he looked at Zhao Yongfeng and said in a serious tone, Yongfeng, I don't want to ask about the causes and consequences of this matter, and I don't want to count who's right and who's wrong. I just hope that you'll look at the big picture, and put everything in the context of the future of mankind. The gazes of the crowd also fell on him, all with complex expressions. All of them were companions who fought together, and if it wasn't for the fact that this matter was very much at stake, they would have wanted to support Zhao Yongfeng. But personal feelings are negligible in the face of the righteousness of the family and the nation. Although Zhao Yongfeng had already expected such an outcome, the pain of losing his son still made it difficult for him to accept. Could it be that all those people died in vain? Are you just going to let him do whatever he wants? Su Kongxing sighed. Don't mention the past anymore. That's it for today's meeting. Everyone remember, from now on you have to treat Lin Feng with the highest standards. Anyone who causes trouble will be punished by military justice. Compared to the group quarters of many survivors, Lin Feng's room for them was large and spacious. The furniture and plumbing were all there. The bathroom was separate, and the refrigerator was stuffed with lots of fresh food. In today's situation, to still be able to arrange for Lin Feng to live in such an environment, the sincerity was definitely enough. I've been on fire from all the barbecue lately, so it's nice to finally eat some fresh fruit and vegetables. Lu Yao looked at the food inside the refrigerator and said with a wide smile on her face. Shen Tianji was holding a piece of raw meat in his mouth and chewing on it. Speaking while eating, they are trying to curry favor with Big Brother. I'm sure there are definitely not a lot of these things, even within the safe zone. Lu Yao took out an apple and inhaled deeply, feeling extraordinarily fragrant. I can't believe that under the end times, I can still have a bite of fresh fruit. Shen Tianji smiled and spoke. You don't talk about fruits. Now even if they want a seafood dinner, they can figure it out. Lu Yao took a bite of the apple, then lamented from the bottom of her heart. This is still thanks to Master's light. If I hadn't chosen to stay by Master's side as a little maid in the first place, I might have starved to death somewhere. Shen Tianji nodded and chimed in. Who says it isn't? I might have been eaten by zombies long ago if I hadn't met Big Brother back then. Whoosh! Lin Feng put away his own longsword. He had just tried and still couldn't fly with his sword. It seems like you have to wait until you build a foundation. Lin Feng slowly exhaled a breath and looked at Shen Tianji and Lu Yao. The two of you are talking a bit too much. Shen Tianji and Lu Yao smiled sarcastically and immediately shut their mouths. Lu Yao obediently walked behind Lin Feng and stretched out her hands to help him squeeze his shoulders. While enjoying Lu Yao's massage, Lin Feng spoke. Your body lately, has there been any changes? Ever since the first time he met Red Moon and Lu Yao's body changed, nothing had happened until now. This made Lin Feng a little confused. He had always guessed that Lu Yao might have awakened her powers as well, especially after fighting those shifters tonight. He was even more certain of his inner suspicions. After all, the aura that Lu Yao had on her that day was extremely similar to the aura of these exalted tonight. Just why was it that everyone else had awakened while Lu Yao hadn't changed at all? Could it be because he had channeled his true chi to him earlier, affecting the speed of his supernatural ability awakening? Lu Yao shook her head. No, besides, being a little tired. Nothing else feels the same. Tired? Lin Feng was puzzled. Tired of what? Lu Yao blushed in shame. It's not because Master is too powerful. Every time I have to slow down for a long time to regain my strength. Shen Tianji hurriedly covered his ears, and in his mind, he silently recited do not see, do not see, do not hear. Lin Feng coughed awkwardly. This is actually, and not you can blame me. It's all because this heaven and earth in the end the demonic chi is too violent. It's easy to affect people's emotions. Magic breath. Lu Yao revealed a nice smile. Whatever Master says is fine. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. In the last few days, you should feel well if there are any changes in your body or not, and you can also go and enjoy the red moon when you're not doing anything. Lu Yao revealed a puzzled look. What is there to see in the red moon? Lin Feng boarded up his face. Just obediently do what I say. Don't keep raising questions. I can still harm you? Lu Yao spat out her tongue. I know. Lin Feng let out a breath. Alright, don't press it. Everyone take an early rest. On the second day, when everyone was still asleep, the alarm bells suddenly rang loudly throughout the safety zone. Aside from Lin Feng and the others, all the soldiers in the security zone were urgently assembled. A hissing sound that shook the heavens and the earth was then heard. Soon, gunshots and explosions began to ring out. A new round of battles began to be fought. Saw someone say they were worried about the male lead being official. LOL, isn't that hilarious? You're asking a fairy cultivator to babysit for an official. Is that possible? Don't jump out and spray after reading the beginning, okay? Don't worry, it won't happen. It's a partnership at the moment, and we're going to kill him later on. Chapter 43, Go and invite Lin Feng. The zombies gathered in large numbers and began to attack the safe zone. There were even some large mutated morning beasts among them. The soldiers in the safe zone were also heavily armed and kept firing at the walkers under the command of the leaders. It's just that the number of zombies is just too much, and after 2 rounds of evolution, they've also become more powerful. Quick, use heavy weapons. At Su Conching's order, the soldiers directly set up the battery, and a shell whistled out. Boom! Rumble! With a deafening explosion, those zombies with low levels were blown into a bloody mist in pieces. But even so it still didn't slow down the pace of these zombies' attack. Roar! Right at this moment, a mutated fierce tiger and a mutated giant ape were sprinting towards the city wall at an extremely fast speed. After the mutation their size became incomparably huge, and the city walls shook violently when they crashed up. Stop them! Stop them now! The leaders were filled with anxiety and yelled. The consequences of this would be unimaginable if they were allowed to attack the safe zone. Soon, a group of elite soldiers, with special weapons, quickly killed their way out. Even those exalts had joined the battlefield, deadlocking the movements of the tigers and great apes. Kill! 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 The soldiers erupted into a frantic hiss as bullets poured out like rain, tearing apart the bodies of these zombies. There will also be some zombies forcibly rushed to the front of the soldiers against the rain of bullets and bullets. And this time the soldiers will draw out their sharp sabers to face the battle head-on. The saber cut out a cold aura, slicing through the zombie's head and bursting out channels of foul-smelling blood. There will also be some soldiers who will be bitten by the zombies, and at this time they will pull out the grenade they carry and charge into the horde of corpses without fear of death. In the midst of the explosion, and the walkers died together. They can accept death, but they will never accept that they become zombies. On the other side, the battle between the exalts and those 2 mutated corpse beasts had also entered a white heat. Although the strength of the exalts was powerful, these 2 mutated corpse beasts were even more terrifying. Their speed and explosive power was extremely astonishing. Dozens of people joined forces together and were barely able to hold them off. Whoosh! Just at this time, a zombie was weaving through the corpses at a very fast speed. His target was extremely clear, his scarlet eyes dead set on the soldiers who were fighting. In a single glance, his hands landed directly on the bodies of 2 soldiers. The terrifying force pierced through not only the body armor, but also the soldier's body. With a flourish, this walker viciously ripped out his intestines and shoved them into his mouth. He chewed as he continued his attack towards the rest of the group. Da-da-da-da! The soldiers panicked and turned their guns around, frantically shooting at the zombie. But This zombie was unexpectedly strong, and the bullets that were fired were all dodged by him. Bang! 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 The zombie forcefully swatted several soldiers in front of him, then grabbed one and opened his mouth to bite down on his neck. Click! Click! The sound of chewing is chilling to the ear. This zombie stared at the soldiers in front of him, and the corner of his mouth curled up in a strange, hideous smile. That's right, laughing. This walker is actually laughing. Only advanced zombies can evolve to this level. Retreat! Retreat quickly! It's a high-level zombie. Someone let out a hiss of horror. Advanced zombies were no longer something they, normal humans, could fight against. Even with a weapon in his hand, it was difficult to kill him. The soldiers could only shoot and retreat while they would also keep throwing grenades. But the speed of the advanced zombies was so fast that it was hard for them to aim accurately. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'll fight you. A soldier went mad and charged towards the zombie. He wanted to hold the other man and then pull the bomb and die together. Pust. This high-level zombie also saw his intentions, and with a fierce sprint those blood-covered palms directly pierced through the soldier's chest. The soldier's body trembled, and blood continued to spurt out of his mouth. Ah! The soldier let out a growl that seemed to come from his soul, and with his last ounce of strength, he forcefully pulled the bracelet away. Boom! Blood and flesh flew under a deafening explosion. Dead? The soldiers inwardly questioned this. If even this can't kill a high-level zombie, is there really any hope for humanity? Roar! Just as quickly the roar of the zombies sends them into complete despair. Instead of being blown up, this high-level zombie became even angrier. He held a human heart in his hand, and after biting down hard on it, he charged towards the human in front of him once again. It was a one-sided massacre, and the soldiers were still defenseless despite their best efforts, constantly having their throats bitten open, constantly having their bodies hollowed out. Su Kongsheng, who was commanding the battle on top of the city wall, was filled with grief and indignation, and every time he saw his soldiers die tragically in front of his eyes he felt pain in his heart. Su Kongsheng didn't dare to hesitate any longer and hurriedly shouted, "Quickly, quickly go and call Lin Feng." And at that moment, Lin Feng was enjoying Lu Yao's massage while waiting for Shin Tianzi to finish making breakfast. As for, he naturally heard the sounds of the battle outside, but he didn't put too much stock in it. Lu Yao couldn't help but ask out, "Master, do you think they can win the fight?" Lin Feng closed his eyes and lay on Lu Yao's knee, slowly spitting out a sentence. "It should be able to, otherwise wouldn't this safe zone have fallen long ago?" Lu Yao thought about it and nodded. "That's right, after all, the officials still have heavy firepower that hasn't been utilized yet." Lin Feng opened his eyes and smiled. "Don't worry, even if this place is breached, there's no need to be afraid if I'm the only one here." Done. Shin Tianzi carried the fried steak and juice on the table and shouted at Lin Feng, "Big brother, come and eat." Lin Feng slowly sat up, smelling the aroma of the steak and instantly worked up an appetite. But just at this time, Guan Hong walked in. He hesitated but still spoke. "Brother Lin, the zombies attacking the safe zone are very powerful, so Elder Su wants you to go and support them." Lin Feng turned his head to look at him and said curiously, "How strong can it be?" Guan Hong said truthfully, "Two mutated zombie beasts appeared, as well as a high-level zombie." A high-grade zombie? Lin Feng's spirit was shaken. He didn't even need Guan Hong to say anything more. He directly rushed outside. Shin Tianji hurriedly shouted, "Big brother, steak! Steak should be eaten while it's hot." Without looking back, Lin Feng said, "It's not too late to eat it after I finish killing it." Chapter 44, Killing High-Grade Zombies. When Lin Feng appeared on top of the city wall, everyone's eyes fell on him. Su Kongsheng was even more excited as he went forward and took Lin Feng's hand. "Son, it's a good thing you're here. We can only rely on you nowadays." Lin Feng didn't reply to his words, but instead gazed towards the battlefield. The soldiers are surrounded by zombies and are killed and wounded. Even the shifters were hanging on to their colors. But even so everyone is still fighting. Lin Feng looked at the two beasts of death and then at the high-level zombie. The strength was indeed very strong, and if his realm hadn't made consecutive breakthroughs, he really wouldn't have been a match. But right now, one definitely had the combat power to crush them. "Tell your men to stand down." Lin Feng opened his mouth expressionlessly and at the same time, his long sword flashed out and was held tightly in his palm. "All back?" Su Kongsheng was shocked. "Is it hard for you to still want to fight alone?" It wasn't that he didn't believe in Lin Feng's strength, but the zombies that came this time were just too scary. "Is it possible to achieve victory with the power of one man?" Lin Feng coldly spat out. "They will only affect my play." Su Kongsheng hesitated for a moment, but still gave the direct order to retreat. All of the Dragon Kingdom's warriors were forbidden to do anything, so after hearing their officer's orders, they immediately stopped fighting and quickly withdrew. And just at this time, Lin Feng leapt down from the top of the city wall in front of everyone. It smashed heavily on top of the ground like a cannonball. Bang! The ground under his feet was cracked like a spider's web, spreading in all directions. The moment Lin Feng appeared, those two beasts of death and that high-level zombie were also instantly attracted. Roar! Roar! The mutant tiger was the first to rush over. Its wide tiger claws wrapped in 1,000 pounds of gravity slapping towards Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng's legs stomped the ground and quickly dodged out of the way. Then his body flipped over and his powerful kick slammed on top of the mighty tiger's head. The mighty tiger flew and smashed into the rear of the horde of corpses, instantly toppling a large number of zombies. At this very moment, the wind whistled in his ears, and the mutant giant ape came sprinting in a hurry. Its body was huge, and the ground shook with each step it took. He swung his fist out, directly emitting a sound-breaking sound. Just some that haven't become refined yet. Lin Feng let out a cold shout and punched out with the same punch. Under the dual fists countering each other, the huge body of the giant ape exploded back in succession. Whoosh! Lin Feng didn't let go of this opportunity and swung his long sword forward, flashing out a sword chi. Pust! With a single sword strike, he directly chopped away one of the mutated giant ape's arms, and blood splattered. Roar! The mutated giant ape let out a miserable scream from its mouth. This mighty tiger and giant ape, in the cultivation world, were not even considered to be matured demonic beasts. At best, they were just animals with mutated body sizes. Soon the mutated tiger sprinted and ran wildly, appearing under Lin Feng's head in an instant. The tiger's mouth opened, revealing rows of sharp teeth, about to swallow Lin Feng in one gulp. Lin Feng quickly avoided it while dodging to the back of the tiger and grabbed its tail with one hand. The force of his arms exploded and his muscles bulged rapidly. The mutant tiger that weighed 1,000 pounds was directly swung by Lin Feng. In the next second, it slammed down hard against the ground. That wasn't all. Lin Feng once again swung the tiger up and slammed it down again. Boom! 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 Dozens of consecutive violent blasts directly smashed this mutant tiger. Then, Lin Feng threw himself towards the sky, directly flinging himself hundreds of meters high. Immediately after that, a ball of fire coalesced in his palm and blasted straight towards the tiger. Boom! With an explosion, the tiger was blown to pieces. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The people on the city walls all stared at this scene in disbelief, shocked beyond words. Your turn. Lin Feng's gaze fell on the giant ape again. His body leapt up and the long sword in his hand slashed down towards the ape's head. The mutant giant ape was furious and used all its strength to swing its fist to meet the attack. But Lin Feng split its arm with a sword, crushed its sternum with another sword, and finally stabbed its heart viciously. The huge body also smashed heavily on top of the ground. Roar! 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 At this moment, the corpses hissed and then rushed towards Lin Feng, densely packed, like the transit of locusts. Lin Feng, one person and one sword, calmly stepped forward, his long sword constantly waving, blossoming with sword chi. Dust flew in the field, and a head shot up into the sky. There were also many intermediate zombies in this group, and when their heads were chopped off, the black beads that contained all the zombies' corpse chi and demonic chi also fell on top of the ground. With a wave of his arm, Lin Feng absorbed all these beads into his storage ring. At the same time, Lin Feng was constantly searching for that high-level zombie. This high-level zombie had evolved divine intelligence, and after sensing Lin Feng's power, he had actually been hiding himself. Lin Feng was rapidly charging in the middle of the field. A strand of demonic chi was boiling inside his body, and the sword chi that he swung out was flashing with essence. The moment Lin Feng slashed dozens of zombies with his sword, a blast of wind came from behind him. That high-level zombie, seizing the time to pounce from the back, wanted to end Lin Feng with a single blow. It was just that Lin Feng's had firmly locked onto his aura, and in the nick of time he turned around smoothly and slashed out with his sword. Madaka! The long sword and the claws of this high-level zombie's hands collided together, bursting into sparks. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Not bad, tough enough. The moment the words fell, his right leg was filled with majestic strength, kicking towards the senior zombie's abdomen like a heavy whack. This senior zombie's reflexes were also extraordinary. The moment Lin Feng's paw kicked over, his body flickered to precisely avoid it. It's kind of fun. Lin Feng smiled broadly. His speed increased again, leaving a trail of stumps in the field. His long sword seemed to tear through the air as he slashed forward. A trace of shock flashed through the eyes of this high-level zombie, as if it hadn't anticipated that such a powerful existence could appear amongst humans. he hastily dodged sideways. Only that he had just dodged a sword, and an even swifter second sword followed. Soon, the third sword, the fourth. The sword chi kept coming out, directly blocking all the retreating paths of this high-level zombie. Eventually, Lin Feng stabbed his sword into his brow, and with a forceful movement of his arm, he directly crushed the zombie's vitality. As the long sword was drawn out, it also brought out a black bead. The beads produced in this high-level zombie's body were twice as large as those of an intermediate zombie, and the magic power contained in them was even more surging. Lin Feng was happy in his heart. He hadn't made a move for nothing. This was blood money. When Lin Feng returned to the safe zone, the gazes of the people looking at him were all thick with awe, but he didn't pay the slightest attention to it, and now all he could think about was hurrying back to his steak. Otherwise it won't taste good when it gets cold. Chapter 45, Scientific Research Bases. After Lin Feng had killed those two beasts and the high-level zombies, those remaining zombies didn't pose much of a threat. It was quickly repulsed under heavy fire, and when Lin Feng returned to the house, the steak was still warm. After finishing the steak, Lin Feng took out some beads of intermediate-level zombies and gave them to Shin Tianji. As Lin Feng's realm rose, beads of this grade were already difficult to satisfy his needs. Even if he absorbed it, he wouldn't be able to raise it much. It would be better to give it to Shin Tianji, and he also wanted to see to what extent Shin Tianji's strength could be increased when he devoured all these beads. Big brother, are you really giving me all of it? Shin Tianji looked at these beads and instantly smiled with joy. He had been salivating from the first time he saw this, but Lin Feng also needs. He as a little brother naturally must first tighten the big brother to come. Lin Feng nodded. Don't say that big brother didn't take care of you. I purposely left these for you. Big brother, I love you. Shin Tianji was so excited that he was about to go forward and hug Lin Feng, but he was kicked away. Ouch! Shin Tianji rubbed his small stomach and grumbled. Big brother, can you stop hitting me all the time? Lin Feng gave him a blank look and said in a cold voice, the two of you go outside and guard for me. I'm going to cultivate. The usual rule, don't come in until I'm done practicing, and don't let anyone else disturb me. After Shin Tianji and Lu Yao left, Lin Feng couldn't wait to take out the beads and start absorbing them. The demonic chi contained within this bead was several times denser than even the previous one. The moment he absorbed it into his body, Lin Feng's eyes turned red. The surging demonic chi traveled all over his body, eventually converging within the dantian. Soon Lin Feng's breath was also growing rapidly. The 8th level of chi refining, 9th level of chi refining. He eventually stopped when he was about to break through the 10th level of chi refining. Lin Feng felt the energy in his body skyrocket. Every muscle in his body contained explosive power. He was very confident that even if he was allowed to return to the cultivation world now, there would definitely be no one within the same rank who would be his opponent. Before Lin Feng could be happy for long, an evil thought rushed straight to his brain. It made him desperate to vent. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and shouted out to the outside. Lu Yao, come in for a moment. Lu Yao quickly ran in and asked, Master, what is it that you are looking for me for? Lin Feng stared at her with crimson eyes and hooked his fingers. Come here, lie down. It took 2 consecutive hours of intense fighting before Lin Feng regained his composure, and Lu Yao fell into a deep sleep after it was over because she was too tired. Lin Feng tucked her in and then walked out. He didn't expect that besides Shin Tianji and Guan Hong and the others, Su Conchang with a group of leaders was actually waiting for him as well. At the sight of Lin Feng walking out, Su Conchang rushed forward with a big smile on his face. Child, I really have to thank you for this time. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid we would have to sacrifice many warriors. In this battle, they did not use their full strength, and many of their powerful weapons were not used, but everyone understood that even if they won in the end, it would definitely be a disastrous victory. Lin Feng spoke indifferently. It's just a matter of getting what you need. No need to say thank you. Su Conchang gave another round of compliments, and even those leaders behind him had all sorts of complimentary words. It went on for over 10 minutes without a single word being repeated. Lin Feng really couldn't listen anymore and interrupted them. If you have something to say, just say it. Su Conchang rubbed his hands, embarrassedly opened his mouth. It's just that there's a little favor that I want to ask you. Before he could even finish his words, Lin Feng directly refused. Sorry, not interested, not available. This directly caused Su Conchang to freeze in place, and there was a long silence before he then spoke. It's not really that difficult. It's a breeze for you. Feel free to mention any requests you have. As long as we can fulfill them, we will do our best to fulfill them. Just think of it as helping human civilization. People won't forget your contribution. Lin Feng looked at this old man in front of him. To be honest, he quite admired such a person. For the sake of the greater good he could grovel to please him. Unfortunately, Lin Feng, however, wasn't from this world and didn't really care about the future development of this world. These so-called family and national righteousness can hardly touch him. Lin Feng slowly let out a breath. At most, I'll just make a move when the zombies launch an attack. Don't look for me for anything else. Boy, there's really a lot at stake here. Su Kongxing's tone even carried a hint of pleading as he said, as long as you're willing to help, even if I let this old man give up his seat to you. Lin Feng was expressionless and said, I'm not interested in your seat. Su Kongxing's brows furrowed as he thought for half a day before speaking. Don't you want to kill zombies? I know of a place where the zombies are numerous and powerful. It can definitely satisfy you. Lin Feng instantly became interested. Tell me about it. There's an island with a rough estimate of at least 10,000 walkers on it. Su Kongxing stared into Lin Feng's eyes. If you want to go, I can arrange a special plane and send you there. There should be something else on the island besides walkers, right? Lin Feng asked directly. He wasn't stupid. He naturally understood that there must be something or someone important on this island. That's why Su Kongxing had specifically mentioned this place. In fact, this is a vacation island. Before the end of the world there were many tourists who would visit the island. To say that there is something special, it is that there is a secret experimental base of ours on this island. Su Kongxing said. Under the gaze of Lin Feng, Su Kongxing clenched his teeth and said it all. I want to send a group of alien energy users to the island with you to save some of the medicine experts within the experimental base. They've been researching zombies since the outbreak of the end times, wanting to develop an antidote that can undo this crisis. Lin Feng, if you can save them back, it's a meritorious deed. Lin Feng's face couldn't see any emotional fluctuations. What's the level of the zombies on the island? Su Kongxing didn't hide anything and said directly. According to the information that came back, there are dozens of high-level zombies, which is why we delayed sending people to rescue them. Lin Feng thought about it and decided to make a trip. He could only rely on official information if he wanted to hunt high-level zombies. Otherwise the world was so big, he couldn't go from place to place. Could he? Lin Feng let out a breath. Alright, I promise you, I demand to leave as soon as possible. Su Kongxing nodded his head repeatedly. Take a day off today, and tomorrow we'll arrange for a special airplane to send you there. Chapter 46, Shen Tianxi's Evolution. After the crowd left, Shen Tianji walked over to Lin Feng and lowered his voice to ask, Big brother, you're really going? Lin Feng nodded. Going to hunt a few more high-level zombies will help my cultivation. Shen Tianji hesitated and asked again, then should Lu Yao and I go together? Lin Feng shook his head. You guys stay here? You'll have to distract yourselves to protect you if you follow me. Shen Tianji didn't insist too much after thinking about it. The two of them following around would indeed affect Lin Feng. It would be better to stay in the safe zone peacefully, with food and drink, and no one would dare to bully them. After the two of them returned to the room, Lin Feng spoke to Shen Tianji. Absorb those beads now while I'm still here. If there's any problem, I'll still be able to protect you. He was worried that after he left, Shen Tianji, this douchebag, would have any accidents if he devoured the beads alone. It would be a problem if he exposed himself as a zombie in front of people. So it was still safest to let Shen Tianji do it in front of him while he was still around. Good. Shen Tianji took out a bead and licked the corner of his mouth before quickly throwing it into his mouth. Maybe it was because he was also a zombie nowadays. The black bead fit perfectly with his body. After being swallowed into the abdomen, it was quickly absorbed. Shen Tianji felt that his strength had invariably increased several times. His eyes became blazing, and at that moment, he didn't hesitate to stuff all the remaining few beads into his mouth. In an instant, his entire body swelled up. Dang! 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 His heart was beating violently, as if it was going to burst at any moment. Shen Tianji covered his chest and fell to his knees above the ground. His pupils abnormally dilated and finally became pitch black. Big brother, I'm in so much pain. I feel like I'm about to burst. Shen Tianji's mouth let out a low roar, and the pores of his entire body had blood seeping out. Let you kid be greedy and dare to swallow it all in one breath. You deserve it. Although Lin Feng said that with his mouth, he still made a move. Snap! Lin Feng pressed his palm on Shen Tianji's head and forced the excess energy in Shen Tianji's body into his body. Gradually, Shen Tianji's swollen body slowly returned to normal. Lin Feng withdrew his own palm and spoke. How do you feel now? Shen Tianji's eyes returned to their original appearance, and he also exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Then he clenched his fist and punched the ground as hard as he could. Bang! The punch left a hole directly in the ground. Ha 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 ha. Shen Tianji couldn't help but laugh out loud and quickly got up. Big brother, I feel awfully strong right now. Oh, yeah? Lin Feng directly slapped his palm and directly sent Shen Tianji flying. It rolled out on the ground several times before coming to a stop. Guan Hong, who was guarding outside, hurried forward. What's wrong? What's going on? Shen Tianji quickly got up and forced himself to be calm. It's fine. I'm just exercising. Guan Hong had a strange expression on his face. What kind of workout required rolling on the ground? You continue to stand your posts and don't ask questions you shouldn't. Shen Tianji patted the dust on his body, then returned to the room with a calm face. Lin Feng looked at him with a smile. How do you feel now? Shen Tianji was bitter. I just felt that my whole body has inexhaustible strength. I thought I was very strong, but I didn't think that even Big Brother couldn't block a single move. You did get stronger, but it depends on who you're comparing yourself to. Lin Feng spoke indifferently. Your current strength is almost the same as an intermediate level zombie, and you can get through a few moves with those aberrations. Looking at Shen Tianji's still frustrated expression, Lin Feng added in time, didn't you realize that you didn't have any problems at all after carrying off one of my moves? Only after hearing this did Shen Tianji react. He hurriedly checked his body, and other than a vague sense of pain where he had been hit, there were no other injuries at all. A smile suddenly appeared on Shen Tianji's face. Looks like I'm still pretty good. Lin Feng smiled. Now that you have some ability to defend yourself, I can leave without worrying. After I leave, you take care of Lu Yao. Shen Tianji waved his arm. Big brother, just rest assured. Then he idly approached Lin Feng and asked, Big brother, do you think I'll be stronger than you in the future if I can devour more beads? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile broadened at the corners of his mouth. Listening to this tone of yours, it seems like you're looking forward to it. Shen Tianji hemmed and hawed. And no, it's just general. Snap. Before he finished his words, Lin Feng slapped his palm again. Ouch. Shen Tianji screamed miserably before flying out again, rolling in a big circle after falling to the ground. After sensing that there were quite a few lines of sight falling on his body, Shen Tianji quickly bounced up with his hands on the ground. Shen Tianji looked at Guan Hong and coughed gently. Guan Hong smiled and said, no need to explain. I get it. I get it all. You're just exercising your body at times. Get it? Shen Tianji straightened his back, put his hands behind his back, and retraced his steps back into the house. Lin Feng looked at him and asked, in the future, do you still dare to have unrealistic fantasies? Still dare to pretend with me? Shen Tianji shook his head in a deadly manner. Don't dare. Don't dare. Master, what are you doing? Lu Yao rubbed her own sleepy eyes and walked out from the inner room. Shen Tianji smiled in embarrassment. Did we disturb you? Lu Yao glanced at him and was instantly a bit surprised. Why do you seem to have changed? Taller and stronger. Shen Tianji patted his sturdy muscles and said, how was it? Awesome, isn't it? When Big Brother leaves, I'll protect you. Go. Lu Yao hurriedly ran to Lin Feng's side. Master, are you leaving here? Lin Feng nodded. Go out and kill a few zombies. You should be back soon. At those words, Lu Yao let out a sigh of relief. She had gotten used to Lin Feng's presence after so long. This suddenly heard that Lin Feng was leaving and thought that the other party didn't want him anymore. Master, when are you leaving? Lu Yao asked. Early tomorrow morning. Lin Feng replied. At the same time his eyes unconsciously fell on Lu Yao's long legs, and he felt a dry mouth. He took Lu Yao's hand and headed towards the inner room. I'll be leaving tomorrow, so I'll work hard on you today. Master, spare my life. I can't handle this small body. It's okay, I'll be gentle. How does the master want to play it? Blow, play, sing, do it all. You are killing me. Chapter 47, Weird Phenomena. The next day, Lin Feng boarded a special plane to the island. There were a total of 10 people traveling with him, all of whom were genetic mutation aliens. Their eyes were filled with admiration as they looked at Lin Feng. The image of Lin Feng alone decimating the beasts and high-level zombies was shocking enough. And in today's world, strength means everything. In a brief exchange with them, Lin Feng also roughly understood the skills of each of them. There were 4 of them that interested Lin Feng the most. A man named Hong Jun is able to fight by having his body petrified and his entire body can be covered in hard rock. One called Gao Ming was able to generate an energy barrier with a range of up to 10 meters, protecting himself and his companions against attacks. One is called Zhang Shui, who possesses spatial powers and can absorb objects into space. Last but not least is a young woman, the only woman on the plane, named Zhou Xiaoyu, with superb senses. Lin Feng thought about it carefully. It seemed that all of these supernormal abilities could find their counterparts in the bodies of cultivators. For example, isn't body petrification the equivalent of body refining? The energy barrier was similar to a cultivator's true chi protection. Spatial powers, isn't this a storage ring? As for perception, there was hardly any difference between it and their cultivator's divine sense exploration. Lin Feng was in a trance for a moment. Couldn't it be that this apocalypse was actually a revival of spiritual power? It was only that the revived spiritual energy of this world was filled with demonic aura, making it more suitable for demonic cultivation. Soon, in the midst of continuing conversation, Lin Feng also learned that the official authorities had also given a simple hierarchy to the exalted. There are 4 types: heaven, earth, Xian and yellow, with yellow-ranked aberrants being the weakest and heaven-ranked aberrants being the strongest. However, the evolutionary speed of humans was nowhere near as fast as that of zombies, and right now there were only a few that could break through to the Xian rank, not to mention the higher ranks. Brother Lin Feng, what rank are you considered to be now? Hong Jun couldn't help but ask. Me? Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Because there was no reference object, he wasn't quite sure what level his combat power was amongst the Xenos, and casually perfunctorily said, "Depends on the mood. I can be whatever level I want to be." The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. So perverted? They had thought that Lin Feng was joking, but they realized that his expression was very serious. Perhaps it was the shock that no one was even talking for the rest of the time that followed. About 5 hours later, the captain's voice came from inside the airplane. "Gentlemen, the destination has arrived, but we can't land on the spot. Too much commotion will easily attract the corpses, so it's better for everyone to bring their parachutes." The 10 shifters were all professionally trained and quickly carried their parachute packs on their backs. But Lin Feng froze. "What the hell is this?" Hong Jun asked. "Brother Lin Feng, haven't you ever parachuted?" Lin Feng shook his head. He was still in a state of unfamiliarity with many things in this world. There was no choice but to help Lin Feng carry the parachute bag and go over the basics. By the time everyone had all jumped down from 10,000 meters, Lin Feng couldn't pull the parachute. As the descent became faster and faster, it got closer and closer to the ground. The crowd also hurriedly shouted, "Pull the rope! Pull the rope!" The shouts were in the air and couldn't reach Lin Feng's ears at all. Gravity acceleration. Falling sharply from this 10,000 meter height. Even if Lin Feng was now at the 9th level of refining, he would definitely fall into serious injuries. Luckily for Lin Feng, there was a coconut tree where he was falling. Snap! Lin Feng flashed out his long sword in his hand and stabbed it directly above the trunk of the tree, and after using the force to spin around, he landed firmly on top of the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What is this? Lin Feng directly threw the parachute bag aside and looked up to see that the other few people were no longer in sight. There was no way around it. Lin Feng could only carry his longsword in search alone. The island's environment and facilities were complete. Nothing less than a small city, and it was a well-known tourist attraction before the end of the world. It's just that now that the zombie outbreak has occurred, many of the facilities here have been tragically destroyed, and the air is filled with the pungent odor of blood. Lin Feng couldn't tell exactly where he was currently, so he could only walk aimlessly. Soon, a group of zombies appeared in sight, hissing and charging after seeing a living human. Poof, poof, poof. Lin Feng took care of this group of zombies with great speed. It's just a shame that it's just a bunch of low-level zombies that have no use for him. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Lin Feng suddenly heard a cry, and when he listened carefully it was even the cry of a child. This made Lin Feng frown. A child could survive in such an environment? Lin Feng quickly ran in the direction of the sound and found a little girl in front of a convenience store. Judging from her height, this little girl was at most 7 or 8 years old. Lin Feng slowly walked forward and spoke. "Little sister, what's wrong with you?" The little girl turned her head and looked at Lin Feng with tears in her eyes, stretching out her hands. Hug, hug. Lin Feng didn't feel any threat in this little girl's body, so he inquired, "Are you alone? Where's your family?" The little girl kept crying, repeating under her breath, hug me, hug me." But just as Lin Feng was about to get close to the other party, this little girl's eyes turned strangely dark black. The tender little face grimaced and hissed, "Why don't you hug me?" Phew! The little girl's palms bent and her nails instantly became sharp, tearing towards Lin Feng's throat. Bang! Lin Feng reacted quickly and directly blew his opponent away with a punch. The small body hit the top of the wall heavily, but it was as if this little girl didn't feel any pain. Quickly climbing up, hissing under his breath, he once again charged towards Lin Feng. Strange, this doesn't look like a zombie either? Although Lin Feng was puzzled inwardly, he nevertheless raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. Pust! A sword penetration directly ended her life. Lin Feng then also checked on the little girl's body and didn't find any traces of zombie hoarseness. The main thing was the other person's blood, which was a normal bright red color. This was a bit like Shin Tianji. He couldn't see any zombie characteristics on the outside, but he had a zombie animalistic nature. But Shin Tianji had become a half-human, half-zombie being because he had taken his elixir before his necrophilia. But what is this little girl because of? Just as Lin Feng was in deep thought, a figure walked out from the surroundings. A pair of dark black pupils stared deathly at Lin Feng's body, greedy and eager. Chapter 48, Terrifying Experimental Research. These are all half-human, half-corpse beings. Their gazes stared ferociously at Lin Feng, and violent hissing sounds came out of their mouths. After a brief moment of observation, the group swarmed right in. Poof, poof. Lin Feng swung his sword out and directly killed 2 people, while quickly pulling away from them. How come so many? Lin Feng was puzzled. Although these people were in a state much like Shin Tianji, they lacked a sense of reason. They have a craving for living things that is unusually strong and they simply can't help themselves. But Shin Tianji was able to live like a normal person and had complete control over his thoughts. Is this man-made? Or is it another mutation? Without being able to think too much about it, these half-human, half-zombie guys hissed and opened their mouths to recklessly tear towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng could only keep making sword strikes and keep chopping their heads off. According to strength, these people were just a little bit stronger than ordinary zombies. Not even as good as low-level zombies. After a few minutes, Lin Feng had already taken care of all these people cleanly. It's just that the commotion coming out of this place has also attracted a large number of zombies to come closer. There were a lot of them, a constant stream of them in all directions, completely blocking all of Lin Feng's paths. Damn! What bad luck! Lin Feng sighed helplessly, then carried his sword and continued to cut down the zombies. After he managed to kill his way out, Lin Feng didn't even have time to catch his breath before he encountered a few more intermediate zombies. Death to all of you! Lin Feng was a bit impatient and directly condensed dozens of flames and bombarded these zombies. In an explosion, the zombies were all engulfed by the fire, and a few black beads fell on top of the ground. Lin Feng quickly took a few beads into his hands. He didn't even need to look for any quiet place. He just stood in place and absorbed the beads. However, the beads of these intermediate-level zombies were a minimal boost to Lin Feng's strength nowadays. It seems that only higher-level walkers can be useful to me. Lin Feng opened his mouth with disappointment. He had come this time so that he could encounter more powerful zombies. Only then could he break through to the Foundation Establishment stage as soon as possible. Only when he reached the Foundation Establishment stage would he be able to achieve Imperial Sword Flight. This parachute incident in particular made Lin Feng even more desperate for a breakthrough. At this moment, inside the experimental base on the island, a group of researchers, fully dressed, are gathered around a zombie, performing an autopsy. They cut off the zombie's limbs and plowed open the zombie's stomach to dig out the organs. What was shocking was the fact that those dug-out entrails were still pulsing violently after being exposed to the air. A researcher, with a hint of excitement on his face, after consecutively dissecting hundreds of zombies, I can now fully conclude that zombies are the ultimate goal of human evolution. The flesh is almost indestructible, and the internal organs still survive even when they leave the body. If we can study the secrets of this, mankind may be able to realize eternal life, even before the end times. Eternity was a realm that mankind had almost always been afraid to explore, because it's almost an unthinkable thing to do. But now that the post-apocalyptic world has erupted, these zombies that don't eat, drink, sleep or rest but still manage to survive have completely broken the basic laws of biology. This is an extinction in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of some mad scientists it is a hope for the evolution of mankind. What cancer, what aging, what was once unimaginable will be attacked. Our goal is to make a perfect fusion of zombie blood and human blood. The ability to have the abilities of a zombie while maintaining basic human thought and sanity. This study counted as a success. The scientist at the head of the group spoke slowly. The rest of the researchers were also pleasantly surprised. If this piece of research was successful, they would be the pioneers to change humanity and become the world. They will live on in history. Then, another person took out a tube of blood and spoke. This zombie's blood has been diluted for the 8th time, so I hope this time it works. The moment his words fell, a stocky man was pushed up, bound and gagged. The man struggled desperately and cursed angrily. You crazy, perverted people, hurry up and let go of me. But no matter how much the man resisted, it was futile, and these researchers showed no mercy. This is a great study, and it's an honor for you to dedicate yourself to it. A researcher finished speaking and directly injected a tube of blood into the man's body. The man's veins instantly bulged. His pupils gradually turned dark black, his body was spasming, and he was foaming at the mouth. After a few minutes of torture worse than death, the man gradually regained his composure. A researcher tries to communicate with the man. Can you hear me clearly? What are you feeling right now? But in the face of the researcher's question, the man just stared at him blankly and said nothing. It's hard not to fail again, this researcher said with incomparable disappointment. This blood has gone through several rounds of dilution, but it still can't achieve the most ideal effect. Is it really hard for a normal human to merge 100% with zombie blood? Is this a zombie problem? Or is this a problem with these people? It was at this time that the man whose blood had been injected suddenly became violent. A hissing sound came out of his mouth. Kill, kill, kill you all. The researcher sighed. Throw it out. This man is no longer of use. Right after the staff tied up the man and threw him out of the experimental base, the satellite phone inside the experimental base suddenly rang. After connecting, the head researcher listened to the other party say a few words, then nodded. All right, we'll be waiting for you at the experimental base. After the call hung up, the researcher froze in place in deep thought, holding his satellite cell phone. At that moment, someone asked curiously, Dean Han, who's calling? The middle-aged man called Dean Han faintly spat out. The official sent someone to pick us up and get us out of here. The crowd couldn't even be happy before they heard Dean Han say something that gave them the creeps. Only a hideous smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Dean Han's mouth as he opened his mouth. Ordinary humans can't fuse zombie blood, but what if it's one of these aliens? What do you guys think? Will it just work? Chapter 49, Shifters Hit. The 10-member squad of alienists easily found the experimental base because they had a satellite map in their hands. They had also solved several batches of corpses along the way under their joint efforts, and they were quite lucky that they didn't encounter any particularly powerful zombies. They had thought about going to look for Lin Feng, but they thought that with Lin Feng's strength there shouldn't be any danger. So in the end it was decided to go ahead and finish the mission. At this moment, they were crouching within the bushes less than 100 meters away from the outside of the experimental base, and within that distance, there were at least hundreds of zombies roaming around. Gao Ming, the energy barrier you unfolded, protects us as we charge through with a bang. Hong Jun lowered his voice to the man beside him. With my current abilities, the energy barrier won't last long, so you guys must be quick, Gao Ming said with a serious face. The remaining few nodded, all standing by. It's now, kill it. With Hong Jun's order, the 10 exalts quickly rushed out. Gao Ming catalyzed the power of his supernatural ability, and a transparent protective barrier unfolded to directly wrap them in it. The zombies also noticed a human approaching and rushed forward. Bang! 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 On impact with the energy barrier, the zombie instantly bounced off. At the same time some of the aliens inside the barrier kept sending long-range attacks towards the zombies. The speed of the aliens grew faster and faster, and in no time at all, they rushed to the outside of the experimental base. The researchers within the experimental base also saw them through the surveillance, and the smile on Dean Han's face grew wider and wider, especially after seeing the abilities displayed by these adepts. He even shouted in excitement, quickly, open the door and welcome them in. Bang! As the thick door of the experimental base was opened, the exalts quickly rushed into it. One of the aliens also sent a shockwave at the pursuing walkers, lifting the front row of walkers off the ground. Only after the doors were closed again did the crowd let out a long breath. Dean Han looked at the 10 people in front of him and hurriedly greeted them warmly. Hello everyone, I'm Han Xiaotian, the person in charge of this experimental base. The aliens already knew each other's identities before they came. This Han Xiaotian was a national treasure academician of the Dragon Kingdom, who had dedicated his life to scientific research. Hong Jun spoke respectfully. Dean Han, let's make this short. You guys organize all the information as soon as possible and we'll rush back to the safe zone as soon as possible. The corners of Dean Han's mouth overflowed with a smile. I'll arrange for someone to organize the information now, so you guys take a break first. After saying that, he also had water and food brought to the alienists, and the experimental funds distributed to them by the state every year were astronomical. And they all stock up on a good amount of food in the base in order to be able to conduct experiments without fear. That's why the end times have gone on for so long and they can still live so well. The shifters weren't overly wary and took the water and food and ate it. In the entire alien squad, only Zhou Xiaoyu never made a move. Her brows furrowed. For some reason, she always felt that this Dean Han wasn't quite right. Her psychic ability was super perception, so she could sense a person's mood swings even if they were well hidden. But it shouldn't be? What reason would Dean Han have to harbor ill will towards them? This little warrior, why don't you drink? Dean Han suddenly appeared behind Zhou Xiaoyu. Although the smile on his face was still bright, it caused a cold sweat to break out on Zhou Xiaoyu's back. Dean Han also both saw that Zhou Xiaoyu was out of sorts, and with a hint of concern still in his tone, he spoke. What's wrong with you? Looking ugly? Zhou Xiaoyu shook her head. No, it's fine. Dean Han continued to speak. Were you frightened by the zombies? Should I arrange for you to rest for a while within your room? Zhou Xiaoyu hastily refused. There's really no need. Dean Han was about to continue speaking, but Hong Jun directly interrupted him. Dean Han, how much longer do you need? I'm going to contact a special airplane in advance to pick us up. Dean Han looked up at the time and sighed. In a short period of time, I'm afraid everyone won't be able to leave. Hong Jun froze. Dean Han, what do you mean by that? Dean Han didn't say anything, only that the expression on his face was becoming more and more somber. Soon, the team began to feel their bodies becoming weak and collapsed to the ground. Hong Jun also felt a wave of weakness in his body, only that his supernatural ability was to strengthen his physical body, so he would hold on a little longer. He hissed angrily, Dean Han, what the hell do you want? Dean Han's face showed a crazy smile. It's really worthy of being a psychic. The drugs I gave you can instantly mesmerize even an elephant, but you're still holding on. Well, that's wonderful. Your bodies must be able to perfectly blend with the blood of the walkers. Believe me, if this experiment works, you will become stronger. The exalted were all stunned by the other party's words. Is this about experimenting on them? Hong Jun gritted his teeth and roared. Are you crazy? We're Xenos. We're not less valuable than you. Dean Han's eyes were paranoid and crazy. I can make you all more valuable. It's okay if you can't understand me now. It's okay even if everyone doesn't understand me. It's okay. One day all of mankind will be grateful to me. Hong Jun roared. Bastard. I'm going to kill you. Dean Han didn't panic in the slightest. His body retreated a few steps successively, and a group of researchers rushed in instantly after he snapped his fingers. Each man had a gun raised in his hand. It was officially issued to them to be used for self-protection in critical times, but now it was being used against their own people. Dean Han smiled and spoke. I advise you all, still give up your resistance, and work with me to complete this great experiment and change the future of all mankind together. Hong Jun could feel his body getting weaker and weaker. Anytime he might fall down. He turned his head to Zhou Xiaoyu and shouted, Xiaoyu, I'll cover you. You run out quickly. When he finished, his body was directly stone, his skin all covered in solid rock. Dean Han was also decisive, and immediately ordered, shoot, bang, bang, bang. Bullets shot out, only to bounce off again on impact with Hong Jun's petrified body. Hong Jun blocked all the bullets and held onto his last bite to escort Zhou Xiaoyu to the gate of the experimental base, roaring, go, hurry up and go find Lin Feng. Zhou Xiaoyu's supernatural ability was perception and did not have the ability to fight. She bit back a look of sadness and indignation and shouted, Captain, wait for me, I will definitely come to save you. After saying that, he directly opened the gate of the base and ran out, and Hong Jun collapsed helplessly on top of the ground at that moment. Chapter 50, Attracting Zombies. At this moment, Lin Feng had just killed a high-level zombie and obtained a bead. He didn't choose to absorb it right away, but was prepared to build up a bit more and go for the realm impact with a bang. Lin Feng took out some food within his storage ring and simply filled his stomach. Then he picked up his sword and continued to start looking for walkers. Why do I feel as if these high-level zombies are intentionally avoiding it? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The advanced zombies had already developed a sense of self. They could accurately determine whether or not this human was a threat to them. Therefore, Lin Feng had encountered several consecutive hordes of corpses since he set foot on the island, but he had only encountered one high-level zombie. Several times Lin Feng had sensed the aura of a high-level zombie, but when he rushed over, the other party had already disappeared. Lin Feng muttered, it seems like we have to find a way to lure the zombies over. In the next few moments, Lin Feng was still searching for traces of high-level zombies, and was also getting closer to the center of the island. Just as Lin Feng finished solving a few road-blocking zombies, he suddenly felt someone spying on him. Lin Feng let out a cold cry. Who is it? Get out! A woman rushed forward with glee in her tone. Great! I finally found you. It was Zhou Xiaoyu who had run out from the experimental base, using her perception to avoid the zombies while searching for Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced back at the other party and spoke. Why are you alone? Where are the others? Zhou Xiaoyu's face showed sadness and anger, and he hurriedly said, our squad found the experimental base, but they were heartless and wanted to use us for experiments, and the captain fought to the death to send me out. Lin Feng patiently listened to the other party talk through the whole process, but his face didn't fluctuate emotionally. He just responded faintly. Got it. Got it? Zhou Xiaoyu was a bit stunned, and hurriedly stepped forward, grabbed Lin Feng's arm and said, You hurry up and go with me to save them. If you're a bit late, it'll be too late. Lin Feng said indifferently. Let go. Zhou Xiaoyu gritted her teeth with a stubborn face. Lin Feng directly snorted coldly. I told you to let go. The aura that emanated in an instant forced Zhou Xiaoyu right back. Zhou Xiaoyu's face became extremely ugly. Lin Feng, if you don't save them, they'll die. People always have to pay for their stupidity. Lin Feng's tone was cold. I'm not free right now. When I'm free, I'll naturally go save them. Zhou Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and said, but by the time you're free, they might have all fallen into experiments. Lin Feng laughed coldly. You're not careful yourself. Who can you blame? So little vigilance under the end times. Deserved it. Lin Feng had always hated stupid people, and if this had been him at the scene, he would have fought tooth and nail to kill everyone at the first sign of trouble. Never put yourself in harm's way. Zhou Xiaoyu was so anxious that she was about to cry. Now is not the time to count the right and wrong. We must always save the people first, right? Lin Feng looked Zhou Xiaoyu up and down for a moment. His eyes suddenly turned. Then he spoke. There's no rush. You do a favor before you go save them. What favor? Zhou Xiaoyu was flustered, especially after feeling Lin Feng's watchful gaze. She stepped back in a row, still holding on to her dress. I'm not that kind of woman. Don't even think about it. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? I'm a serious cultivator. Would I be greedy for women? And you don't have what you want. How could I possibly lay my hands on you? Zhou Xiaoyu was relieved and angry after hearing this. Relaxed because she was sure that Lin Feng wouldn't misbehave with her, but angry because the other party's words were spoken as if she was unattractive. Zhou Xiaoyu bristled. Then what favor do you want? Are you afraid of pain? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a bad smile. Not even waiting for Zhou Xiaoyu to make any response, Lin Feng unexpectedly directly launched his sword. Plop plop! 2 wounds were cut on Zhou Xiaoyu's arm. As blood flowed down her arm, Zhou Xiaoyu was forced to stand in the center of the road again by Lin Feng. Lin Feng, on the other hand, had collected all of his aura and was hiding in the shadows, waiting. Zhou Xiaoyu then realized what the favor Lin Feng wanted him to do was. This murderous bastard wants to attract walkers himself. The effect was also surprisingly good, and soon a large number of zombies were attracted by the smell of blood. Help! Come and help me quickly! Zhou Xiaoyu anxiously shouted. She doesn't have any combat power. If she is surrounded by zombies, she will definitely die. However, in the face of her pleas for help, Lin Feng didn't make a move or even respond, just silently observing the surroundings. The ones that appeared right now were still just some ordinary zombies, so he still needed to be patient and wait a little longer. Stay back, you guys, stay back! Zhou Xiaoyu screamed and kept dodging. It was good that she had a strong sense of perception, so she could always avoid the risks a second ahead of the crisis point. Asshole! Lin Feng, you're an asshole! Zhou Xiaoyu kept cursing Lin Feng and even picked up a stick from the ground, waving it to ward off the approaching zombies. As time passed little by little, Zhou Xiaoyu was about to be exhausted. It was also at this time that several high-level zombies finally appeared. After they determined that Zhou Xiaoyu was just a person, they let out a sound with excitement hissing from their mouths. Those zombies with low levels quickly left after hearing the hissing sound. Among humans, the strongest prioritize resources, and among zombies, the strongest prioritize food. These few high-level zombies stared at Zhou Xiaoyu and licked the corners of their mouths before quickly rushing up, ready to directly partake. Lin Feng, you asshole! Zhou Xiaoyu was so frightened that her legs went soft and she directly collapsed to the ground, her voice trembling as she shouted, if you don't put up a fight, I'm going to die. Just at the critical moment when the zombies were about to rush up, Lin Feng suddenly killed them. Between the surge of true qi, he directly swung out his sword, and the strong sword qi instantly forced these several advanced zombies back. After sensing Lin Feng's horror, these few zombies turned around without the slightest hesitation and tried to escape. If you're here, you're not going anywhere. Lin Feng blocked their way with a single bounce, his long sword slashing out continuously, with a momentum like running thunder. Next moment, the chest of these zombies was then broken open with a deep bloody gash. Roar! 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 Several zombies' mouths let out angry hisses, and then they were about to make counterattacks. Only Lin Feng didn't give them a chance. The longsword split out once again and directly chopped off their heads. The head fell to the ground and rolled out black beads. Lin Feng inhaled the beads into his hands and turned his head to look at Zhou Xiaoyu with a satisfied smile on his face. That's a good idea. Let's build on it. Chapter 51, Continuing to Attract Zombies. Lin Feng was satisfied with the effect. So in the next few moments, he brought Zhou Xiaoyu to keep attracting zombies. Before and after, Lin Feng had harvested dozens of black beads. With these beads, Lin Feng felt that he would definitely be able to break through to the last layer of qi refining this time. Enough? Enough is not enough. Zhou Xiaoyu was really on the verge of breaking down. She just couldn't stand to continue on like this. Lin Feng calmly spoke. Don't be in a hurry. Let's continue. Zhou Xiaoyu with a sobbing voice, even if I beg you, can't we? Let's go save the people quickly. Okay? Lin Feng spoke as he ate his food. But I still want to continue searching for zombies. You shouldn't be in too much of a hurry. Eat something first to pad your stomach. With that, Lin Feng handed Zhou Xiaoyu a slice of bread. Zhou Xiaoyu wanted to refuse, but her stomach growled indisputably. Eventually, he couldn't hold back his hunger and took the bread and nibbled on it. Lin Feng looked at her with a smile on his face. Eat more. Replenish your blood. Zhou Xiaoyu glared viciously at Lin Feng. You're a person with a really bad heart. Lin Feng sneered. It's not that I have a bad heart, but you people are ridiculous. You guys think this is still a safe zone? No need for any vigilance at all? How dare you let your guard down? And how dare you trust just anyone? In my opinion, it's better to die without going to save them. Zhou Xiaoyu bit her lip. This time it was indeed their problem. Especially myself, who had obviously discovered the problem, but was still holding out for a chance. If only he had warned everyone in the first place, maybe none of this would have happened. At the thought, she began to blame herself. Lin Feng silently observed her emotional changes and spoke faintly. Remember, in the end times you must always be on high alert. Be ruthless enough so you can survive. After saying that, Lin Feng stood up. Zhou Xiaoyu watched his movements and stuffed all the bread in her hand into her mouth. She tried to force herself to swallow and ended up choking herself half to death. Lin Feng sighed helplessly, then threw a bottle of water over. Zhou Xiaoyu hurriedly opened the cap of the bottle and poured it into her mouth. After she eased up, she looked at Lin Feng with a less angry look and whispered, Thank you. Don't say thank you. I know I'm afraid you'll die and there'll be no one to help me attract the walkers. Lin Feng coldly opened his mouth. He had no feelings for this woman. He just simply felt useful to the other party. Zhou Xiaoyu bit her lip. You, this person, are really meaningless. Lin Feng grunted. Stop talking and hurry up and go help me attract the zombies. Zhou Xiaoyu simply had no choice but to undo the cloth that wrapped her wound, then stood in the middle of the road. Only this time, after waiting for a long time, there was no appearance of high-level zombies. It seems that all have learned to be smart enough to know that it's a trap. Lin Feng rubbed his chin, wondering if it was time for a new trick. Lin Feng walked out of the shadows and patted Zhou Xiaoyu's shoulder. Let's go. Zhou Xiaoyu froze for a moment and asked, Where to? Lin Feng spoke, Go to the experimental base and save people. He didn't like to owe others, and Zhou Xiaoyu had helped him attract a lot of zombies, allowing him to get a lot of beads. So now it was time to go and help her save the day herself. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyu's face immediately revealed a look of joy. Really? Are you really willing to help me to save people? Cut the crap and lead the way. Lin Feng had a cold face and didn't want to say too much to her, only wanting to hurry up and get it over with and then continue to look for zombies. Zhou Xiaoyu nodded her head in a hurry and then led Lin Feng towards the experimental base. She escaped, sneaking around, dodging walkers everywhere. But now it's time to waltz back in, because all the zombies encountered along the way would be directly solved by Lin Feng. Soon, they arrived outside the experimental base, and the personnel inside the experimental base saw them through the cameras. Dean Han, that woman is back again, this time with someone else. A researcher ran to Dean Han's side and spoke in a whisper. At this moment, Dean Han was studying the alien's blood and slowly spoke. Come as you are, don't bother with them for now. The defenses of this experimental base were still strong, built with defense against artillery shells in mind. So, there's no need to worry about breaking in at all. Dean Han waved his hand and called all the staff over. From the blood of the aliens, I found that their cells divide faster than any of us normal people, and there's an extra special genetic component in their blood. That should be the key to them being able to get their powers. Dean Han's face flashed with madness. The next thing we need to do is how to perfectly fuse the blood of the alien and the blood of the zombie together. We're going to create a whole new human being. The faces of all the people showed elation, as if a scene that would change the future was already about to happen. Go grab a shifter and come here. I want to experiment first. Under Dean Han's instructions, the staff immediately escorted an alien over. As a precaution, they had the shifter's limbs under control. It even gagged the alien's mouth, not giving them any chance that they can resist. Dean Han picked up a tube of zombie blood and walked over to this alien. Don't think about resisting. I'll make you evolve into the most perfect person. But if you can succeed, you'll become a god. And I'm the man who created gods. The alien's eyes were filled with panic. He struggled hard but couldn't move at all. All he could do was watch as Dean Han stabbed the needle into his skin and injected the walker's blood into his bloodstream. After waiting for a while, the alien's body began to change. His skin began to rot and his pupils began to turn a dark black color. Fishy blood flowed out down his pores. After this alien had endured great pain, his head directly lolled and he died. No way. How could this happen? Dean Han can't accept the scene in front of him. Ordinary people are injected with zombie blood are not dead. This alien is so powerful. How could he die? Couldn't the mutated cells of a shifter and the blood of a zombie be compatible? No, he doesn't believe it. Grab me another one and I'll make sure I study it. Chapter 52, just one more. How does this door open? Lin Feng looked at the sturdy gate in front of him and asked Zhou Xiaoyu. Zhou Xiaoyu's face was a bit ugly as she said, "This has to be opened from the inside." Lin Feng frowned. "Then you didn't say so earlier?" Zhou Xiaoyu apologized. "I was in too much of a hurry just now and neglected this matter. Get out of the way." "I'll try." Lin Feng waved his hand and told Zhou Xiaoyu to step aside. Then he infused his true qi on top of his palm. In one direct breath, he threw 9 fireballs and smashed them. Rumble. Under the sound of the explosion, the door of the experimental base only shook violently, but there was not the slightest sign that it was about to be broken open. That's a pretty hard door. Lin Feng sighed. He was still too weak. If he could break through to the foundation establishment stage, he might be able to break through this door. Zhou Xiaoyu, who was all anxious inside, searched for the moving probe outside the experimental base and shouted, "I know you can hear me, and I advise you to release all of them quickly. It's not too late to stop now. Don't make the same mistake again." Lin Feng stood aside and sneered, "Childish." Inside the experimental base, Dean Han was still continuing his research. "Maybe it's because I just forgot to dilute the walker's blood. This time I used the blood that was diluted 3 times. It's bound to work," Dean Han said as he stabbed the syringe into the alien's body. As the zombie's blood flowed in bit by bit, the alien's body struggled violently. Only this time the alien didn't die outright like the last time. As his pupils turned dark black bit by bit, this alien directly mutated. The power became stronger with it, and the whole person was completely frenzied. In the midst of the struggle he actually broke free of the handcuffs that locked his arms. "Roar!" he hissed, trying to launch himself at the man in front of him. Bang! However, right at this moment, Dean Han directly raised the gun in his hand. One shot to the head. Ha 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 ha. Dean Han laughed maniacally, this time giving him hope. It could be that the effect of pure zombie blood is simply too strong for even an alien's body to withstand. Dean Han concluded, but the diluted blood will be sufficiently absorbed by them. The next thing to do is to see to what extent the dilution of the blood is perfect and the most easily absorbed. Then he had another shifter grabbed up. This alien was Zhang Xiaoyi, and his alien ability was spatial storage. So when Dean Han approached him with the syringe, Zhang Xiaoyi directly activated his supernatural energy. Whoosh! The syringe in Dean Han's hand was directly sucked into space. What's going on? Dean Han and all the staff members were dumbfounded at the scene. Dean Han even directly took down the cloth that Zhang Xiaoyi had stuffed in his mouth and asked, "How did you do it?" Zhang Xiaoyi gritted his teeth and shouted, "Hurry up and let go of me, or else I'll get you killed." Snap! Dean Han slapped him across the face and growled lowly, "Tell me, what is your power?" Zhang Xiaoyi stubbornly said, "Kill me if you can." Why? Why can't you guys understand me? Dean Han roared like a madman. "I'm doing this for the future of mankind. You should support me with all your might. Even if it costs you your lives, you should support me unconditionally." Zhang Xiaoyi sneered, "You're a lunatic. If we die here, the officials won't let you off the hook. It's quick. I'll be able to work on it soon." Dean Han seemed to be convincing Zhang Xiaoyi, but also seemed to be reassuring himself. "When the time comes, all of you will realize that I'm not wrong." After saying that, he directly had someone cover Zhang Xiaoyi's eyes. With Zhang Xiaoyi unable to see anything, he directly injected the zombie's blood. Aha! Zhang Xiaoyi's mouth erupted into a painful scream as the values of his entire body rapidly increased in the monitor. The muscles on his body were also bulging, and the flow of blood throughout his body was so fast that his heart was enlarged. It was only after 10 long minutes of agonizing torture that Zhang Xiaoyi's quieted down. Dark black pupils stared dead at these researchers in front of them. Dean Han was thrilled that for once there was no death or madness. One step closer to success. Lock the man up for now and take your time to observe. Dean Han drew a tube of his blood, then had Zhang Xiaoyi put into a room. In this experimental base, Dean Han secretly constructed many small prison-like rooms. He was in this place for a long time doing human experiments. His data, published in international forums and causing a stir, were all piled up on a single red-hot life. Give me a little more time. I'm sure I can do it. Dean Han put the blood drawn from Zhang Xiaoyi's body under a microscope to watch. Then all the conclusions reached were recorded. Then he had the next alien sent over. This one works just as well as the previous one. After this alien was injected with blood, the values of his body rapidly changed and eventually quieted down as well. Dean Han, who kept having the remaining aliens sent over, under constant experimentation, he had been able to figure out the most suitable portions and ratios. With enough control, it's possible for a person to absorb the blood of a walker without mutating, gain strength while maintaining sanity. Aside from Zhou Xiaoyu who ran away, the remaining few exalts were all injected with different portions of zombie blood by him, especially when injecting Hong Jun, the other party's body directly petrified, making it impossible for the needle in Dean Han's hand to pierce in. In the end, Dean Han was the one who directly pried open Hong Jun's mouth and poured blood through the other's mouth. After absorbing the blood of the zombies, Hong Jun's power was strong beyond imagination. All the staff joined hands and couldn't hold him down. Luckily, Dean Han had seen Hong Jun's supernatural powers before, all adding a large amount of ecstasy into the blood. That's why Hong Jun fainted directly before the drug kicked in before he completely exploded. Lock him up and chain all his limbs, Dean Han said to the staff. After Hong Jun was stayed down, Dean Han wanted to continue to have people bring the alien over. At this point, one of the researchers said, "No more, it's all used up. How is this going to work? This experiment is so close to the last step." Dean Han cried out anxiously, just one more, and I'll be able to reach a final conclusion." Suddenly he thought of something and shouted to the staff, "Aren't there two more out there? Let them in. Let them in quickly." Chapter 53, Fighting a Shifter with a Shifter? It turned out that Lin Feng had all but run out of patience waiting and wanted to leave. But just at this time, the door of the experimental base suddenly opened. Both of them froze for a moment. What did this mean? Lin Feng was only briefly silent for a moment, then took a step and tried to walk inside. Only Zhou Xiaoyu frowned tightly and shouted, "Wait! I'm afraid there's a trick in this. Those researchers have gone crazy. There must be a conspiracy to open the door voluntarily now." "That's okay." Lin Feng carried the sword in his hand and walked in fearlessly. He didn't care if the people inside had any tricks up their sleeves. After all, in front of absolute strength, everything was a floating cloud. "Wait for me." Zhou Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment and quickly chased after him as well. Bang! Right after the two of them walked into it, the door of the experimental base also closed heavily. Zhou Xiaoyu exerted his ability, his perception sweeping towards the surroundings, only to find that there was no one hiding in the shadows. Strange, what are they trying to do? Just as quickly, Zhou Xiaoyu's nose sniffed, and she found a faint odor permeating the air. If it weren't for her strong senses, she might not have even noticed it. "No, something's wrong. Shut up." Zhou Xiaoyu's pupils shrunk slightly and she quickly covered her mouth and nose after giving a reminder to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't feel anything wrong, but he still held his breath with his true qi. With his strength today, not breathing for a short period of time wouldn't be too much of a problem. However, Zhou Xiaoyu was, after all, a mortal flesh body, and not a combat-oriented psychic ability, so the amount of time she could last was limited. Soon she was holding her face red. "What's this? Poison gas?" Lin Feng couldn't help but inquire. The poisonous gas in this world was a bit interesting. It could make him completely undetectable. Even though Zhou Xiaoyu had been very patient, she still ended up inhaling the gas, and in an instant, her entire body became powerless. Zhou Xiaoyu braced himself and said with cold sweat on his forehead, "This is a psychedelic drug. Inhaling it in large quantities will numb one's nerves and render one incapacitated." Lin Feng went forward to support her body and said, "Why don't you just rest here? I'll go find them myself." Zhou Xiaoyu looked at Lin Feng as if he wasn't affected at all, so she could only nod and said, "Then take care of yourself. Just mind your own business." Lin Feng helped her to the wall and made her sit down against it, then carried his sword and walked forward alone. Inside the lab, a group of people sat around a monitor. After seeing that the ecstasy discharged through the pipes was ineffective against Lin Feng, shocked looks appeared on their faces. Dean Han yelled, "Quickly, think of a way to control him. Absolutely not let him find this place." Those present were only researchers, and although they had guns in their hands, they weren't sure they could take on the Alterans. After Lin Feng passed through a long walkway, several holes appeared in the walls to the left and right. Shoo 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 shoo. Within the holes, densely packed anesthetic needles were shot out. In order to deal with the zombies, and also to deal with the aberrations, the entire experimental base had long been remodeled by Dean Han and the others. Around almost every corner, there are hidden traps. In the face of the flying anesthetic needles, Lin Feng was not flustered and quickly swung his longsword to form a sword net in front of him. Clank! Clank! The anesthetic needles that came flying were all split apart by Lin Feng's long sword. His pace didn't pause for this, and step by step, he walked deeper into the experimental base. All the organs and hidden weapons along the way were destroyed by him. Beside the monitor, Dean Han's face became increasingly ugly as he kept urging those around him, "Turn on all the defense systems. Hurry up! Hurry up!" Soon, several assault guns descended directly from the ceiling as Lin Feng advanced. Under the control of the instrument, the muzzle of the gun was aimed at Lin Feng, and it was a sweeping shot. Da-da-da-da! Lin Feng's speed was very fast and he kept moving in the narrow space. After dodging a round of shots, a sword slash went out and cut the machine right in two. Lin Feng slowly raised his head and looked at the moving cameras. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. He had been in this world for so long that he still knew something about some things as well. He understood that this thing was the tool the world used to spy on people. I don't understand the subtleties of it, but I do know that it works. Lin Feng directly launched his sword and destroyed all the cameras he could see along the way. Dean Han looked at the image on the monitor in front of him that kept getting darker and darker, and his expression was getting more and more grave. This shifter, so powerful. The surrounding staff members all looked unsightly one by one as well, and some were even scared white. Dean Han, quickly think of something. If we let this person kill us, we'll all be finished. These shifters are not going to leave us alone. They thought they were doing a great thing, but they also understood that this great thing would not be accepted by the world until it came to fruition. Quiet. All quiet. Dean Han let out a cold snort, and then kept rubbing his head, constantly pondering on countermeasures. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. What if we let the alien go against the shifter? What would happen? Maybe even gather some data from amongst their battles. The key thing was to be able to experiment with what the strength of those aliens who had been injected with zombie blood had turned out to be today. Lead the men in the direction of the confinement. With Dean Han's order, the staff immediately moved. Bang! At this moment, the door in front of Lin Feng was suddenly closed. He changed directions several times in a row, and the way forward was blocked, forcing Lin Feng to move forward only according to the route they had set. Lin Feng didn't care. He was still very confident about his strength today. As of now, there was no one in this world who could be a threat to himself. Clunk! As a heavy door was opened, Lin Feng walked in without a care in the world. Right at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt several familiar scents. It's just that all these breaths are extremely unstable. Soon, the cells that closed off the aliens were opened one after another. Roar! 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 One hiss after another came out, and berserk energy instantly swept out. To amplify the effect, Dean Han also had a large amount of irritating gas vented into the pass-through pipe at this point. In an instant, all of these aliens' violent emotions were ignited. They roared and rushed out, a pair of dark pupils staring deathly at Lin Feng's body. Chapter 54, A Cold Strike. Lin Feng also noticed something wrong with these people and gripped the sword in his hand tightly while opening his mouth to ask, "What's wrong with you?" None of the Xenos spoke, but hissed and then killed Lin Feng. Hong Jun was the fastest, and as he rushed to Lin Feng, he threw a punch. The entire arm was also rapidly petrified, and the force of the blow weighed 1,000 pounds. Bang! Lin Feng stored up his strength and punched back. An invisible wave of air formed under the twin fists' mutual bombardment spread out in all directions. At the same time, the air behind him appeared to fluctuate violently, and several cold auras came surging in. Get out! Lin Feng increased his force and directly shook Hong Jun back, then quickly turned around and slashed a few swords into the air. Clank! 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 An invisible blade? Lin Feng frowned slightly. On his way here he had learned about the abilities of these exalts. One of them was able to transform gases into air blades to attack his enemies. Because of its formlessness and colorlessness, it's hard for the average person to fight. However, this move was of no use to Lin Feng, who had long ago used his divine sense to firmly lock down the movements of every single person. Whoosh! Lin Feng disappeared directly from his spot with a flash of his body and stood in front of the alien. A second before the other party still wanted to launch an attack, Lin Feng directly grabbed the other party's wrist. Ka chow, ka chow. Two bone-cracking sounds rang out as Lin Feng directly broke his arm. It was just that this alien did not let out a scream, and did not even show a look of pain on his face. His eyes were dead set on Lin Feng, and with his hands ruined, he directly opened his mouth and bit over. Lin Feng sidestepped and dodged, while at the same time kicking his opponent heavily. The force of his kick was perfectly controlled, not enough to be fatal, but it did disable the opponent. However, the other party's state today was clearly beyond Lin Feng's knowledge. After the man fell heavily, he quickly got up again and quickly killed towards Lin Feng. No sensation? No pain? No fatigue? Just as Lin Feng frowned, an energy barrier trapped him directly in place. The wielder was none other than Gao Ming, and his energy barrier could not only protect himself, but could likewise be used to trap his enemies. I'm running out of patience. Lin Feng snorted coldly and quickly swung his longsword. A sword light flashed and instantly broke through this energy barrier. Lin Feng's gaze became colder and colder. Killing intent enveloped everyone indiscriminately. While Gao Ming was still trying to continue striking, Lin Feng's figure suddenly sprinted in front of him like the wind. Pust! A sword stabbed out, not only shattering his energy defense, but also directly penetrating his throat. Lin Feng indifferently drew out his longsword and didn't even bother to look at it more than once before he went back to kill the next person. Just as Lin Feng's longsword was about to slash at the head of an alien, his arm suddenly trembled and the sword in his hand almost came out. A powerful suction force had just tried to forcefully suck his longsword away. Zhang Xiaowei? Spatial ability? Lin Feng's eyes were fixed on one of them. Then he bounced up and killed him like lightning. Pust! A sword slit Zhang Xiaowei's throat. Maybe these people were innocent, but in Lin Feng's mindset, anyone who got in his way had to die. At this moment, next to the monitor, Dean Han's eyes were motionless as he stared at Lin Feng's body. His gaze grew hotter and crazier. He's too strong, too powerful. If we can experiment with him, it'll work. This alien, he must be able to carry the blood of the zombies. Dean Han's voice was trembling with excitement. He made up his mind that he would take down Lin Feng at all costs. Poof, poof. Lin Feng swung his long sword and killed two people again. Now the only thing left of this batch of exalts was Zhou Xiaoyu, who hadn't rushed over, and Hong Jun, who had been completely petrified in front of him. Roar! Hong Jun hissed, his energy breath rising. He swung his fist out, and the heavy wall, which was made of special materials, instantly had a dent in it. Lin Feng was a bit shocked at the change in his opponent at the moment. He was able to raise his power while fighting him. The long sword slashed out one after another, landing on top of Hong Jun's body with clanking sounds. Kind of funny. Lin Feng laughed. His body whirled around and appeared directly behind Hong Jun. A sword slashed down with a clang and sparks flew. Hong Jun let out an angry hiss and launched a constant attack towards Lin Feng. It was just that after his entire body was petrified, although his power had increased, his speed was much slower. Lin Feng was easily able to avoid all of his attacks. Well, let's see how tough you can really be. Lin Feng's demonic chi surged within his body, and a very majestic yet fraught aura spread through his body. Whoosh! Lin Feng's body rushed forward with a whistling strong wind and sent Hong Jun flying out with a punch. It hit hard on top of the wall. Immediately after that, the longsword flipped and chopped out three fine ons one after another. Clank! Clank! Poof! The first two sword chi landed on Hong Jun's body, only leaving deep sword marks, while the moment the third sword chi landed it directly shattered his petrified body. There was a splash of blood. Ah! Hong Jun screamed miserably, and his body fell back. Whoosh! Just as Lin Feng rushed up and prepared to finish him off completely, Hong Jun suddenly regained his senses. The petrified body also slowly returned to a normal human body, with a sword mark on his chest, and blood was flowing out. Lin Feng's sword stopped at the center of Hong Jun's eyebrows and he spoke coldly. Sober? How did you guys become like this? Pust! Hong Jun's mouth spewed out a mouthful of blood and said weakly. We were injected with zombie blood. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Then how come you guys haven't turned into zombies? Hong Jun slowly spat out. It's probably because the zombie's blood has been diluted. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly thought of those half-human, half-zombie guys he had met earlier. It shouldn't be from being injected with blood either. The people here, they're quite perverted. Not just experimenting on ordinary humans, but also on you psychics. Lin Feng sighed. Brother Lin Feng, please also make sure you send the news from here back to the safe zone. Hong Jun pleaded. Are you holding up? Lin Feng stepped forward to seal his wounds and also helped him up, saying, I'll take you to kill your way out first. Hong Jun looked at his companions who died tragically on the ground, and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. Right, Where's Zhou Xiaoyu? Is she still safe? Lin Feng nodded. Don't worry. You won't die for a while. At the same time, Dean Han was also leading people towards them. Chapter 55, Complete Madness. Just as Lin Feng and Hong Jun were thinking about how to get to the next area. Instead, the electronic gate in front of them suddenly opened. Dean Han walked over with all the staff within the experimental base. This made both Lin Feng and Hong Jun freeze. This guy didn't think of hiding? He even dared to come to them of his own accord? All stand still. Whoever moves dies. Lin Feng directly snorted coldly. His voice contained a hint of true qi in it, but it sounded like a thunderous explosion in the ears of these researchers. It shook their eardrums, and their footsteps stopped in time. Dean Han took a deep breath and made his tone as calm as possible. Young man, I have no ill intentions. I just want to help you in this world. Lin Feng looked at him like he was an idiot. What can you help me with? Dean Han smiled and stepped forward. I can make you stronger. And you should have seen the changes in these exalts, right? They've all become stronger. After repeated experiments with these aliens, I now have perfect data. You give me a chance and I'll make you a god. Without even needing Lin Feng to open his mouth, Hong Jun roared angrily. Your anti-human research. All my companions have already been killed by you. Dean Han, however, was unimpressed. Human progress always requires someone to make sacrifices. And haven't you already succeeded? You're in control of your sanity now. This means that there is no problem with the direction of my research. As long as the amount is controlled, it will definitely give humans the power of a zombie without any side effects. Hong Jun's state at the moment made Dean Han even more convinced that he was not wrong. It's also one step away from success. Hong Jun spoke up. Save those words for the officers. I'm going to take you to the safe zone so you can be punished by the officials. Why? Why can't you think long term? Dean Han's emotions appeared unusually agitated as he yelled. Can you only see this little sacrifice in front of you, but can't see the benefits this institute will bring? If you can just learn to try to shift your perspective on thinking, you'll realize that walkers are not a crisis, but an opportunity. Only by seizing this opportunity is it possible for humans to realize immortality. I can change the future. I can change the world. I can change each and every one of you. His entire body was getting more and more exuberant the more he shouted, and he was all caught up in a state of insanity. Hong Jun said with an ugly face, this guy is really crazy. Lin Feng's expression didn't change too much, even to the extent that he inwardly felt that what this Dean Han said was right. This is definitely not a simple post-apocalyptic world. With the evolution of zombies, the genetic mutation of humans, and the revival of the aura between heaven and earth, it is all a sign that the world will welcome a new era. It was just that Lin Feng didn't comment too much on Dean Han's behavior of taking other people's research. It seems useless to talk to you guys anymore. I can only prove with results that I was right. Dean Han's expression gradually became frantic as he yelled at the people behind him. Quickly, go and arrest the two of them. The staff was stunned. Asking them to catch powerful aliens? Scared of what? Don't you all have guns in your hands? Dean Han yelled like a madman. Is it so hard that you want to be taken back to the safe zone to be judged just like that? Don't you want to see the day when the research is successful? Don't you want to be the one to change the world? Don't worry guys, they won't dare to kill us. Don't say we're not right, and even if we are, they don't have the right to kill us. Don't be afraid. Get on and control them. The staff hesitated for a long time, but finally they were compelled by Dean Han's words. That's right, they were researchers, and the alien would never dare to kill them even if they were angry. Thinking of this, the people raised their guns in their hands and headed towards Lin Feng and the others. Drop the sword you're holding quickly, or we'll shoot. Lin Feng suddenly smiled very helplessly. Why? So much? Bang! One staff member pulled the trigger straight away because of excessive nervousness. The bullets were shot towards Lin Feng. Madaka! Lin Feng swung out his sword and the bullets that were fired were directly split into two. Since you guys are looking for death, let's make it happen. Lin Feng directly threw Hong Jun aside and rushed over with a flash. He was extremely fast, not at all visible to these researchers. Hong Jun endured the pain and shouted out, Brother Lin Feng, just knock them out. You can't kill them. He had to bring all these people back before he could consider the mission accomplished. But, Lin Feng, however, didn't care about this at all and slit the throat of a researcher with a swing of his sword. Then he turned around and slashed again, giving his opponent a direct hit. The scene was exceptionally creepy as blood sprayed like rain. Ah! 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 The researcher yelled in terror, and his gun was aimed at Lin Feng as he kept snapping it, but all resistance was just futile in the face of absolute strength. Poof! Poof! Lin Feng's hand rose and fell with his sword, ending a person's life with each slash. In less than a minute, dozens of people had already been cut down in a row. Help! Murder! Dean Han! Help! The remaining few people were frightened and screamed in shock, wanting to ask Dean Han for help, but when they turned around, they realized that the other party had long since run away without a trace. Put! As Lin Feng chopped off a head with his sword, the few remaining people were rolling around trying to escape. Get back here! All of you! A huge suction force was generated in Lin Feng's palm, forcibly sucking the few people who wanted to escape back again. Then a few sword lights slashed out, and all of them were killed. Hong Jun looked at the corpses all over the ground and said with an ugly expression, "How could you kill them all, even if..." Just before he could even finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Lin Feng. "If you dare to say one more word of nonsense, I'll even kill you together." The strong killing intent made Hong Jun's heart tremble. He felt that if he made even one more sound, the sword in Lin Feng's hand would cut on his head without hesitation. "You wait here, I'll get rid of the last one." Lin Feng chased after Dean Han in the direction he left with his sword. Hong Jun gritted his teeth and also still endured the pain on his body and followed. And at that moment, Dean Han was hiding inside the lab with 2 tubes of blood in front of him. One part zombie, one part shifter. Even if there is no one to support me, I must finish this research. Dean Han's eyes flashed with extreme madness. Then he grabbed the injection and stabbed it towards his arm. Chapter 56: Zombie Blood and Alien Blood. By the time Lin Feng and Hong Jun arrived, Dean Han had already injected both tubes of blood all into his body. In a flash, all the muscles in his body bulged and swelled, and the cells in his body were rapidly dividing, and fishy blood overflowed down his pores. Dean Han's face was twisted and distorted. Not only did his eyes become dark black, but dense blood filaments appeared underneath his skin, just like a spider's web, and his fingernails also grew longer and became sharp. "Ha ha 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 ha, it's done! I've done it!" Dean Han let out a maniacal and hoarse voice and violently ran forward, carrying a gale that instantly appeared above Lin Feng's head. A palm slapped down and blasted Lin Feng's head in the air. Whoosh! Lin Feng reacted very quickly and directly stepped back to avoid the blow, and Dean Han's palm wind landed on the ground with a loud thud that shook the air and exposed a deep crater. Lin Feng and Hong Jun all looked shocked. The force had become so strong. "I am God. I am the god of this world," Dean Han hissed, his entire body filled with the aura of blood. He stared at Lin Feng dead in the face. "I'll let you know what happens when you offend a god." Lin Feng snorted coldly. "It's just a mutated monster. How dare you call yourself a god?" Roar! Dean Han hissed as his figure rushed towards Lin Feng like a ghost, his breath tumbling as he violently swung an air blade. Lin Feng's expression was cold and grim as he raised his hand and strong sword chi shot out, clashing together with a loud roar. Whoosh! Whoosh! Both of them were very fast, and they instantly fought fiercely together. Lin Feng's body was agile, weaving like a flying swallow. The long sword in his hand constantly slashed out sharp sword chi, each attack bringing out a splash of blood on Dean Han's body. It was just that. In Dean Han's body, it was as if the blood of the alien and the blood of the zombie had been fully fused. Not only did it change his genes, his body, but it also had a very strong recovery power while boosting his battle power. "I am now the most perfectly evolved human being," Dean Han roared. The demonic chi on his body surged wildly, and he even condensed an invisible sharp claw that grabbed fiercely towards Lin Feng. The air seemed to have been torn apart by it, enough to see how appalling the force he had erupted at this moment was. Lin Feng's gaze was fixed. The true chi in his body was rushing like a flood. He swung his fist out and his power tilted like a mountain. Boom! Under the violent collision, Dean Han fell above the ground like a meteor. Lin Feng looked at him with cold eyes. "Your experiment has failed." At this point, Dean Han could no longer see any piece of intact skin on his body, and his hair was starting to turn white. An ordinary person's body simply couldn't hold all this power, and in the end, they could only keep overdrawing their lives. "I will not fail. I will never fail." Dean Han let out a hideous low growl, while grabbing the remaining tubes of potion on the tabletop and injecting them into his body. Dean Han's body power surged and surged, his body swelled again, and his skin cracked, just like a bloody man. "Ah! Ah!" Dean Han kept hissing. "It's all because of you. It's all because of you. Go to hell." Dean Han's legs snapped, the ground cracked under his feet, and his entire body impacted in front of Lin Feng like a wild beast. Lin Feng swiftly swung out a sword and the two of them clashed their powers together. Dean Han was sent flying again by this sword, but Lin Feng also staggered back a few steps. "Awesome!" Lin Feng was shocked. The other party's power was already a bit stronger than he could imagine. If it wasn't for the fact that his mortal body couldn't carry this raging power, It might have actually allowed him to find a new direction for evolution. Roar! Dean Han quickly got up after he fell, and his figure unexpectedly disappeared directly into place with a flash. When he reappeared, he even stood directly behind Lin Feng silently, his nails emitting a cold aura and stabbing down hard. You go to hell. He was confident that he could kill Lin Feng with this strike, but he didn't know that Lin Feng's divine sense had already firmly locked onto him. Pust! A sword light flashed and blood erupted. One of Dean Han's arms was directly hacked away by Lin Feng. A hideous bloody mouth was revealed, and foul-smelling blood flowed out in a steady stream. Dean Han screamed miserably and retreated back and forth, roaring in disbelief. How could this be? I fused the blood of a zombie and a psychic. I should have evolved into the most powerful person. Why can't I kill you? What's a zombie? What's a shifter? They're all trash in my eyes. Lin Feng's face showed disdain. The long sword in his hand was pointing forward, and his body's morose cold demonic chi emanated out. I'll fight you. Dean Han couldn't accept that the experiment he had worked so hard on for so long had produced such poor results in the end. At this moment the anger inside him had already surpassed its limits. He hissed and killed Lin Feng like a severe ghost. Chop! Lin Feng channeled his demonic chi onto his longsword and slashed out, destroying everything. In a flash, Dean Han's flesh and blood were separated, and blood flew everywhere. There was a deep wound in his chest, and even the still beating heart could be seen. Dean Han collapsed on the ground, blood continuously spraying out of his mouth, his skin aging and his hair turning white like an old man on the verge of death. He stared at Lin Feng dead in the face, opened his mouth, and eventually his head lolled, severing his life. I should have known better. Hong Jun walked over at this moment and looked at the dying Dean Han, shaking his head helplessly and sighing. The other guy could have been a hero, but he got himself into this mess with a thought. Lin Feng slowly exhaled. Alright, now that things are settled, you can leave. Hold on. I want to make a copy of everything here. Hong Jun opened his mouth and said. He thought for a long time. If he couldn't bring all the people back, at least bring back all the research materials here, in case it would be helpful to the future development of mankind. He then took out a flash drive and inserted it into the computer, making a copy of all the scientific information within this experimental base. Just as the information was all but copied, the supposedly dead Dean Han suddenly woke up, moving his body and crashing hard into a pre-installed detonator. Tick-tock. For a time, the entire experimental base flashed red and alarm bells rang loudly. Hong Jun hurriedly pulled out the flash drive and yelled at Lin Feng. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There's a bomb. Run. Run. The two of them quickly ran towards the outside of the experimental base, and when they passed by Zhou Xiaoyu, Hong Jun even carried the unconscious her directly onto his shoulder. However, just as they opened the gate and tried to run out, Dean Han, who was like a bloody man, but with his last ounce of strength he lunged right at Lin Feng. You stay and die together. Chapter 57, Give me back my big brother. Boom! Rumble! Under the continuous loud noise, the shockwave of the explosion tore through the entire experimental base. In just half a minute, it completely collapsed the entire base. The whole island seemed to be trembling. The shockwave of the explosion even bounced Hong Jun and Zhou Xiaoyu hundreds of meters. It was a good thing that Hong Jun's entire body was petrified at the last minute, or else the waves of the explosion and the splashing rocks alone would have been enough for them to perish. But even so, several mouthfuls of blood were continuously sprayed out of Hong Jun's mouth. Zhou Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was firmly protected in his arms, but did not suffer any harm. Brother Lin Feng. Brother Lin Feng. Although he knew it was unlikely that he would survive, Hong Jun nevertheless shouted a few times at the ruins in front of him. The result was, unsurprisingly, no response. Roar! 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 The huge explosion also attracted all the zombies on the island at the moment. There was no other way. Hong Jun could only retreat with Zhou Xiaoyu first. Hong Jun found a hidden place to hide first, then started to contact a special airplane to pick them up. By the time they were safely on the plane, Zhou Xiaoyu had also woken up from her coma. Zhou Xiaoyu looked around, but realized that there were 11 people when they came. But when they went back, there were only the two of them, her and Hong Jun. Where are the others? Zhou Xiaoyu's voice was trembling a little. Dead. All dead. Hong Jun's face was unusually ugly. The losses this time were just too heavy. So many exalts died tragic deaths. Even the strongest fighting force amongst humans right now, Lin Feng, died. The hardest part is that the one who killed everyone was the target to be rescued this time. Dean Han. How come? Zhou Xiaoyu had trouble accepting this fact. Looking down at the wound on her arm, her mind unconsciously remembered Lin Feng's figure. This man is so powerful. How could he die? She murmured, and her eyes couldn't help but redden. Hong Jun bit his lip, and ultimately did not say another word. By the time the plane landed back in the safe zone, Su Kangsoong was waiting for them with all the officers. Upon seeing that there were only Hong Jun and Zhou Xiaoyu, the crowd froze, their gazes looking towards the airplane for a long time without waiting for anyone to come out again. A hint of panic appeared on Su Kangxing's face. Why is it just the two of you? Where did everyone else go? Hong Jun and Zhou Xiaoyu hung their heads low. Neither of them opened their mouths, nor did they know how to open their mouths. Su Kangxing said sharply, I'm asking you, are you all dumb as? In the end, it was Hong Jun who opened his mouth first. When we went to the experimental base, we were all mesmerized by Dean Han, who wanted to use us for human experiments. He's heartlessly trying to inject zombie blood into our bodies, trying to achieve a zombie-human fusion that way. The result was that everyone was killed. And in the end, Dean Han even activated the base's destructive device and pulled the Lin Feng brothers down with him. Only Zhou Xiaoyu and I managed to escape. Hong Jun didn't go into too much detail, or else he, who had been doused with zombie blood, was afraid that he would be controlled by the officials, because they will not allow any potential danger. After hearing these words, the leaders' faces clouded over. In other words, not only did the mission fail this time, but we lost a top researcher and so many Xenos? How could Lin Feng be dead? Did you see his body? Su Kangxing really couldn't accept this result, but he saw Lin Feng as the hope for the future of humanity. Unceremoniously, all the people on the scene combined in his mind were not as important as one Lin Feng. Hong Jun laughed bitterly. The entire base has collapsed. It's impossible for a flesh and blood body to have any hope of surviving. Su Kangxing inquired somewhat unwillingly. So other than the news of everyone dying, the rest of you brought nothing back? Hong Jun took out a flash drive and handed it to the other party. Here are all the data materials of the experimental base. All of Dean Han's research results are here. Su Kangxing pinched the flash drive in his hand with a complex expression. People can be much more important than data, but now there is no other way. Let's just hope that what's inside this flash drive is helpful to mankind. You two go down and rest first. Su Kangxing waved his hand for Hong Jun and Zhou Xiaoyu to go down first. Then the group of people came inside the conference room. The leaders within the security zone gathered together, and Su Kangxing took the lead as he played with the flash drive in his hand. What are everyone's thoughts on this flash drive? Tell them all. Snap! One of the generals slammed the tabletop and shouted, Of course we're going to seal this thing up. Are we going to continue with this heartless experiment? There was also someone who put forward the opposite opinion saying, I don't think there's any problem with this experiment, as long as we don't experiment on humans. In today's situation, the deeper the research on the zombies, the greater the chances of us winning. A constant stream of people spoke up, half agreeing to continue the research and half wanting to destroy the flash drive. Su Kangxing frowned and fell into deep thought. To be honest, his heart didn't really want to continue, but if they didn't continue the research, how would they defeat the zombies? In the midst of the post-apocalyptic world, the only way to stay alive was to do everything you could to increase your strength. Su Kangxing slowly exhaled a breath and directly made the final decision. Let's find some experts to take a look at it first in a while. If we are 100% sure that it will be useful to humans, then we will continue the research. Right at this moment, the news of Lin Feng's tragic death had also reached Shin Tianji and Lu Yao's ears. No way. He's not going to die. Shin Tianji and Lu Yao didn't believe this news at all. They didn't think that there could be anyone or anything in this world that could harm Lin Feng. It wasn't until they met Hong Jun and heard the other party admit it in person. Lu Yao was stimulated and directly fainted, while Shin Tianji froze in place and suddenly went crazy, and then recklessly sprinted in the direction of the conference room. Stand still. Come on. Stop. Come any closer and we'll shoot. The soldiers looked at the frenzied Shin Tianji and hurriedly spoke out to scold him. It was just that at this time, Shin Tianji was completely unable to listen. He sprinted forward like a wild beast. Both soldiers had not even had time to raise the guns in their hands before they were directly blown away by Shin Tianji. Bang! Shin Tianji's breath surged in an explosive manner, knocking down all the soldiers in front of him. You're the ones who arranged for my big brother to go out. Now give my big brother back. In Shin Tianji's heart he had long since treated Lin Feng as a relative, so he had to seek justice for Lin Feng, even if it exposed his identity as a half-human, half-corpse. Chapter 58, Exposure of Identity. Get out of the way. All of you. Shin Tianji roared angrily and swung out both fists one after another with an unusually stiff force. The soldiers who were hit sprayed blood from their mouths and their bodies fell heavily to the ground, making it difficult for them to get up again. Soon the big boys were drawn out by the sound as well. After seeing that it was Shin Tianji, a trace of self-reproach flashed in Su Kongxing's eyes. I'm sorry about what happened to Lin Feng. We're also very sorry. It's just that people can't be brought back to life after death. I still hope that you'll be able to express your condolences. Uing fart. Shin Tianji was not giving any face at all. Directly pointing at these people in front of him, he cursed, I think you guys are doing this on purpose. You must have known that there was something wrong with that experimental base a long time ago. That's why you sent my big brother. You're all murderers of my big brother, and I'm going to make you pay. Su Kongxing didn't get angry. He just sighed. I can understand how you feel right now. Don't worry. Even though Lin Feng is no longer here, you guys can still stay here. All of your treatments are all the same. What do you think about this? In the view of these leaders, it was already very good to be able to offer such conditions, and Shin Tianji would be somewhat ungrateful if he still didn't leave. Shin Tianji sneered. I only want my big brother to come back alive. If you guys can't give me an explanation today, I'll kill you all and bury my big brother with you. A short-tempered general directly roared. Kid, we've already given you face. Don't give an inch. I'll you up. Shin Tianji directly made a move after cursing angrily. His foot paw stepped on the ground fiercely, and the ground under his feet instantly cracked. He charged straight up towards these leaders. No one even had to give an order. The soldiers immediately stepped forward to intercept them. Bang! 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 It was just that they had all underestimated Shin Tianji's speed and strength. Nowadays his fighting strength was similar to that of an intermediate-level zombie, and ordinary people wouldn't be his opponent at all. Many soldiers were directly sent flying without being able to see Shin Tianji's figure clearly. You're a shifter too? Su Kongxing's face was shocked and soon became excited again. He really didn't expect one Lin Feng to die and now he found another one. Young man, since you're a shifter, join us. Wouldn't it be good for us to save mankind together? Everyone should be fighting side by side for survival, not infighting here. At this moment, Shin Tianji, however, simply could not listen to it, and he hissed as he was about to continue to attack these people in front of him. The leaders' faces were ugly, and they were forced to only keep withdrawing. But in the end, it was Su Kongxing who ordered the exalted to go to war in droves. Just control him, don't hurt anyone, Su Kongxing shouted. He still treasured talents, especially after so many deaths and injuries of the altered nowadays. With the Xenos joining in, Shin Tianji was instantly stopped. In a one-on-one fight, this was the alien was not his match. But now that these exalts were swarming around, Shin Tianji quickly lost the upper hand. These aliens came in all shapes and sizes, ranging from long-range aliens to melee aliens. The melee ones are responsible for holding him back, and the distant ones are responsible for sneaking up on him. Shin Tianji was forced completely into madness, and his strikes became even more vicious. As the blood flowed out of his body, Shin Tianji's eyes directly turned dark black. Roar! A hiss came from his mouth, directly shocking all these people at the scene beyond words. A zombie? He's a zombie? Su Kongxing was shocked. It was the first time he had seen a zombie that could maintain its sanity and speak human words. If it wasn't for Shin Tianji's sudden frenzy, no one would have been suspicious of him at all. The leaders, in turn, spoke up. Elder Su, I think Dean Han's experiment can continue to be studied. I suggest that this man be brought under control immediately. It will be our key to defeating the walkers. The ability to manipulate zombie powers at will while still maintaining a human mind. There's nothing more appealing than that. Boom! Shin Tianji shook a xenomorph with a punch and then killed towards those leaders without any regard. Bang! A sudden gunshot. Shin Tianji's body trembled as a bloody hole emerged in his shoulder. The person who fired the shot was none other than Zhao Yongfeng, who had a grudge against Lin Feng for killing his son. Upon realizing the news that Lin Feng had died, he was both happy and sorry. He was happy that his revenge had been avenged, and regretted that he hadn't been able to kill Lin Feng. But it didn't matter. It was just as well to go after those two friends of Lin Feng's now. Just as Zhao Yongfeng wanted to continue shooting, he was stopped by Su Kongxing. Don't shoot. Don't kill him. Zhao Yongfeng spoke up. Kill him and be done with it. Keeping him will always be a scourge. Su Kongxing gave him a deep look. I know what you're thinking, but I hope you'll keep the greater good in mind. He's worth far more alive than dead. After saying that, Su Kongxing didn't care if he listened to him or not, and spoke to the people below. Use the tranquilizer gun. I want to catch them alive. Soon a group of soldiers arrived with tranquilizer guns. They fully tripled the dose of anesthesia so that there would be no surprises. Whoosh! 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 While Shin Tianji was fighting those aberrants, several anesthetic needles flew towards him. His senses were quick, and his figure was directly sidestepped in a flash. the soldiers continued to aim and fire, forcing Shin Tianji was on the verge of having no way back. Poof! In the end, there was still an anesthesia needle that stabbed him in the chest. Shin Tianji directly pulled off the anesthesia needle and heavily flung it out. Roar! As he hissed and tried to rush forward, his movements gave way. It was also at this opening that the soldiers quickly opened fire. Poof! 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 As more and more anesthetic needles were shot at Shin Tianji's body, his movements slowly slowed down as well, and he finally fell helplessly to his knees above the ground. Shin Tianji raised his head, a hint of relief in his eyes. Big brother, I've come to accompany you. At this time, on the island, in the midst of that ruin, suddenly a gust of wind kicked up, and all the stones in the ruins flew out, revealing the figure of a man. His eyes were tightly closed, his legs were hovering on his knees, and a long sword was constantly flying around his body. Roar! 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 Some of the surrounding zombies quickly rushed up, opening their mouths and biting towards Lin Feng. Right at this moment, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly opened and the flying swords directly hacked away at the heads of these zombies with great speed under his control. Whoosh! Lin Feng's body leapt up and his feet steadily stepped on top of the long sword. A flight of fancy ensued. Chikyu. Chapter 59, The Awakening of Heretical Powers. Inside the security zone, the only laboratory, Shin Tianji was being tied up on the operating table in the observation room, and his body was plugged with many medical instruments. A group of doctors in white coats were watching the whole process through the glass. A normal person's heartbeat is between 60 and 100 per minute, while his heartbeat is below 50 on a normal day and above 200 during emotional outbursts, and the cells in his body are reproducing at an exceptionally fast rate, which means that his recovery is much stronger than that of a normal human. He turned out to be a brand new blood model, which I'm afraid is the first case in human history. Just was he a unique blood type to begin with? Or did his blood type mutate because he became a zombie? If it's the former, it's possible that his blood can not only resist corpse poison, but also devour and absorb it to strengthen itself. The experts were caught up in a heated discussion, and the discovery gave rise to new thoughts about the future of mankind. They kept drawing out Shin Tianji's blood and conducting all sorts of laboratory tests. During the entire process, as long as Shin Tianji came to his senses, he would immediately be injected with a strong anesthetic. They wouldn't let Shin Tianji die, nor would they let him regain consciousness. Lu Yao, after coming to her senses, learned that Shin Tianji had been arrested and immediately went forward to find the official people to argue. Everyone also knew about Lu Yao's relationship with Lin Feng, so for Lin Feng's sake, Su Kongsheng personally received her. Sir, please let the man go. Shin Tianzi is a good man. Lu Yao spoke with a haggard face. Now that her master had died, she really didn't want to see something happen to Shin Tianji as well. After spending so much time together, she had long since treated Shin Tianji as if he were a relative. But he's a walker, Su Kongsheng said helplessly. Now it is no longer something he can release if he wants to. Shin Tianji's value today is too great, and it is likely that it is the only chance for humans to resist the zombies. Lu Yao unwillingly continued. Although he is a zombie, he hasn't harmed humans, and he won't be a threat to you. Su Kangsoong apologized. I'm sorry, I'm not alone in this matter, and I won't let uncontrollable dangers exist. I need to take responsibility for all the humans still alive in the safety zone. Lu Yao could no longer control her inner fire and directly roared. But who is responsible for Shin Tianzi? Do you officials only target your own people? How come I didn't see you guys being so powerful when fighting zombies? Aren't you guys just trying to dig out the secrets on Shin Tianji now? What's the point of pretending? I tell you plainly that you will not be able to study it. You will not be able to study anything without my master. Su Kongsheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he grasped the key in the words. What do you mean by that? It was Lin Feng who made Shin Tianji become what he is today. Lu Yao sneered. Want to know? I won't tell you. And if you can arrest me too. Su Kongsheng's expression became ugly. Ms. Lu, please calm down. If you know something, please can you tell us? It's all for the sake of the future of mankind. Don't open your mouth and shut it about the future of humanity. Lu Yao was also directly open-minded, and roared with a cross heart. Even if there are no you guys, the humans that should die will still die, and the ones that can live will still be able to live. She still remembered Lin Feng saying to herself that everything in the world had a fixed number, and that human power could not change the course of things. Forcing yourself to try to change something will only get you killed. Su Kongsheng was also a bit angry. Miss Lu, I've been tolerating you again and again for Lin Feng's sake, so don't go too far. Lu Yao laughed out loud. What's wrong? Want to kill me? Come on, do it. I can kind of see the selfish face of you people. You are not at all for the so-called future of mankind, you are merely fulfilling your own selfish desires. Lu Yao directly rushed up and pointed at Su Kongsheng and cursed. In every battle, it's always someone else who rushes to the front while you guys will only hide at the back and sit back and enjoy yourselves. And those who die will only be enthroned as heroes by you. Damn! It's the end of the world. What's the point of this hero moniker? With the lives of the soldiers, with the lives of the shifters, and even with the lives of my masters. Just to solidify your position. Su Kongsheng looked at the somewhat insane woman in front of him and didn't bother to say anything more. Directly shouting, "Come on people, bring her down." Two soldiers walked in, one on the left and one on the right, pulling Lu Yao's arm about to pull her outward. "You guys let go of me, let go of me." Lu Yao desperately resisted. But how could her strength as a woman be compared to two professionally trained soldiers? Just as Lu Yao was dragged out, the sky suddenly changed abruptly. The wind howled, and the crazy howling of zombies rang in his ears. Another scarlet descent. This time it wasn't just the zombies, but many of the exalted in the safety zone also had abnormalities in their bodies. They hissed, and there was a raging power surging within their bodies. For a while the entire safe zone was in chaos. All of the officers in the safe zone ran out, and while they were there, they had the guards strengthened to prevent the invasion of the zombies, while sending people to keep all the shifters under control. Even Shin Tianji, who was in the lab, was affected, and he woke up directly in a stupor, roaring madly. Click, click. The special chains that bound his hands and feet were forcibly broken free by Shin Tianji. "Come on, hurry up and turn on the defenses." At the prompting of one of the experts, the manipulator immediately pressed the button. Inside the closed laboratory of Shin Tianji, a large amount of smoke was produced. These fumes are tens of times more anesthetic than normal anesthetics. Shin Tianji was incomparably frantic, and only collapsed heavily after destroying all the instruments in the lab. Just as the experts were readying Shin Tianji up, there was also a change of heart here in Lu Yao. Her body was trembling as cold air spewed out of her mouth and her voice trembled. I'm so cold." The two soldiers didn't hear her words, so they just dragged Lu Yao forward. Just as quickly, they felt the coldness coming from their palms. "Here, what's going on?" The two soldiers wanted to release their grip on Lu Yao's hands, but right at this moment Lu Yao backhandedly clasped their wrists. Lu Yao's head slowly lifted up, her expression cold, her eyes as frosty. Even her head of black hair instantly turned white. In the next second, the two soldiers unexpectedly turned directly into ice sculptures. Alter Ego Awakening. Chapter 60, Genetic Agents. Lu Yao kills her way to the lab at the first moment after her psychic ability awakens, ready to save Shin Tianji. All the soldiers she met along the way who questioned her would all be directly frozen by her. Frost also appeared everywhere Lu Yao's feet stepped over. "What are you?" Outside the lab, the soldiers watched the white-haired Lu Yao approach and immediately raised the guns in their hands with vigilance. Lu Yao looked at them with a grim gaze, her arms slightly raised, and several sharp ice blades instantly formed in her palm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ice blades quickly flew out, directly knocking out the guns in the soldiers' hands. Lu Yao quickly rushed up, and the cold air also instantly swept out. The soldiers didn't even have time to send out cries for help. It was then frozen into a lifelike ice sculpture. Soon, Lu Yao rushed inside the lab. After he saw Shin Tianji's miserable appearance, the anger in his heart grew even more, and the cold aura emanating from his entire being became even heavier. "You, all of you, deserve to die," Lu Yao roared, and starting from her feet, the ground, the walls were all covered with cold ice. The ice spread throughout the lab at a very fast pace. Those professional doctors saw this and tried to escape, but the speed of their escape couldn't catch up with the speed of the ice spreading. Eventually each one of them turned into an ice sculpture. Lu Yao's body swayed, and two lines of blood suddenly flowed from her nose. The already pale face became even paler. "It's a sign of overuse of psychic powers." Lu Yao casually wiped it off, then found the switch to open the door to the experiment. "Tin Chi, wake up, wake up!" Lu Yao kept calling out to Shin Tianji, but the other party never came to his senses. In desperation, Lu Yao could only release a little blood and feed it to Shin Tianji. Under the stimulation of the blood, Shin Tianji instantly woke up. He hissed and went berserk, directly punching towards Lu Yao. Bang! Lu Yao formed an ice shield in front of her body, directly blocking the punch. "Look carefully. Who I am?" Lu Yao coldly spoke. Hearing the familiar voice, Shin Tianji forcibly suppressed the violent emotions within his heart, and after seeing the person in front of him clearly, he directly froze. After hesitating for a long time before speaking, You're Lu Yao. How did you become like this?" Lu Yao spoke. There's not that much time to explain now. We need to quickly leave this place before anyone realizes it. Shen Tianji gritted his teeth. I'm going to kill them and avenge my big brother. Lu Yao directly said. The two of us are weak. We can't win. Let's find a way to escape from this safe zone first, and come back later when we become stronger. Now that Scarlet had descended once again, even she had awakened her powers, and those powers within the safe zone had probably become stronger as well. The two of them alone had no chance of winning. Shen Tianji nodded. Then the two of them quickly ran outside. On the way, Shen Tianji looked at the lifelike humanoid frozen and wanted to ask something, but eventually held back. Now is not the time to chat. Better wait until it's safe. Now that all the people in the safe zone are keeping an eye on the changes in the zombies outside, there are a lot fewer soldiers patrolling the area. Lu Yao and Shen Tianji easily avoided their line of sight and quickly ran in the direction of the parked helicopter. During that time, they would encounter some people, only to have them silently taken out. The two finished with the guards and quickly got inside a helicopter. The two were wide-eyed. Why are you looking at me? I won't. And don't look at me. I even ride in a helicopter. In the end, Shen Tianji clenched his teeth. Damn it, put up a fight. It's all death anyway. Under Shen Tianji's maneuvering, the propeller began to turn and the plane slowly lifted into the air. The leaders who were watching the walkers' every move on top of the walls were instantly startled. Looking at the helicopter flying over his head, Su Kongsheng yelled, "What's going on? Who's on the airplane?" No one answered him, and the soldiers were confused. Just then, a soldier hurriedly ran over. No good. No good. Ran away. People ran away. Su Kongsheng's face was cold. Who ran away? Who is clear? That woman seems to have awakened her psychic abilities. And then she went to the lab to save Shen Tianji. We found a lot of soldiers and specialized physicians that were frozen. Su Kongsheng hurriedly raised his head and looked at the helicopter that was flying farther and farther away with a very ugly expression. One of the officers shouted eagerly, "Quickly, send men after them, absolutely don't let them get away." A shifter and Ascension zombie, these two were too dangerous to put outside. It might be a threat to the security zone one day. Well, let's let them go first. Su Kongsheng spoke. The first priority is to fend off the zombie attacks first, and not to scatter out manpower to capture them. And normal people can't catch and hold them. They can only send out the shifters. But right now, the shifters are absolutely not allowed to leave the safe zone. These words caused the crowd to fall into silence. Within the next few days, zombies and walkers around the world finished evolving. During that time, many high-level zombies were born, and there were even existences that surpassed high-level zombies. Of course, there were also a lot of awakenings, and the strength of the aliens had changed drastically. Several great battles broke out between humans and zombies, killing and injuring countless people. Soon, many safe zones around the world fell. The top leaders of each country implemented a call. Everyone agreed that this time the crisis of humanity had reached a critical moment, and everyone should not be hiding anything. It should interoperate the resources it has in hand. In the midst of this post-apocalyptic world, many countries were secretly researching zombies, and also secretly researching psychics. All of them have achieved quite a lot, and although they are not yet perfect, the most crucial step has been taken, especially after everyone learned that there was already someone in the Dragon Kingdom who could perfectly fuse zombie genes. Many countries sent their personnel over. Soon, thanks to the joint efforts of all countries, one of the largest and strongest security zones was built in the Dragon Kingdom. There are forces from various countries stationed in this safe zone, and all the top scientists have converged here. With their joint research, they hadn't been able to find the secret to fighting the zombies, but they had discovered that the aliens could be duplicated. They could make a genetic potion through the blood of an existing psychic, and as long as they injected it into an ordinary person, that ordinary person could also possess psychic abilities. It's just that the strength of the alien injected with the potion isn't as strong as the naturally awakened one, and the chances of surviving after the injection are only 50%, half the odds. But even so, many people still came forward to sign up for genetic injections. Just under such crazy behavior, legions of alienists from various countries also took shape one after another. The overall strength of mankind improved by a large margin. Chapter 61, Surprised to be alive? On this day, the zombies rioted and the beasts roared. They began to rally towards the human race, the largest safe zone with the most survivors, and attacked. A dense mass of zombies, a beast of enormous size, trooped into the city. Having gone through many evolutions, nowadays they were not only increasing in strength, but even their consciousness was reviving. No more of that mindless charge. The people in charge of each country rushed to gather their ranks and resist. This kind of battle was no longer something that ordinary soldiers could participate in. The only thing they could do was just stand on top of the city walls and use their guns and cannons to hold back the zombies and beasts. Soon, the alien squad assembled and quickly killed the corpses. The battle was extraordinarily intense from the start, with all sorts of powerful supernatural abilities erupting one after another. There were those that could manipulate flames, those that could manipulate wind, and even those that emitted high-voltage electricity from their fingertips. At the same time, there were also some melee combat adepts, holding long knives or lances, killing among the corpses. Of course, there were also many shifters who died tragically under the hands of zombies. Those zombies with high evolution levels were like ghosts weaving in and out of the field, with creepy hissing sounds emanating from their mouths. Their sharp nails can penetrate the human body, and their razor-sharp teeth are easily capable of crushing a person's throat, causing a lot of trouble for the alien squad. At this point in time, it's rare to get infected as a zombie from a single bite. More often than not, they will be directly divided up by the corpses and die without even a crumb left. The most frightening ones were the mutated beasts, large and fast, and they could knock down a large number of people with a sweep. On the ground there are fierce tigers, packs of wild wolves, pythons, and monkeys. Among them, the monkeys are the most difficult to deal with, which are originally primates, very well adapted to life on the ground before they evolved, with agile activities, and sharp senses of sight, hearing, and smell. Now mutated, the IQ is no less than human. Most of the aliens who were caught up in the mutant monkeys died 9 deaths. Fire me. The rows of soldiers above the city wall carried rocket launchers on their shoulders, their bodies slightly crouched down, their gazes firmly locked ahead. With the instant the command was given, they quickly pulled the trigger. With a deafening roar, a rocket whizzed out. Although ordinary firearms are already difficult to pose a threat to zombies, powerful thermal weapons can still blow them to pieces. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Continuous explosions rang out. Large swaths of zombies were directly blown away. Rolling smoke filled the air along with loud noises, and the powerful impact caused the surrounding dust to fly. Soon, some mutated birds gathered in blackness above the sky. Their sharp beaks and razor-sharp claws glinted with a chilling light as they swooped down with a gut-wrenching screech. The soldiers on top of the city walls were instantly thrown into extreme panic, and many of their heads were directly scratched by the birds' claws. Some of the soldiers reacted by drawing their sabers and slashing at the mutated birds, while others shot directly. Use the flamethrower. Use the flamethrower quickly, an officer hissed. Immediately, a few soldiers brought in their flamethrower guns, and when they pulled the trigger, a long line of flames spewed out directly from the muzzle of the gun. Although the feathers of these mutant birds were tough enough to withstand the slashes of the blade, they were still hard to resist under the scorching heat of thousands of degrees of flame. These mutant birds were quickly burned and kept falling from the air. Soon, more and more soldiers had picked up their flamethrowers, and a column of fire intertwined to form a dense web of fire. As time went on, the exalted appeared disheveled. Zombies know no fatigue nor pain, which allows them to keep fighting without fear of injury or death. But not the alien. Their stamina has a limit, and they suffer pain when they are injured. Under such a fight, the advantage of humans would be constantly minimized. At this moment, in the monitoring room, the heads of each country sat together watching the war images that were transmitted back through the satellite. Tell the warriors to retreat. The losses are too severe if they continue like this. Let's just go straight to heavy weapons and mass bombing. Are you crazy? It's hard to guarantee that the safe zone won't be affected by a massive bombardment at such a close distance. The battle of the soldiers in the city, which prevented many of mankind's powerful weapons from being utilized, was the most helpless and desperate part of the battle. The crowd's brows were furrowed, and for a moment, they didn't know how to deal with this crisis. Just then, an old man spoke up. Let's retreat first, and directly use tanks and armored vehicles to top it off. The person who opened his mouth was none other than Su Kongshang, who had a place here nowadays because he had provided the data for those studies of Dean Han. Just as the crowd was in the midst of contemplation, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look guys, is that a person in the air?" All eyes quickly shifted to the top of the video. A silhouette suddenly appeared in the sky above the battlefield, his feet stepping on his longsword as dozens of huge fireballs floated behind him with a single thought. In the next second, it smashed towards the battlefield at extreme speed. Boom boom boom. That very difficult group of monkeys was instantly blown bloody. All of the people's gazes were attracted over, only to see this person stepping on a flying sword and swiftly swooping down towards the very center of the battlefield. The moment his feet hit the ground directly burst, and the powerful airflow instantly lifted all the surrounding zombies out. The man held the long sword in his hand, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a cold smile, and a sword slashed out, dazzling sword light sweeping forward. Poof, poof, poof. A sword decapitated dozens of zombie heads. Then a few more swords slashed out, and the strong sword chi once again swept across a large swath of zombies. Go! The man let out a cold snort, and the long sword in his hand unexpectedly flew out directly. Under the pull of the breath, it began to autonomously launch itself at the walkers. One could only see the long sword weaving in and out of the field at an extremely fast speed, constantly penetrating the zombie's body. At the same time, he made strange movements with his hands and mouthed some unintelligible words, and then a spell symbol carved in blood appeared around him. With the man's right hand, all the incantation talismans flew directly towards the surrounding morning beasts. There was a succession of thumping explosions. Those ferocious morning beasts were directly smashed into two, and large swaths of blood sprayed out. The leaders of the countries in the monitoring room all had their jaws dropped, especially the several people in charge on the dragon countryside had their pupils contracted in fear. Su Conqing's voice trembled. Lin Feng? He's actually still alive? Chapter 62, The Killing Spree. The person who came was none other than Lin Feng, who had broken through to the foundation establishment stage. He swallowed all the dozens of black beads he had harvested in one gulp before the base collapsed. Although his entire body was severely injured by the blast and was buried in the ground, he was still lucky to survive by virtue of the demonic chi surging within his body. After the realm breakthrough, Lin Feng didn't rush back. Instead he found the top of the mountain where the demonic energy was lush and started to try to refine spell talismans. With his current strength at the foundation establishment stage, he could barely refine some low-ranked blasting talismans. He used his own blood to inscribe the runes, which made the power of the blasting talisman increase greatly as well. Even large-sized morning beasts could be blown to bloody pieces. At this moment, Lin Feng was holding a long sword and killing recklessly in the middle of the battlefield. His targets were all those evolved and powerful zombies and beasts. Only then could he get the black beads he needed. Within this short period of time, Lin Feng had already harvested hundreds of them, and with the addition of Lin Feng, the pressure on the Exalted had been reduced by a lot. The Exalts followed in Lin Feng's footsteps and exploded with unprecedented potential. Combined with the long-range support of various artillery fires within the safe zone, the corpses were soon repelled. Lin Feng didn't bother chasing after them. Instead he leapt up on top of the city wall and yelled, "Who is your person in charge here?" Agents from various countries had also rushed over at this time, and apart from those from the Dragon Kingdom, the eyes of the other countries were glowing as they looked at Lin Feng. This was the most powerful alien they had ever seen, and if they used his blood to make a gene potion, the effect would definitely be 10 times stronger than it was now. Lin Feng's gaze swept around the group of people. There were blondes, short people, lewd-looking people, and dark-skinned people. Lin Feng then spotted some familiar faces. Before Lin Feng could say anything, Su Conqing forced out a smile before walking forward. "Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to still be alive. All of us thought you were dead." Lin Feng said indifferently. "Not bad luck. Lucky to have survived. What's the situation with you guys?" Su Conqing sighed. "This is a long story. Let's go down first and change places. I'll tell you slowly." Lin Feng nodded. "Good." However, the agents of each country had been impatient, and immediately made a request for Lin Feng to contribute blood to their research. It was just that in the face of this request, none of the people from the Dragon Kingdom said anything, and each of them had an awkward look on their faces, because Lin Feng wasn't subject to them at all. Lin Feng quietly listened to their words, then his eyebrows gently raised. "You want my blood?" One of the Mizos was the first to speak up. "That's right. It's time for you to do your part for all of mankind. You." Snap. Before the words were even finished, Lin Feng directly threw a slap at him, directly knocked the rice man out of the room. The whole room was in a state of shock. Lin Feng snorted coldly and said, "Damn, who gave you the guts to talk to me like that?" Su Conqing hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. "Lin Feng, don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Have a word." Lin Feng's voice was cold. "You'd better tell all these idiots to keep their mouths shut, or else I mind getting them killed. Elder Su, I'm not going to bull you. Where are my men? Where are they? Call them out. I want to take them away." The corners of Su Conqing's mouth tugged. They, Lin Feng said impatiently. "What happened to them? They're dead." The person who opened his mouth was Zhao Yongfeng. He faced Lin Feng straight on without any fear and said, "You know that the one called Shen Tianji is a zombie, right? You brought a zombie into the safe zone. What are your intentions?" Lin Feng's face became incomparably grim. "You dare to kill my people?" Zhao Yongfeng said with a straight face. "We're killing zombies. So what's wrong with that? Good good good. Lin Feng laughed angrily and intense killing intent burst out within his body. You guys really have guts. In the next second, Lin Feng directly kicked Zhao Yongfeng in the stomach. With a bang, Zhao Yongfeng's entire body fell heavily and flew out, spraying large mouthfuls of blood from his mouth. He couldn't care less about the pain, and quickly climbed to his feet, shouting, "Someone come, all soldiers and alien ability squads, assemble immediately." Lin Feng wanted to strike again. Su Kongsheng hurriedly advised, "This matter, I can explain it. Get out." Lin Feng threw his arm and directly shook him out. This move directly enraged the leaders of the countries. They were accusing Lin Feng of being too arrogant. No higher power wanted to see a disobedient fighter. All shut up. The long sword flashed out in Lin Feng's hand and he spoke with a murderous air. "Today, I'll let you know what fear means. Kill him quickly." Zhao Yongfeng hissed and gave orders to the soldiers and the exalted. Although the soldiers and the psychics had seen how powerful Lin Feng was, it was their duty to obey orders. The soldiers raised their guns in their hands and slowly approached Lin Feng, and the exalts also cast their powers. "Bunch of trash." Lin Feng smiled contemptuously, and the long sword in his hand instantly slashed out. The strong sword chi slashed all the soldiers that came close. Lin Feng carried his sword and charged in Zhao Yongfeng's direction. Those Ultrans who wanted to make a move to stop them simply couldn't even touch Lin Feng's shadow. He just felt a flash in front of his eyes, followed by the feeling that his body had been cut open by a sharp blade. To his death. He couldn't figure out how human speed could be increased to such an extent. "Quick! Stop him for me." Zhao Yongfeng was terrified and hissed loudly. "This is an anti-human monster. Let's all join hands and kill him." Soon enough, another group of aliens rushed up. In a flash, all sorts of brilliant supernatural abilities were displayed and blasted at Lin Feng. In response, Lin Feng just stored up his strength and swung his sword chi streaking out. All of the alien powers were all crushed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Feng's figure flashed. Many people just heard a wind sound in their ears. Then their bodies lost their strength and fell heavily to the ground. Large amounts of blood spilled out, rapidly staining the ground red. "Today, no one can save you. We'll settle new scores and old scores together." Lin Feng carried his sword step by step towards Zhao Yongfeng. The powerful air pressure that oppressed the other party's body was unable to move, and he could only lose his voice and yell, "Save me, quickly save me." Su Kongsheng struggled up and shouted, "Lin Feng, misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding." It was just that at this moment, Lin Feng couldn't listen at all, and the long sword in his hand swiftly stabbed out. A sword penetrated Zhao Yongfeng's throat. Pust! Lin Feng drew his long sword and turned around, his gaze incomparably cold as he looked at the crowd. Next, whose turn is it? Chapter 63, Ending the Dan is too difficult. Lin Feng's powerful strength and ruthlessness was chilling, especially when his gaze swept over. The crowd all unconsciously lowered their heads. Lin Feng slowly walked over, the long sword in his hand still dripping blood. When he took a step forward, the crowd took a step back. Su Kongsheng took a deep breath and summoned up the courage to speak. "Lin Feng, your people aren't dead." "Not dead?" Lin Feng looked at him with a cold gaze. "Then where are they now?" Su Kongsheng hesitated for a moment and spoke. "They left a long time ago. As for where they are now, I don't know." Lin Feng stared at him. "Tell me, why did they leave?" Su Kongsheng didn't know what to answer for a moment. Shin Tianji's identity as a zombie was exposed, and they wanted to capture him for study, then forced Lu Yao to awaken her powers, freezing many soldiers before fleeing with him. He really didn't dare to say such words. With Lin Feng's temper, if he knew the truth about this, he was afraid that he would really have to kill a river of blood here. There's no one in the safe zone today. Who can hold him back? Shin Tianji is a zombie after all. It's not quite appropriate for him to continue to stay. Su Kongsheng pondered for a long time, but still didn't dare to tell the truth, so he then actively chose to leave. "You better be telling the truth or I won't let you off the hook." Lin Feng just left this sentence and planned to leave. "Wait!" Su Kongsheng hurriedly called out to him. "Lin Feng, can you stay? We need you now." Lin Feng snorted coldly. "But I don't need you guys. I used to come here because I could get information about walkers in this place, but now he didn't need it anymore. He could fly with his sword to any place and find more and stronger zombies." After saying that, he stepped on the long sword with his feet and disappeared from the crowd sight at an extremely fast speed. Right at this moment, a man from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom walked over and asked, "Elder Su, just let him go? He could have just killed quite a few people, and he even killed one of your Dragon Kingdom's generals." Su Kongsheng glanced at the other party and asked rhetorically, "Then what else do you want?" A cold glint flashed in the man's eyes. Such a person, of course, should be controlled at all costs. An unruly shifter is terrifying. Zombies are dangerous, but this shifter is even more dangerous. Most of all, after capturing him, it will also be beneficial to the development of our alien genes. Su Kongxing gave him a blank look. Can't you see how terrifying his strength is? How can you capture it? Sacrifice the lives of the warriors for nothing? The man spoke coldly. No matter how strong he is still only one person. Is it possible that he can still carry the bombardment of artillery fire? Is it possible that he can still resist the army's steel torrent by himself? Su Kongxing didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and directly turned around to leave. If you have the ability, you can go and catch it yourself. My soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom are not involved. Looking at Su Kongxing's departing back, the man's expression gradually became gloomy, and a sinister cold light came out from his eyes. Then took a satellite phone and walked around a corner and dialed. Lin Feng had thought of going directly to Shen Tianji and Liu Yao, but the distance between the two of them and him might be too far right now. He was only a tiny foundation stage, and the range that his divine sense could cover was still too small. So Lin Feng could only dismiss the idea for the time being and ended up flying over a city that was closest to the safe zone. After sweeping his gaze around, he directly descended on the roof of a building. He was going to absorb those beads he harvested here first and see if he could continue to raise his realm. The reason why he chose to be on the roof of the building was because no zombies would appear here to disturb him, and the higher the distance, the denser the magic chi was, which was also convenient for him to cultivate. Lin Feng counted the loot of this time. More than 100 black beads. There were intermediate zombies. There were high-level zombies, and there were some from the bodies of the beasts. Actually, there's not much use for me to absorb this now, unless a higher-level walker shows up. Lin Feng sighed and said, forget it, let's give it a try. A mosquito is still meat. As the true chi was urged, hundreds of beads surrounded the body in the surrounding area. A channel of demonic chi emanated from within the bead and surged towards Lin Feng's body. The speed of his absorption was several times stronger than before, and even if so many beads were being absorbed at the same time, it wasn't a problem. Snap! Soon a bead's demonic chi was absorbed and fell directly on top of the ground. Pop! Snap! Then several more black beads that had lost their demonic energy fell. There were more and more black beads that had been drained of demonic energy, but the growth of Lin Feng's realm was extremely slow. As time passed little by little, the demonic chi within the hundreds of black beads were all sucked dry. And Lin Feng's realm had only broken through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. What he didn't notice was that every now and then, in the middle of his practice, airplanes would fly overhead. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and said with some frustration, it's true that just relying on absorbing the black beads in the zombie's body won't work. Without the aid of pills or the help of Gongfu, I'm afraid this Dan won't be able to be formed. If he couldn't conjure the Dan, his lifespan would be more than a few hundred years at most. Hundreds of years were just a snap of the fingers in the cultivation world. One can only hope that the zombies in this world evolve quickly. Lin Feng muttered, maybe this is the only way that can help my cultivation improve. Or, could I just raise a bunch of walkers for fun and wait for them to evolve before killing them? But soon he dismissed the thought again, because at the moment it seemed as if the only time the zombie's strength appeared to increase was when Scarlet descended. And the Scarlet descended so irregularly that he could not have kept watch and waited. Forget it. Let's take one step at a time. There's still a lot of time at the moment anyway. After easing his emotions, Lin Feng took out some meat and grilled it. After eating and drinking, he lay down on the roof and fell into a deep sleep. On the second day, Lin Feng was woken up by a roaring sound. He stood beneath the roof of the building and gazed downward. Only an armored car was seen driving above the street, followed by several heavy tanks. Lin Feng naturally didn't recognize these things. He was just a bit puzzled as to why they had appeared here. There weren't too many walkers present in the neighborhood, nor were there any survivors. Just as Lin Feng froze, several airplanes circled above his head. Then a warning was heard on the airplane's loudspeaker. Listen to the alien below. You are surrounded. Please surrender immediately or we will take action. Chapter 64, Killing Intent Boils. Coming at me? Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He really didn't think that there really was this one who wasn't afraid of death and dared to come and actively provoke himself. Chug chug chug. Before Lin Feng could make any response, several machine guns were set up within the airplanes circling overhead, shooting at Gu Lin Feng. Rows of bullets whizzed by, leaving rows of bullet holes in the ground on the roof of the building. Lin Feng's body flashed, constantly dodging, while the anger in his heart was slowly rising. No matter who sent them, Lin Feng wanted the other party dead. He didn't choose to fly with his sword, but quickly fled the roof of the building. just as Lin Feng was running down from the top floor by floor. At this moment, the tank's gun suddenly reversed its direction, and through thermal imaging, it precisely locked onto Lin Feng's figure. Release. As one man gave the command, several shells were quickly fired. Lin Feng suddenly sweated. Sensing the danger, he violently raised his own speed. It was also at this instant that the shells bombarded and the whole building shook violently. The bombarded floors were instantly engulfed in flames, walls collapsed, and countless stones flew everywhere. Damn it, I'll kill you all. Lin Feng's anger was at its peak, never having been so eager to kill someone. A second before another round of shells came, Lin Feng directly smashed a floor-to-ceiling window and directly jumped out from the height of more than 20 floors. Lin Feng stepped on the flying sword with his feet and continuously raised his height. The muzzles of the guns inside several airplanes were also hastily redirected and continued to shoot towards Lin Feng. But Lin Feng was flying too fast, which made it impossible for them to aim. You seek death. After dodging a few rounds of fire, Lin Feng directly charged towards one of the airplanes with his imperial sword. Baka! The pupils of the soldiers inside the plane contracted violently, yelling at the pilot to get out of the way quickly. But it was too late. The moment Lin Feng rushed over, a huge fireball had converged in his palm and smashed directly onto the helicopter's propeller. Boom! After a loud bang, accompanied by the screams of the personnel, the helicopter, ablaze with fire and smoke, fell to the ground at great speed. Ta-da! The soldiers on the other airplane were still frantically launching shots at Lin Feng. Whoosh! Lin Feng flew directly above them and condensed fireballs with both hands at the same time and smashed them down hard. It's fast and precise. Another helicopter crashed to the ground at breakneck speed, and smashed on top of a tank with an even more violent explosion. A time of fire. It was explained from above that it's okay not to leave anyone alive. We can only bring the body back even if we fulfill our mission. At that moment, a soldier inside the armored vehicle shouted into the intercom, "Activate the tracking missiles." With the command, a tracking missile flew out immediately after targeting on Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who was flying in the air, saw something coming towards him and immediately shifted his direction to give a dodge. It was just that what Lin Feng hadn't expected was that the missile, after flying some distance away, circled around in a half circle and then flew towards him once again. Lin Feng was shocked. Can this thing capture my breath? There was also no time to think too much. Lin Feng could only fly away from the original place quickly with his sword. Only soon he realized that no matter how much he changed his orientation, even harnessing his longsword and circling around in the air several times, this missile was dead set on him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'll fight you. Lin Feng's demonic chi emanated from his body in a steady stream, and his entire body's eyes were gradually turning red. The moment the missile struck again, Lin Feng dodged it with a sideways movement while his hands accurately grabbed the missile. The powerful impact also carried Lin Feng flying out a short distance. Only soon, with the demonic chi infused above his arms, Lin Feng exploded with extreme terrifying force. Then, Lin Feng forcefully grabbed this missile and flew rapidly towards the bottom. The soldiers inside the car were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. The image of a man rushing towards them while holding a missile was just too unbelievable. The soldiers quickly jumped out of the car and dodged around. At the same time, Lin Feng grabbed the missile and blasted it hard at one of the armored vehicles. Boom! Deafening explosions rang out, and powerful shockwaves spread out. Lin Feng was also experiencing a brief dizziness in his brain for a moment, only he quickly eased up and his body descended above the ground, killing the soldiers with his longsword in hand. Put! 3 heads instantly flew up as a sword chopped out. The remaining soldiers looked back and immediately raised their guns to fire. Bullets swept towards Lin Feng like rain. Lin Feng's figure flickered and the bullets that were fired all hit the ground. At the same time, Lin Feng had rushed to the soldiers. His demonic chi was released and a powerful pressure enveloped the few remaining people. Lin Feng let out a cold cry. Kneel down for me. Bang! 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 The soldiers' bodies were completely out of their control. Their legs bent and they all fell heavily to their knees. In an instant, the ground cracked, and both of their legs were shattered. The intense pain caused these professionally trained soldiers to scream. Say, who sent you guys? Lin Feng asked. A soldier opened his mouth, and as a result, he shouted out words that Lin Feng couldn't understand a single word, but being able to sense that the other party was probably cursing himself, he directly swung his sword out and chopped off the other party's head. Come one that can speak human words. Lin Feng's voice was once again a few degrees colder, and at the same time, he used a trace of his true chi. It instantly shook their ears with severe pain and blood flowed out. Soon, a soldier who knew the language of the country trembled and opened his mouth. We are soldiers of the Sakura country. and have received orders from above to come and arrest you. Cherry Blossom Country? Lin Feng frowned slightly. When he had browsed through the history on Shen Tianji's computer before, he had never had a good feeling about this country. He also let go of his boast that when his strength had risen to a certain realm, he would split this projectile place with a single sword. Lin Feng then asked, "What am I being arrested for?" The soldier replied, "We don't know. We're in charge of the mission and nothing else." Killing intent erupted in Lin Feng's eyes. "Where is the person who gave you the order?" The soldier shuddered. In the safe zone." "Good to know." Lin Feng slowly spat out a sentence. Then his arm swung out and a brilliant sword light whistled out. Put, instantly decapitating the remaining soldiers. All of them. "This is your own way of asking for death. So see, it's not my fault." Lin Feng let out a cold snort, then stepped on his longsword and flew in the direction of the safe zone. Chapter 65, Ruthless Strikes. At this time, inside the security zone, that Sakura nation's leader couldn't get in touch with those soldiers who had been dispatched out. His insides were starting to panic a bit. Whether the mission was a success or not, there should have been news coming back. Now that it's nowhere to be found, there's only one possibility. Everyone is dead. He couldn't figure out why airplanes, tanks, and armored vehicles, all on the battlefield at the same time, couldn't solve a single aberration. Not being able to think about it too much, he immediately got up and headed towards the conference room. He was worried that Lin Feng would come to retaliate against him, and now the only way to feel safe was to gather with the leaders of the countries. The leaders of the countries are discussing that it's time for humanity to be proactive and not always be reactive and defensive. Someone suggested the idea of searching for a place where the zombies were converging in large numbers and dropping a nuke for a direct wipeout. This proposal was immediately echoed by a number of people. At this time, Su Kongsheng saw the person who had just come in and asked, "Mr. Okamoto, where have you been and why does your face look so bad?" The man called Okamoto smiled sarcastically and said, "It's nothing. It's probably just that he's not used to the water here." At those words, the expressions of those present became odd. It's a little too ironic for a country that discharges nuclear wastewater to say that it's not watertight elsewhere. Especially the Dragon Nation people present were cursing in their hearts. Make you comfortable with more wastewater. But face to face, everyone still expressed their care. "Mr. Okamoto, take care of your rest." Mr. Okamoto nodded his head back and forth. "I see. Thank you all for your concern." Just at this time, there was a sudden agitation outside. This was immediately followed by a hissing sound filled with killing intent that resounded throughout the safe zone. "Everyone from the Sakura Kingdom, get the hell out." The leaders of the countries in the room all changed their faces, especially Okamoto, who was scared and his legs were weak. When Su Kongsheng and those Dragon Kingdom people around him heard this familiar voice, they secretly said that something big was going to happen. As the crowd ran out, all of the soldiers, and the shifters, were standing by. Everyone's gazes were serious and tense as they stared at the man who was stepping on a flying sword and hovering in midair. Seeing that everyone had appeared, Lin Feng once again shouted out, "All the people from the Sakura country stand out. I'll leave after I kill them. Anyone who dares to stop me will be killed together. I'll give you a minute to think about it, and if you don't come forward, I'll find it myself." Perhaps this arrogance was just too uncomfortable, and after Lin Feng had finished speaking, it immediately caused outrage. Someone shouted, "Young man, you are really too arrogant. Do you know what the status of the people present are? How can you be allowed to threaten them like that?" Lin Feng descended above the ground, his long sword hovering above his head. In the next second, it flew directly towards the person who opened his mouth. Pust! The long sword went straight through his body, and the man fell down heavily with his eyes wide open. The blood that flowed out instantly dyed the ground red. It also made the crowd's insides very stimulated. Lin Feng spoke indifferently. "There are still 40 seconds left." Another one who wasn't afraid to die stood out, pointed his finger at Lin Feng and said with a trembling voice, "You devil, you're a devil against humanity. Your behavior like this is worse than a zombie." Pust! The long sword stabbed down again, directly slitting the opponent's throat. Another body fell, blood spurting out like a spring. The strong smell of blood filled the air, and the crowd only felt that there was a stone pressing on their chests, and their breathing became oppressive. Lin Feng spoke again. "There are still 20 seconds left. Bastard! What are you? What gives you the right to kill innocent people? Are you trying to become a public enemy of all mankind? Do you want to declare war on all nations by yourself? As a shifter, you don't know how to contribute to mankind. Instead you're here to threaten, brutalize and kill the leaders of the countries. You'll be nailed to the pillar of shame." There was a constant stream of people speaking up. A constant stream of angry denunciations. They really didn't believe it. Did Lin Feng really dare to kill everyone here? Lin Fan looked at them indifferently. Since he had come to this world, he had found many people who were not so good in the head. It's always the habit of being high and mighty, self-righteous and unaware. In that case, let's make them whole. As soon as Lin Feng's breath moved, the longsword ran through the bodies of the few people who spoke with great speed. Poof, poof, poof. A blood splatter flew out, and a corpse fell heavily. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Time's up. Looks like no one wants to come out. Just then, Mr. Okamoto, however, suddenly went crazy and shouted, kill him quickly. He shouted as he ran in the direction of the soldiers and shifters. Soldiers and shifters from other countries stayed far away, and only those from his own country shielded him. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. You're the one who sent someone to kill me? Okamoto had been scared out of his wits, and even with a group of people protecting him, he still didn't feel the slightest bit safe. It always felt like the long sword floating in the air would pierce his body in the next second. Okamoto couldn't help but cry out. Aren't you not dead? Why must you pursue this to the end? Filthy race. No point in living. Lin Feng recalled his longsword into his hand and then took one step towards them. The rest of the country had the good sense to keep their mouths shut. No one wanted to be joking with their lives. Baka, what are you waiting for? Kill him for me, kill him. Okamoto hissed frantically. There was no way back, he could only fight to the death. The soldiers raised their guns in their hands, and the psychics cast their powers. Whoosh! Lin Feng's figure disappeared directly in place like a ghost. Many people just felt a black shadow flashing in front of their eyes, and then they felt a coldness in their necks, and a neat wound appeared. They covered their necks in death, trying to suppress the flow of blood, but to no avail, and eventually collapsed in a pool of blood in despair. Lin Feng was like the god of death, constantly harvesting these people from the Sakura nation. There was absolutely no resistance. It was a one-sided massacre. Personnel continued to fall, and blood pooled in rivers on the ground. A miserable scream fell on Okamoto's ears, and he was scared. His legs weakened and directly collapsed to the ground. A hot stream of water gushed out, and he was scared to pee. Lin Feng stood in front of him with his blood-stained longsword. In your next life, don't be a human being. No, you can't kill me. Okamoto tried to make a last-ditch effort. I'm the representative of the Sakura Kingdom sent to the Dragon Kingdom. If you kill me, you're declaring war on the entire Sakura Kingdom. Pust. Lin Feng didn't even bother to answer and directly chopped his head off with a sword. Chapter 66, The Kunlun Mountains. After settling these people from the Sakura Kingdom, Lin Feng wanted to leave. At this moment, Su Kongxing called out to him and asked cautiously, Lin Feng, have you found Shin Tianji and the others? Lin Feng looked back at him. Not yet. Su Kongxing secretly breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Don't be anxious. You'll always find it. Lin Feng sensed his flickering mood swings and swung the sword in his hand violently. Pust. One of Su Kongxing's arms was actually directly hacked away. Ah! Su Kongxing covered his wounds and let out a miserable scream. His body trembled. His face was pale, and he looked at Lin Feng incredulously. Why? Lin Feng responded indifferently. I feel that you're not telling the truth, so I'll chop off one of your hands first to give you a heads up. If I find out that you've lied to me, I'll come back to take your life. After saying that, he stopped stopping and harnessed his longsword to fly directly away from the safe zone. Looking at Lin Feng's departing back, the crowd all let out a sigh of relief, and then rushed forward. Concerned, Elder Su, are you alright? Su Kongxing didn't say anything, just that despair was written all over that old face. After Lin Feng left the safe zone, he flew around aimlessly, while trying to find Shintianji and Lu Yao. He was also looking for zombies. The further he flew, the higher he flew. He didn't know how long he had been flying, but eventually Lin Feng was attracted to a lofty mountain range. Lin Feng directly descended down and saw a stone tablet at the foot of the mountain with 3 big words written on it, the Kunlun Mountains. Lin Feng had been particularly impressed by this Kunlun Mountain when he was learning about the mythical history of the Dragon Kingdom before. Kunlun Mountain, also known as the Kunlun Void, the first sacred mountain of the Dragon Kingdom, and the mountain of 10,000 ancestors. Many mythological stories originated here. Lin Feng's eyes gradually glowed. Perhaps he could find some of the secrets of some of this world's myths that had disappeared from here. Instead of flying with his sword, he was prepared to measure the entire mountain range by his legs. At first there wasn't much to discover. It was just that as he got deeper and deeper, Lin Feng encountered a lot of flying birds and beasts. Unlike the funerary beasts they had encountered before, the beasts here were even more powerful. It should be because the demonic chi of this mountain range was dense enough. So the evolutionary strength of the flying birds and beasts here after the Scarlet descended was also stronger than those imprisoned in the zoo. As a result, Lin Feng felt overwhelmed when he fought with them, unable to kill the morning beasts as easily as he had done before on the battlefield. Lin Feng had also used all his strength to kill these beasts under his sword, and had also injured himself several times because of the sheer number of them. This was the first time since he came to this world that he had been injured in a battle other than that explosion. However, the harvest was also great, and the beads formed within the bodies of these flying beasts and raptors contained very thick energy. Over the next few days, Lin Feng kept going deeper and deeper into the Kunlun Mountains, constantly hunting the endless layers of beasts and absorbing beads non-stop. If you are hungry, you can just roast and eat these beasts, and if you are thirsty, you can just drink the mountain spring water. His strength was also increasing little by little, and although his realm was not at the limit of what he was going to break through, his overall strength increased by a large margin. The deeper you go, the colder the temperature gets and the more desolate the surroundings become. After a few days, Lin Feng came to a canyon, which is also known as the Valley of Death in Kunlun, and some people even call it the Gate of Hell in Kunlun Mountain. No one dared to go deeper into it, because those who dared were dead, and that one lonely grave was a good proof of that. The moment Lin Feng got close to this place, he felt a gloomy, terrifying aura. Everywhere he passed, he saw some human and animal bones. This place is really quite different. It's amazing how much it's made me fearful, Lin Feng muttered, but he didn't choose to retreat either. The more danger he felt, the more it indicated the great secrets hidden deep within these Kunlun Mountains. Lin Feng took a deep breath. His long sword was gripped tightly in his hand, and his demonic chi emanated out, wrapping his entire body. Then he continued forward. I don't know how long I had been walking, but the originally sunny weather suddenly clouded over. Boom! A loud thunderclap rang out, followed by torrential rain and gusts of wind caught in the sand and dust coming at Lin Feng, the wind speed barely lifting him out of the air. Madaka! Lin Feng directly stabbed his longsword deep above the ground, and his entire body was protected by magic chi against the gale. Immediately after that, a thunderbolt struck straight towards Lin Feng in a lightning-fast manner. It was good that Lin Feng's reaction was swift enough to precisely dodge away at the moment of crisis. Otherwise he would have been seriously injured without dying if he was directly hit by the chop. The wind howled, and large thunderclouds converged above the sky as a creepy thunderbolt struck towards the ground. According to the scientific explanation of this world, it was because the magnetic field here was unusually strong and particularly prone to causing thunderstorms. However, looking in Lin Feng's eyes, he felt more and more that this place was mysterious and unpredictable. Boom! Another thunderous boom and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Lin Feng harnessed his long sword and quickly dodged it while increasing his speed, wanting to leave this land of thunderstorms as soon as possible. It was just that even if his speed was faster nowadays, it was ultimately no faster than lightning. After dodging dozens of times in a row, he still accidentally got distracted. A thunderbolt struck heavily on Lin Feng's body, and instantly half of his body was paralyzed, and his entire body fell straight out of the air. It ended up falling straight into a dark river. Just as Lin Feng was having adventures in the Kunlun Mountains, countries were having secret meetings. This time Lin Feng's behavior completely shocked the world and moved the top leaders of various countries to anger. In particular, the Sakura country was screaming for the Dragon country to hand over the murderer immediately. The people on the Dragon countryside all felt wronged. This had absolutely nothing to do with them, and this Lin Feng was not under their control. More than the zombies, I think this person's existence is the biggest threat to humanity. His strength has far exceeded our perceptions, and if we continue to let it go, we fear it will become a scourge. That's right, we must find a way to strangle this person, or else we will die in the future. Not in the mouths of the zombies, but in his hands. Leaders have spoken with surprising unity of purpose. All of them are going to want to kill Lin Feng. They need heroes amongst the human race and someone who can bring light and hope to the populace. Yet they don't want to see such people uncontrollable. The main thing was that the top leaders of each country were afraid that Lin Feng would grow with his strength and end up overriding everyone. They are willing to believe in gods, but they don't want to actually have a god to lord over them. Soon after, the Dragon countryside also gave their decision. We agree. Good. Then find out where this person is as soon as possible, and then directly cover them with long-range fire for a one-shot kill. Chapter 67, The Remnant Soul. Lin Feng fell into the dark current and ended up flowing into a cold pool. The water in the pool was bone-chillingly cold. Even Lin Feng could hardly defend himself with his true chi protection. Lin Feng endured the pain on his body and swam to the shore with all his might, not bothering to observe his surroundings. He immediately took off the clothes on his body and then took out a new set to change into in his storage ring. Snap! Lin Feng ignited a flame in his palm and started to survey his surroundings through the light. It was a deep cave, surrounded by an eerie aura. The ground was wet and muddy, and there were quite a few snakes, insects and ants scurrying about. And the deeper one walked, the more fearful one's heart became. What the hell is this place? It doesn't look like there's any sign of someone living here. Lin Feng muttered to himself, only to be quickly slapped in the face as many more corpses and bones began to appear on the ground. Many of these bones were so decayed that it was no longer possible to tell how long ago they had died. Among so many bones, a huge beast bone instantly caught Lin Feng's eye. The beast's bones were long, huge and sinuous, with bone joints that separated by inches, exuding a shocking majesty. Those scales scattered all over the place. Even though they had gone through countless years, they still looked incomparably sharp. This is a dragon? Lin Feng was incredibly shocked that he could see dragons in this world. In his world, there were many kinds of dragons. In order of pre-evolved Jiao dragons, then horned dragons that had just grown horns, then Ing dragons and Cheng dragons, and finally black dragons and five-clawed golden dragons. I just don't know. What kind of dragon is this one? It was so old that it was hard to tell just by the pair of dragon bones and the dragon scales scattered all over the place. Lin Feng probed out his divine sense and scanned it, and was pleasantly surprised to find a faint trace of dragon chi remaining on top of this skeleton. It was faint, but it was a treasure for him today. If he could absorb this dragon chi, he might be able to hopefully break through the Jindan stage. Just as Lin Feng wanted to absorb this dragon chi into his body, he felt a sudden powerful suction force from the depths of the cave. His eyes went black, and his entire body was quickly sucked into it. He fell heavily to the ground. A complete human bone appeared in front of Lin Feng's eyes, standing proudly and holding a sword tightly in its hand. Finally, someone's here. Leave me your body. A low voice came from above the human bone, and then a wisp of soul emerged, trying to rush into Lin Feng's body in an attempt to invade his consciousness. Along with the raging impact of the wisp of soul, Lin Feng's face changed slightly. His demonic aura instantly surged as he quickly retreated, pulling away from the distance between him and the soul. Lin Feng had a trace of gravity on his face. How could he not have thought that this strand of human bone was still hosting a strand of soul within it? Give me your body. The spirit roared, and the space around it seemed to freeze. Lin Feng wanted to quickly escape, but to his horror, he realized that his movements had become slow. The soul transformed into an essence of light and headed straight for Lin Feng's brow. Get the hell out of here. Lin Feng's entire body trembled. His entire body's strength gathered in his arm. His longsword shone out of its sheath and slashed forwards violently. The blade of the sword collided with the soul, and the longsword unexpectedly snapped in two in this instant. Lin Feng was also hit by the powerful force and flew towards the wall, blood spilling out of his mouth. Just a wisp of soul is so terrifying. How powerful was this person in life? Give me your body. This wisp of soul repeated this sentence once more before continuing to rush towards Lin Feng's brow, impatiently wanting to encroach on his divine sense. A hint of viciousness flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and the moment this wisp of soul came crashing in, he actually opened his mouth and sucked it in, forcing it to swallow. In a blink of an eye, berserk power exploded within his body. Pust! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Lin Feng's mouth furiously, and his entire body fell to its knees on the ground, letting out a wailing sound of pain. This wisp of soul was frantically running around inside him, and Lin Feng's body appeared cracked, as if it was going to explode at any moment. I can't die. I definitely can't die here. Lin Feng hissed, constantly running his body trying to refine this strand of soul. It was just that the opponent's power was just too strong, and Lin Feng's demonic chi was easily dissolved. His face was pale, his whole body was trembling violently, and his eyes, ears, mouth and nose were all bleeding. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. No! Don't you dare! Lin Feng fell into a frenzy, constantly squeezing his potential and mobilizing all his true chi to launch a counterattack towards this wisp of soul. His body was the battlefield in which his divine sense and this soul were engaged in a fierce battle. Lin Feng's mouth erupted into a pained and maniacal cry as the power of his soul raged within him as if it was going to tear him to pieces. He endured great pain, but steadfastly refused to give up, for he knew that once he was appropriated by this wisp of soul, he would completely disappear from this world. Sweat and blood were intertwined on his face, but Lin Feng's eyes grew more and more determined as he kept mobilizing the power in his body, trying to resist the invasion of this strand of soul. His divine sense was as sharp as a razor blade, and it clashed fiercely with the soul, making ear-piercing clashing sounds. Poof, poof, poof. The flesh kept cracking because it couldn't withstand the force. and within a short period of time, Lin Feng had turned into a bloody man. Lin Feng didn't give up. He braced himself and walked towards the dragon bone step by step. He was going to absorb the trace of dragon chi and use it for a last-ditch effort. There was no doubt that the dragon that died outside was bound to be the enemy of this wisp of soul and life. Dragons were a very vindictive race, and even after death, they would never forget their enemies. Blood continued to flow down, and all the places Lin Feng walked through were stained red with blood. As he walked to the dragon bone, Lin Feng's consciousness was already blurred, but he still forced the dragon chi into his body with his tenacious perseverance. Without surprising Lin Feng, this dragon chi immediately launched a fierce attack towards the wisp of soul after entering his body. Haters will be glad to see each other. A dragon's roar resounded within Lin Feng's body, and this trace of dragon power even took the initiative to cooperate with Lin Feng's demonic chi. Hardening the soul. Want my body? I'll refine you. Lin Feng was completely reckless, even going so far as to burn up his essence blood to forcefully increase his strength. No. The soul let out a hiss of despair until it was completely disintegrated and turned into streams of essence scattered within Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's body was suspended in the air, and he gradually fell into a coma after losing too much blood. A trace of dragon power, a strand of a powerful soul, was slowly being absorbed by Lin Feng's body. Chapter 68, The Flying Sword. Lin Feng had disappeared and was nowhere to be seen, no matter how much the countries searched for him. This disappearance was for 3 years, during which time Scarlet descended many more times. Each one brought great changes to the world, with the zombies evolving into a higher class of corpse king. After evolving into a zombie king, he had even been able to speak and act like a normal human. The strength was even more unfathomable, and even bombardment with artillery shells could not kill it. The most frightening thing was that those morning beasts, after going through so many evolutions, were on the verge of surpassing humans in spirituality. Of course, the powers of the aliens have changed drastically. Originally, the highest was only the Xian rank, but now a lot of Earth-ranked aberrants have appeared, and even some of the highest-level Heaven-ranked aberrants have been born, flying around and doing everything. This also made the officials of various countries no longer take Lin Feng seriously. Don't say that people have disappeared, they're probably dead somewhere. Even if he hadn't died, the official was now fearless in the slightest. And with the many descents of Scarlet, many famous mountains and rivers still appeared with some rare and exotic herbs that only existed within the mythical world. After research, all of these rare and exotic herbs can be made into medicines, and when taken, they can allow the alien to strengthen his or her body and enhance his or her strength. As a result, many mercenary groups have gathered in various countries to go treasure hunting. Lin Feng finally awoke on this day after 3 years of slumber. At this time, he had completely absorbed that dragon chi and soul, and the Dantian Chi Si formed around solid golden Dan, finally breaking through to the Jiedan stage. His lifespan today could reach 500 years. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng let out a loud laugh. Extraordinarily emotional. This time, it's really a blessing due to a disaster. Lin Feng retraced his steps to the complete set of human bones and his gaze fell on the sword. I had realized that this sword was not ordinary before, only that I was only concerned about saving my life at that time and didn't have much time to observe it. It's a good time to look into it. Whoosh! Lin Feng sucked the longsword into his hand and grasped the scabbard with one hand and the hilt with the other. Madaka! The longsword was sheathed, and a powerful sword chi instantly emanated out. The word Xianyuan was engraved on the top of the long sword, and the sun, moon and stars were engraved on one side of the sword, while mountains and lakes were engraved on the other. A good sword, when it's really good. Lin Feng carefully surveyed the sword. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it, especially after he sensed that it also contained a strong power. Immediately, he decided to refine the sword into his own personal flying sword. Lin Feng was not a person who was abrasive, and when he thought of it, he just started. He hovered in the air with his legs crossed, his breath exuding outward, and little by little, it surged toward the long sword. Lin Feng was going to first erase all traces that this sword had about the previous owner. As Lin Feng poured in more and more breath, the sword seemed to come alive. The sword had a spirit. The sword emitted a buzzing sound and wanted to directly break free from Lin Feng's control. Follow me. It won't dishonor you. Lin Feng snorted coldly and his breath surrounded the entire cave to prevent the sword from suddenly escaping. It was just that what Lin Feng hadn't expected was that instead of choosing to run away, the sword would directly stab at him in anger. Madaka! The long sword stopped at Lin Feng's brow, an invisible force blocking the front of the one strike failed, and the long sword let out a loud sword sound, spinning in a circle before stabbing down viciously once again. Damn! What a face for you! Lin Feng's face was cold, and at the same time, he punched over. Bang! The longsword was directly sent flying by a punch and hit heavily on top of the wall. Madaka! The longsword let out an even more violent sword sound. It was actually angry. A sword is surprisingly angry. It directly exuded dozens of sword chi and attacked towards Lin Feng. It's just a sword. How dare you have emotions? Lin Feng was also on fire. His demonic chi was constantly released and wrapped around his fists. Bang! 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 The entire cave trembled as fists and sword chi clashed continuously. One man and one sword fought for 3 days and 3 nights within this cave. Lin Feng's body had been cut open with several wounds. This was if he hadn't broken through to the Jiedan stage. He really couldn't do anything with this sword. However, the sword didn't take too much advantage and was blasted away hundreds of times by Lin Fan. In the end, this Benjamin's sword directly tried to escape, but luckily Lin Feng had blocked off the entire cave in advance. You can't get away. I will definitely beat you into submission today. Lin Feng roared, and the force of his punches became more and more vicious. The violent bombardment of hundreds of punches in a row directly hit the sword until it was out of temper. Eventually the sword revolved around Lin Feng's body continuously, revealing a hint of curtness. Put! Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of essence blood directly from the tip of his tongue, and the blazing essence blood was like a red stream of light that fiercely impacted on top of the long sword. The sword shook crazily and exploded with a dazzling light. Lin Feng clenched his teeth while his hands quickly formed spell seals. With the complete fusion of the essence blood and the long sword, the sword had completely recognized its owner. Lin Feng could feel a subtle connection between his soul and this sword, between a cultivator and an innate magic weapon. They all complemented each other. That was why many cultivators would suffer heavy damage to themselves once their original weapon was destroyed. It was also at this time that a piece of information frantically flooded within Lin Feng's mind. The Mixed Yuan Yang Fu Sutra. It was an ancient method of cultivation, the contents of which were all-encompassing, containing breathing techniques, formations, chi techniques, and so on. The breadth of content took Lin Feng's breath away. Is this your original owner's gong method? Lin Feng inquired. The long sword emitted a chirping tremor, as if it was responding to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was excited inwardly. What he lacked the most nowadays was a profound cultivation method. He was already at the Jiedan stage, but he only knew some of the most basic spells, which made his combat power greatly reduced. But now with this mixed Yuan Yang rune scripture, cultivation would never be a problem in the future. Regulus, Lin Feng's mind moved and the longsword appeared in his hand, toward the front. With a forceful swing, the sword instantly flourished, and a stern sword sound resounded through the clouds. Boom! The wall in front of them collapsed, and light shone into the cave. Awesome! Just a random strike can cause so much destruction. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth hooked into a wide smile. Nowadays he had the power to defend himself even if he returned to the cultivation world. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, he thought again that there were still those dragon scales scattered all over the place. This dragon scale was very tough, so it might be able to be used to refine a magic weapon in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Feng directly put all these dragon scales into his storage ring, then harnessed the flying sword and flew out directly. Chapter 69, The Man is Back. Lin Feng rode his flying sword through the air while feeling the changes in this heaven and earth. Nowadays, the aura, magic chi, between heaven and earth in this world is already very dense. It had completely and utterly evolved into a world suitable for cultivation. Except that people here still just think of the physical changes as being genetic mutations. Moreover, they didn't know much about cultivation techniques. Otherwise the Dragon Nation's talent in cultivation would have long since given birth to a large number of strong people. Just as Lin Feng was leaping over a dense forest, he suddenly heard the sound of a fight coming from below. He frowned slightly. What is this alien doing out here if he doesn't stay in the safe zone? Lin Feng swooped down, ready to find out. In the depths of this dense forest, there were 2 different skin-colored psychics who were in a big fight. These things, we found them first. A blonde-haired man spoke. He was an Earth-rank alien. His awakened talent was manipulation. Anyone whose strength and mental power wasn't as strong as his would have their movements controlled by his powers. Childish. It's the end of the world now. These things are for the strong. Who will still share first come first served with you? The speaker was an Asian-faced male whose skin took on a metallic sheen. Clearly a psychic who could strengthen his physical body. Then there's nothing left to say. Do it. Just as the 2 sides were fighting together again, Lin Feng suddenly rushed up to the sky and landed right in the center of the battlefield. The movements of the people on both sides instantly stopped, staring at this uninvited guest without moving. Lin Feng didn't care about them. His eyes were caught by a bouquet of flowers in front of him. The petals are a mysterious purple color and shaped like glass. Whoosh! Lin Feng directly probed his palm and a powerful suction force sucked the bunch of flowers into his palm. His pupils instantly contracted. This is a purple blazed flower? This is a mid-grade spirit herb in the cultivation world, with the effect of nourishing the meridians and strengthening the body, which can cause the physical body of the person taking it to undergo a metamorphosis. It was usually taken more by cultivators who refined the body. Then Lin Feng's gaze turned and he saw another black fruit from a huge tree in the sky. Whoosh! Lin Feng sucked a fruit into his hand and instantly felt a yin qi spreading upwards along his arm. Spectral cold spirit fruit? This was a top-grade spirit fruit, very suitable for demonic cultivators to use for cultivation. However, in the world of cultivation, this kind of spirit fruit would definitely be guarded by powerful demonic beasts, and it would be difficult for ordinary cultivators to approach. What a surprise! This world has not only fully recovered in aura, even these exotic herbs have begun to grow. The old man's luck, lately, has been really good. Lin Feng was so happy that he directly put the spirit grass and spirit fruit into his storage ring. It wasn't until this time that the personnel on both sides reacted. Who are you? Are these things for you to take too? Someone shouted. Bring out the item and spare your life. Someone threatened. Lin Feng looked at them coldly. Get lost now. You can live. Q. After that foreign man cursed, he made a direct move, his powerful alien energy forming a wave of air towards Lin Feng. Alien manipulation. Invade the consciousness, take ownership of the body, and then do whatever you tell the other person to do, even if it means making them kill themselves. However, the foreign man felt as if his consciousness had hit an invisible iron wall as he approached Lin Feng. Then a cold snort came out of Lin Feng's mouth, and this foreign man's body instantly trembled and his consciousness was directly bounced back. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out furiously, and the entire person's brain was in severe pain, as if it was about to shatter. Lin Feng looked at them expressionlessly. I'll give you one more chance. Roll now and be able to live. These exalts froze for a moment and looked at Lin Feng with a hint of caution in their eyes. Just even so it was still unwilling to leave, even releasing alien energy one after another, wanting to launch an attack on Lin Feng. Understood. Lin Feng lightly laughed. Then the Xian Yuan sword instantly flew out and the strong sword intent directly enveloped everyone. That feeling of oppression caused these exalteds' bodies to tremble and their hearts to beat violently. Pust! Before even reacting, one of the aliens' head had already been hacked out by the long sword. I know who you are. You're Lin Feng. You're the anti-human shifter. The number one person on the world's most wanted list. Run! Everyone, run quickly! Someone recognized Lin Feng's identity and instantly looked horrified. The officials of various countries had been searching for the man in front of them for more than 3 years. And even though there was an endless stream of powerful aliens nowadays, they had never lowered Lin Feng's danger level. The man is still classified as scarier than a zombie. If you encounter it, you should never take it lightly, and you must send the news back to the headquarters at the first opportunity. These adepts turned around and ran. Those with flying adepts directly shot up into the sky. Those with speed types directly rushed forward at a speed of 100 meters per second. And even some people directly disappeared far away. And the rest of the people were all showing their abilities, fleeing from this dangerous man as much as possible. Trying to run? Lin Feng laughed coldly. He had already locked onto everyone's aura long ago and flicked his finger. The Xian Yuan sword instantly shot out. Pust! The heads of those few alien power users flying in the air were all chopped off by a sword and fell down from the air. Put! Regulus continued his pursuit again in the direction of the others who had fled. No matter how fast these exalts were, they could be instantly caught up by Regulus. In the end, Regulus also stabbed directly into the ground, bringing out the recluse alien and killing him directly. You demon! The humans won't let you go. An alien erupted into a hiss before he died, while pressing a calm button in his hand, transmitting what had happened here back to the safe zone. The world was shocked once again as the news was received. It's amazing that the man who was thought to be dead has reappeared again. The speeches that some national leaders immediately opened portrayed Lin Feng as a bloody and brutal demon. This demon is scarier than even a zombie. And this demon being alive is the biggest threat to humanity. One of the craziest screamers was Sakura Nation. After all, many people in the Sakura country had died tragically at the hands of Lin Feng before. This time they even directly mobilized a large swath of psychics. Hundreds of Earth-rank psychics and more than a dozen Heaven-rank psychics. Even when fighting against the zombies, they hadn't sent out so many strong people. It's enough to see how deep the anger towards Lin Feng is. This time, it will be us, the Sakura country, who will take the lead in the battle and destroy this demon for humanity. This battle We will have a global broadcast, via satellite. They didn't just want to kill Lin Feng. They wanted to use this opportunity to show the world their strength. Chapter 70, Challenging All Altered Beings. Lin Feng was naturally unaware of what was happening in the outside world. At this moment, he was absorbing the violet glazed flower to strengthen his flesh. In fact, the physical strength of a demonic cultivator is far superior to that of a righteous cultivator of the same rank. But it's still no match for those with special physiques. Now that everything was revived in this world and he was able to obtain some resources, he naturally wanted to improve himself in all aspects. Lin Feng put all the purple glazed flowers he could find in this dense forest into the pot and boiled them. Using his true qi to condense the flame, he burned it for a day and a night before obtaining a bowl of thick liquid. Lin Feng directly gave a mouthful of it and instantly there was a raging torrent rushing through his meridians. At first, the body was just a little numb, but soon there was a sharp pain that was hard to describe. The medicinal properties of this spirit herb were shocking every inch of his muscles, and every bone, all to the point of breaking. Is this the path that body-refining cultivators must go through? Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his forehead veins rippled, and sweat scattered like raindrops. In fact, refining the body is the most difficult. The realm through hard work or find a chance to still have the opportunity to be able to break through. But once the strength of the physical body had reached the critical point, it would be difficult to go to the next level. Moreover, the spirit herbs or immortal medicines for body refining were not that easy to find. Even if you find it, you could die at any time in the process. The process is difficult and costly, but if it works, the results are remarkable. Let your opponent change in 1,000 ways. You only need to have a strong enough physical body to break it with a single punch. When the physical body was cultivated to a certain extent, it could also resist heavenly tribulation with strength, and could burst immortal weapons with his bare hands. As the pain peaks, broken muscles and bones begin to recast themselves. Lin Feng could clearly feel the changes that were happening to his body. His skin was gradually becoming crystal clear and every inch of his skin was emitting a faint glow. The bones had also become harder after recasting, and the meridians had become whiter and tougher. Lin Feng took a deep breath and the demonic qi in the sky and earth was quickly absorbed into his body. This improvement of the physical body can really bring about a qualitative change. Even the speed of absorbing heaven and earth yuan qi has increased by so much. Lin Feng said indifferently. Then he didn't use his real qi. He just gently swung his fist out, and it was able to bring up a harsh wind sound that shook the leaves in front of him and caused them to rustle and fall. Lin Feng then lifted a huge stone of thousands of pounds with one arm, and the whole person was still walking like a fly in the middle of the jungle. He was satisfied with the degree of improvement in his physical body this time, and the current him could blow someone up even if he punched without using any of his demonic qi. Immediately after that, Lin Feng began to scavenge through the bodies of those alien powers, wanting to see if there were any goodies in those people's bodies. Just looking for half a day. One thing that was useful to him was not there. Eventually it was discovered that each of these aliens had a satellite cell phone on their person. This satellite cell phone can be connected to a satellite network and can post messages to an international alien forum. Allomancers from all over the world are able to communicate with each other through this place. Lin Feng tinkered with it for half a day before he figured out some simple operations. He had found a lot of information about zombies in the forums, and understood how evolved zombies were today. This forum also labeled some places where zombies gathered, as well as some places where powerful demonic beasts and various rare and exotic herbs were born. A lot of alienists left comments below wanting to form a team to hunt zombies together to improve their strength, or to team up together to go treasure hunting. And the information on top of this forum today was about him, Lin Feng. The world gave him the affectionate title, the Devil on Earth. Countless self-proclaimed righteous people were screaming for Lin Feng's hand below. Kill Lin Feng and give humanity a safe future. There were also people who had sent out the news that the Sakura country had gathered the Alien Energy Legion and was about to impose sanctions on Lin Feng. Lin Feng skimmed through all this information, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a cold smile. A bunch of idiots, wanting to find death so badly. I'll fulfill you. Lin Feng sent a satellite message out directly. It was very simple. Just one sentence. I'm Lin Feng. I heard you trash are looking for me. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. All of the Ultrans around the world were all abuzz. In the face of such arrogant provocation, the exalts were screaming to kill Lin Feng. To this, Lin Feng responded very disdainfully. I'll kill all of you by myself. There were more and more altered beings who wanted to challenge him, and Lin Feng couldn't possibly reply to all of them. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Feng directly flew with his sword in search of a large mountain and then sent out the coordinates. I'm here for you to kill. Soon enough, The Sakura country's exalts flooded into the middle of the forums and declared war on Lin Feng head-on. In place of humans, they wanted to completely eradicate Lin Feng. The demon wanted to take Lin Feng's life to prove to the world that the warriors of Sakura Nation were the strongest, and that only the ones from Sakura Nation could lead mankind to hope. Lin Feng didn't bother talking to them anymore and sent one last message. Wait for you for 3 days. If you don't show up after 3 days, I'll personally board the island and destroy you. After shutting down the satellite communication, Lin Feng went to the mountains to find a few beasts to hunt, then set up a fire and started roasting meat for dinner. After eating and drinking, he continued to start cultivating and consolidate his realm. He had just broken through to the Jiedan stage, and it would be impossible for him to break through in the short term. From the Jiedan stage wanting to break through to the Yuaning stage, even more powerful cultivators would have to spend at least a few hundred years of light, and this was still in the case of sufficient resources of all kinds. However, Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry now. In the international forums, he had learned that zombies were also evolving rapidly nowadays. A zombie king has already been born, and his strength is incomparable. After settling the matter at hand, Lin Feng was going to start hunting the zombie king. He believed that as long as he could collect enough demonic chi beads, he would definitely have a chance to break through to the next realm. By that time, he will stroll through all the famous mountains and rivers, and under the recovery of the spiritual chi, a lot of exotic flowers and herbs will surely be born, and Lin Feng is going to get all the resources all in one go. If I can break through to the Yuanying stage, will I be able to refine everyone here? Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought about it. These alien powers have just awakened. There will definitely be a lot of gifted and talented people among them. If I can make a soul streamer and refine them all into my soul streamer, my strength will definitely skyrocket. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more excited he got. He even thought that if he came across one with immortal bones, he would directly draw their immortal bones and transplant them into his body. Then he, a waste of space in the cultivation world, could also have a supreme talent. Chapter 71, If you're so eager to die, I'll let you have your way. Lin Feng continued to collect all sorts of spirit herbs over the next 2 days. There were those that could heal injuries, those that could restore true chi, and those that could be refined into pills to enhance the realm. Within a short period of 2 days, Lin Feng had reaped a lot of rewards. That night, Lin Feng followed one of the ways of the mixed Yuan Yang rune scripture, captured a giant python, skinned it and removed the bones, paired it with dozens of spiritual herbs, and boiled a large pot of tonic soup. Normal flames were useless. Lin Feng was directly using his magic chi to manipulate the fireball technique to simmer this pot of soup. The soup was fragrant and the energy fluctuations were very violent. Lin Feng tried to take a sip. The thick energy spread directly. Instantly the pores of his entire body stretched, and all that essence blood that had been consumed was replenished. The flesh that had already been strengthened over, surprisingly discharged some filth once again. This method of dietary supplementation is really good, forcibly fusing the essence of demonic beasts and the essence of spiritual grasses together, and the effect produced is surprisingly so bullish. Lin Feng directly took a gulp and poured down all the soup. The whole person's flesh and blood was radiating light. Boom! Lin Feng blasted his fist on top of the ground and the earth cracked while he directly transformed into an essence of light and went deep into the depths of the earth. He's going to cut himself off from the outside world and absorb the power properly. On this day, Sakura Nation had a global satellite broadcast. In front of the globe, he directly boasted that he would behead the earthly demon Lin Feng today. With that, dozens of warplanes were deployed, heading towards Lin Feng's location. All the aliens at the international forum were abuzz, exclaiming that a great show was about to unfold. At the same time, questions were raised. Isn't the Cherry Blossom Kingdom preparing to send an alien team to challenge Lin Feng? Why did it even send out so many warplanes? Is this a challenge or a bombing attempt? Regardless of dealing with Lin Feng head-on, just come right out and say it. What's the point of pretending? There was an immediate reply below. You can believe the words of someone from the Sakura country? You're still too simple. This country, which has never done a few things since the beginning of time, expects them to go against each other fairly? It's simply a fool's errand. While I don't support demons on Earth, I can't look at this Sakura Nation either. There are certainly some different ideas. There's no need to be too principled when it comes to eradicating the public enemy of humanity. No matter what kind of person or force it is, as long as you can kill that Lin Feng. Soon, under the global spotlight, the Sakura Nation's warplanes traveled to their destination. Just as everyone suspected, the Sakura Nation's fighters stayed above midair and, without even bothering to judge Lin Feng's current position, all the fighters opened fire directly. Bang! 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 a shell bombarded the large mountain below. All of a sudden the ground shook and the flames and smoke caused by the explosion shot up into the sky. It was a bombardment that lasted well over an hour. The entire hill had been flattened, and as far as the eye could see it was so barren that it was impossible for any survivors to still exist. At this moment, people in the Dragon Kingdom were also watching this live broadcast, and many people's hearts were flooded with complex emotions. This Lin Feng could have been the highest combatant in the Dragon Kingdom, but because he was difficult to discipline, he ended up in this situation. It is really saddening. Boom! Rumble! As the last two shells wound down, a group of alien squads quickly landed and descended. To be on the safe side, they still had to see Lin Feng's corpse with their own eyes before they could feel at ease. The weakest of these Sakura Nation's alien strengths are all Earth stage. Among them, there are even 10 Heavenly Tribulation alien. There is absolutely no doubt about their combat power, enough to sweep through a normal small country. Now that it was only used to deal with one person, the entire Sakura Kingdom felt that it was a bit too big to use. Some of these aliens had cold weapons in their hands, while others had special firearms in their hands. A heaven-ranked alien led dozens of earth-ranked alien and began to conduct a little-by-little check. Just searched for a long time, but didn't even find a single hair. A member of the team questioned, "Captain Yamada, did he get blasted into oblivion?" This Captain Yamada is a heavenly ranked psychic. His psychic ability is that he can release a powerful beam of energy in his eyes. It's so powerful that it can destroy a building in an instant. Yamada frowned. Impossible. The information shows that this Lin Feng's strength is very frightening. Now if he can be killed so easily, it wouldn't be worth the trouble. Baka. Another small team also came over after a fruitless search, and the alien leading the team possessed the ability of invisibility, making it difficult for even the detectors to detect his presence. As long as the target he had set his sights on, no one had been able to escape, and they all died silently. Yamada spoke to the man approaching. "Captain Sato, I suspect that Lin Feng might be giving false information. He's not here at all." Sato snorted coldly. "I thought it was something great. Originally it was also a cowardly rat. Thanks to the fact that we deployed so many people, I see that I only need one person to exterminate him." This group of people all had disdainful expressions on their faces, obviously all feeling that the rumors were somewhat exaggerated. At this time, several other teams had rushed over, all searching in vain. The alien power users from various countries who were watching through the satellite broadcast also became suspicious of Lin Feng. It can't be. This Lin Feng is just bragging, right? They really came to the door, but they didn't even dare to show their faces. Sato spoke to one of the captains. "Captain Watanabe, your powers can search for all living things within 100 kilometers. Please also try to see if he's hiding in the shadows or not." Watanabe nodded. Then with a movement of his body, a faint energy fluctuation spread out from his body and swept in all directions. 10 minutes later, Watanabe withdrew his energy and spoke. "No one. We were all fooled. This guy isn't even here." Upon hearing this, all of these Sakura Nation's exalts all wore angry expressions. Demons on Earth. Ha! What a joke. When I find this guy, I'm going to split him in 5. I will show him that the warriors of the great Sakura Empire are unrivaled. In the midst of the constant cursing, one of the captains even took out his satellite phone and sent out a message on the forum. And also 8 Lin Feng said, "Aren't you crazy? If you have the guts, tell us your exact location now." Soon, Lin Feng replied to him, "I'm always here. What's wrong? Can't you guys see me?" One sentence directly caused these exalts from the Sakura country to instantly become alert and look around. But they didn't see any silhouettes. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a flying sword suddenly came out strongly from the ground. In a single glance, it directly penetrated the head of a heaven-ranked alien. At the same time a figure slowly emerged from the ground. A powerful killing intent enveloped the entire mountain in an instant, and his voice was as piercing as cold ice. "Since you lot are looking for death, let me fulfill you." Chapter 72. Bring me all the spiritual herbs and medicines. The shifters on the scene were silent. Those alien power users from various countries who were watching the live broadcast also had their jaws dropped in shock. This earthly demon has been around all this time? It was surprising that he was able to conceal his own aura to such an extent that so many people failed to discover his existence. The most crucial thing was that just now Lin Feng had killed a heavenly ranked alien with a single sword. What the kind of strength is that? Is it hard to believe that there are still existences beyond the heavenly ranks? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Baka! After a brief moment of shock, all of these exalts from the Sakura country were enraged. Da-da-da-da! Those gun-wielding psychics directly pulled the triggers, and a special bullet flew towards Lin Feng. Originally everyone thought that Lin Feng would dodge, But they never expected that this man would stand still and not even move. When that one bullet hit Lin Feng, it would be bounced right off, failing to cause any damage to his body. Lin Feng's identity had gone through several enhancements, and nowadays, unless large-scale firepower was utilized, it would be very difficult for normal attacks to harm him. How is this possible? The alien who had fired the shots all looked shocked. Today's bullets were specially made with extremely strong penetrating power. Even if it was a supernatural ability that could strengthen the physical body, it was impossible to resist it head-on and remain unharmed. Let me. An alien quickly rushed up, his katana slashing out instantly in his hand, the blade still suffused with blazing flames. Even the air boiled with the slash. Lin Feng, on the other hand, just slowly stretched out 2 fingers and easily clamped the blade. Then with a slight force, there was a click, and the katana instantly snapped into 2. Lin Feng clipped the blade and casually swung it out, directly penetrating the heart of this alien's eyebrow. The alien collapsed with a loud thud and died in peace. The Ultrans from various countries who watched this battle through the satellite broadcast were all shocked out of their mouths. Holy, is he that powerful? With such terrifying strength, who else on the globe can deal with him? It's over. It's over. The earthly demons are irresistible. They were desperate at this moment. This kind of strength could already completely crush them. At this moment, Lin Feng coldly spoke. Don't waste time. You guys go together. The scene was silent. These Sakura countries' exalts all froze in place. No one dared to take the lead. They knew very well that the man in front of them was simply not something they could resist. Lin Feng took a step, and that terrifying killing intent attacked like a tidal wave, causing everyone's breath to catch. Aren't you trying to kill me? Didn't you people of the Sakura kingdom want to prove your might? Why are you afraid now? Lin Feng waved his arm and the Xianyuan sword instantly appeared in his palm. He carried the sword and took one step closer to them. Bang! 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 Lin Feng's paws stepped on the ground, and every step that fell seemed to step on top of the hearts of the crowd. Many of the weak alter egos, even under this powerful oppression, the blades in their hands fell to the ground. Right at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly turned around and the Xianyuan sword in his hand violently stabbed at the air. Pust! Scarlet blood dripped slowly through the air and onto the ground. Soon a figure also became clearer bit by bit. It was that heavenly ranked alien who could be invisible. He had thought of quietly approaching behind Lin Feng and launching an attack by surprise, but I didn't expect to be found out anyway. At this time, he had a sword stuck in his chest, and blood kept pouring out of his mouth, and he opened his mouth with difficulty. How did you? He couldn't take it all in. Even advanced instruments couldn't detect him. Why could this man? Lin Feng looked at him with a playful expression. You don't even know how to hide your breath, and you still want to play sneak attack? Put! Lin Feng directly pulled his sword out, followed by another sword that directly hacked away the opponent's head. A bunch of trash, really taking themselves seriously. Lin Feng snorted coldly. A despicable race, your existence is the greatest indignity in this world. Ah! Baka! These Sakura nation's exalts completely erupted their inner flames under the suppressive atmosphere. They hissed and frantically rushed towards Lin Feng. In an instant, all sorts of splendid supernatural abilities were released one after another. Lin Feng chopped out with a sword and all these fancy skills were all broken with a single stroke of the sword. He was as relaxed as if he was wandering around his own backyard garden. And with every step he took, the sword in his hand would cut off a head. No one could block even one of his swords. Even if there was an alien who could strengthen his physical body, he was given a sword to cut his head. Blood flowed out, staining the ground red. Ah! I'll fight you! A heaven-ranked alien roared, his eyes bursting out with powerful lasers. Lin Feng looked at him coldly and slashed out with his sword, the sword sheath directly cutting through the beams of light that were shooting at him and at the same time slitting his eyes. The man covered his eyes and let out a hysterical scream. Don't be afraid. I've come to relieve you. Lin Feng spat out an expressionless sentence and chopped off his opponent's head with a sword. The rest of the alien power users were all fighting for their lives, using all their strength to try to bring even a hint of damage to Lin Feng. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. All the attacks that landed on Lin Feng's body did nothing more than make his clothes shatter. Poof, poof, poof. Lin Feng's face didn't even have any emotional fluctuations. He just kept making swords and killing people. Soon, this batch of Sakura Nation's psychics all died tragically under his sword. Blood flowed from the scene, and Lin Feng even piled those heads together and arranged them into a small mountain. The people in front of the video were incomparably sucking in a breath of cold air. This earthly demon was just too scary and brutal. At this rate, who can resist him? The accounts that had previously clamored for Lin Feng to be put to death all logged off and directly disappeared without a trace from this national alien forum. The faces of the leaders of all the countries were also extremely ugly. This Lin Feng's power was completely not in the same dimension as theirs. If his ambition was strong enough, wouldn't all existing humans bow down to him? At this moment, they were all afraid, fearing for their position. After Lin Feng finished disposing of the bodies, he took out his satellite phone and sent out a message on the forum. Discuss something with you guys. I'll be waiting for you here. Send me all the spirit herbs and spirit medicines you have in your hands right now. I'll only wait 3 days. And if any country doesn't send someone over with the stuff after 3 days, I'll ask for it myself. When the time comes, it won't be a negotiation. Chapter 73, Going to Reason. In the face of Lin Feng's threats, countries were thrown into panic. They had indeed searched for many strange spirit herbs in their hands, and had even paid for it with the lives of many warriors. Now it's just given away for nothing. It's just not a good idea. The key thing was that everyone had a concern that Lin Feng was now strong. If they were to obtain these spirit herbs again, would their strength increase again? If this goes on, won't this man really become a god over all beings in this world? The leaders of the countries held a secret meeting to discuss whether they should go soft on Lin Feng or not. Some people felt that it would do no harm to give in and get closer to Lin Feng. There were also people who felt that if they gave in, they would always be held by Lin Feng in the future. In short, it's a lot of bickering, with no one being able to convince anyone. Of course, there were some small countries that didn't have any hesitation and directly sent their personnel with all kinds of treasures to Lin Feng, giving away food, giving away drinks, giving away spiritual herbs, and even giving away beautiful women. Except for the women, Lin Feng took all the others. Within 3 days like this, Lin Feng's storage ring was about to be filled up, and the entire person's mouth was grinning to the back of his ears. On the last day, the top leader of the Dragon Kingdom led a group of people who also appeared in front of Lin Feng. What Lin Feng didn't expect was that among the personnel was Su Kongsheng, who had an arm cut off by him. The supreme leader didn't have any nonsense. He directly had people bring up a few large boxes and open the door. Lin Feng, these are all the spirit herbs we've been able to find so far. I give you all of these just to ease the relationship. How about letting all that unpleasantness from before go? Lin Feng looked at the several large boxes placed in front of him. There were many different types, and among them there were many top-grade spirit herbs. Looking at it, it should be all the hordes of the entire Dragon Kingdom. This sincerity is indeed not bad anymore. The supreme leader watched as Lin Feng stayed silent, and with a bit of apprehension in his heart, he said, if you have any other requests, you can also put them forward. We can all discuss them. So this is trying to curry favor with me? Lin Feng opened his mouth very directly and asked. The expressions on the faces of the crowd were awkward. They were all the leaders of the districts, all of them high and mighty existences. And now they were nodding and smiling to a young man. It's not just embarrassing, it's humiliating. It just couldn't be helped. They were even more unwilling to be enemies with Lin Feng right now than face. The supreme leader let out a breath and said, it's fine if you understand it that way. We just want to pass this opportunity so that you can feel our sincerity. Lin Feng, I'm sorry. At this moment, Su Kongsheng also came forward, hunched over and apologized to Lin Feng. Before, it was me who was overwhelmed by interests. So much so that I did a lot of wrong things. After Shin Tianqi's identity as a zombie was revealed, I could have stopped everyone from taking a shot at him, but I didn't, and allowed others to capture him for research. When Lu Yao came to me to plead for mercy, I could have handled it gently, but in the end, I forced her to leave the safe zone in despair. All of this is my fault. To kill or die as you wish. Just hope you don't hold a grudge against the entire Dragon Kingdom. Su Kongsheng tone of emotionally sincere. The leaders behind him are all emotional, moist eyes. However, Lin Feng didn't change his expression half a bit and always looked at them with a cold face. After becoming a demon cultivator and getting higher and higher in the realm, Lin Feng realized that he was now coming to be more and more indifferent. Lin Feng spoke indifferently. Finished? Su Kongsheng saw that Lin Feng was indifferent, so he also went out on a limb and directly pulled out a hand against his temple and said, if my death can make you let go of your prejudice against the Dragon Kingdom, then I am willing to die to make amends to you. Elder Su, don't. The crowd was alarmed and rushed out to stop it. Lin Feng, I'm willing to share with you all the information that the Dragon Kingdom has right now. The supreme leader hurriedly said, in the future, if you need anything, we can also cooperate with you to the fullest extent. Do you think that's okay? Lin Feng thought for a moment and spoke. I want to know what places around the world are now giving birth to exotic flowers and plants, as well as traces of zombie kings. Good. The supreme leader immediately agreed without even thinking. Lin Feng then continued, get my people, get them back. This point shouldn't be difficult for you guys, right? Yes, I will immediately arrange for someone to look for it. The Supreme Leader squeezed out a smile and said, now then, all the grudges, can they be written off? Lin Feng looked at these boxes placed in front of him and said, that's it, you guys can leave. The crowd froze. After all they've given, they just get a line that they can go? The Supreme Leader whispered, we'd still like you to join us if you can. You don't have to be governed by anyone, you don't have any leaders, and whatever you want to do is up to you. As long as you can come to the aid of the Dragon Kingdom when it encounters a crisis, it's fine. Lin Feng shook his head and said, not interested. Well, the Supreme Leader struggled for a bit, but finally nodded helplessly. It was already good to be able to talk like this today. The rest would come one step at a time. As long as Lin Feng didn't have any antipathy towards them, at the very least, he wouldn't do anything that would jeopardize the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Feng counted the time. It was almost time. Many countries had already sent their goodwill over. The rest of the ones that didn't move, did they think they were really afraid to go to them? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, tell me the directions to the Sakura country. The crowd's spirits were shaken, and the Supreme Leader hastily spoke up and asked, what are you doing asking about this? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Don't be nervous, I'm just going to go and reason with them. Reason? With a sword in your hand? The corners of the crowd's mouths were tugging. It was really bad luck to offend this kid. The Supreme Leader had wanted to say a few more words of persuasion, but after meeting Lin Feng's eyes he had the good sense to keep his mouth shut. In the end they gave Lin Feng a bearing. Lin Feng put all the boxes into his storage ring. This time it really filled up the space. He then rode his flying sword up into the sky and headed in the direction of the Sakura country. It also took out a satellite cell phone and sent a message on an international forum. I'm coming. Get your heads cleaned up and wait for me to chop. Chapter 74, Bloody Slaughter. How could the people of the Cherry Blossom country not expect Lin Feng to actually kill them? Originally, there was still a heated debate within them as to whether or not they should offer up all the spirit herbs and then bow their heads and admit their mistakes. All the top brass finally agreed that there was no need for it. No matter how powerful Lin Feng was, he couldn't make their entire kingdom bow their noble heads, and they didn't even think that Lin Feng would dare to kill them alone. One man against an entire nation? Is that possible? However, now that Lin Feng was rushing towards them, for a moment the entire Sakura country was in a panic. After having seen how powerful Lin Feng really was, they actually knew in their hearts that once they let this man set foot on the land, then blood would definitely flow. Stop him, he must be stopped. Never set foot in our country, one of the leaders shouted. And with that, dozens of warplanes were deployed to try to intercept Lin Feng in the air. The international forums also exploded, all waiting to see where Sakura Nation would end up. If Lin Feng could really beat this country into submission by himself this time, then the rest of the countries would need to rethink exactly how to get along with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's sword flight was very fast, and it only took half a day before he appeared within the airspace of the Cherry Blossom country. At the same time dozens of warplanes were also hovering in the air, and they were also constantly shouting at Lin Feng through their loudspeakers. Please leave immediately or we will strike a devastating blow. Final warning, please leave immediately. The point was that Lin Feng didn't understand a word these people were saying. It just feels extraordinarily hard to hear. In the next moment, a giant fireball surfaced behind Lin Feng. Without any nonsense, he took the lead against one of the Sakura Nation's fighters and attacked. Lin Feng waved his finger and a fireball bombarded towards the fighter jet in a hurry. There was a loud boom. One of the fighters exploded directly in the air, producing a blinding fire. Fire! Fire! The warplanes of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom also quickly made a counterattack, and a volley of cannonballs were fired ferociously towards Lin Feng. It was just that the moment these shells got close enough to reach Lin Feng, they all stopped. With an energy barrier formed by Lin Feng with his demonic chi, it was as if these cannonballs had crashed into an invisible wall of air. Boom! 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 The shell exploded directly in mid-air, filling the sky with flashes of fire and explosions that resounded through the sky. When the smoke dissipated, Lin Feng was still suspended in the air, unharmed. My turn! Lin Feng sneered, and the fireballs behind him all flew out, accurately smashing on top of those warplanes. The sky erupted in a blossoming firework. The wreckage of the airplane splashed everywhere, and the pilot was even blown up without any bones left. Lin Feng stepped on the flying sword and was about to head towards the ground. At this moment, mortars and anti-aircraft missiles have been set up above the ground. The next moment, hundreds of shells were fired towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression became incomparably ferocious. the surging demonic chi was instantly released. All the shells that attacked all stood still in the air and then exploded one after another. In the midst of the monstrous flames, Lin Feng slammed down hard on top of the ground like a meteorite. Boom! A deep pit was directly smashed out, and the entire earth trembled as broken rocks splashed out in all directions. It directly penetrated the bodies of the people around them, and they fell down in tragic deaths one after another amidst the drifting of blood. Lin Feng was holding the Xianyuan sword in his hand, and a steady stream of demonic chi was being injected into it, and the sword was constantly emitting the sound of a sword roar. Whoosh! Lin Feng moved forward and slashed out with his sword. The sword chi that was catalyzed out with demonic chi directly manifested a black sword aura that swept forward. Under one sword, the row of barrels were all blown apart. Lin Feng was like a god of killing, constantly waving the Xianyuan sword in his hand, a sword chi going in all directions. Dozens of tanks and armored vehicles in front of them were instantly destroyed before they could even fire. Those people from the Sakura kingdom in the distance were scared out of their wits. How can we fight? What's there to fight with? Lin Feng's demonic aura emanated out, and everywhere he passed was covered by a dark and bizarre aura. A group of soldiers rushed over, just for a single glance, and the guns in their hands didn't even manage to raise. Lin Feng had then chopped out with a sword and a group of people were directly killed. Come on, get out of there. All of you. Weren't they all cocky before? What are you afraid of now? Show your guts. Lin Feng traveled forward, and all the people and things he passed would all be destroyed by him. There aren't any skyscrapers in this country either. All very small houses, just like the people here. The demonic chi was monstrous. The sword chi tumbled, and houses and buildings collapsed one after another, just as Lin Feng was wantonly slaughtering. Some of the leaders of the Sakura country also emerged. Stop! Stop! We admit defeat! We admit defeat! It was just that these words were all shouted out in their own language, so not only did Lin Feng not understand a single word, but looking at their expressions, he also felt that they were scolding themselves. Damn! How dare you guys curse me! Lin Feng dodged forward and the sword in his hand directly penetrated the body of one person. Pust! Lin Feng pulled out his regular sword and slashed at the next person again. A sword cut off the opponent's head. Blood sprayed into mid-air, making all hearts seem to stop beating. Soon, a person who knew the language of the Dragon Kingdom stood out and shouted, "No more fighting! No more fighting! We surrender! We are willing to offer all the spirit herbs." Lin Feng looked at him coldly, then slashed out with his sword, directly splitting the man into two. Sorry, I don't have the pleasure of killing anymore. You guys want to surrender? Bear with me first. Lin Feng indifferently spat out such a sentence, then carried his sword and continued to kill. Poof, poof, poof. As soon as the sword was swung out, there was a head rolling down, the blood everywhere, the corpses everywhere. Was shocking. Devil, you will not be allowed to die. You'll go to the 18th floor of hell. The group erupted into an angry hiss of despair that the man in front of them shouldn't even exist in this world. His existence is a most horrific disaster for mankind, one that is even more horrific than the zombie crisis. Thanks for the compliment. Lin Feng waved the sword in his hand expressionlessly and directly cut down all these people under his sword. Lin Feng stepped forward step by step on the blood. Kill people when you meet people. Kill walkers when you meet walkers. In short, wherever he passed, not a single living soul was left behind. Not even the rats that crawled out of the sewers were spared. On this day, Cherry Blossom Country was directly reduced to a hell on earth because of Lin Feng's arrival. Chapter 75, The Heart of a Devil Cultivator. Lin Feng killed very freely, killing all the way through to the military base of the Sakura country. At this moment, the entire country's exalted had gathered here, their faces looking deathly pale waiting for Lin Feng to approach. Your Excellency, I'm in charge here, so please stop. Soon there was a man in uniform who came forward and said with a hint of respect in his tone, "You've already killed so many people. The grudge between our Cherry Blossom Kingdom and you should be written off." Lin Feng looked at him and spoke coldly. "If you say pause, then won't I lose face?" The man's voice trembled a bit as he said, "The one who provoked you is dead, and the rest are innocent." Innocent? Lin Feng looked at them with a cold gaze. You guys are worthy of saying such things? Thinking of the fact that before on Shin Tianji's computer, he had seen those doings of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and in listening to the other parties say such words, Lin Feng just felt ironic and ridiculous. The man thought for a moment and spoke again. "Your Excellency, you can make demands, as long as they can make you stop, whatever we can do." An odd smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth and said, "Then send me all the spirit herbs in your collection first." "Yes, Your Excellency, you may wait." The man didn't dare to refuse. and immediately turned around and commanded the people below him. A long wait ensued. Everyone in the base had their gazes fixed dead center on Lin Feng's face, observing all the changes in his expression. Even a mere frown from Lin Feng scared them into a cold sweat. After another half an hour or so, Lin Feng gradually lost his patience. The stuff, why hasn't it been delivered yet? The man stammered. It may be too far, please be patient, Your Excellency. When he finished, he had someone below him to urge, but at that moment, Lin Feng had already raised the sword in his hand and slashed at the front. Pust! The sword chi directly hacked away the head of an alien. Lin Feng coldly said, for every minute that passes, I will kill one person. You. The man's body kept trembling, unable to tell if it was because of anger or fear. Lin Feng silently calculated the time and raised the sword in his hand to hack away another head. It's okay, you guys can keep dawdling. I'll keep killing. There was no choice but for the man to call there himself. But what angered him was that there were still people at the top above him who wouldn't give a damn. At this moment of life and death, there are still people who are so unconcerned about the overall situation. The man said with a supplicating tone, Your Excellency Lin Feng, can you give me a little time to discuss this with them? I'm not that patient. Lin Feng rushed straight forward, waving his long sword and killing hundreds of people in succession. The Xian Yuan sword was stained with blood. Lin Feng carried the blood-dripping sword and walked up to the man and said, Come on, I'll accompany you. I'd like to see who dares not to give it to me. The man hesitated, but when he saw the long sword in Lin Feng's hand he could only nod his head in agreement. The two of them quickly rushed inside the ZF building in the Sakura country, and the officials inside were shaking with fear when they saw Lin Feng strutting in. Someone rushed to call the guards outside. Lin Feng spoke indifferently. Stop screaming. Since I can stand here, it means that everyone outside is dead. A leader was so scared that he hurriedly said, What do you want to do? Do you know what kind of place this is? How can you be allowed to act so recklessly? Pust! Lin Feng directly chopped him away with a sword. Gibberish. It's already this time and you're still talking such nonsense? Those officials stood together, and no one dared to open their mouths or make extra movements in the meantime. Lin Feng shook off the blood on his sword and spoke. Bring me everything I want. The number 2 person from the Cherry Blossom country, trembling, stepped forward and said, Mr. Lin Feng, you can't do this. Right now there's a global broadcast going on here, and your words and actions will be seen by people all over the world. You will bring fear to all mankind, and no nation will dare to accept you in the future. Please also stop at the right moment. We are willing to take out half of the spirit grass as an apology to you. See, that's always good, isn't it? These spirit herbs, they really didn't want to give them all out. After all, after researching these things, the value of these things was just too high. Not only can it enhance the strength of an alien, but even ordinary people can prolong their lives if they take it. Live worldwide? That means everyone is watching me right now? Lin Feng asked. The other party nodded his head in a hurry. Yes, right now all eyes are on you. If you go too far, you will be nailed with the title of devil on earth forever. However, Lin Feng was listening to these words, but he laughed out loud. Good. Very good. In that case it saves me from having to run from place to place. Let everyone see clearly what the end of offending me is. After saying that, Lin Feng once again launched his sword. A sword went through the number 2 man in the Sakura country. Blood gushed out like a spring, and Lin Feng's voice rang out like a devil. Now, immediately, right now, send over everything I want. But Lin Feng drew out his regular sword, and a cold killing intent instantly enveloped everyone. Don't make me repeat myself. My patience is all used up. Immediately, someone shouted out, Your Excellency Lin Feng will go get it now. We'll go now. This time it was fast. In less than 10 minutes dozens of boxes were placed in front of Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng checked it over and then nodded with satisfaction. But now that his storage ring was full, none of these things could fit in it either, which made him a bit helpless. When you're helpless, you want to kill someone. The devil cultivator's mind is always so erratic. Lin Feng turned his head to look at these leaders of the Sakura nation in front of him and asked, Is everything all here? The crowd nodded their heads. It's all here. Now then, you can all go to hell. Lin Feng opened his mouth and at the same time, the Xian Yuan sword flew out directly in his hand. Poof, poof, poof. In an instant, it ran through 3 people's bodies consecutively. The rest of them let out a hysterical roar. Didn't we agree that after taking these things, we would stop the killing spree? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Did I say that? How come I don't remember? Bastard. Shameless. You devil. You will not die. In the midst of the curses, Lin Feng just waved his finger and the speed of the Regulus sword instantly increased, constantly flying towards one person after another. A field of blood. A field of corpses. Not a single living soul. Chapter 76, Another Kind of End Times. After Lin Feng finished taking care of everyone in this building, he used his true chi to roll up the boxes of spirit herbs before riding his flying sword and leaving. Only he didn't leave the Sakura country. He still flew to a mountain, then set up a cauldron to start boiling this herb. He was thinking of going to find some beasts to pair together and put them in the pot to boil, but Lin Feng had searched for half a day in this hellish place, and all the beasts he encountered were oddly shaped. It's no longer genetically mutated. It's more like it's heavily contaminated. Lin Feng had no choice but to go to the sea to think of fishing some fish, but all the fish on the fish are all stinky. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? Lin Feng couldn't help but complain, and in the end, he could only take out some frozen meat within his storage ring and throw it into the pot. According to the way recorded within the mixed Yuan Yang rune scripture, Lin Feng used his demonic energy to ignite a flame and carried out a simmering process that lasted 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, countries were in a state of panic. The footage of Lin Feng's killing spree in the Sakura country had already made its way to international forums, and now it was everybody's business. I'm afraid I'll follow in the footsteps of Sakura Nation. At the same time, some people tried to make contact with the Dragon Kingdom. After all, Lin Feng had come from here. They thought that perhaps the top leadership of the Dragon Kingdom could say something. Just to their despair, the leadership of the Dragon Kingdom is not replying to them a single word. The whole of Kakuria seemed to stay out of it, as if they were going to sit back and watch the show. Just what they didn't know was that these leaders of the Dragon Kingdom were also helpless. Lin Feng, this bogeyman, was not under their control at all. If they dared to say one more word at this time, they were really afraid that Lin Feng would turn around and them along with him. The relationship that had been repaired with great difficulty, the officials of the Dragon Kingdom did not want to just destroy it again. 3 days later, the pot of medicinal soup that Lin Feng had simmered had turned colorful and a mixed aroma emanated out. Lin Feng just took a deep breath and all felt the fatigue from the past 3 days removed. Is this going to be too much of a supplement? It's not going to cause problems, is it? Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, but soon his gaze was firm again. Brace the bold. Starve the timid. Put up a fight. Holy, it's hot. Lin Feng's body began to burn, as if flames were burning in his dantian, and his body, which had already been elevated many times, surprisingly discharged a large amount of dirt once again. Aha! Lin Feng hissed and took off his entire body's clothing. His entire body's pores were radiating essence, and his entire body was using an inexhaustible amount of strength. He ran around naked and wild, leaving rows of deep footprints wherever he went. Damn! It's so hard. Is this overpowered? Lin Feng's palm was constantly condensing flames and bombarding them in all directions, while also flashing out his Xin Yuan sword to slash frantically at all the food he could see in front of him, clanging and sparks flying. Bang! 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 At the end of the day, Lin Feng even rushed directly to the downtown area, using his body to hit the housing buildings. His entire light was radiant and dazzling, and a house collapsed under his impact. The alien power users from various countries who were watching through the satellite were also dumbfounded. What is this guy doing? Naked and glowing, all the way across and through. Many of the female shifters subconsciously covered their eyes, but then they peeked out a slit to see. Lin Feng's insanity left the people watching with their jaws dropped. They were completely confused as to what was going on. There were even people who suspected that this might be Lin Feng's unique way of cultivating. It was because of this that Lin Feng was immensely powerful. Just how were they supposed to imitate and learn from this type of cultivation? Boom! Boom! Only after Lin Feng had knocked over a whole street in a row was the mania within his body eased a little. At this moment, above Lin Feng's forehead, bean-sized beads of sweat were constantly dripping down, and his face was as red as a blazing fire. His entire body was shaking slightly, suffering great pain. Damn! Too greedy! I can't even digest it all now. Lin Feng looked up to the sky and let out a thunderous shout, compressing the energy forcefully above his arm. He then slashed out directly along the long sword. A huge sword-on swept toward the front. Wherever the sword blade passed through, space seemed to be torn apart, and then the two buildings were directly cut off at the waist. The broken buildings crashed down one after another with a loud roar, raising dust in the sky. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this still human? Is this the current strength humans can achieve? Everyone in front of the camera was shocked beyond words, looking at Lin Feng's back with no more emotions other than fear. Ridiculously strong and desperate. Most of the power was forcibly vented. and the rest was quickly absorbed into the body. Lin Feng's eyes were shining like electricity, and the aura in his body was instantly like a surging wave of terror, hitting the invisible barrier at the early stage of the Jindan stage with the force of a mountain. Ka-ching! An extremely subtle yet clearly audible sound suddenly resounded within him. Immediately afterward, an incomparably powerful aura erupted from Lin Feng's body as if it were a storm. The Jindan in Lin Feng's dantian bloomed brightly, and the Jindan, which was originally as solid as ever, began to undergo a shocking metamorphosis. Lin Feng was greedily absorbing the surrounding demonic chi like a tidal wave. The Jindan in his body, no now I should say the demonic Dan, was gradually increasing in size. The texture was becoming more and more solid, and there were mysterious and complex patterns on the surface. When the light gradually converged and subsided, Lin Feng deeply felt the majestic and surging, as if endless, power within his body. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng laughed loudly. His entire body was unusually excited and his eyes were bright red. Every breakthrough after becoming a demonic cultivator caused Lin Feng to have a desire to vent. But now that Lu Yao wasn't around, it wasn't like he could just go and grab a woman in this country. Finally, Lin Feng stepped on his flying sword and arrived in the sky above a mountain in the Sakura kingdom, and a steady stream of demonic chi was poured into the Xian Yuan sword. Whoosh! 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 A strong sword chi slashed towards this mountain. All of a sudden the sound shook the sky and the ground shook. A crack appeared in the mountain, and from the crack came rolling smoke that covered the sky. With a dull and loud roar, a fiery column of magma unexpectedly erupted from the mountain pass. The hot lava sloped down the mountainside like a python of fire, melting everything in its path. Grace had blanketed the entire sky above Sakura country. After the zombie crisis, this one is truly apocalyptic. Chapter 77, The Next Country to Go. Volcanic eruption. An unprecedented disaster for the Sakura country. Just as they were frantically trying to escape from this kingdom, Lin Feng had already left with his flying sword. In mid-air, Lin Feng took out his satellite phone and logged into the international forum. Nowadays, you can no longer see words of abuse against Lin Feng on top of the forum. Clearly all of them were complimenting him. Lin Feng war god is mighty and domineering. Lin Feng is simply a god in this world. Which fool was it that called me great god Lin Feng a devil on earth before? This is a false accusation. A stark false accusation. Great god Lin Feng is simply the most perfect man in this world. With him humanity has hope. Zombies are nothing. Only great god Lin Feng is willing to shelter us. I don't have to be afraid of anything. It was among these messages that one stood out. Lin Feng is from our country. He looks like someone from our country. Lin Feng looked at the other person's displayed address. Kimchi country. Damn. Old man. This violent temper. The more Lin Feng's realm rose, the heavier the demonic aura became. And the heavier the demonic aura became, the heavier the killing heart became. A sword cultivator is one who would rather bend than break. And whoever messes with him, the devil cultivator is brutal and merciless. Whoever messes with him, he destroys. The two existences in the cultivation world that can't be messed with the most. Lin Feng replied directly below. Okay, wait for me to come to you. Originally, this man from the pickle country just wanted to get high on his mouth. But he didn't think that he would directly attract Lin Feng. He was so scared that he sent a message to apologize. However, Lin Feng had already put his cell phone away and was riding his fly in the direction of the Kimchi Kingdom. Eaters in other countries have spoken out in ridicule. I'll let you pretend to be a pussy. This is bad luck, isn't it? You're also a cow. How dare you provoke great god Lin Feng under these circumstances? Are all of you people in Kimchi country out of your minds? I'll bet a bottle of water that this time the people of pickle country are going to kneel en masse. I'll bet a cookie they're pissing themselves right now. While the international forums were buzzing with discussion, at that moment, a building in the Kimchi Kingdom was dead inside. The leaders of the entire country had gathered here to discuss what to do about Lin Feng's arrival. You asshole, why did you go and provoke that bogeyman? Do you dislike life too much? The supreme leader, Park Sun-bu, is cursing at his own son. You've now put the entire country in jeopardy. How will you explain this to the people below? Achiever, I told you not to just speak on the forums and you just don't listen. The more he said, the angrier he got. And he just drew his belt and hit him. I'll beat you to death to get it over with. Pop, pop, snap. Park didn't become a belt and kept whipping the man's body with such force that it snapped and snapped. The man's name was Park Dodi and he was an earth-ranked psychic. And his psychic ability was muscle strengthening. So this whip lashing on his body would not cause any damage. If I kill you, I'll just throw the body to Lin Feng. Park Boo Boo yelled, his whole mood seeming unusually agitated. The people around them also understood that this was being played out for them, and they all cooperated by coming forward. Forget it, the kid probably didn't mean it either. Even if we beat him to death now it won't help. It's imperative that we find a way to solve the problem quickly. Lin Feng wants spirit herbs. Big deal. We'll just give them to him. Each of these leaders offered their own ideas and suggestions. Upon hearing this, Park Boo stopped himself and sighed helplessly. This is the only way it can be done now. Although it's humiliating, it's better than being like Sakura Nation. It's just that if all of these spirit herbs are given away, our country's overall strength will be lagging behind by a large margin. It's not like the Kimchi Kingdom has a vast landscape like the Dragon Kingdom, with countless mountains and ridges that can produce a constant stream of spirit herbs. Their country was so small that there were only a few places that could produce spirit grass, and the number was limited. Someone spoke up. There's nothing we can do now. It's more important to save our lives first. Park Boo exhaled a long breath. Then bring all the spirit herbs to wait for Lin Feng. After saying that he turned around and glared at Park Dodi again. Get the hell down there and don't show your face or be on the internet. Park Dodi could only nod obediently, not daring to say a word more. Lin Feng's speed was very fast, and in less than half a day he appeared in the sky above the pickle country. He looked down at the country, his brows furrowed. So damn small. This isn't even as big as a city in the Dragon Kingdom. After Lin Feng spat out a sentence, he landed on top of the ground. Park Boo also came over at this moment with a group of people, and soldiers carrying 2 large boxes. Park Boo stepped forward and squeezed out a pleasing smile and said, Lin Feng, here are all the spirit herbs in our country. They are all yours now. Lin Feng glanced at the 2 boxes and said in a cold tone, so little? You guys dare to trick me? A leader of the pickle country hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. This is all our country has. So please. Lin Feng without saying anything directly chopped over with his sword. The sharpness of the sword directly chopped the person in half. The blood that erupted spilled onto the bodies of those around them, sending chills down their spines. Lin Feng said expressionlessly, did I tell you to talk? Just cut in randomly. Are you people here so rude? The people around them were trembling, and no one dared to respond. I'll be damned. How dare you not answer when you're asked? Lin Feng's eyes went cold and he directly slashed out 2 more swords in anger, once again killing 2 people. Park Boo pressed down the fear in his heart and said, we were wrong, but there really is only so much forest grass left. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, I'll take the stuff. Now call out that stupid bastard who talks on the forums. Park Boo's body was shaking. Lin Feng, we gave you all the spirit herbs. Can we just forget about it and let him go? He's still a child. Are you kidding me? Lin Feng stared coldly at the person in front of him. How dare you bring out such a childish reason to lie to me? Park Boo was scared to death in his heart, but for the sake of his only son he still summoned up all his courage. He already knows that he is wrong and will never offend you again. So will you be kind enough to spare him this time? Pust. Lin Feng directly stabbed his sword into Park Failure's chest. The Xianyuan sword was still emitting a demonic aura. Park Boo's body trembled and blood spurted wildly from his mouth. You. Lin Feng spat out word for word. Don't worry. You can't die now, but bring me the people before your blood runs clean. Otherwise, I'll destroy your kimchi country. Chapter 78, No Fear of Retribution. Park Boo's body was in severe pain, especially as the black aura permeating above the long sword was constantly rushing towards his body. It made him feel like his internal organs were being eroded. Lin Feng coldly spoke. Don't test my heart. Immediately have someone bring over that douchebag who made comments on the forum. Let's have a talk. The rest of them became incomparably flustered. A furious star with an inscrutable mind was just too terrifying. What do I have to say to you guys? Do I know you guys well? Lin Feng was about to lose his patience, and with real chi in his voice, he yelled, hurry up and bring me the people. The crowd only felt their brains roaring loudly, and some even had blood coming out of their ears. They covered their heads and kept making miserable sounds. Just at this time, Park Dao suddenly appeared on top of a building, hissing angrily, the person you're looking for is me. It has nothing to do with everyone else. If there's anything at all, come at me and let them go. Lin Feng looked up and the corner of his mouth curved up. Quite the balls. Pust. Lin Feng directly drew out his Xianyuan sword. Then he wanted to charge towards Park Dao. However, Park Boo held Lin Feng's legs in a death grip and shouted hysterically, who let you out? Go! Father! Park Dao's heart was burning with anxiety. His eyes looked at Lin Feng as if they could spit out fire. Come kill me if you can. Lin Feng's body shook and directly sent Park Boo flying out. while swinging the sword in his hand, cutting down all the people in front of him. Then he leapt like a speedy wind towards the park roadlands. The Xianyuan sword emitted an ear-piercing sound of sword chirping as it went and viciously stabbed at Park Dowdy's body. Flesh strengthening, Park Dowdy was firmly locked in Lin Feng's aura. There was no way to dodge, and the speed of the sword was just too fast. He didn't have time to dodge. One could only forcefully unleash his supernatural abilities to make his fleshly body sturdy, trying to come to withstand the blow. Bang! However, Lin Feng's sword cut above his body with a devastating blow. In an instant, the skin split open, and Park Dowdy's entire body was sent flying hundreds of meters away, finally hitting heavily on top of the wall. Yo, not bad, to be able to resist one of my swords without dying. I didn't realize that there are still capable people in this tiny kingdom. Lin Feng revealed a hint of surprise, although he hadn't used all his strength, but the force of this sword was quite strong. An ordinary alien would never be able to carry it, but this person in front of him had blocked it. Put! A mouthful of thick blood sprayed out of Park Dowdy's mouth, and the wound on his chest was also a wound that could be exposed. He struggled to his feet and hissed through clenched teeth, "Kill him now!" All of a sudden, all those psychics hiding in the shadows rushed out at the same time. They hissed, they roared, they unleashed their psychic abilities to blast towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at them expressionlessly. He had always known that there were people hiding in the shadows. After all, his divine sense was already very powerful nowadays, and those aliens simply didn't have the strength to evade his divine sense probes. Lin Feng just stood there, forming a barrier in front of his body with magic chi, letting all the attacks fall. None of them could hurt him in the slightest. Use whatever means you have, or you won't stand a chance if I make a move. Lin Feng spoke indifferently, his eyes full of contempt. He stood proudly, his stance erect like a pine, his gaze cold and frosty. The regulus sword in him was permeated with bloodthirsty eagerness, and the sword was constantly flashing with a cold aura. Everyone fight him. I don't believe it. I can't kill him. Kill, kill, kill. This group of Kimchi Country's psychics all went crazy and killed towards Lin Feng, trying their best to squeeze their potential. Bang, bang, bang. A powerful psychic ability exploded in front of Lin Feng's torso. The psychics of the Kimchi Kingdom came like a tidal wave, all of them with fierce faces and murderous intent. At this moment, Lin Feng moved. He took a step forward with his left foot and violently swung the long sword in his hand. The sword's shadow was like electricity, cutting through the sky, accompanied by a crisp sword sound. Sword chi crisscrossed the sky, and a light-like substance instantly swept out. Poof, poof, poof. Wherever the stern sword chi passed through, the Xenos fell down with screams of misery. Blood splattered in the air, creating a gruesome picture. Seemingly knowing that things had reached the worst possible point, those leaders of the Pickle Country had actually mobilized their armies directly, equipped with the latest weapons. They wanted to fight Lin Feng to the death. Fire! Fire! Countless opposing bullets and shells flew towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng stretched out his one hand. A huge demonic aura instantly enveloped him. The picture appeared frozen. All the bullets and shells all stopped in midair. Since you all want to die, I'll be merciful and send you on your way. Lin Feng smiled coldly, and with a wave of his arm, those bullets and shells were actually pulled by the breath to reverse their direction, blasting towards the crowd below. Boom! Rumble! Amidst the constant explosions and under the rising smoke, Lin Feng also rushed up with his sword. The sword he wielded became faster and faster, like a raging wind and rain, and like a dragon coming out of the sea. Each sword contained endless killing intent and demonic aura. Alone in the midst of 10,000 troops, killing these soldiers of the Kimchi Kingdom, they were scared and began to retreat. Ah! Run! It's horrible! It's evil! It's a demon! He's not even human! Not human! The soldiers broke down and hissed, running in every direction continuously. Go! Lin Feng directly threw the Xianyuan sword out. After such a long time of demonic chi, the killing thoughts of this sword were getting heavier and heavier. It flew out excitedly, running through person after person. No matter how fast they ran, they were not as fast as Regulus. The field wailed continuously, blood flowed into rivers, and countless soldiers died tragically and fell to the ground. In the end, the Xianyuan sword also cleaved off Park Dowdy's head before it flew back into Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng stood still with his long sword in his hand. The surroundings were already dead silent. All the standing people had been mercilessly chopped up by him, only leaving the ground full of broken limbs and that pervasive scent of blood that wouldn't go away. He took one step at a time towards the top leader of the Kimchi Kingdom, Park Boo Boo, who at the moment was scared out of his wits. The figure of Lin Feng and his pupils was constantly enlarging. just like a harsh ghost from hell demanding for its life. You will get what's coming to you. Park Boo-Boo let out one last hiss. Lin Feng swung his sword out and directly chopped off his head. Devil Cultivator, no fear of any retribution. Chapter 79, The Zombie King. Lin Feng took out his satellite cell phone immediately after he finished with these people. He went to the international forums and wandered around, trying to find out if there were any more guys who weren't open to the idea. But this time there was not a single message against him, and everyone was praising him. This made Lin Feng feel very uninterested. How can he go on a killing spree when no one messes with him? Having no choice but to start posting remarks on the forums. Lin Feng had no choice but to start posting remarks on the forums. Damn! Not a single one of them can fight. They're all a bunch of trash. There was an immediate reply below. Yes, yes, yes. Great God, Lin Feng is right. It's us who are too incompetent. We rice grains of light dare not compete with the white moon. In your presence, we are indeed trash. And there is no arguing with that. Lin Feng was amused as he looked at these comments from them. Are these people such dogs? Lin Feng thought that maybe the words he had just said weren't ruthless enough, so he just sent another. Little trashies. I'll you up. Soon there were many more comments for him. The contents, all of which somewhat subverted Lin Feng's three views. Father, I am your long-lost child, my dear father. You and my mother can just discuss such a private matter in private. You don't need to send it out. Even though my mother is dead, I'm willing to find another stepmother for your sake. Lin Feng was all convinced. This group of people had messed him up so much that he couldn't lose his temper at all. There was nothing he could do. Lin Feng could only fly his sword towards the Dragon Kingdom. As Lin Feng appeared over the safe zone, all the leaders immediately came out to greet him. Lin Feng landed on top of the ground and all of these people were trembling with fear. After all, this bogeyman in front of him had just slaughtered 2 kingdoms. Lin Feng spoke directly. Don't be nervous, not here to kill you. At those words, the crowd all breathed a sigh of relief. The supreme leader immediately stepped forward and squeezed out a smile as he asked, "So is there something you need us to do?" Lin Feng said in a cold tone, "The person I asked you to look for before. Have you found him?" The supreme leader's forehead was sweating. "Not yet, but you can trust me. I'm sure I'll find it soon, and I definitely won't make you wait too long." Lin Feng's brows instantly furrowed. This moment caused the hearts of the leaders, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, to beat violently. Fearing that Lin Feng would suddenly explode and go on a killing spree, Lin Feng slowly exhaled. "Then do you guys know where there is a zombie king?" The supreme leader nodded his head in a hurry. Acknowledged. Lin Feng spoke. "Draw me a map and mark all the places where there are zombie kings." Maps? The supreme leader was a little surprised. "Don't want a map. Just use the satellite navigation directly." Lin Feng snorted coldly. "I want the map. Is there a problem?" The supreme leader's body trembled, and he spoke hastily. "No problem. I'll have someone go and draw it for you now. Satellite navigation stuff like this. Lin Feng can't understand it at all. It's a lot of work. He was still used to looking at the most primitive maps for simplicity. The people here were very efficient and didn't make Lin Feng wait too long before sending over a map. "Get my people back as soon as possible." After leaving such a sentence, Lin Feng rode his flying sword and left. Everyone at the scene all let out a long breath, their backs already wet with sweat. An hour later, Lin Feng appeared over a large city. The divine sense swept downwards and found that there were surprisingly many living creatures in the supermarket, and a rough estimation showed that there were at least thousands of zombies. Lin Feng's way of drawing these zombies out was simple and brutal. Directly, dozens of giant fireballs smashed down. Boom! Rumble! Loud explosions rang out. Rocks flew. Fires spread rapidly, and the entire ground trembled. Immediately after that, a large number of zombies came out, but all of them were high-level zombies. At the back of this group of high-level zombies, there was also a zombie with a huge body. This zombie raised its head violently the moment it sensed Lin Feng, its dark black pupils staring deathly at Lin Feng. Then it spat out. "What are you?" The information on the forums wasn't wrong. The zombie king had evolved to the point where he could talk. Lin Feng quickly descended above the ground, Regula's sword clutched in his hand. "Come over here all of you. Let me cut you down. I'm in a hurry to get to the next place." This zombie king's face sank. "Kid, are you looking for death?" Ordinary aberrants were not even in his eyes, and zombies that had evolved to his level were fearless as long as they weren't surrounded by a group of heaven-ranked aberrants. Lin Feng didn't talk nonsense and directly chopped over with his sword. Poof, poof, poof. The heads of the dozens of high-level zombies in the front row were instantly hacked out. The black beads in his head also rolled down to the ground above the Lin Feng waved his arm and all these black beads appeared in his hand. In fact, with his current strength in the middle Jindan stage, the black beads produced by these high-level zombies no longer had much effect on him. However, upholding the idea that more is better, Lin Feng decided to take it all in. A bit of skill. The zombie king coldly grunted, then directly ordered, "Kill him for me." In an instant, all the high-level zombies all rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a step and the Xianyuan sword in his hand emitted a black light. Lin Feng slashed out continuously, black sword chi sweeping out towards the front. A head flew out and a black bead was taken away. However, these zombies all seemed to have gone crazy, not caring about life and death, their teeth and claws flailing, like a tidal wave coming towards him, and the putrid stench filled the air. It was reasonable to say that advanced zombies already had a sense of being able to judge a crisis, and many of Lin Feng's advanced zombies would still choose to avoid Lin Feng before. It was Lin Feng who used some means to draw them out, but now under the Zombie King's command, these high-level zombies became heroic. Lin Feng's figure flashed and he rushed into the group of zombies like a ghost. The long sword was waved and the sword energy was like a rainbow, and wherever it went, the zombies' limbs and broken arms flew horizontally. Each sword contained endless power, instantly cutting those hideous zombies in half. Lin Feng's stance was agile, weaving freely through the zombie horde, and his sword strokes were harsh and unforgiving. The zombies' attacks had no effect on him because there was a shield formed with magic chi on Lin Feng's body that blocked out all threats. As his sword became more and more ferocious, the number of zombies decreased drastically, and the ground was dyed red with blood, like a bloody painting. In the end, Lin Feng stood in front of the Zombie King, and the Xianyuan sword in his hand stabbed out at an extremely fast speed, directly against the Zombie King's throat. This Zombie King was dumbfounded. He hadn't even reacted yet. His minions were all killed and the other party's sword was against his neck. The Zombie King opened his mouth and shouted, "Wait, this doesn't count. I haven't even made a move yet." Chapter 80, Dangerous Aura. "You're so shameless I didn't even react. It doesn't count." The Zombie King hissed angrily, his heart incomparably unwilling. He's strong, and he's got big moves yet to make. He felt that if he made a move, he could definitely destroy the alien in front of him. Lin Feng didn't say anything, he just looked at him with a cold gaze. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't make any further movements, the Zombie King attempted to take 2 steps back and quickly pulled away. "Kid, you suffer," the Zombie King roared, and a lightning bolt unexpectedly flashed above his body. Among Scarlet's several descents, those who could successfully evolve to his level were already able to absorb the demonic chi in this heaven and earth. Although there is no method of cultivation, it also obtains different energies. Just like at this moment this Zombie King has gained the power of thunder and lightning. He threw out a fist and a lightning bolt erupted above the wind of his fist and attacked towards Lin Feng. Pop, pop, snap. Lin Feng stood still and didn't move, his face expressionless as he watched his opponent's attack fall. These electric lights kept smashing apart in front of him, but they were unable to break through his defense shield. "No wonder you dare to be so wild. You really do have some skills." The Zombie King's dark red eyes stared deathly at Lin Feng, revealing endless killing intent, and his sharp fangs flashed with a chilling light that sent shivers down his spine. He roared angrily and gathered an even thicker thunderbolt spurting out from its hands, striking straight at Lin Feng. That lightning was like a meandering python, carrying the power to destroy everything. Lin Feng smiled coldly and with a wave of his arm, he directly deflected this thunderbolt with the power of his flesh. The lightning blasted above the ground, blowing out a huge deep crater, dust flying and debris splattering everywhere. The Zombie King was incomparably shocked. How is that possible? Lin Feng took a deep breath and his body flashed, his figure cutting out a trail of stumps. In the next moment, the regular sword in his hand was once again pressed against the center of the Zombie King's brow. "Now, do you have anything else to say?" The Zombie King crumbled. What level of alien was this human? Why is it so strong? How can it be so strong? It seems like a completely different epic. No, no, start over, I have an even more powerful stance. The Zombie King roared, unable to accept the fact that he couldn't even block a single move. Lin Feng also wanted to see how strong the full strength of the evolved Zombie King could be. He smiled faintly and said, "Fine, I'll give you another chance." The Zombie King pulled away once again as it roared up to the sky, lightning surging crazily throughout its body. At the same time, Lin Feng also realized that the surrounding demonic chi was also surging towards the Zombie King's body. As his breath continued to grow, the Zombie King unexpectedly formed a huge ball of thunder in his palm. Electricity flowed rapidly on the thunder ball, emitting a dazzling light. "Kid, die for me." The zombie king shouted in excitement while blasting the thunderball fiercely towards Lin Feng. That's it? Lin Feng felt incomparably disappointed. The Xian Yuan sword in his hand slashed out directly, a sword light sweeping forward. Boom! The thunderball was directly split by the sword chi and exploded in the air, shattering all the glass of the floors on both sides of the street. Whoosh! Lin Feng slashed out his sword again without any expression. The sword slashed heavily on the body of the zombie king. The corners of the zombie king's mouth overflowed with blood, and his clothes were tattered by the impact, with cracks appearing on his skin, and his entire body heavily smashed into the ruins on the side. Ah! The zombie king's body shook as all the stones around him flew out, and he climbed out of the rubble with great difficulty. The eyes that looked at Lin Feng again were already filled with fear. Not counting. Not counting. This can't be counted. Just wait for me. I have more powerful moves. The zombie king opened his mouth and shouted while his body kept retreating. After pulling away a full 100 meters, he directly turned around and ran regardless. Ever since he evolved into a zombie king, he had always chased after humans, and it was the first time he had been scared away by a human. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Feng's figure flashed and he appeared directly in front of the zombie face. The Xian Yuan sword in his hand continuously emitted the sound of sword roaring. A horrible killing intent enveloped his body. Big brother, don't kill me, don't kill me. The zombie king could only open his mouth to beg for mercy as he saw that he could no longer run away. Can you imagine a zombie crying out in pain? Lin Feng has seen it all. The zombie king cried out, Big brother, I didn't have a choice in the past. I want to be a good zombie in the future. So please fulfill me. Lin Feng gently spat out. Good. A smile instantly appeared above the zombie king's ugly face. However, in the next second, a sword light flashed by. The zombie king's head flew straight out, and a large black bead rolled down on top of the ground. Before the zombie king died, he only heard Lin Feng say, In your next life. Lin Feng inhaled the black bead into his hand and felt the energy contained in it. This demonic aura is too sufficient and too dense. If he could have a few more of them, he was certain that he could impact to the late Jindan stage. Lin Feng now suddenly felt that this world was too good to be true. It was simply a blessed place for devil cultivators. If he could continue on and on, it was very likely that he would be the one to break through the Yuaning stage, or even the God transformation stage. Lin Feng was really excited. So excited that he probed out his divine sense and scoped out the area within a 100-mile radius. Ended up taking out all the zombie lairs and decimating all the zombies they encountered. Yes, magical practitioners are so strange. Anger has to be vented by killing. Happy to celebrate by killing. After celebrating, Lin Feng continued to rush towards the next place where there was a zombie king according to the markings on the map. The next zombie king he encountered, after realizing that he couldn't beat Lin Feng, shouted the same as the previous one that he hadn't used all his strength yet, trying to get Lin Feng to give him another chance. He even directly knelt down and started begging for forgiveness. Only this time Lin Feng was no longer interested in watching him perform. He directly gave a sword to settle the fight and then collected the black bead. He found that these zombie kings had indeed evolved the consciousness, but hadn't fully evolved. Totally stupid. It's like his brain hasn't even fully evolved. Just like that, Lin Feng flew to several places in a row in the course of a day. He had hunted and killed 5 zombie kings before and after, and the high-level zombies had directly exceeded 10,000. The harvest is full. However, just as Lin Feng was about to find a place to absorb these black beads, there was a sudden change in heaven and earth. Demonic chi began to surge wildly, and the entire world became gloomy. A space above the sky began to fold until it finally formed a huge black hole suspended in the air. Lin Feng's pupils contracted violently. Within this black hole, he felt a familiar aura and a dangerous aura. Chapter 81, Whoever has a problem with this, I'll talk to him myself. This sudden turn of events caused the already insecure humans to become even more panicked. Scientists in various countries are also trying to find ways to explore the causes of this phenomenon. This folding of space to create a black hole has only been seen in science fiction. This made many people wonder if there could be aliens involved. After all, zombie outbreaks used to exist only in novels and movies. Meanwhile, Scarlet descended again. This one produced the most intense energy. More and more zombies evolved to the level of a zombie king, with their IQ and consciousness fully restored and their strength skyrocketing. Among the human race, not only have the strength of the supernaturals been raised like never before, but even many ordinary people could vaguely feel the vigorous aura, demonic aura, in heaven and earth. At this moment, Lin Feng was standing on top of a large mountain. His eyes closed as he felt the changes in heaven and earth. It's no longer any different from the cultivation world. It could be completely said that the current blue star was a small cultivation world. If Lin Feng was willing to pass on the basic cultivation techniques now, then the entire world would enter the era of universal cultivation. Could it be the overlap of two worlds? Lin Feng looked up again at the black hole floating in the sky with an incomparably grave expression. If a cultivator could come to this world through this black hole, then this world would be finished, and no one in this world would want to live. A random cultivator playing with soul streamers could just refine the world. Lin Feng wasn't heartbroken for them. After all, he wasn't so saintly. He's just worried about himself. The current him was the most powerful person in this world. He did whatever he wanted to do, killed whoever he wanted to kill, and all the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth that were born were his alone. If a large number of cultivators were to break through as well, all of this would be impossible to say. If the righteous cultivators came, then he, a devil cultivator, would definitely encounter a siege. Lin Feng thought for a long time, but he still felt that he couldn't let this happen. Even if they were to let other cultivators come over, it would be after they became stronger. Before he had absolute strength, Lin Feng shouldn't want to run into people from the cultivation world yet. He needed more than enough time to collect all the black beads and spirit herbs, as well as to properly cultivate the mixed Yuan-Yang rune scripture. Thinking of this, Lin Feng made a decision. He rode his flying sword to the safe zone and directly found the Supreme Leader. After seeing Lin Feng, the Supreme Leader immediately greeted him respectfully into the conference room and even personally made Lin Feng a cup of tea. The rest of the leaders stood back quietly, not daring to breathe. No one knew what Lin Feng was after with this sudden appearance. They were afraid that he would kill at the drop of a hat. After all, everyone's been killed out of the shadows. Lin Feng slowly lifted his teacup and took a sip before speaking. That black hole that surfaced above the sky. Can you guys research any results? The Supreme Leader shook his head helplessly. It can't be explored. No piece of equipment can pass through it with the current level of technology in this world. However, some experts have come up with a conjecture that there could be other creatures on the backside of that black hole. We're worried about an invasion by a higher level of civilization. The satellites. A zombie crisis has wrecked the whole world. And if there's some kind of alien invasion, it's really not going to work. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and his tone became incredibly serious. Your guesses are not wrong. There are indeed other creatures on the back. And, I can tell you very clearly, they are immensely powerful. Once we let them come over, all of you will surely die. In an instant, everyone in the room was shocked. The Supreme Leader's voice trembled. How do you know this information? Is it reliable? Lin Feng looked at him and said in a cold voice. I can know because I'm stronger than you guys, so I can feel dangers that you can't feel. I didn't come here today to talk to you about this nonsense either. I want to gather all the countries of this world and use a weapon called a nuclear bomb together. Previously, Lin Feng had read on Shin Tianji's computer that the destructive power generated by this weapon after it exploded was very astonishing. He felt that it could even be comparable to the full force of a transformation god realm strike. If there were enough of them, they would blast into that black hole together. Maybe it will slow down their invasion. Use a nuclear bomb? The Supreme Leader said hastily. Yes, is that necessary? This kind of weapon has been agreed upon by all countries, and no one will use it until it is absolutely necessary. Lin Feng's gaze went cold and said, I'm not here to discuss with you. The Supreme Leader's mind trembled and he carefully said, this still needs to be discussed with the leaders of the countries. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, hurry up. I'll only give you 1 hour. The Supreme Leader rushed out with the crowd and then hoofed it to send a message using the satellite. All countries with nukes were notified. In less than 10 minutes, the leaders of these countries had all turned on their satellite video. I'll cut the crap and get right to it. When the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom spoke out the proposal to use nuclear bombs, they immediately suffered a lot of rejection. The risk of rushing to use a nuclear bomb before it was clear why the black hole was created was just too great in their opinion. Only the leader of the Dragon Kingdom. The next sentence silenced them all dry. This is what Lin Feng proposed. Whoever has an opinion, find him and talk to him. Cootie. Only then would they go to Lin Feng to talk about it. In case they pissed this guy off, they might be killed again in a bloodbath. Someone spoke up and asked, can we find out why Lin Feng used nuclear bombs to bombard? The leader of the Dragon Kingdom said. Lin Feng said that he sensed the presence of alien species from this black hole, and that everyone's lives would be in danger if they were allowed to come over. Another person asked, can Lin Feng be 100% sure? The leader of the Dragon Kingdom was directly saying, if you have doubts, you go directly to ask him. Don't come to ask me. The crowd was silent once again. They were more afraid of Lin Feng than the sense of crisis brought about by the black hole. Does everyone have no questions now? The leader of the Dragon Kingdom spoke. Since there are no problems with any of them, Let's discuss how to launch it. No need to negotiate. Lin Feng suddenly barged in, his eyes sweeping over the small windows on the big screen. I'll only give you 1 day to get me 100 nukes and launch them over there. And if you have a problem with that, I can fly over there and talk to you individually. Listening to the threats in Lin Feng's words, everyone unanimously said that they didn't have any problems. Chapter 82 Lin Feng's Purpose. On this day, nations gathered hundreds of nuclear bombs, ready to be launched at the folded black hole of space. Lin Feng hovered in midair and tried to probe his divine sense into it. It was as if infinite fear was hidden within this black hole, emitting a chilling sense of oppression. The moment Lin Feng's divine sense penetrated deeper into it, it was immediately bounced back. It was only for a moment, but Lin Feng could vaguely see a group of flying cultivators with imperial swords on the opposite side of the black hole. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and let out a loud roar. Fire for me! All of a sudden, a nuclear bomb was launched from all over the world after precise positioning. They trailed long tail flames as they sped toward the black hole. After the first nuke was shot into the black hole, the eruption erupted with extreme light. Immediately afterward, a torrent of destructive energy swept out. The powerful energy impact caused space to distort. Lin Feng quickly pulled an extremely long distance away. Whoosh! 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 Soon, one nuclear bomb after another bombed, and the entire black hole continued to twist and distort, as if the heavens and earth were being shaken. Most of the shock and smoke from the explosion went inside the black hole, leaving only a brilliant light exposed to the eyes of the people of this world. The leaders of the countries watched the scene through satellite video without moving a muscle. Everyone's heart was in their throat, thinking about the consequences if the information given by Lin Feng was wrong. Luckily, with the last nuclear bomb also bursting in the black hole, that black hole unexpectedly disappeared straight away. The heavens and the earth fell into a silence. Lin Feng also let out a long breath. He knew he had made the right bet, except he also knew that it was only temporary. The scarlet will continue to descend, and sooner or later the people of the other world will come to this world. Lin Feng felt a tremendous amount of pressure. Strength. He had to raise his strength as soon as possible. Lin Feng re-entered the safe zone of the Dragon Kingdom and all the leaders immediately greeted him. This time, everyone looked at Lin Feng with a smile in their eyes. In their opinion, a global crisis was just dissolved by Lin Feng. The supreme leader spoke. Lin Feng, this time it's thanks to you. Otherwise the human race is afraid that it would really be completely extinct. Lin Feng didn't bother explaining too much to them and opened the door. I need you to send everyone out to look for the various exotic flowers and herbs that were born, and then hand them all over to me. The supreme leader asked cautiously. After our research, although these things contain powerful abilities, one person can't use them all, and many of our adepts here would have to digest for months after just swallowing a single spirit herb. That's because you don't know the method of refining qi, nor do you know how to gather true qi within the dantian, and even less how to allow the physical body to absorb the medicinal power. However, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't say these words. You don't need to know too much, just give me everything I need. Lin Feng spoke in a cold voice. The supreme leader didn't dare to refuse or ask any more questions, but only nodded heavily. Well, that's all for now, Lin Feng reminded. I'll find a quiet place to cultivate, so when you guys find your stuff, send it over to me, as well as when you find my people. Before leaving, Lin Feng suddenly thought of something, and after hesitating he still took out a copy of the qi refining know-how and handed it to the supreme leader. The supreme leader looked at the object in his hand and asked, "What is this?" Lin Feng said, "Now that heaven and earth have changed, both zombies and humans have undergone qualitative changes. You can become even stronger. You're just missing the Dharma." Looking at the other party who was still confused, Lin Feng continued to explain. To put it simply, it means that everyone can cultivate immortality. And this thing I'm giving you can help everyone with their cultivation. As for what one can cultivate into, it depends on each person's talent. Upon hearing this, the supreme leader's hands trembled with excitement. Is this the reason why you're so powerful? Because you've practiced this? Lin Feng nodded. Sort of. The supreme leader was close to kneeling down for Lin Feng. You're really the savior of humanity. With this thing, we won't have to be afraid of zombies anymore. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Actually, zombies aren't considered your enemies. They've just evolved crookedly. And now the zombie king has divine intelligence. So you guys might be able to try and coexist peacefully with the zombies. The supreme leader was lost in looking contemplation. Peaceful coexistence with walkers? The idea had never been brought up before. Is that possible? But when this came out of Lin Feng's mouth, he had to be cautious. That's all I'm saying. Why don't you do the rest on your own? After Lin Feng said those words, he flew away with his sword. He was not being kind when he gave the cultivation method and also gave his opinion. Rather, Lin Feng was thinking that in the future, if the people from the cultivation world really did kill him, relying only on himself would never work. Maybe the people and walkers of this world can help. Even if it's just to be cannon fodder, at least it can draw some of the firepower. Or maybe luck is still good. With talent, some talented ones, maybe Lin Feng can even take them all in. In the future, there would be a chance to dig out their spiritual roots and add to their own path of cultivation. Thinking of this, Lin Feng laughed out loud. He was happy now. So happy he wanted to kill. Lin Feng directly descended into the city, searching out a group of zombies and directly killing them all with a single sword strike. After venting, Lin Feng was unexpectedly lucky enough to encounter a fire-breathing zombie king. Lin Feng didn't kill him either. Instead, he directly subdued him and then took the zombie king along to a hilltop. Lin Feng smoothly solved the two mutated ferocious beasts, then skinned and dismantled the bones, took out the cauldron and started to simmer the soup, while also adding all kinds of spiritual herbs into it. And the zombie king, under Lin Feng's intimidation, could only use his own flame to heat the pot. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Feng took out the black beads he had harvested and prepared to start cultivating. He wasn't afraid that the zombie king would have any bad thoughts. After all, Regulus was suspended above his head. As long as this zombie king dared to do anything untoward, Regulus would run through his head at the first opportunity. The zombie king crouched on the ground, constantly controlling the flames, looking at Lin Feng with as much anger as he could muster. Damn! Grabbing the zombie king for a part-time job and absorbing the black beads in his companion's body in front of the zombie king. What kind of person bullies a zombie like that? How can this human's heart be so evil? Chapter 83, The geniuses are all over the place. After Lin Feng finished absorbing those devil beads, his realm directly went from mid-Jindan to late Jindan. Such a speed of cultivation really scared Lin Feng. Others are measured in centuries, and even millennia. But Lin Feng was in this world as if he was hung up. His realm was improving rapidly. This made Lin Feng a bit scared. Realm advancement too quickly wasn't necessarily a good thing. Looks like it's time to slow down a bit. Lin Feng let out a breath and decided to stabilize his realm first. He looked towards the pot of soup that had already been simmered. Then let's refine the body first. It's also important to have a strong physical body. The zombie king revealed a pleasing expression and said, Master, you've already made this soup, so am I ready to go? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. When did I ever say you could leave? The zombie king was on the verge of crying. So what else do you want? Lin Feng said indifferently. If you dare to ask one more question, I'll get you killed. The Regulus sword flew down and was directly against the zombie king's throat. Scared, he immediately shut his mouth. This time Lin Feng didn't just pick it up and finish it in one gulp like before. After all, the energy was too furious to be digested in a moment. Lin Feng also didn't want another scene where he was naked and crashing around wildly on the streets. He was prepared to take it bit by bit, absorbing it slowly, and in the end, he simply dug a deep pit directly and poured all the tonics in to soak his body. Over the next few days Longwood delivered all the exotic flowers and herbs he had collected as promised. The supreme leader also made a point of bringing Lin Feng a lot of fine wine. Lin Feng ate meat and drank wine every day, soaking his body in soups made from various spiritual herbs. The realm hadn't risen much further, but the power of the fleshly body had become stronger and stronger. Lin Feng also took the time to properly study the mysteries of the mixed Yuan-Yang rune scripture. It contained many different ways of cultivation, all of which he had never heard of. Some of the ways to enhance the physical body are also extremely perverted. What peeling the skin and extracting the bones to remodel the physical body are considered to be the most basic. There were also some alchemy and weapon refining techniques, and some killing power among them. Finally, Lin Feng a sword art. In the cultivation world, devil cultivators and sword cultivators were the two most terrifying. Lin Feng was now a pure devil cultivator, and he thought that if he could also become a sword cultivator, his strength should be able to increase drastically. Currently, when he used the Xian Yuan sword, he was relying on all of his demonic qi and harnessing it, and hadn't performed any powerful sword arts. He chose the sword technique called Star Blazing Sky. When this sword art is performed, the sword will shine like a star. After cultivating to great completion, each sword light could contain endless star power. This star power could even be continuously stacked. Lin Feng was immersed in the cultivation of his sword art, and time quickly came to half a month later. On this day, the officials brought him two men. It was none other than Lu Yao and Shen Tianji, who had disappeared for a long time. Lu Yao was now a heavenly ranked alien, and Shen Tianji had also evolved to the realm of the Zombie King. Both of them had improved beyond Lin Feng's expectations. Boss, You're still alive? Great. That's just great. Shen Tianji looked very excited. For such a long time he had been hunting zombies while avoiding the official tracking, thinking about improving his strength as soon as possible so that he could go and help Lin Feng take revenge. He'd walked around every time he'd encountered an official and didn't have a satellite cell phone in his hand, so he didn't really know what had been going on all this time. Master! Lu Yao's eyes were slightly red. The person her heart had longed for appeared in front of her eyes once again. This feeling of being lost and found made her a little bit unable to help herself. Lin Feng looked at them expressionlessly. That's enough. I don't like this kind of sensationalism. Since you guys are here, everything will still be as it was before. Then he looked at the zombie king he had captured earlier and said, "You can be free now." The zombie king was surprised. Really? Then I can go now? Death is also a freedom. After Lin Feng said this, he directly chopped off the opponent's head with a sword. Shen Tianji and Lu Yao looked at each other face to face. Did not change at all. Sure enough, it is still the same as before. Say hands on ah. Lin Feng looked at them and asked, "What are the abilities of the two of you respectively?" Shen Tianji spoke first. "Boss, I'm exceptionally strong. Now I can easily crumble boulders and break giant trees. Even if bullets hit my body, they're just scratching." Lu Yao said, "I can freeze everything, and the range can spread to 1,000 meters. Got it. You guys stay put." Lin Feng stretched out his hand and tapped at their eyebrows, his fingertips flickering with a strange light. Shen Tianji and Lu Yao only felt that there was a wave of energy surging towards their minds. This energy eventually transformed into countless words and images. Shen Tianji was incomparably shocked. "Boss, what is this?" Lin Feng said indifferently. "You guys will cultivate according to this from now on. How much you can improve will depend on your skills." This was specially selected by Lin Feng from the mixed Yuan Yang rune scripture, and it was very suitable for the two of them to cultivate nowadays. A Vajra unbreakable body, and an ice spirit cold heart technique. The two should be able to cultivate for a few years to achieve a small success if their talents were strong enough. Lin Feng didn't want to have to rely on himself to step in when he encountered any people or things in the future. So train them up so they can help fight for themselves later. Nowadays, they had enough spirit grass in their hands, the number of magic beads was high enough, and the beasts in the mountains were also very high enough. It's perfectly fine for them to stay here all the time and practice well. Lin Feng would brew a medicinal soup to soak his flesh every day, and he would still have some residual power after soaking, so he directly rewarded Shen Tianji. Shen Yao's body couldn't accept spirit herbs of too high a grade, so she could only choose some low-grade ones to take, but even that was a huge boost for her. Just as the three of them were cultivating at ease, the world outside had undergone a radical change. After obtaining the chi refining skills taught by Lin Feng, it was now directly into an era of universal cultivation of immortality. In particular, the physique of the people of the Dragon Kingdom was naturally suited for immortal cultivation, and their cultivation progress was amazingly powerful. In fact, after the revival of Aura, this world had already given birth to many geniuses suitable for immortal cultivation. It's just that there's never been a way to cultivate, and these geniuses have been buried. Now after having the chi refining skill given by Lin Feng, more and more people were born with spiritual roots, and there were even people who were born with immortal bones, generating heaven and earth changes. The Dragon Nation was happy, and so was Lin Feng, who was secluded in the mountains. The more geniuses that were born, the better, and their spiritual roots and immortal bones would be their own in the future. Chapter 80 for the Secret World. This day Lin Feng took out his satellite cell phone and posted a message on top of the forum. Any genius who was born with a spiritual root and immortal bone could come to him, receive the most professional cultivation instruction and learn the most powerful feats. As soon as the news was sent out, the whole world was abuzz. Lin Feng was now recognized as the strongest person in the world, and he had taught him the method of chi refining. If he could study at his side, his strength would surely skyrocket. Geniuses from all over the world were rushing towards Lin Feng here. During this time, Shen Tianji even asked curiously, "Boss, why have you suddenly become so kind?" In response, Lin Feng just smiled faintly and didn't say a word more. Soon, more and more people came to the mountains and built cabins. These geniuses bowed to Lin Feng and all became his disciples. Lin Feng began to teach them carefully and would even distribute soups made from spirit herbs for them to drink. Everyone's strength all skyrocketed. The smile on Lin Feng's face was also getting brighter and brighter as he saw people, especially those geniuses who possessed immortal bones, were treated with extra care by Lin style. This made the crowd all have a particularly favorable impression of Lin Feng. Where did this seem like a demon on earth? How amiable is this god Lin Feng? Many people even regarded Lin Feng as their idol, and spent the whole day on the forums praising Lin Feng in different ways. Lin Feng's reputation suddenly became exceptionally good. Originally, it was because they were afraid of Lin Feng's strength that people said nice things, but now it's all from the heart. Days passed like this. Lin Feng would carefully teach the geniuses to cultivate during the day, and at night he would practice the star-splitting sword technique alone on top of the mountain. Lin Feng stood at the top of the mountain. The wind howled and his clothes hunted. The Xianyuan sword in his hand trembled slightly, and a steady stream of demonic energy poured into it. Lin Feng took a deep breath. His eyes instantly became stern, and in an instant, he violently swung out a sword. A brilliant sword light, shining like a star, tore through the dark sky, breaking through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Wherever it passed, space seemed to be distorted, and the air was hardened and squeezed apart, forming a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye. When the sword light touched the opposite mountain peak, the entire peak instantly erupted with an earth-shattering roar. Mountains and rocks crumbled, rolling smoke rose up into the sky, and huge rocks fell like rain. Lin Feng stood still and looked at the sight he had caused. He was also shocked. Holy, is this sword move so fierce? It was important to realize that the current him could only converge a single star power, and it could already produce such destructive power. What if we converge on a few more channels? What if the power of the stars stacked up? Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. The increase in strength gave him even more stamina to deal with the changes that might happen soon. At this moment, Lu Yao walked behind him and spoke gently. Master, are you hungry? Do you want me to go get you some food? Lin Feng collected his breath and turned his head to look at Lu Yao. During this period of time with all kinds of spirit herbs feeding on it, Lu Yao had not only gotten a big boost in strength, the whole aura and appearance of the person has become better and better. After this realm elevation of Lin Feng's, it all brought about inner agitation, but because there was no one around, it was forced down. Other cultivators cultivate the state of mind, and the higher the realm, the lower the human desires become. But the devil cultivator cultivates the dark side of the heart. Lin Feng hooked his hook at Lu Yao. Come here. Lu Yao came to Lin Feng's side in a well-behaved manner. Master, what's wrong? Lin Feng gazed at her face and faintly said, crouch down. Lu Yao's small face instantly blushed. Of course she knew what Lin Feng meant. Lu Yao meekly squatted down. Lin Feng exhaled and looked up at the sky. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. When Lin Feng counted 10, 000 sheep, the whole man let out a long breath. Lu Yao slowly stood up and complained. Exhausting. Lin Feng's expression at this moment was as steady as an old dog's. Hard work. Keep up the good work in the future. To build on it? Lu Yao let out a bitter laugh. As usual, her master's speech was a crying shame. You go rest first. Lin Feng put on his pants and spoke. I'm going to practice my swordsmanship for a little while longer. Lu Yao asked curiously. Master, you're already the strongest. Why do you still cultivate so desperately? A cold aura flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. If you don't become stronger, there's the path of waiting for death to take. Lu Yao frowned. Could there be an existence even more powerful than the master? Your words. A little too much. Lin Feng said in a cold tone. Mouth. In the future use it to work more and talk less. Lu Yao skimmed her small mouth. I know. Lin Feng waved his hand. Go back and rest. You have to wake up early tomorrow to practice. After Lu Yao left, Lin Feng practiced for a while longer, then hovered in midair with his legs crossed. There was also a set of magical breathing and exhaling techniques within the mixed Yuan-Yang rune scripture, the Taishu divine breath technique. Even in one's original cultivation world, superior breathing techniques were all unattainable. Lin Feng made a seal with both hands and placed it at his dantian. Inhaling gently through his nose, the aura of heaven and earth slowly surged towards his body, filling his entire body. Afterwards, Lin Feng slowly exhaled, and all the turbid and dirty qi in his body was expelled as much as possible. Between this inhalation and exhalation, the flow of demonic qi in the body was surprisingly much faster, also with the meridians being expanded and strengthened to some degree. This Taishu divine breath technique could run all day long without interruption. In the future, no matter if Lin Feng ate or slept, as long as he kept breathing he would be in the process of practicing. Lin Feng's cultivation at the late Jindan stage was also gradually becoming more and more solid. This night, Lin Feng had spent it in the midst of cultivation. However, instead of feeling any tiredness, he was extraordinarily exhilarated. Exuberant to the point that Lin Feng couldn't wait to harness his flight at first light and go out in search of a hunting target. After killing a few thousand zombies and decapitating some mutated demonic beasts, he eventually rushed back and dragged Lu Yao for an early morning exercise. But even so, Lin Feng already had inexhaustible strength. This breathing technique can constantly replenish the body's consumption. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth hooked into a wide smile. That means that in the future, when I fight my enemies, I'll be able to constantly consume them even if I can't beat them. Just then, Lin Feng's satellite cell phone suddenly rang. After answering the call came the voice of the highest leader of the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Feng, we're in the process of discovering a secret realm. No one has the means to go in therein. Do you want to come and take a look? Lin Feng asked. In what place? Tarzan. Chapter 85, Discovery of Treasure. Mount Tai has been the place of choice for emperors and kings to perform Zen meditation since ancient times. According to legend, the history of Taishan's divine right to control life and death can be traced back to the pre-Qin period. This big mountain has too many mythological colors, and now that the heaven and earth have changed, it is reasonable for a secret realm to appear on Mount Tai. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity, and it only took half a day to arrive here with his flying sword. An invisible barrier seemed as if the entire mountain was cut off from the outside world. At the foot of the mountain, the leader of the Dragon Kingdom was stationed here with a group of exalts. When he saw Lin Feng arrive, the leader immediately came forward and spoke. We tried many ways, but we couldn't get into it. We were thinking of using heavy weapons to bombard it, but we were worried that it would lead to terrible consequences. Lin Feng nodded, then his eyes looked towards the mountains. Layers of mist shrouded the mountain range, shadowed and revealing unknown dangers and temptations. Lin Feng tried to probe his divine sense, but the images he could spy were very limited and the distance was very short. You guys go on back. I'll go in alone. Lin Feng opened his mouth and said, carrying the Xian Yuan sword and taking a step to go up the mountain. The leader immediately called out to him. Lin Feng, would it be too dangerous for you to go up alone? How about bringing more people with you? Lin Feng sneered. What good does bringing you burdensome people do me? For a moment the leaders were speechless. Strength-wise they really couldn't help Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't talk to him anymore and directly slashed his sword forward. The strong sword chi directly tore open an opening after it impacted the invisible barrier in front of it. Lin Feng quickly rushed into it like a bolt of lightning. The moment Lin Feng entered it, the gap slowly restored so. Although the supreme leader was curious as to what was on this mountain, he could only sigh helplessly now and said to the people behind him, go back. This is not something we can get involved in. Lin Feng walked carefully all the way forward. Under his feet was damp moss that gave off a rotten smell. Occasionally a cold wind whooshed by, as if carrying the whispers of countless ghosts. The further up the mountain you go, the darker the environment becomes, and there is also a creepy fog around, with an eerie atmosphere that makes people's bones creepy. Suddenly, a low growl broke the silence, and a huge two-headed python lunged out of the thick fog. Its razor-sharp claws flashed with a cold aura, and its bloody mouth spewed out pungent, fishy air. Lin Feng's eyes stared, and the Regulus sword slashed down directly at the two-headed python. The sword-like released heavily and landed on one of the two-headed python's head. Bang! However, Lin Feng's sword chi didn't hurt it. Instead it provoked its anger. Roar! The two-headed snake hissed and turned around, its long tail sweeping across the room with a whistling wind sound. Lin Feng tapped his toes on the ground and his body leapt up, in time to avoid the attack of the two-headed snake. Boom! The long tail smashed on top of the ground, and the mountain shook and rocks kept splashing. Lin Feng's face was cold. The Xian Yuan sword continuously made dozens of sword strokes. The sword's shadows were heavy, like a meteor attacking towards the head of the two-headed snake. A layer of light glowed on the two-headed snake's body, and then purple flames with corrosive properties spewed out from its mouth. Under the collision of both sides' forces, a huge explosion was directly produced, and the spreading energy fluctuations directly sent both Lin Feng and the two-headed snake flying for hundreds of meters. Damn! That's pretty good! Lin Feng snorted coldly. Then his demonic chi kept surging and the Xian Yuan sword in his hand emitted a powerful light. Take my sword again! Lin Feng's body was seething with demonic chi. The Xian Yuan sword was swung out forcefully. The sword chi was strewn across the room, bursting and wreaking havoc. But the sword was extremely fast, and with a single strike, it directly chopped off a snake's head. The two-headed snake let out a mournful scream as its huge body continued to toss and turn, kicking up a cloud of dust. A head was chopped off, and the giant python directly fell into a riot, those blood-red eyes, staring deathly at Lin Feng bursting forward. Lin Feng dodged sideways, the long sword in his hand slashed across the python's body in a smooth manner, but only left a deep sword mark. Strike the snake 7 inches. Lin Feng nimbly circled around to its flank, utilized all his strength and violently stabbed out. The long sword pierced deeply into the python's abdomen, and the python let out a hiss of pain. Lin Feng stirred the regulator sword with force, and the python's blood gushed out, but it was still making a final struggle, trying to wrap its body around Lin Feng. Lin Feng viciously drew out his longsword and retreated back and forth. The Xianyuan sword in his hand was directly thrown out by him. Bang! Regulus pierced through the python's head, pinning it directly above the ground. The python struggled a few times and eventually stopped moving. Lin Feng walked up and directly skinned him and dug out a bead in his abdomen. This was not the same as the demonic beads produced by zombies. This was the inner elixir produced by a demonic beast's cultivation, containing the essence of its lifelong cultivation. Could this be a demonic beast that guards the mountain range? Lin Feng was in deep thought. Places guarded by demonic beasts necessitated heavy treasures. Lin Feng put away the inner elixir and continued to carefully explore forward. Suddenly, a portal with a mysterious shimmering light appeared in front of his eyes. Lin Feng stepped into it and immediately felt a strange atmosphere. Everything around them slowed down. The falling leaves seemed to freeze in the air, and the speed at which the water drops fell became extremely slow. Lin Feng was shocked to realize that he was in a space where time decelerated particularly slowly. Directly in front of him were 9 flights of steps, on top of which was placed an altar, with a jade seal emitting a mysterious light suspended above the altar. The light emanating from it was sometimes soft and sometimes strong. Lin Feng took a step and was about to go forward, but when he stepped onto the first step, he felt a huge pressure. Bang! A powerful force came instantly like a raging torrent, and Lin Feng was directly bounced off. The body fell heavily on top of the ground. Lin Feng quickly stood up. His demonic chi was released and he charged up again like a hurricane. This time, after crossing 2 consecutive levels of steps, before his body even had the chance to stand still, he was once again sent flying by a powerful force. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out of Lin Feng's mouth, but his expression became frenzied. The birth of various exotic flowers and plants is a product of nature after the revival of aura, but this altar that appeared in front of him was definitely left behind by a strong person. It's likely to be the legacy of those mythological figures that disappeared from this world. I'm going to get it! Lin Feng roared and charged towards the steps once again. He crossed 5 levels in a row at an extremely fast speed. The powerful force directly shattered its bones, and its internal organs received a violent shock. Lin Feng sprayed a mouthful of blood wildly from his mouth and flew out more than 1,000 meters. Chapter 86: Human Emperor's Inheritance. Lin Feng kept trying and kept getting shaken up. If you are injured, you will directly take out the spirit grass to swallow, and after you have adjusted your injuries, you will continue to ascend the steps. As the steps he was able to cross became higher and higher, he was surprised to find that his physical body had also become stronger after being injured over and over again. Lin Feng was no longer obsessed with having to reach the top and would sit down in place after crossing to each new step and quietly cultivate. With the help of the pressure to hone oneself, not only was the power of the physical body rising, but the realm cultivation was also rising. What Lin Feng didn't know was that he had only been in this place for half a day, but several months had passed in the outside world. On this day, a spatial crack once again appeared above the sky. The terrifying aura emanating from the crack caused the entire world to tremble. Mankind is in a panic. The leaders of the countries tried to contact Lin Feng, but they couldn't get through. There were also people who came directly to Mount Tai, but they were unable to break through the barrier and could only leave helplessly in the end. Little by little the time passed. Lin Feng no longer smoothly ascended the 9th level of steps, and on this level he found a lot of leftover bamboo slips. This made Lin Feng excited, thinking about the possible feats left behind by some great gods. Lin Feng couldn't wait to open it, but realized that he couldn't read a single word. Lin Feng's face became ugly. It was like a white woman standing naked in front of you, and you suddenly realize that your tools of the trade have disappeared. Who can understand that feeling of powerlessness? Lin Feng thought that these bamboo tubes might have the residual aura of a great god on them, so he tried to sweep them with his divine sense. An amazing scene took place. All the bamboo tubes actually levitated and revolved around Lin Feng continuously. Then a ray of light erupted and shot towards Lin Feng's eyebrows. A large amount of information spread out in Lin Feng's mind. This is not a cultivation method. The bamboo tube contains the reason why all the gods dissipated after the Shang dynasty. The so-called gods are nothing but executioners who enslave the multitudes. In order to get humans to worship themselves, they constantly erode their minds, making them feel that only by bowing to the gods can they achieve long life and not enter the cycle of reincarnation. In order to limit the development of human beings, natural disasters are sent down at regular intervals to reduce the number of human beings. In order to prevent the human emperor from stopping them, they even orchestrated a war to seal the gods, involving countless deities. How many people would die in the battle? They simply didn't care. and how much the battle would traumatize the world they were also in not caring. These gods and Buddhas of the heavens wanted nothing more than to exterminate the last human emperor in this world, and from then on humanity would have nothing to rely on. One can only believe in the gods. Fortunately, at the final ceremony of sealing the gods, Jiang Ziya came to his senses and desperately cut off the ladder to heaven, completely separating the mortal world from the immortal world. From then on, mankind lost the chance to become immortal, and the immortals could never come down to earth again. This is why Jiang Ziya, the most important figure in the sealing of the gods, failed to become immortal and a Buddha. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a cold laugh after receiving this information. The gods and Buddhas of this world were just the same as those decent cultivators in his cultivation world. All of them were just hypocrites who were selling their names. Or are they devil cultivators to be a little more pure? Every word and action comes from the heart. Lin Feng collected his emotions and released his entire body's demonic qi, carrying the terrifying pressure as he quickly climbed to the top. The moment he stood at the top, all the pressure all but vanished. Lin Feng even felt that his body had become incredibly light, as if he could fly out of the sky with a slight leap. Lin Feng looked at the jade seal that was suspended above him. When Lin Feng stretched out his finger and tried to touch it instantly, a powerful force like a raging torrent instantly spread through his entire body. His body involuntarily trembled and he nearly became unsteady on his feet. Immediately afterward, ancient and complicated runes surfaced on the jade seal, and the light became more and more intense, illuminating the entire cave as if it was daytime. Lin Feng only felt a huge pressure coming over him. He tried to use his own demonic qi to suppress this force, but realized that his demonic qi was like a drop in the ocean in front of this powerful force. He couldn't fight against it at all. This power made Lin Feng's legs want to bend, and it made his heart kowtow. No! Lin Feng hissed. The bones in his body clicked and his pores oozed blood. However, the whole person just preferred to bend, gritting his teeth and hardening his teeth to carry down the oppressive feeling brought about by this force. Gradually, the raging force seemed to sense Lin Feng's firm will and began to slowly become milder. No longer raging like that, the jade seal emitted light that slowly merged into Lin Feng's body, intermingling with his spiritual veins. The jade seal of the human emperor. Human emperor inheritance. 8 big words came to mind. This was the jade seal left behind by the last human king in the world, and it was the most mysterious treasure in heaven and earth. It was crystalline and radiated a mysterious light, as if it contained endless power and wisdom. On top of the inheritance jade seal, there were ancient and complex lines engraved, each of which seemed to be telling an unknown history. Its aura was ancient and majestic, intimidating. The moment Lin Feng gripped the jade seal tightly, it was as if heaven and earth resonated. 9 golden dragons flew out from the jade seal and finally all of them rushed into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's body seemed like it was about to burst open. Indescribably great pain spread throughout his body. Ah! Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a hissing sound as the 9 golden dragons scurried around inside his body, seeming to overwhelm all of his meridians. He felt as if his body was going to be torn apart, and his organs were trembling violently. It was an unspeakable torment, as if he was in an endless purgatory. It was a pain that went deep into the marrow of the bones, and every inch of skin and every bone was under tremendous pressure. The whole process lasted for a very long time. In the end Lin Feng collapsed directly on top of the ground. His consciousness was beginning to blur. In that endless pain and suffering, it was as if he saw a majestic figure floating in front of his eyes. His posture was as upright as a pine, standing between heaven and earth as if he was an untouchable mountain. A golden robe was hunting in the wind, and the dragon pattern embroidered on the robe was hidden, emitting a majestic and mysterious aura. In his hand, he clutched the sword that symbolized the authority of the human emperor, and the sword glittered with a cold light, as if it could cut through all the evil in the world. Inheritor, may you be blessed with this inheritance and be able to protect mankind in peace for generations to come. Before Lin Feng passed out, such a sentence floated in his ears. I don't know how long it took, but when Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, one eye was demonic and one eye flashed with golden light. Half human demon, half human emperor, half evil, half righteous. Whoosh! At that moment, a golden longsword appeared in front of Lin Feng. The sword was more than 3 feet long and exuded an air of majesty. The human emperor's sword. Chapter 87, Cultivators of the Cultivation World. Lin Feng reached out and held the human emperor's sword. In an instant, the entire person became majestic, and an aura of a king's reign was born in his body. The words of the human emperor that blessed mankind still echoed in his ears. Lin Feng smiled coldly. I'm not a good person. I'm a devil cultivator. I only kill people. I won't save them. The best shelter for them is to absorb them all in the future after I have the 10,000 soul streamer. In the soul streamer, they may have eternity. Lin Feng waved his left hand and the Regulus sword came out. The two swords were constantly emitting sword sounds in his hands. The left-handed Xianyuan sword master's killing as the hegemony. The right-handed human emperor sword master's order as the way of the king. Lin Feng slowly exhaled a breath and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. Devil cultivator. Sword cultivator. Plus nowadays, the human emperor's inheritance brings about the order of the king's way. Lin Feng was confident that even if he encountered the Yuaning stage, he still had the power to fight. Then Lin Feng put away the two sides of the sword and took out the jade seal again and started studying it. This human emperor jade seal seemed to be able to construct an independent space, and the flow of time in this space was extremely slow. In the words of this world, this is like a cheating artifact. Lin Feng was excited. After all, what he lacked the most right now was time. Lin Feng injected his true chi into it, and the jade seal instantly erupted with refined light. An aperture slowly unfolded and a separate space formed. Then let's not rush out yet, and study the human emperor's inheritance. Lin Feng sat down again in place, his eyes slightly closed, his expression grave. In his mind, an ancient picture kept surfacing. The battlefield scenes of successive human emperors. Lin Feng carefully sensed the deep meaning contained in each image, trying to draw the cultivation method from it. When Lin Feng saw the human emperor, for the last time, facing the gods and Buddhas of the heavens alone, the power of the 9 dragons erupted from his body. Lin Feng was shocked. That power was simply destructive. Many immortals fell, and even saints suffered heavy damage. No wonder none of these masterminds behind the scenes showed up when Jiang Ziya sealed the gods in the end. Lin Feng sighed, then slowly spread out his palm, a trace of dragon power surging in his palm. However, because he was now cultivating demonic chi, the dragon power that should have been glittering with golden light was dark black at this moment. If I can fully control this 9 dragon power, do I still need to be afraid of those cultivators from the cultivation world coming? Lin Feng's eyes became determined. Get stronger. Keep getting stronger. So strong that no one could threaten him. Just as Lin Feng had wasted his sleep and food studying how to control the power of the 9 dragons, the outside world had changed drastically. Because 50 years had passed in the outside world, many people's cultivation levels had already broken through to the foundation establishment stage. However, many cultivators with flying swords on their feet flew out from the spatial rift on this day. They looked down on the entire world from above, and after feeling the richness in the air, they probed their divine sense out. Upon realizing that the strongest in this world was actually only at the foundation establishment stage, a look of joy appeared on everyone's face. I didn't expect this to be a world where the aura has just been revived. If that's the case, a lot of exotic herbs will be in an ownerless state. Wouldn't they all belong to us? The person who spoke was wearing an ink-colored robe, with a cold face, sword brows and starry eyes, and a head of black hair fluttering in the wind. Aura recovery can bring not only all kinds of exotic treasures, there are also changes in human beings. This world may have given birth to a lot of geniuses and demonic characters. If they can be carefully cultivated under the door, the future strength of the clan will definitely increase by a large margin. A man with a stout figure and a full beard opened his mouth and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's act individually. Otherwise, if the people from the other clans behind us arrive one after another, there will be nothing left for us." A woman opened her mouth. She was petite with a beautiful face. She held a pair of delicate short swords. Her strength was surprisingly the highest amongst the group. Surprisingly, she had already reached the Yuaning stage. Soon, the group of cultivators flew out individually, heading towards different countries. They were smart enough to go straight to the country's top leaders. Without saying a word, he unleashed his powerful aura, pressing everyone to kneel down towards him. Then the whole world was easily understood through the means of collecting souls. Like Lin Feng, these cultivators ordered the people of this world to go and find them all kinds of exotic herbs. This moment could make everyone in trouble. After all, Lin Feng had already searched many times before. All the exotic herbs that could currently be found were now in Lin Feng's hands, and Lin Feng has disappeared for 50 whole years. In the end, they could only inform these cultivators of the location of the large mountain that Lin Feng had previously cultivated. Cultivators flocked to it after getting this message. Here they didn't find any of the exotic herbs that Lin Feng had left behind, but they did discover that geniuses from all over the world had gathered here. All of them were geniuses who had been born with immortal roots and spiritual bones. If properly cultivated, they will all become giants in time, without being told. And regardless of whether these people agreed or not, it was divided up among several large sects of people. The strength of these cultivators was so powerful that these geniuses on Earth were powerless to resist and could only resign themselves to their fate. However, Shen Tianji and Lu Yao frantically resisted, because they firmly believed that Lin Feng must still be alive to come back again. Get out of here, all of you, or you'll all die when my boss comes back, Shen Tianji hissed, like a fierce beast, and his two fists kept blasting out. Each punch was enough to break mountains and crack rocks. His realm nowadays had also risen to the middle stage of foundation establishment, and his combat power was considered very powerful on Earth. However, facing these cultivators was completely insufficient, and his cultivated Vajra unbreakable body was still only at the primary stage, so he simply couldn't carry the attacks of these cultivators. He was directly chopped off both arms by a cultivator's strike and fell on top of the ground like a dead dog. Lu Yao unleashed the Ice Spirit Cold Heart technique, and the cold aura instantly enveloped the crowd. A female cultivator waved her arm and easily dissolved all the cold air. The female cultivator looked Lu Yao up and down and laughed out softly. This woman's physique seems to be very different. It belongs to our 10,000 Flowers sect. Lu Yao still wanted to continue striking, but her body was suddenly unable to move, being forcefully bound by a force. She yelled angrily, "Hurry up and let us go. My master will return and your current behavior will anger him." These cultivators didn't take it seriously at all. They had already gotten to know the man called Lin Feng before they came, had also seen Lin Feng's fights through officially recorded videos. In the eyes of these cultivators, Lin Feng was nothing more than a slightly more powerful mole cricket, not worth mentioning at all. There was even someone who let out a bold statement: "If he dares to show up, I'll chop off his head with a single slash." Chapter 88, I'm back. 100 years is a long life for the average person, but for monks, it's just a snap of the fingers. Within these 100 years, more and more cultivators came to this world. Many of them even started sects in this world and collected disciples. With that, Blue Star had completely entered the era of cultivation. Yet there are some essential differences from the real world of cultivation. After all, Blue Star's technology is still evolving. To put it another way, this is a world where technology and cultivation coexist. In order to prevent the cultivators from destroying them, the ordinary people of this world could only find ways to prove their worth. After deliberation among the leaders of the nations, they skillfully incorporated modern products into the lives of the monks. Nowadays, monks have a cell phone in their hands, so they can surf the internet and chat. As long as you are on the planet, no matter how far apart you are, you can reach the person you want to reach in the first place. What's even more amazing is that some people also grind up spiritual herbs and add them to their cigarettes. In an instant, the cigarettes were widely circulated among the cultivators and were greatly praised. Many cultivators like to ride their flying swords while holding a cigarette in their mouths. It feels like a thief. As for Lin Feng, he had long been forgotten. The ordinary people who remembered him had long since departed into a pile of yellow earth, and all of those exalts who remembered Lin Feng had now become veritable cultivators. It's also usually rarely mentioned to anyone. After all, no one wants to reveal that they were once suppressed. On this day, there were several cultivators who appeared at the foot of Mount Tai. All of them were the exalted from the beginning of this world, and now they had joined the cultivation sect. After 100 years, the strength has now all reached the Jindan stage. A man with a sword on his shoulder opened his mouth with a puzzled expression and asked, "Senior sister, what are we doing in this place?" The woman took out her cell phone and flicked open a software while opening her mouth to respond. "I'm going to have a live broadcast here, taking everyone to look for the traces left behind by Lin Feng." Lin Feng? The man frowned slightly. "That's the guy who disappeared for 100 years? What are you looking for him for?" The woman faintly said, "Recently, there is no heat in the live broadcast. I'm going to use him as a topic for eyeballs." The man asked again, "Who cares about the topic when he's been gone for so long? You don't understand. Whether it's ordinary humans or cultivators, they all love to see these hunts." The woman spoke confidently, then clicked to the live feed. "Alright you guys, stop talking and start entering." The female cultivator looked at the people who kept entering the live broadcast room, and the corner of her mouth hooked into a faint smile. "Welcome family. Today I won't tell them mythological stories. Today I'll bring you to see the place where Lin Feng last disappeared." "What? Don't know who Lin Feng is? Look it up yourself on the internet. All the things about Lin Feng on international forums have been deleted, and nowadays you can only find information about Lin Feng on Wikipedia." The message was simple. Just one sentence. "Vanishing devil on earth." Soon the people who had checked the information were all back, typing out pop-ups filled with contemptuous tones. "What devil on earth? Get him out if you can. Disappeared for so long. Who knows if he's dead or in hiding." It was only in the era when no cultivators appeared that he dared to go a little wild. If this Lin Feng dared to show up now, he'd be hacked to death in minutes. The female cultivator watched as the heat in the live broadcast room continued to rise, and the smile at the corner of her mouth brightened. Families order spirit stones and send spirit herbs. I'll take you guys on a search for Lin Feng's trail. In fact, many cultivators had come to Mount Tai before and had broken through the protective barrier, but after walking up Tarzan, nothing was found. The space where Lin Feng was, completely isolated from the rest of the world. The female cultivator held her cell phone up to the front while recounting about Lin Feng's past. 100 years ago, this Lin Feng was rampaging around on the Blue Star, killing innocents indiscriminately. Wherever this fellow passes, not an inch of grass grows. Even ant nests have to be doused with pots of boiling water. The brutality of his methods is rare in the world, but it was because he was so powerful that everyone at that time could only hold their breath. Then one day, a secret realm appeared here on Mount Tai, and Lin Feng never appeared again after he went in it. Today, I'll take you all on a field trip. Let's see if we can still find any clues about the secret realm or Lin Feng, the female cultivator said as she stepped forward. The pop-ups in the live stream were also going crazy. They were all words that flirted with Lin Feng, and there were even many people who felt that Lin Feng was only vain. Just as the female cultivator arrived at the halfway point of the mountain, a man suddenly appeared in front of her. The man's expression was cold, and his body also exuded a powerful aura that made people involuntarily worship just by standing there. Based on the photos and videos that remained online, it was quickly recognized. This is Lin Feng. I thought it was just a simple live broadcast, but I didn't expect to actually meet this man who had disappeared for 100 years. GIFs kept floating on the pop-up screen for the anchor to come up and say hello. This female cultivator was also bold enough to actually walk up to Lin Feng and inquired, "Are you Lin Feng?" Lin Feng looked at her expressionlessly. "You know me?" The female cultivator showed a joyful face. "It's really you. I'm on a live broadcast now. Can I interview you for a few sentences?" Lin Feng looked at her and didn't say anything. The female cultivator, however, took him as a default and quickly opened her mouth to ask, "What have you been doing for 100 years since you disappeared?" There are people in the outside world who speculate that you're dead, and there are also people who speculate that you're scared and hiding. So what exactly happened to you? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. 100 years? Are you saying that I've disappeared for 100 years? The female cultivator was surprised. You don't know? Lin Feng sized up the woman in front of him and realized that the other party's cultivation level was already at the Jindan stage. If one were to just cultivate according to the chi refining skill he left behind, one would never be able to cultivate to this level. That means those people are coming. I know. Lin Feng slowly spat out a sentence. Then he was ready to ride his flying sword away. But at this time, the female cultivator called out to him again. Wait, you still haven't told me why you disappeared for so long. Lin Feng coldly spat out. Get lost. The female cultivator's face changed. How do you talk? Still think you're someone else's demon? It's been 100 years. The world has long changed. Nowadays, just any cultivator is better than you. Phew. Lin Feng slapped his hand and the terrifying force landed directly on the female cultivator's body. Poof. The female cultivator's head directly exploded. The few cultivators in the back were startled, and then they were about to charge up with a furious roar. Lin Feng swung out with a direct punch. The wind whistled and the air seemed to be torn apart. The fist streaked across like a meteor, ruthlessly smashing into the bodies of these few cultivators under their horrified gazes. Only a loud boom was heard, and the few cultivators in front of them were all beaten into a bloody mist. Lin Feng picked up the cell phone that had fallen on the ground and looked at the scrolling pop-ups in the livestream and smiled coldly. Go tell everyone I'm back. Chapter 89. No one can affect my cultivation. In less than half a day, the news that Lin Feng was still alive spread throughout the world. The news created a big stir among ordinary humans. After all, some of the previous events passed down by this earthly demon that had disappeared for 100 years still had a deterrent effect on them. But the people from the various great clans all scoffed after hearing this news. In the eyes of the people in the cultivation world, this Lin Feng was nothing more than a clown. It's not even worth mentioning. Among the cultivators who came to this world today, there were many cultivators in the middle to late Yuaning stage. Unless Lin Feng's cultivation had broken through to the god transformation stage now, there was no way he could pose a threat to them. And from the saved video, everyone realized that Lin Feng was just a Jindan stage cultivator. It was simply impossible to go from Jindan to transformation spirit in a mere 100 years. Even the top geniuses of the cultivator world could not have such a fast cultivation speed. Lin Feng, who had reigned supreme in this world, was now facing them in the cultivation world. then there's only one thing that can happen, death. So they didn't care at all. They even felt that Lin Feng wouldn't even dare to appear in front of them. Lin Feng rode his flying sword and returned to the mountain where he used to live in the first place. 100 years had passed and the place had become overgrown. Lin Feng landed and looked at the wooden house that had been damaged beyond repair. It used to be inhabited by geniuses from all over the world, but now there's no one left. It wasn't that Lin Feng was nostalgic about his master-disciple relationship with them, but these people could all have spiritual roots and immortal bones. This was the key to changing his cultivation talent. One only needed to wait until the right opportunity to dig out their spiritual roots and immortal bones and integrate them into one's own body. Then his cultivation talent would reach a perverted point. Now it was all gone, and it made him very cranky. Grumpy wants to kill someone. He didn't care if the cultivators were going to rule the world or how many people would die. But affecting his cultivation is absolutely not okay. It was at this time that Lin Feng saw a man who had lost both his arms walking on the mountain. He was pudgy and ragged, like a madman. He cried loudly from time to time, his mournful voice echoing in the forest, as if he had endless pain in his heart. At times, he laughed crazily, and that laughter was full of madness and despair. Shen Tianzi? Lin Feng recognized the other party at the first moment. He hadn't thought that Shen Tianji would turn out to be the way he was now. At the same time, Shen Tianji also saw Lin Feng. In an instant, his eyes became ferocious, as if he had seen an undying enemy. Ah! Kill you all! Kill you all! Shen Tianji roared and frantically lunged at Lin Feng. His feet continuously stomped on the ground, each stomp erupting with a powerful might. The ground was stomped out in deep craters, and rubble flew. His body seemed to be filled with infinite power, and every movement carried a powerful destructive force. Not bad, the strength has grown a lot. Lin Feng opened his mouth indifferently. It could be seen that Shen Tianji hadn't deserted his cultivation in these 100 years. Bang! 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 Shen Tianji's attacks with his legs were harsh and ferocious. At times he leapt up high and smashed his feet like heavy hammers at Lin Feng. At times, he spun rapidly, using his body's inertia to launch attacks, and each attack contained a tremendous amount of power. Lin Feng easily avoided all of his attacks and then extended his finger to point at the center of Shen Tianji's eyebrows. A faint circle of light spread out, and a warm current crossed Shen Tianji's brain. The cloudy eyes slowly regained their clarity and his body trembled. When Shen Tianji saw the person in front of him, tears instantly flowed down his face and his voice was hoarse. Old boss. Lin Feng took out an elixir and threw it into Shen Tianji's mouth. In the human emperor's inheritance, in addition to the jade seal and the human emperor's sword, there were also many pills left behind. They were all harvested by the human emperor during that last great battle. Seems like they were all made by a guy with a gossip furnace. The grades of the pills were all very high, capable of healing wounds, curing all diseases and solving all poisons, as well as enhancing cultivation. The elixir melted in his mouth, and a restorative force spread through his body. Shen Tianji was surprised to find that all of his injuries had been repaired, and his blocked meridians had become unclogged. Even the arms that had been broken for 100 years had grown back. Shen Tianji looked down at his arm and was momentarily in a daze. This feeling of a limb being reborn is just wonderful. Only when he saw that Shen Tianji had recovered did Lin Feng open his mouth and asked, "Who hurt you?" Shen Tianji's eyes were red, and a big old man cried uncontrollably. Lin Feng said impatiently, "Old man is asking you." Shen Tianji hastily collected his emotions, wiped away the tears from his eyes, and spoke, "Boss, there was a group of cultivators that came to the door right after you disappeared. They wanted to divide up and take away all those disciples you took in before. I wanted to go and stop them, but I was not strong enough. Ended up getting his arms chopped off and watching them take everyone away." Lu Yao also tried to resist, but in the end, she was also controlled by a female cultivator. Lin Feng listened quietly. The corner of his mouth slowly hooked up into a cruel arc. "Do you know how many cultivators have all come?" Shen Tianji shook his head. "I don't know the exact number. I only know that there are 5 sects that are very famous right now, and almost all of the geniuses in our world have been taken in by these 5 major sects." Lin Feng asked, "Which 5? Shen Tianji spoke, "Lingxiao Sword Sect, 10,000 Flowers Sect, Hao Us Sect, Purple Thunder Pavilion, and Pure Sky Temple." Lin Feng listened to the names. None of them were familiar. It seemed that this time over was not the area where his clan was located. A space-time rift appeared in one area, especially when it was discovered that on the opposite side of the rift was a small world that had just had its aura revived. The various forces in this region naturally tacitly agreed to keep this secret together. After all, in a small world that had just recovered its aura, there simply weren't enough material resources and genius resources for too many people to divide up. Lin Feng was silent for a while and asked, "Where is Lu Yao now?" Shen Tianji gritted his teeth. "In the 10,000 Flowers sect. There are all women within this sect." Lin Feng nodded. "Then go to the 10,000 Flowers sect first." Shen Tianji was startled. "Boss, right now?" Lin Feng looked at him and asked rhetorically, "Is it hard to find a good day to go again?" Shen Tianji was afraid that Lin Feng would be too impulsive and gave a reminder. "Boss, this is a clan. Many experts are sitting around." Lin Feng spoke coldly. "I'm just going to exterminate the clan." Chapter 90. My name is Lin Feng. I will destroy the clan today. The 10,000 Flowers sect now occupied the very center of the city. It took 100 years for the common people of this world to build them a large, circular citadel. The city wall alone was as high as 100 meters, and inside the wall were even more magnificent with temples and buildings, because there are more and more monks. In order to train them, 10,000 Flowers sect also deliberately planted out a medicinal land, and planted all the collected spiritual herbs in the city. There was even a small spirit gathering array set up in the city, which could gather a constant stream of spiritual chi from the surrounding area. It made the whole city look cloudy and smoky. As soon as the day dawned, the members of the 10,000 Flowers sect quickly woke up to start the day's cultivation. On top of the pavilion, there stood a vice sovereign of the 10,000 Flowers sect. This person's name was Flower Moon Willow, and he was a mid-Yuaning stage powerhouse. She wore a long moon-white robe trailing on the ground and held a carved jade staff. She looked at the cultivation members below her, and the corners of her mouth curled into a wide smile. There are truly quite a few geniuses born out of this newly revived world. After cultivating all these people and bringing them back to the cultivation world, they will definitely be able to grow the clan. Most of the sect's people had been dispatched now, with the aim of grabbing as many resources as possible in this world. It's also important to identify more good candidates for immortal cultivation. At this time, a young woman walked over to Hua Yulu's side. The young woman carried a cup of tea brewed with spirit grass and said in a calm tone, "Vice Patriarch, drink tea." Hua Yulu took the cup and gently sipped the tea, glancing at the young woman. "So soon at the Jindan stage? Not bad, really good. Your talent is really good." Without the help of any resources, he had risen from a small cultivator who knew nothing to his current realm within 100 years by relying solely on his own senses. This talent, there weren't many people up and down the clan who could match it. The only thing that's a shame is that this woman, she doesn't listen. The young woman didn't speak, and her expression was cold when she heard the other party's compliment. Hua Yulu continued, "Lu Yao, it's been 100 years, and you still refuse to submit to my 10,000 Flowers sect? I can promise you that as long as you are willing to submit, I will take you directly to the cultivation world. When you arrive at the 10,000 Flowers sect over there, you'll definitely be fully cultivated by the sect. The magic weapons and techniques within the sect are all at your disposal. In the future, even becoming a Mahayana stage cultivator is very possible. Perhaps, in the future, there will be a chance to obtain a chance, and it is not possible to soar into immortality. Do you know how many cultivators have dreamed of this?" Lu Yao looked at her expressionlessly. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in that." Her happiest times were still when she followed Lin Feng and Shen Tianji. You don't have to think about anything every day. You just need to cook for Lin Feng. Though everyone reading this novel seems to be extremely misogynistic and yells exhaustion at the sight of a woman, but those brutal and unreasonable women, the master never had a soft hand and just killed them, and she doesn't feel like she has a problem with it. She had never done anything underhanded or betrayed Lin Feng, nor have they done anything unreasonable. Even after more than 100 years, it still looks forward to the return of its owner. Lu Yao couldn't figure out why such a well-behaved and understanding little maid like her could also be attacked. Doesn't a person who is powerful need to have someone around who serves tea and laundry and cooks? Like to do everything yourself? Hua Yulu spoke. You don't still fantasize that Lin Feng guy will come to you, do you? Lu Yao's tone was firm. Master will definitely come. The news that Lin Feng was alive and had appeared had already gotten around, and naturally Lu Yao had heard the news, so she was convinced that Lin Feng would definitely come to her. Hua Yulu said disdainfully, "You don't have to be weaker than him nowadays, so why do you still think about staying by his side with a little maid?" Lu Yao faintly said, "I'm happy to." Hua Yulu was almost spitting out blood from anger. "Put away your fantasies. Even if he knows you're here, he definitely wouldn't dare to come, because there's only a way out for him if he comes." Lu Yao bit her lip and stubbornly said, "There were once many people who were so confident that the whole world was targeting the master." Hua Yulu raised her eyebrows lightly. "So?" Lu Yao coldly spat out. "As a result, they all died. and the voices of opposition instantly disappeared. Hua Yulu's expression changed as her strong aura radiated out. Do you really think that? Just because you have good talent, I wouldn't dare to kill you? Lu Yao's body shook as a terrifying aura came towards her like a raging tide. The breath seemed to have the force of 1,000 pounds, pressing down hard on her body, trying to make her bend her knees. Lu Yao clenched her teeth tightly, her body trembling slightly, but she never bent an inch. Fine. I'll let you watch Lin Feng die with your own eyes. Hua Yulu's voice became incomparably cold. When he dies, I'll see what fantasies you still have. Lu Yao squeezed out a smile and spoke in a resolute tone. The fact that I can live until now is all thanks to my master's shelter. If it wasn't for him, I might have starved to death at home long ago. If the master, indeed, dies, then I will definitely not live alone. I'm going to tell you one last time. I've never been obsessed with immortality. Hua Yulu slowly dispersed his breath, revealing a cold smile. The lifespan of a cultivator is far longer than you can imagine. Emotions are but the least worth mentioning in a long time. When you reach the cultivation world, you've seen a wider world and met more powerful characters. When the time comes, you will realize how ridiculous these words you have spoken today are. Lu Yao faintly said, not everyone is ambitious. I'm just happy being a little maid by my master's side peacefully. The scenes in future you're portraying are not attractive to me at all. Boom! Just at this time, a loud bang suddenly came, and one of the city walls directly collapsed with a loud bang, raising dust in the sky. All of the people from the 10,000 Flowers sect were startled and rushed out. Only a figure slowly walked out of the smoke. Lin Feng had one hand behind his back and approached step by step, a powerful killing aura enveloping the entire city. I am Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked indifferent, and when he opened his mouth, his tone was extremely calm. I've come to exterminate the clan today. The voice was not too high, not too low, not too slow, as if it was telling something that could not be more common. However, it was such seemingly plain and ordinary words, but it was like a thunderbolt. With the rapidity of thunder and lightning in the ears of all the people blasted, the air seemed to freeze at this moment, and there was silence all around. Chapter 91, Invincible Existence. Lin Feng. He's that Lin Feng. I didn't expect that this guy would really dare to come. Someone soon recognized Lin Feng. The name of a man is the shadow of a tree. Although many cultivators shouted that Lin Feng was nothing, but at this moment, looking at the other party's unbridled appearance here, there was still some inner scorn, especially since there were many cultivators among them who had previously worshipped under Lin Feng. Lin Feng evoked a faint smile and said, are you guys coming one by one, or all together? Don't be wild. Immediately, there were several female cultivators of the late Jindan stage killing forward, killing moves whistling. Lin Feng was still carrying one hand behind his back, and the light around his body blazed out as he threw a punch. Rumble. With a loud bang, energy quickly rushed forward like a flood, and the killing moves of these female cultivators of the 10,000 Flowers sect were all blown away by his punch. The power spread out, and several female cultivators all retreated violently with blood spurting from their mouths. The crowd was astonished. A punch? Isn't this guy at the Jindan stage? Why is the power of one punch so great? Lin Feng stood proudly, looking at them contemptuously in front of him. Come on, go on. Soon, there was another group of female cultivators killing up. All of them had come here from the cultivation world. All of them had clan-issued treasure weapons in their hands, which flickered with light. One of them took the lead and waved his hand as a blazing flame pounced on Lin Feng like a giant dragon. Immediately after that, a few more people executed killing moves at the same time. Ice cones, wind blades, and lightning intertwined into a terrifying net of attacks. Lin Feng smiled faintly and blasted out with the same fancy-free punch. Human Emperor's Fist. Among the Human Emperor's inheritance, a powerful fist technique that is the most rigid and masculine. Just one punch, one power. This time, the wind of the fist was wrapped in blinding golden light, like an angry sea roiling the sky, emitting a rolling tide of sound. There was a loud boom, and all the female cultivators were shaken out of their mouths and noses with blood. I said, destroy the clan today. Lin Feng spoke in a cold voice, and then he was like electricity, instantly rushing in front of a female cultivator. The female cultivator panicked and hastily raised her treasure weapon to defend herself, but Lin Feng's palm had already gripped her neck. Click! This female cultivator's neck was directly broken. Cultivators under the Yuaning stage. For the current Lin Feng, killing them was like killing a chicken. Kill him! Kill him! The others saw this and roared in anger as they rushed up. Lin Feng's figure was heavy, sweeping through the crowd like a raging storm. Each strike could take away the life of a female cultivator. Blood splattered and screamed. Lin Feng traveled freely through the crowd, like a god of war, killing in all directions. You stop it! Hua Yulu shouted angrily. The jade staff in her hand blossomed with haze, and suddenly, a terrifying pressure swept down across the sky. Lin Feng's figure flickered and he quickly avoided it. Boom! The force landed on top of the ground, and the earth instantly crumbled and dust flew up. Lin Feng's body was tense. He burst up between catapults and swung out with a fist. The wind of the fist carried a tearing forceful aura as it raced towards Hua Yulu. The jade staff in Hua Yulu's hand swung and the circle of light formed directly blocked Lin Feng's attack. Lin Feng, what do you think this place is? You're not allowed to be so unbridled. Not only am I going to be reckless, I'm going to kill all you pussies. Lin Feng coldly laughed. The Xian Yuan sword flashed out in his hand and his body rose up in the air. Both the person and the sword exuded a strong battle intent. Hua Yulu's eyes narrowed slightly. Aren't you at the Jindan stage? Why is your strength so strong? Who told you that I'm at the Jindan stage? Lin Feng snorted coldly and slashed out with a sword. The sword chi spread out. The light was incomparably blinding, and it also made a resounding sound as if it was piercing through gold and cracking stone. Hua Yulu used the jade staff in her hand to hold up a protective light shield, hardening herself against the slashing sword chi. Only a click was heard as the light shield shattered on the spot and his body was sent flying 1,000 meters away. Hua Yulu's pupils contracted. You're actually at the Yuaning stage as well? How is this possible? From Jindan stage to Yuaning stage in just 100 years? Even a top genius would need to spend at least 500 years of light. How in the world did this kid do it? Lin Feng didn't talk nonsense with her and raised his sword to kill again. Another sword fell as if the air was torn apart. Hua Yulu's true chi continued to surge, and channels of light erupted above the jade staff, eventually forming a giant ball of light. With a wave of Hua Yulu's arm, the ball of light quickly fell towards Lin Feng. When Lin Feng's sword chi and the other party's ball of light collided together, a deafening loud sound erupted. The entire space was shrouded in light, and the female cultivators below all covered their ears. And right in the middle of the brilliant light, Lin Feng's figure came weaving in and out. In an instant, it appeared above the flower moon willow. Throwing up a leg, he kicked Hua Yulu hard in the face. Bang! The crowd was all shocked when a kick directly sent flower moon willow flying above the ground. The vice patriarch was actually kicked in the face by a man they had all despised before. The image is just so irritating. Hua Yulu quickly stood up, a clear footprint on her white face as she hissed angrily. Lin Feng, Grandpa's here. Lin Feng appeared in front of Hua Yulu's body again. A fist erupted. The wind of the fist was like a dragon letting out a long roar, and it heavily bombarded Hua Yulu's chest. Pust! Hua Yulu's body trembled violently, and blood sprayed wildly from his mouth as he directly smashed on top of the 100-meter-high city wall. Boom! The wall collapsed under the tremendous force. Hanayuki Willow is in a sorry state. 10,000 flowers sacked. Never be humiliated. In an instant, dozens of Yuaning stage female cultivators rushed out. All of them were early Yuaning, and mid-Yuaning, and their converging breaths were like a tidal wave pressing towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was holding the Xian Yuan sword and stood there quietly, his eyes scanning these women in front of him. Nowadays, he was a devil cultivator as well as a sword cultivator, with the added benefit of the human emperor's inheritance. Among the same class, it was an absolutely invincible existence. This kid is a sword cultivator. We're no match in a single fight. Let's all go together. Hua Yulu cried out with a struggle while pouring her entire body's true chi into the jade staff. The other female cultivators also performed their own divine abilities. Their light flashed and their strong killing moves poured out towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng only slowly raised the long sword in his hand in the face of this overwhelming attack. Star Rift. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from Lin Feng. A sword was swung out, and the sword light was as dazzling as a star. And wherever it went, the air was cut apart. Those cultivators' attacks were instantly disintegrated in front of this sword light. Without the slightest pause, the sword light continued to fly forward. The group of female cultivators watched the scene in horror, wanting to dodge but it was too late. The sword light flashed and blood splashed as these cultivators fell to the ground, dying. Click! The jade staff in Hua Yulu's hand also directly cracked. Chapter 92, Breaking Down One by One. Why are you so strong? Hua Yulu let out an angry hiss. She couldn't accept such a fact. Previously, they swore and shouted that Lin Feng was just a jumped-up clown. Not worth mentioning. Even Hua Yulu was in front of Lu Yao, talking about how Lin Feng would definitely die. But now, there were so many multiple infant stages joining forces yet they couldn't even block a single sword from Lin Feng. This is just ridiculous. Lin Feng walked up slowly with his Xian Yuan sword. Forget it if you can't figure it out. Now you can all go to hell. Wait! Hua Yulu roared. Her tone no longer had the same arrogance as before. Lin Feng, if you want to kill me, kill me. Can you let the others go? Just at this time Lu Yao also ran over and shouted excitedly. Master, I knew you would definitely come. Alive? Lin Feng looked at her and realized that not only had she not suffered any injuries, instead her realm had gotten stronger. So he nodded and said, stand aside for now. Wait until I'm done with these people. Lu Yao obediently stood behind Lin Feng, quietly looking at Lin Feng's back, her eyes full of admiration. When Hua Yulu saw Lu Yao, it was as if she saw the last straw. She hurriedly shouted, Lu Yao, our 10,000 flowers sect treats you well. No matter what you do for over 100 years, no one has stopped you. And now that your fellow disciples are suffering, you're just going to stand by and watch? However, Lu Yao just quietly stood behind Lin Feng without saying a word. Don't say that she had no feelings for this clan and these fellow disciples. Even if she had feelings, she wouldn't open her mouth, because she knew very well that Lin Feng either didn't make a move, or if he did, there was no way he would leave behind any consequences. It's time for you to hit the road. Lin Feng swung his sword out and his sword energy directly severed Hua Yulu's head. Hua Yulu's Yuaning broke out of his body and quickly disappeared. By the time a cultivator reached the Yuaning stage, the Yuaning was able to leave the body when the physical body was destroyed. As long as one can find a suitable physical body, one can be reborn at any time after taking over the body. Trying to run? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth hooked up into a cold smile, and the Regulus sword emitted a black aura as it quickly chased after him. Hua Yulu's Yuaning had a look of panic on his face when he saw the long sword flying towards him, and could only increase his speed regardless, even going so far as to burn his Yuaning. But just at this time, a sudden gust of wind appeared behind him. The atmosphere was eerie and evil. You are actually a devil. Before Hua Yulu had a chance to finish her words, her Yuaning was forced inside the Xian Yuan sword. The Xian Yuan sword flew back into Lin Feng's hands, and his gaze fell on the rest of the female cultivators. The female cultivators panicked and begged for mercy. Get on the road together. Lin Feng quickly stepped forward. The Xian Yuan sword swung and hacked out a sword chi, crisscrossing and unstoppable. The female cultivators fell one after another, blood flying everywhere. That Yuaning that broke out of the body would also be forcibly absorbed and suppressed by the Xian Yuan sword. Within the entire city, Lin Feng alone was killing people in all directions, and blood was flowing. There were screams and wails. Those with spiritual roots and immortal bones stepped forward. After decapitating all the female cultivators who had come over from the cultivation realm, Lin Feng's gaze fell on those trainees again. These were all locals, and a few of them had previously worshipped under Lin Feng. At this moment, after hearing Lin Feng's words, he immediately stepped forward. Everyone knew very well that Lin Feng would never talk nonsense if he wanted to kill them. Lin Feng's divine sense swept through their bodies. After the cultivation of the 10,000 flowers sect, these people's spiritual roots and immortal bones were already almost formed. With time, you'll be able to dig it up and use it. A bright smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Even though you defected to another sect, I don't blame you. Now stand behind me and I'll spare you from death. None of these talented trainees brought hesitation and immediately walked behind Lin Feng. Then the rest of you can go to hell. Lin Feng coldly spat out a sentence, then swung his sword again, and the remaining people were all killed by the sword energy. Lu Yao stepped forward and softly inquired, Master, where to next? Lin Feng's fingers gently rubbed the Xian Yuan sword. His tone was incomparably cold. Kill everyone from the cultivation world. This world can only have my voice alone. Soon, the news that Lin Feng had destroyed the 10,000 flowers sect spread. The world, which had been quiet for 100 years, shook again. Those cultivators who had called out to Lin Feng before had the good sense to keep their mouths shut. A man with a sword destroyed a clan. Although this was only a branch of the 10,000 flowers sect in this world, it still had dozens of Yuaning stage experts in attendance. But now all of these Yuaning stage have been brutally killed. This had to make everyone reconsider Lin Feng's strength. Then someone who knew about Lin Feng's past posted an article anonymously on an international forum. The Legend of Lin Feng. The article contains a detailed account of what Lin Feng has done on this planet. Everyone then realized that Lin Feng's strength skyrocketed every time he appeared, and he would kill those who opposed him and the forces that opposed him. Those who thought they could defeat Lin Feng ended up dying under Lin Feng's sword. Everyone started to get scared, especially those talented trainees who had been forced to join the major sects and wanted to quit the sects. Rejoin Lin Feng's side. There was a moment of panic. On this day, the elders of the Spirit Sky Sword sect, the Hao US sect, and the Purple Thunder Pavilion gathered together. The atmosphere seemed a bit depressing as the three sat together. Lingxiao Sword Sect Elder Yi Changfeng frowned tightly, holding his long sword tightly in his hand as he said in a deep voice, This sun's strength far exceeds our imagination. It should not be underestimated. His realm was at the late Yuaning stage. He was a sword cultivator, and he was a very powerful existence within his class, but he was not sure that he could exterminate so many experts of the 10,000 Flowers sect all by himself. Elder Su Yao of the Hao US sect nodded slightly, a hint of worry flashing through her eyes. Indeed, the strength that Lin Feng displayed was truly unexpected. I thought it was just an unorthodox character, but I didn't expect to directly destroy the 10,000 Flowers sect as soon as he made his move. She was dressed in a light blue dress, holding a pagoda in her hand that emitted a soft glow, and was now at the mid-Yuaning realm. Lei Jin, the elder of the Purple Thunder Pavilion, flung his cloak with force and said in a domineering manner, "Humph, what's the point of being afraid of him? It's just a junior, am I?" Lei Jin, still afraid of him? This person has a stout figure, tiger back and waist, full of beard, although the hand does not hold any treasure weapon, but above the body there is a faint thunder and lightning around. Because of practicing thunder law, the physical body is the strongest treasure weapon. The realm is the late stage of Yuaning. Yi Changfeng shook his head slightly. Do not take the enemy lightly. The fact that this son was able to destroy the entire 10,000 Flowers sect on his own means that his strength is already above ours. Su Yao lightly pursed her lips. I've watched the images of his battles before he disappeared. This Lin Feng was only at the Jindan stage before he disappeared. Why did his realm progress so fast in just 100 years? I suspect. Lei Jin hummed. Suspect what? Don't sell out, speak quickly. Su Yao glared at Lei Jintian. I suspect that he has obtained this world's chance, or even some kind of inheritance. In short, this person is definitely hiding a big secret. Upon hearing this, all three of them fell into deep thought, only for greed to show in their eyes. They were willing to come to this world. Apart from helping the sect to select talented trainees, more than that, they were also looking for a chance. A world where the aura had just been revived would surely give birth to many opportunities as well. Yi Changfeng stood up, paced and contemplated for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth and said, although this son is strong, but after all, he is single and weak. We three factions contacted together to behead him, suitable for dividing the treasures. What do you think? Su Yao nodded slightly and said, yes, Hao US sect, have no problem with that. Lei Jin said gruffly, should we call those monks from the Pure Sky Temple as well? Don't bother in vain. Those monks don't want to take part in the fight, and are only thinking of promoting Buddhism and universalizing all sentient beings. Yi Changfeng laughed contemptuously and sneered. It's really ridiculous to think of promoting Buddhism in this world where aura has just been revived. I really don't know what these monks are thinking. Forget it, don't bother with them. Our priority now wants to solve Lin Feng first. Su Yao opened her palm, and the pagoda kept rotating in her palm as she spoke. When the time comes, don't be in a hurry to kill him. After subduing him, hand him over to me first. I have a way to dig out all the secrets in his body. Yi Changfeng nodded slightly. Then this matter is settled. Everyone go back to their own homes. When the time comes, no matter who Lin Feng attacks first, the two of you must arrive at the first opportunity. We'll work together from the inside and the outside. As long as he's not at the transformation spirit stage, we're sure to be able to exterminate him. The three left one after another and flew towards their clans. After Lei Jin left, he cursed the whole way. He was practicing thunder technique, and his own temper was particularly fiery. It's always been a fight at the drop of a hat. Now he was being asked to team up with someone else against the enemy, which made Lei Jin feel very uncomfortable. What could a brat possibly be capable of? I think some unseemly means must have been used to exterminate the 10,000 Flowers sect. Lei Jin clenched his fists and said with a ferocious look on his face, if he dares to appear in front of me now, I'll definitely blow him away. Boom! Just at this time, the sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. A huge fist shadow roared toward Lei Jin. Lei Jin was, after all, a late-stage Yuaning cultivator, and his reaction was also very quick, and without thinking, he met it with a punch. The fists clashed, and a loud noise erupted above the sky. Lei Jin roared, who is it? Get out! Lin Feng slowly walked out and politely opened his mouth to ask, Your Excellency, is it Lei Jin from the Purple Thunder Pavilion? Lin Feng? Lei Jin instantly recognized who the person in front of him was, and in an instant, his strong aura was released, and with thunder and lightning entwined above his arms, he coldly grunted, why are you here? Lin Feng smiled faintly and asked a rhetorical question. You guys think you're smart? Thinking that others can't guess what you guys are thinking? Lei Jin's face turned cold. You're waiting here for me on purpose? You guys want to join forces against me, but I prefer to kill you one by one. Lin Feng roared. Then he furiously rushed forward. The human emperor fist swung out, golden light shining brightly. Lei Jin was not afraid in the slightest. He had absolute confidence in himself in terms of physical strength. Lightning flashed above his fist, and he greeted it with the same punch. The power of both sides exploded in an instant. Each withdrew dozens of steps backward. It's a bit interesting. Continue. Lin Feng shook off his tingling arm. The moment he had just exchanged blows he had felt the power of thunder and lightning surging down his skin towards his body. This made him interested in Lei Jin's technique. Lin Feng burst in. The human emperor's fist was wide open. Every punch that fell was like a meteorite crashing down. The force was astonishingly great. Lei Jin wrapped his right arm around the explosive thunder python, invoking the power of thunder and lightning around his body. And his speed and explosive power were blazingly incomparable. Boom, boom, boom. The two sides kept colliding into each other. Hundreds of rounds were exchanged consecutively, and Lin Feng gradually fell behind. He was only in the early stage of yuaning now, while this Lei Jin was in the late stage of yuaning. With the strength of his physical body and the human emperor fist, which he had only learned the skin of, it wasn't enough to defeat his opponent. Bang! Lin Feng's entire body was shaken out of 100 meters away after receiving another attack from his opponent. The entire arm, too, was skinned by the lightning strikes. Lei Jin's gaze was contemptuous as he said, "But that's all. It seems like it was just a fluke that you were able to destroy the 10,000 Flowers sect." Lin Feng took out a spirit herb and took it, and the wounds on his body quickly recovered. Then Regulus flashed out. "Come on, let me see your fleshly body, just how sturdy it is." Lin Feng let out a stern roar. His body turned wildly, and the Xian Yuan sword swung out dozens of sword chi continuously. Rumble! The exploding sword chi shook the air and went forward. "Move like thunder." Lei Jin folded his hands together, and channels of lightning wrapped around his body as he unexpectedly chose to harden himself against Lin Feng's sword chi. Bang! 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 The sword chi slashed at Lei Jin's body, erupting in brilliant light and roaring for a long time. Lei Jin's body also kept retreating back, but his defense was always sturdy and unbreakable. A physical cultivator who cultivates the thunder technique is indeed not simple. The smile at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth deepened. He had his eye on this lightning method. "You can't kill me if it's only at this level." A low sardonic laugh came. Lei Jin's muscles were like thousands of fine snakes giving a strong sense of oppression. The next moment Lei Jin waved his hands and two electric pythons ran towards Lin Feng. Their speed was amazingly fast, swinging out layers of thunder shadows. Star-blazing sky. Lin Feng stored up his sword. The stars were vast, the light was like waves, and he violently struck forward. The two thunder pythons instantly collapsed. Lei Jin's pupils contracted as he mobilized his entire body's true chi and his flesh expanded. Boom! The star sword chi landed heavily on top of Lei Jin's body. In an instant, Lei Jin spat out blood and flew backwards, leaving a deep sword mark on his chest. Ah! Lei Jin threw his head back and roared, trying to gather strength to launch an attack. But just at this moment, Lin Feng descended from the sky and stomped heavily on his head. Half of Lei Jin's head was kicked straight into the ground. Being incapable of rage proves nothing other than your weakness. Lin Feng stepped on his head and said in a condescending tone, "I'll kill you." Lei Jin let out a harsh roar. The lightning power above his body ran towards Lin Feng's legs with an unrivaled wild might. Lin Feng's body jumped up, and the moment he avoided it in time, he fell down again. Boom! The ground trembled as this kick once again stomped on Lei Jin's head. Even if Lei Jin's physical strength was as strong as it was, at this moment, his 7 orifices were bleeding and he was in agony. "Come on, keep going wild, keep going wild." Lin Feng laughed out coldly. His breath gathered on top of his right leg and his foot stomped down. There was another loud boom, and cracks in the earth spread intensively. Click! Lei Jin's skull cracked as well, and half of his head was dented. Whoosh! Lei Jin's yuaning quickly flew out and fled towards the distance without looking back. Lin Feng waved his arm and the Regulus sword immediately chased after him. Lei Jin's yuaning fled very quickly, but Regulus was even faster. Soon, Regulus caught up with Lei Jin's yuaning and forcefully absorbed it into his body. Lin Feng then removed Lei Jin's storage ring and erased the other party's residual divine sense. Lin Feng couldn't wait to pour his divine sense into it and soon found several jade slips. It detailed the method of cultivating the physical body with the power of thunder. Very well, when I find a chance to strengthen my physical body power again, there will be no one among the same rank who will be my opponent in the future. Devil cultivator, sword cultivator, body cultivator. 3 of the toughest cultivators converged in one. Lin Feng felt invincible. If he could break through to the late yuaning stage as soon as possible, He might even be able to cross the level to challenge a cultivator at the god transformation stage. Lin Feng replaced his storage ring and transferred everything in it to the new storage ring. Then he harnessed his flying sword and sped off in the next direction. Chapter 93, It's over. He's coming. The dark moon and windy night of murder. Lin Feng rode his flying sword and appeared in the sky above the Violet Thunder Pavilion. Now that Lei Jin was dead, then the remaining people of the Purple Thunder Pavilion could go on their way together. Whoosh! Lin Feng directly slashed down with his sword. The powerful sword chi seemed to pierce through space and instantly tilted down. Rumble! There was a loud bang. The houses built by the Purple Thunder Pavilion were instantly crumbled, and several trainees who leaned closest were buried in the rubble. What man? In an instant, dozens of silhouettes shot up into the sky. Their gazes fell on Lin Feng, and after recognizing Lin Feng's identity, they all showed shock. It hadn't occurred to him that Lin Feng's next target after destroying the 10,000 Flowers sect had chosen their Violet Thunder Pavilion. Someone opened his mouth and asked, "Grand Elder, hasn't returned yet?" Someone returned. "He went out in the morning and hasn't come back yet." "What then? This son is very strong. I'm afraid we can't fight against him alone." Lin Feng looked at them and smiled coldly. "Don't wait. Lei Jin can't come back." The hearts of the people of the Purple Thunder Pavilion trembled, and an early Yuaning stage cultivator roared. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Feng said directly. "It means that the person is dead." "Impossible. The Grand Elder is a strong person in the late Yuaning stage, or a physical cultivator who has practiced the thunder technique. How could you have killed him?" The cultivators of the Purple Thunder Pavilion didn't believe it at all. Lei Jin's strength didn't dare to say that he was invincible at the same level, but there weren't many under the transformation spirit stage that could kill him. "Don't worry. I'll let you go down there with him now." Lin Feng swung his sword out amidst a cold smile. Pust! The body of a cultivator from the Purple Thunder Pavilion split in half, and blood floated in the air. All disciples listened to the order. "Follow us and kill this thief." The cultivators roared, and a powerful aura erupted above their bodies. Aside from those native humans who joined afterward, the cultivators of the Violet Thunder Pavilion, from the early Jindan stage to the middle Yuaning stage, all killed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was gripping the regulator sword tightly. He was excited and so was the sword in his hand. A qualified devil cultivator would definitely take pleasure in killing. Whoosh! 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 The sword in Lin Feng's hand erupted with a blinding light and the star-splitting sword technique was performed. The sword chi swept forward. Unstoppable. Cultivators below the Yuaning stage were almost all decimated by this sword. "Asshole, you deserve to die." A Yuaning stage cultivator of the Purple Thunder Pavilion hissed angrily while throwing out several thunder talismans. Thunder talismans flew out quickly, constantly rotating around Lin Feng's body. This cultivator pinched a seal in his hand and shouted, "Explode!" The thunder talismans burst one after another, and the power of the explosions was earth-shattering. It was only until the moment the smoke dissipated that Lin Feng rushed out unharmed and stabbed the Yuaning stage cultivator in the center of his eyebrow. The moment the other party's Yuaning flew out, it was quickly incorporated within the Regulus sword. Lin Feng's voice was as cold as ice. "Use whatever skills you have. Otherwise you won't have a chance." The remaining Yuaning stage cultivators of the Purple Thunder Pavilion all had their faces sunken, and at the same time shouted angrily, "Kill! Kill!" The crowd had sacrificed their spiritual treasures and pounced towards Lin Feng. For a while, all kinds of light flashed. The spiritual treasures in their hands and the Xianyuan sword in Lin Feng's hand were constantly clashing. Rumbling sounds and fluctuations of spiritual energy filled the entire heaven and earth. "Bunch of trash!" Lin Feng stomped on the head of a cultivator with his toes and his figure disappeared like a ghost. In the next moment, he appeared behind one of the Violet Thunder Pavilion cultivators, and with a wave of the long sword in his hand, a powerful sword chi instantly chopped that disciple into two pieces. Lin Feng's figure was constantly flickering. The long sword in his hand was like the scythe of the god of death, constantly harvesting the lives of these Violet Thunder Pavilion cultivators. The star-splitting sword technique. Not only was it incredibly powerful, the speed of the sword was also as fast as lightning. Under Lin Feng's sword, the Violet Thunder Pavilion cultivators collapsed and were killed and injured. A Yuaning that flew out of his body was also all absorbed by Lin Feng into the Xianyuan sword. These Yuan babies Lin Feng was going to keep them all, so he could absorb the power of the Yuan babies to enhance his cultivation and speed up his cultivation. It can also be used as a medicine reference to make pills, especially since these cultivators of the Purple Thunder Pavilion carried the thunder attribute in their Yuaning. They might be able to refine pills to enhance the power of the soul. He had the sword technique, and he had the method of refining his body. Right now, there was a lack of methods and pills to enhance soul power. as well as magic cultivation techniques in weapons. Thunder drawing technique. At this moment, an old man in the middle stage of yuaning roared out in anger, and the rest of them all made seals with their hands and recited words under their breath. At that moment, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and a purple thunderbolt rolled through the clouds like a giant dragon. The old man shouted, "Thunder Dragon descending!" With his command, a purple thunderbolt descended from the sky and struck towards Lin Feng. The power of the thunderbolt was so great that wherever it passed, mountains and rocks crumbled and the earth trembled. Lin Feng looked up at the thunder and lightning in the sky and his expression became somewhat serious. This power of thunder and lightning possessed extreme destructive power, and the thunder law was also one of the most powerful techniques in the cultivation world. Normally, in the face of such a killing move, few people would choose to fight head-on. This was because the power of lightning could not only cause damage to the physical body, it could also cause heavy damage to the cultivator's soul. However, right now, Lin Feng still wanted to try how strong the power was. Lin Feng took a deep breath and swung the long sword in his hand violently. A brilliant sword light shot up into the sky and met the purple thunderbolt. The sword light collided with the thunder and lightning with a deafening roar. The powerful impact caused the surrounding air to distort, and the mountain gate of the purple thunder pavilion was instantly destroyed. Lin Feng's body shook slightly and a mouthful of blood sprayed out directly from his mouth. Surrender again. When the cultivators of the Violet Thunder Pavilion saw that Lin Feng was injured, their hearts were overjoyed, and they wasted no time in burning their true essence to form seals again, preparing to unleash an even more powerful attack. Just then, a golden longsword suddenly flew out of Lin Feng's body. The sword of the human emperor. The longsword flew towards the sky rapidly, and a shocking scene occurred. All the lightning was actually absorbed by the long sword. The thundercloud-dense sky instantly regained its calm. The human emperor's sword was suspended in the air, emitting an aura of power. The heavens and the earth were quiet in this instant. How is that possible? How is this possible? The cultivators of the Violet Thunder Pavilion were all shocked beyond words. After the human emperor's sword had absorbed all the lightning, it returned to Lin Feng's body. If, however, there are no other means, that is the end of it. Lin Feng rushed towards the crowd and with a wave of the long sword in his hand, a powerful sword chi directly chopped at the old man who currently had the highest cultivation level. The old man hurriedly sacrificed his spiritual treasure to try to come and resist, but Lin Feng's sword chi was just too powerful. His spiritual treasure was even directly destroyed. At the same time, Lin Feng chopped out a second sword and the old man let out a miserable scream as his body directly exploded. Lin Feng swung his long sword and the Xian Yuan sword created a powerful suction force that absorbed the other party's yuaning. Lin Feng's figure flashed. The long sword in his hand kept waving, a sword chi falling like rain. The cultivators of the Purple Thunder Pavilion were powerless to fight back, and all of them were decimated and fell down. The Purple Thunder Pavilion has been extinguished. All those with spirit roots and immortal bones come forward. Lin Feng's voice was like thunder instantly spreading to every corner of the Violet Thunder Pavilion. Soon, those trainees who possessed spiritual roots and immortal bones all stepped forward. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. All of these people's foundations had been laid solidly, and their spiritual roots and immortal bones were all first modeled. These cultivation sects, even though they had snatched the people away, they had also helped themselves to more than 100 years of cultivation. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the saying that those who planted trees in front of them will be cooled by those who come after them. One does not need to spend time or expend resources to pick the fruits of victory. This feeling is like, someone helps you raise your children and educate them for free, and then when they are successful, it is his turn to enjoy the filial piety of the children. It's just too much joy. All come with me. Lin Feng brought them back to the mountain and met up with Shintianji Lu Yao. Just in case, Lin Feng had also collected a strand of the soul blood of these talented trainees so that they couldn't betray themselves in the process. Soon, the news of the destruction of the Violet Thunder Pavilion spread. It had only been 2 short days and Lin Feng had destroyed 2 major sects by himself. The Haoyue sect and Lingxiao sword sect, who had received the news, were completely flustered. Yi Changfeng and Su Yao's expressions were incomparably ugly, clearly saying that they would contact each other the first time they encountered an attack. They even set up the teleportation array. As long as Lin Feng dared to make a move against one of them, the other 2 forces could immediately arrive through the teleportation array, join hands to exterminate Lin Feng. But what's with this thunderquake? Why isn't there any movement coming out? That's a pretty passive situation for them right now. Yi Changfeng and Su Yao didn't dare to leave the sect at will anymore, so they could only try to contact the communication system of this world. The 2 opened the video. Yi Changfeng's face was gloomy as he said in a deep voice, "It seems that it's necessary to contact the headquarters. This Lin Feng is really too strong. From the strength he's shown so far, I'm afraid that only a cultivator of the god transformation stage would be able to kill him. Su Yao clenched her teeth and said, "It's all because we were negligent and careless before. We should have teamed up to exterminate him at the very beginning, instead of having to passively wait for him to come to our door now." Yi Changfeng sighed, "It's already too late to talk about this. After all, none of us could have thought that a Jindan stage cultivator could be able to raise his strength to this point in just 100 years. Right now it's better to try to be ready to defend against the enemy." Suddenly, a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy came from the sky, and a black shadow instantly appeared in the sky above like lightning. Lin Feng roared, his voice exploding in the sky like thunder, causing the crowd's eardrums to ache. "The 10,000 Flowers sect and the Purple Thunder Pavilion have been destroyed. And now it's your turn, the Hao US sect." After saying that, Lin Feng didn't hesitate to swing the human emperor's sword and slash out with it. With a loud rumble, a Hao US sect city wall instantly collapsed. Su Yao's hand shook as she held her cell phone. "It's over. Lin Feng is here." Chapter 94, Are you in a hurry to get reincarnated? Su Yao immediately led all the cultivators of the Hao US sect to kill out. Looking at the people coming out, Lin Feng's mouth instantly revealed a cruel smile. "I'm in a hurry. You guys go together." A cultivator couldn't stand Lin Feng's arrogant stance and directly snorted coldly. "Are you looking for death?" Lin Feng directly slashed out with his sword, the sword energy sweeping over at an extremely fast speed. The person who spoke hadn't even reacted yet, and his head flew out directly, his body and head separated. Su Yao's face turned cold. "Lin Feng, do you really want to go on and on?" Lin Feng smiled contemptuously. "Can it be that there's any room for maneuver between us?" Su Yao gritted her teeth and said, "If you are willing to leave now, I can pretend that nothing has happened." Although this was a very stifling thing to say, there was nothing Su Yao could do about it nowadays. Lin Feng was able to exterminate the 10,000 Flowers sect and the Violet Thunder Pavilion, so he naturally had the strength to exterminate the Hao US sect as well. Su Yao didn't want to watch the people of the clan die tragically in this place, so she was willing to bow her head for the time being. "I'm sorry, but you're all going to die today." Lin Feng's figure flashed up. The sword light sent out a boom and dozens of Jindan stage cultivators' flesh shattered open, spilling blood all over the place. "Jindan stage, all stand down. Yuanin stage, follow me to kill this bastard." Su Yao hissed loudly, leading all the Yuanin stage cultivators of the Hao US sect towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's figure kept switching his orientation and didn't clash with them, instead killing all the Jindan stage cultivators. "None of you will escape." Lin Feng's voice was unusually cold, frightening this group of Jindan stage to flee with a look of panic. Lin Feng firmly locked onto their scent and chopped off 2 more heads with a sword the moment he chased them up. "Lin Feng, if you're capable of rushing at me." Su Yao watched as her fellow disciple was killed, her entire body holding a pagoda flickering with light as she stepped forward to try to block it. Lin Feng, however, didn't care about constantly increasing his speed to kill towards the front. His palm produced a powerful suction force that forcefully sucked back the 3 Jindan cultivators who wanted to fly away from this place with their swords. A look of fear appeared in the eyes of these 3 cultivators as their true chi exploded in full force and they struggled to get out of Lin Feng's control, but it was all in vain. Lin Feng slashed out sword after sword, and the bodies of the 3 people were all split into 2 and fell to the ground. "Stop it!" Su Yao's eyes were red. She slapped her palm out. Her huge palm blasted towards Lin Feng, and all of a sudden the wind was howling. Human Emperor's Fist. Lin Feng threw a punch and their forces collided together. There was a loud rumble, and the resulting airwaves spread out in all directions. Taking advantage of this opening, Lin Feng instantly moved to the next target again and stabbed the opponent's throat with his sword. Lin Feng's eyes were ice cold and his gaze was dead set on the few Jindan cultivators who had already fled far away. Star-splitting sword. Lin Feng's true chi was infused into the Xian Yuan sword, and the Xian Yuan sword emitted a loud sword sound in his palm. With one sword strike, the sword chi streaked across the heavens and earth, creating a loud sonic boom. As the star-like sword light flashed by, the bodies of those last few Jindan cultivators immediately shook, instantly dying of gas. Lin Feng. Su Yao was furious, and the pagoda in her hand kept spinning, instantly shooting out dozens of sharp blades, knives, guns, clubs, axes, hooks and forks, with strong killing intent shot towards Lin Storm. The Xian Yuan sword in Lin Feng's hand was replaced with the Human Emperor sword at this moment, and suddenly the whole person's aura became incomparably majestic. The Human Emperor sword erupted with a blinding golden light as Lin Feng slashed out violently, whistling out an ear-piercing gale, followed by an outburst of violent thunder and lightning. This was the human emperor's sword that had previously absorbed the power of lightning emitted by the cultivators of the Purple Thunder Pavilion. At this moment, they were all tilted out by the human emperor's sword. A destructive might filled the heavens and earth. The human emperor's sword could absorb the power of nature, store it in the sword, and then explode out as its own power. All of those sharp blades that Su Yao had struck were shattered into pieces by the power of lightning. Then a thunderbolt with a destructive aura attacked towards the group of Yuaning cultivators again. The crowd's hearts trembled as they hurriedly took out their respective treasure weapons to ward off the lightning attack. Boom! 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 A thunderbolt whistled. Overbearing and fierce, and spirit weapons of a lesser level were directly destroyed. Some cultivators in the early Yuaning stage were also struck by the lightning and immediately flew out with blood spurting from their mouths. The entire Hao US sect was also destroyed by the power of lightning, turning it into a ruin. Lin Feng caressed the human emperor's sword, his eyes blazing. What a good sword! Lin Feng, you deserve to die. Su Yao's eyes were gloomy, the pagoda in her hand shook, and as she mouthed the words, a brilliant light erupted from the pagoda. In the end, it turned into a huge firebird that swooped down on Lin Feng with blazing heat. Let you taste the might of the human emperor's sword. Above Lin Feng's body, the power of the human emperor gushed out in a steady stream, and the human emperor's sword in his hand became even more brilliant. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Feng swung out a sword chi. The firebird was instantly split apart. The sword chi did not weaken in the slightest and attacked towards the crowd again. With a destructive momentum, the Yuaning cultivators cast out their respective magic treasures and divine abilities in an attempt to ward off the sword chi attack. The power of both sides collided, sending out earth-shattering explosions. Waves of air rolled, and the surrounding mountains and rocks were shattered to pieces. Lin Feng took the opportunity to bully his way up. The long sword in his hand danced with sword shadows. Compared to the killing power of the Xian Yuan sword, the human emperor's sword was even sharper, and each sword contained a powerful force, as if it could cut through the void. A few Yuaning cultivators were unable to dodge and were merely struck by the golden sword chi. Countless sword wounds immediately appeared on their bodies and blood gushed out. Don't hold back. Join forces and attack. At Su Yao's hiss, the cultivators of the Hao US sect launched a joint attack. A ray of light shot out from their hands, converging into a powerful torrent of energy that rushed towards Lin Feng. The human emperor's sword flickered with light, and the surrounding heaven and earth aura madly surged towards the sword. When the energy reached the limit of what Lin Feng could withstand, Lin Feng swung out violently and a huge sword chi shadow appeared, colliding head-on with the torrent of energy. Boom! After the loud noise, the group of Yuaning cultivators all trembled tremendously. The next moment, poof, poof, bodies burst one after another, and a Yuaning floated weakly in the air. The power of a sword was as terrifying as it was. Lin Feng stood in place with his mouth constantly gasping for air. He hadn't suffered any damage apart from being a bit consumed. The might of this human emperor's sword was also somewhat beyond his imagination. Lin Feng quickly took out a bunch of spirit herbs and took them. At the same time he waved his arm and put away all those Yuan babies. Right at this moment, a group of sword cultivators carrying long swords appeared above the sky. Yi Changfeng arrived in front of Su Yao with his long sword in hand and apologized. Sorry Elder Su. We're late. Su Yao didn't say anything. Only her bloodshot eyes stared at Lin Feng dead in the face. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yi Changfeng's face sank. What are you laughing at? Lin Feng snorted coldly. I haven't even gone to look for you guys yet. You're taking the initiative to come to the door yourselves. In a hurry to rush off to reincarnation? Chapter 95, The Power of a Dragon. Don't be wild. There are so many of us. We will kill you today. Yi Changfeng coldly snorted. The long sword in his hand pointed towards Lin Feng, and his entire body was also murderous. Lin Feng, I'm going to break you into pieces. Su Yao's eyes were bloodshot, and her inner hatred had reached its peak. Cut the ing crap and just go for it. Lin Feng had already finished digesting the spirit herbs he had just taken and the chi he had consumed had been regained. He put away the human emperor's sword and replaced it with the Regulus sword. Although the power of the human emperor's sword was great, it was also very consuming for the current him. It's better to keep fighting with Regulus. It's a little more durable. Kill! Yi Changfeng roared. The long sword in his hand instantly exploded, transforming into countless small swords like raindrops running furiously forward. The flying swords were so fast that there was no time to dodge them. Clank! 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 Lin Feng waved the Xianyuan sword in his hand and continuously knocked down flying swords, making gusts of metallic sounds. At the same time, Yi Changfeng and Su Yao killed Lin Feng at the same time. One swung out a powerful sword chi, while the other maneuvered the pagoda in his hand to emit blazing flames. When the sword chi and the flames mixed together, a blazing and overpowering sword aura was formed. It was a sharpness that burned like flames, as if it could incinerate all obstacles. Lin Feng's face was cold, and his demonic chi kept surging towards the Xianyuan sword in his hand. The Xianyuan sword flew and spun in front of his body, and then a black sword shadow continuously enlarged. Chop! Lin Feng shouted. The Xianyuan sword slashed out. The sharp blade of the sword seemed like it could easily cut through the void. Boom! The air was distorted by the collision of forces, sending out a splendid and dangerous explosion sound. At this moment, Lin Feng had a demonic aura wrapped around his body and a terrifying baleful aura was released. You're not just a sword cultivator? Or a demonic cultivator? Yi Changfeng was incomparably shocked, and now he sort of understood why this kid was only at the early stage of yuaning, but his fighting strength was surprisingly strong. Regardless of whether it was a sword cultivator or a devil cultivator, they were the toughest of their class. I didn't expect that the smallish kid in front of me would choose the devil, the sword, and dual cultivation. No wonder your methods are so ruthless. Lin Feng, don't you know that demonic cultivators are the public enemy of all righteous cultivators? Su Yao stared at Lin Feng with a deadly stare. The hatred in her heart was rising. She had relatives who had once died in the hands of demonic cultivators. So for demonic cultivators she had always advocated killing them. What is good? What is evil? Lin Feng's face showed contempt. Who are you guys to define this? In my opinion, devil cultivators are at least honest and open. Unlike you self-proclaimed decent people who are all hypocrites. Much ado about nothing. Yi Changfeng spoke with a righteous face. Let us eradicate you, the devil, for the cultivation world today. Whoosh! Lin Feng didn't bother to listen to him push his buttons and directly rushed above his opponent's head with a flash. A dry sword slashed straight down. Yi Changfeng raised the long sword in his hand and intercepted it with precision. As a fellow sword cultivator, let me try to see if you're qualified to be my enemy or not. Lin Feng laughed coldly. His sword stance changed instantly, and when it fell again, the force was also increased by a few points. Yi Changfeng's face stared as his long sword swung out dozens of sword blossoms to block Lin Feng's attack. The two stood facing each other, the wind howling and blowing their clothes hunting. Lin Feng's eyes were cold, and the Xianyuan sword in his hand emitted a creepy demonic aura. Come, let me see just how much weight you, a sword cultivator, have. Lin Feng's figure flashed, like a ghost rushing towards his opponent, and with a wave of his long sword, a powerful sword chi whistled out, straight into his opponent's vitals. Where the sword chi passed through, the ground was cut with a deep gully. Yi Changfeng's eyes revealed perseverance. The long sword in his hand was gently picked. An aura swirled continuously in the body of the sword, and the same sword was swung out. The two streams of sword chi collided in the air with a loud bang and sparks flying everywhere. Lin Feng's figure did not stop, instantly changing his stance, his long sword stabbing at Yi Changfeng like a raging storm. Each sword carried a powerful force that chilled people. Yi Changfeng had been practicing the way of the sword for hundreds of years, so he naturally had some skills, and he wielded his long sword to respond calmly. The long sword in his hand danced densely, neutralizing Lin Feng's attacks one by one. Suddenly, Yi Changfeng shouted, and the long sword in his hand emitted a piercing coldness. Sword chi like frost. Yi Changfeng sent out hundreds of sword chi in an instant, and the temperature of the heaven and earth lowered at that moment. Next moment, hundreds of sword chi wrapped in piercing coldness whistled towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes stared at the situation, and instead of retreating, he advanced, the Regulus sword forming a dense network of swords in front of his body. Although he blocked the opponent's move, the cold air was able to pour down the sword towards his body. Lin Feng mobilized his magic chi to directly force this chill out of his body. But so, Lin Feng let out a cold snort and quickly killed towards Yi Changfeng. The sword chi of the two collided together again. This time the impact was even greater. The surrounding rocks and mountains were shattered to pieces, and the air was filled with smoke and dust. Lin Feng and Yi Changfeng continued to fight furiously, their figures crisscrossing like lightning, and their sword chi was dazzling. Su Yao's face was gloomy, trying to step forward but completely unable to find any openings. At the same time, he was inwardly marveling at the power of the sword cultivator. Lin Feng's sword chi became more and more powerful, and it became more and more violent the more he fought. On the contrary, although Yi Changfeng's realm was higher than Lin Feng's, his sword power was gradually suppressed. Right at this moment, Lin Feng found an opportunity, only to see his figure deftly avoiding his sword chi, then instantly getting close. The long sword stabbed straight into Yi Changfeng's chest. Yi Changfeng reacted quickly and blocked his long sword in front of his chest, but he was shaken back hundreds of meters away by the force. After a long and intense battle, Yi Changxiu showed exhaustion. On the contrary, Lin Feng's eyes were still full of fighting spirit. A sword cultivator and you are cowed? Lin Feng's eyes were full of disappointment as he looked at the other party. He had thought that the fight with the other sword cultivator would be a sound one and would allow him to gain some insights from it. But now he was very disappointed. The Yi Changfeng in front of him was not qualified to become a true sword cultivator at all. At best, he was just a cultivator who practiced swords. You dare to look down on me? Yi Changfeng's face showed a scowl. No one had ever dared to look down on him after becoming a sword cultivator. You take my move too. Lin Feng shouted and a powerful aura erupted from his body. The Xian Yuan sword stored up its strength and slashed out. A bright star rushed up to the sky, and the sword chi was cutting towards Yi Changfeng. Yi Changfeng hissed and exerted all his strength, his own sword intent reaching its peak at this moment. The moment he swung his sword to meet him, his body trembled violently, and the long sword in his hand flew directly out of his hand, and a mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth as he fell heavily onto the ground. For a sword cultivator, having all the swords in his hands knocked out was a particularly humiliating thing. Lin Feng looked at him condescendingly. Sword cultivator? I poo. Yi Changfeng covered his chest and a hysterical sound of rage erupted from his mouth. Lin Feng, go to hell. The Xian Yuan sword in Lin Feng's hand shook slightly, and then he was about to kill again towards his opponent. But at this very moment, a brilliant light suddenly erupted above the sky. Su Yao suddenly struck the pagoda in her hand at this time. The pagoda continued to rotate in mid-air, constantly enlarging. As Su Yao's mouth continued to recite the mantra, the pagoda directly shrouded down towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng swung and slashed a few sword chi, but the sword chi was shaken away. In the end, the pagoda directly suppressed Lin Feng in it. Su Yao's eyes flashed with essence. Her hands formed complicated hand seals, and she coldly shouted, "Refine!" Lin Feng, who was in the tower, immediately felt as if his realm had been suppressed. Immediately after that, a blazing flame ignited in the pagoda. The flame wasn't just refining his body, it was also refining his soul. Ah! Lin Feng roared, the Xian Yuan sword in his hand constantly slashing out, but it was never able to leave any trace on the pagoda. Give up resisting. This is a glazed pagoda. It's a top-grade spiritual treasure. Unless you're already at the god transformation stage, you're bound to die. Su Yao coldly laughed, while a mouthful of essence blood was sprayed out of her mouth and integrated into the pagoda. Su Yao's body shook and her face turned pale. Only her eyes were still hideous. I will definitely refine you. The pagoda that had absorbed the essence blood became even more dazzling and spun faster and faster. Pust! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Lin Feng's mouth furiously, and cracks appeared in his body. It was only a matter of time before they were completely refined. Lin Feng let out a breath and then put away the sword in his hand. Directly in the tower, he sat down on his knees. Lin Feng's eyes were tightly closed and a faint glow surfaced in his body, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. Outside, after Su Yao sensed that Lin Feng had given up resistance, the corner of her mouth gradually hooked up a smile. At this time, Yi Changfeng took a few pills and then came forward. I didn't expect you to bring all of the Hao USX town treasures. Just since you have the glazed tower, why didn't you use it earlier? Su Yao controlled her breath to keep pouring into the pagoda. She didn't dare to stop before Lin Feng was completely refined. Her face was pale, and her voice seemed weak. The power of this glazed tower is too great, and I wasn't able to fully utilize its full strength, so I didn't want to use it as a last resort. Yi Changfeng nodded and didn't say anything more as he gazed at the pagoda suspended in the air. Is this kid dead? Not even close. Su Yao gritted her teeth, speeding up the speed of her seals and carrying out refining with all her might. However, just at this moment a dragon roar that resounded through the heavens and earth came out from within the pagoda. Inside the tower, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly opened and a powerful force suddenly surged within his body. That power was like a raging tide, rushing through his bloodstream. First, there was a slight tremor that started at his heart and gradually spread throughout his body. Immediately afterward, a dazzling light blossomed from his body, and the shadow of a dragon faintly flashed in the light. The power of a dragon! Lin Feng roared, while swinging his fist violently. A black dragon erupted. The pagoda shook violently and shattered. Chapter 96, Kill them all. No! This can't be right! Su Yao hissed as a mouthful of blood spurted out wildly. Looking at the debris flying around, the whole person's liver and guts wanting to split. This was a top-grade spiritual treasure. How could it be destroyed by a Yuaning stage cultivator? At that moment, Lin Feng also reappeared in the crowd's line of sight. His face was a little pale and his breath was a little shriveled. In the human emperor's inheritance, Lin Feng had obtained the power of the 9 dragons, but right now, he could only barely use the power of a dragon. and after using this powerful force, it also drained his true chi. Lin Feng hurriedly took out an elixir and sent it into his mouth, quickly recovering his strength. Are there any other means? If not, then this is the end. Su Yao covered her chest and questioned loudly. How did you do it? How is it that you, a Yuaning stage, can possess such a powerful force? Whoosh! Lin Feng didn't bother explaining that much. After his breath recovered a little bit, he quickly rushed to Su Yao. Regulus out. A sword penetrated Su Yao's brow. As Su Yao's Yuaning rushed out of his body, Lin Feng quickly absorbed it with a wave of his long sword. Everyone listened to the order. Lay down a sword formation. Yi Changfeng hurriedly shouted out, and in an instant, all the cultivators behind him all sacrificed their flying swords. Countless long swords flew and swirled in midair, emitting a powerful aura. Yi Changfeng traced his fingers from his own saber and recited the mantra silently under his breath. With him as the center of the sword formation, all the flying swords formed a river of swords spreading out towards Lin Feng. Clank! 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 Lin Feng wielded the Xian Yuan sword with all his might, constantly shaking away the long swords that were flying, but the long swords kept attacking from all directions, not giving Lin Feng any chance to catch his breath. Star Rift! Lin Feng no longer had any reservations. The demonic chi in his body exploded in full force, and together with the breathing method allowed his strength to reach a peak state. Lin Feng slashed out with his sword, and in an instant, sword chi rushed out like a raging torrent. The light that was as bright as a star cut through the sky, emitting a sharp popping sound. Wherever the sword chi reached, the long swords broke, and the cultivators spewed blood from their mouths. Lin Feng! Yi Changfeng gritted his teeth and shouted, I've already notified the clan. It's not too late for you to stop. Take it away. Lin Feng laughed coldly and swung out another sword chi. The light was so bright that it directly decapitated the heads of dozens of cultivators. We'll fight you. The spirit sky sword sex cultivators roared, and while offering their flying swords, they even directly burned their essence blood. And at that moment, Lin Feng had another sword in his hand. The human emperor's sword. Left hand Regulus, right hand human emperor. The two swords came out at the same time. The whole space was humming. The sword chi interlaced forward unstoppable. In just a single glance, the people who rushed to kill were all drowned by the sword chi, and their bodies died. The weak Yuaning floated in the air and were all absorbed by Lin Feng without even having a chance to escape. Yi Changfeng was horrified. As the same sword cultivator, why are you so strong? Lin Feng snorted coldly. Because you're too weak. Both swords slashed towards Yi Changfeng at the same time. Yi Changfeng didn't even think about it and directly harnessed his flying sword to turn around and run. Oh, swordsman! Lin Feng was contemptuous and didn't rush to chase after them. Instead he turned around and killed towards those remaining cultivators. He wouldn't let go of any of the people who came from the cultivation world this time. Lin Feng swung his twin swords and killed in all directions. Many cultivators' bodies were directly cut off by him, blood spraying in mid-air. These cultivators wanted to resist. They even wanted to pull Lin Feng down with them, but it was all in vain. This was because they were simply unable to block two different sword chi at the same time. One to kill, one to suppress. Poof, poof, poof. A head shot up into the sky, and a wisp of a Yuaning floated in the air. Lin Feng absorbed all the Yuaning into the Xian Yuan sword and put away all these people's storage rings. This harvest was enough to allow him to make another breakthrough in his realm and also refine many pills. Lin Feng chased after this group of cultivators and killed them furiously. The blood almost dyed the entire realm red. Soon, all the cultivators at the scene were slaughtered by him. Lin Feng then exerted his divine sense and swept around the Hao Yue sect. Spotting the talented students who were hiding, Lin Feng gave them an address and told them to rush to meet up with the others before riding his flying sword in pursuit of Yi Changfeng. Lin Feng stepped on his flying sword and sped forward like a swift stream of light. The shadow of the sword cut through, leaving behind a blurry trajectory. In no time, he caught up with Yi Changfeng. Lin Feng, do you have to cut down everything? We can actually have a good talk. Yi Changfeng gritted his teeth and shouted, although he was very reluctant to bow down. But now he had no choice. Lin Feng didn't say a word. His feet stepped on the human emperor's sword and held the Regulus sword in his hand, swinging out sword chi towards his opponent. Yi Changfeng kept dodging and directly burned his essence blood to accelerate his speed. Just before Yi Changfeng was about to approach the piece of folded space that connected the two worlds, whoosh! Lin Feng slashed out with his sword and the sword energy landed precisely on Yi Changfeng's body. Pust! Yi Changfeng sprayed a mouthful of thick blood from his mouth, and his body fell out of control above the ground. Now that we're here, let's bury it here. Lin Feng carried his sword step by step towards Yi Changfeng. Each step seemed to step on top of the other's heart. Yi Changfeng looked at Lin Feng in horror, constantly retreating behind him, his face full of despair as he shouted, "You can't kill me! You can't kill me!" The Spirit Sky Sword sect of the Cultivation realm already knows about what's going on here. "You won't be able to live either if you kill me." Lin Feng was unmoved. His eyes grew colder and colder as he continued to approach. Yi Changfeng was so desperate that he crushed a piece of talisman in his hand, tilted his head back and shouted at the sky with a trembling and mournful voice, "Patriarch, save me." In a flash, a shadow projected down. Its aura was exceptionally powerful, and the oppressive feeling made people almost gasp for air. This powerful aura caused Lin Feng's face to change. A powerful person of the transformation god realm? The powerful pressure made the air around him seem to freeze, and the other party's voice came from another world like a mist. "If you dare to kill him, I will let you die without a corpse." "So you can't get through?" Lin Feng slightly raised his chin. A flash of determination flashed in his eyes, and the Regulus sword directly slashed out. A sword chopped away Yi Changfeng's head, and with a suction of the palm of his hand, he grabbed the other party's Yuaning in a death grip. Under the gaze of the shadow projected by that transfiguration stage powerhouse, Lin Feng fiercely exerted his strength to directly crush Yi Changfeng's Yuaning. Lin Feng raised his head and sneered, "I'll just kill. What can you do?" Before that silhouette dissipated, it let out a vicious statement, "On the day I descend, I will thwart your bones and ashes." Chapter 97, The Monk. Lin Feng stood still and watched as the shadow slowly dissipated. At this moment, he could be sure. Nowadays, this folded space could only allow cultivators below the god transformation stage to enter. This gave Lin Feng an extra point of confidence. After all, under the goddess of transformation stage now he was an absolutely invincible existence. He briefly adjusted his aura and then rode his flying sword towards the Spirit Sky Sword sect. The Spirit Sky Sword sect's Yuaning stage cultivators had all been killed, and the ones that remained were only at the Jindan stage. There was simply no one who could stop Lin Feng. Lin Feng directly split the clan's door with a sword, then rushed into it and went on a killing spree. Except for those with spiritual roots and immortal bones, none of the rest were left behind. After killing everyone who needed to be killed, Lin Feng brought back all those talented trainees as well. The 5 great clans had now been exterminated by 4 of them by Lin Feng. Only the last Jiakang temple remains. However, Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry to kill him this time. He needed to take a breather now after the continuous battles. Also take advantage of this time to see if you can break through to the mid-Yuaning stage. Lin Feng directly handed over all those talented trainees to Shin Tianji and Lu Yao to help him manage them. These trainees were urged to cultivate well and perfect their spiritual roots and immortal bones as soon as possible. After all, he was waiting to use it. The trainees didn't know what Lin Feng was really thinking and just took it as Lin Feng caring about them. The trainees were so moved that they had all defected to other clans. However, after Lin Feng had exterminated these clans, he didn't make things difficult for them and continued to accept them generously. Many of the trainees smacked themselves furiously in shame, hating themselves for being so spineless in the first place. Many people secretly swore that they would never betray Lin Feng again in their lives. In the future, no matter what happened, they would only recognize Lin Feng as their master. For their thoughts Lin Feng did not know, and even if he did know he was afraid that there would not be many emotional changes. After all, the higher the realm, the stronger his demonic nature would be. The stronger the magic, the thinner the emotion. Lin Feng began to shut down and used the human Emperor Jade Seal to shroud the entire space. It then released a portion of Regulus Yuaning. These Yuaning floated weakly in front of them, wanting to escape but finding a powerful force suppressing them, making them unable to move. One could only look at Lin Feng with an incomparably resentful gaze. Lin Feng took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes and began to mobilize the demonic chi in his body. Devil cultivators were able to directly devour other people's Yuaning to raise their own cultivation level. As long as your body can handle it, you won't have any problems. Soon a powerful suction force emanated from Lin Feng's body. Those Yuaning trembled slightly and surged uncontrollably towards Lin Feng's mouth. No, don't! Lin Feng, you bastard! I curse you! You'll fall into the underworld forever and not be allowed to reincarnate. These Yuaning let out mournful hissing sounds, and in the end, they were all swallowed into Lin Feng's abdomen. Lin Feng's body trembled slightly as these Yuan babies were quickly refined by him after entering his body. The powerful energy produced flowed through his meridians and was eventually absorbed by his own Yuaning. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and felt his Yuaning getting stronger bit by bit. As time passed, all the Yuan babies were gradually absorbed by Lin Feng. It was just that what made Lin Feng a little disappointed was that although his Yuaning power was a lot stronger, his realm hadn't broken through. Still no, Lin Feng opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. It seems that my bones are still too poor. After a realm breakthrough once, it's very difficult to have another breakthrough in a short period of time. All kinds of resources and all kinds of extras were indeed able to enhance his combat power. But talent and foundation were the fundamentals of a cultivator and the upper limit of his future achievements. Just as Lin Feng was putting away the jade seal of the human emperor, Lu Yao walked over and spoke softly. Master, there's a monk who wants to see you. Monk? Lin Feng frowned slightly. What monk? I don't see it. Tell him to get lost. Lu Yao then said. He is the Pure Sky Temple and monk. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng laughed. I haven't even gone to them yet, but they're sending me to the door? As Lin Feng walked out of the room, a monk walked slowly, dressed in a simple monk's robe, his eyes revealing compassion and wisdom. Amit Ba. The monk put his hands together and bowed to Lin Feng. Then spoke. Poor monk Dharma named Huikong. Please bear with me if I take the liberty of coming to disturb you. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Monk. Speak human. Huikong stood in front of the protagonist, his hands folded, his voice calm and firm. Lin Sure Master. Your killing heart is too heavy. The poor monk observes that your cultivation path has already entered the signs of the devil. The devil is born from the heart. If you don't turn back in time, you will surely fall into the land of endless doom. Under Lin Feng's gaze, Huikong continued. The path of cultivation should be based on goodness. Good thoughts can purify the mind and lead you to the right path. Letting go of your obsessions and returning to your true heart is the way to liberation. Scholar Lin, I wonder if you would be willing to return to the Pure Sky Monastery with the poor monk. The Pure Sky Temple can help you purify all evil thoughts? His words flowed like a clear spring, trying to persuade Lin Feng to lose his way and turn away from the devil's path. Lin Feng suddenly laughed coldly. Monk, you came here just to persuade me to shave my head and become a monk? Huikong faintly said. Master Lin, the poor monk is doing this for your own good. Your demonic aura is too heavy nowadays. You will completely lose your nature in the future. Lin Feng pursed his lips. Monk, you're so kind. Why didn't you step in when several other sects were killed? Huikong sighed. We at the Pure Sky Temple are not willing to get involved in all this strife, and our purpose for coming to this world is only to promote the Dharma and guide all beings to goodness. It's just that your demonic nature is really too heavy for you, so the poor monk had no choice but to come here, wanting to help you break away from the demonic path. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth rose slightly. Are you? Huikong was slightly stunned. What do you mean by that? Monks? A cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Monk, the world of cultivation has always been weak and strong, and now you jump out to persuade people to be good. What are you not? Huikong shook his head. The path of cultivation for the monk is not just about killing. Asterisk 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 you. Schizo, think about my words. Asterisk 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 mudbloods. Scholar Lin, please still speak properly. The monk, who had been calm, roared. Shut up. At the same time, Lin Feng violently rushed forward, the Xianyuan sword flashing out in his hand. Whoosh! A sword slashed at the monk's head. Huikong's face changed, and his figure flashed, swiftly avoiding this intense sword. Lin Feng sneered. Monk, don't be afraid to die. Come over here and let me slash your sword. Chapter 98, New Battles. Huikong's face was gloomy and said, Scholar, the poor monk just wants to help you. Pretend you're a Nimrod? Lin Feng directly interrupted him and said, if you're sincere in your universal heart, then stick your head out for me to chop right now, and after I'm done venting, naturally I won't create any more killings. Monk, this is me giving you a chance. Don't you Buddhists always say, if you don't go to hell, who will? Huikong shouted. Lin Feng, don't mistake yourself. Lin Feng sneered. Greed and anger are the three poisons of Buddhism. Monk, you've broken the precepts. You're angry. Don't you dare talk nonsense. I didn't. Huikong's face became ugly, anger welling up within him under the continuous irritation. Fool, I'll send you to your death. Lin Feng directly swung out dozens of sword chi towards the monk. Roar! The sword chi made a sound in the air like a wild beast roaring, seeping through the heart. Since the monks are stubborn, then the poor monk can only be offended. Huikong grunted angrily, his body flashed up with Buddha's light, his palms poked out, and majestic energy surged with him. A huge hand seal blasted out. There was a loud boom as the handprints and sword chi collided, and the entire mountain was shaken. Those talented trainees who were cultivating were all startled into action. Don't even panic. Shin Tianji spoke indifferently. Boss is killing people. You guys continue to cultivate yours. Upon hearing this, the trainees all felt relieved and had a blind confidence in Lin Feng. Monk, If you don't go to recite your sutras and ring your bell, and come here to seek death, then I'll fulfill you. Lin Feng's demonic chi was released. His body was surrounded by black chi, and this time the sword chi that slashed out was even sharper, carrying a monstrous killing aura. Hui Kong clenched his hands and a Buddhist shadow flashed behind him, majestic and solemn, radiating light. As Hui Kong clenched his fist and punched out, that Buddha shadow similarly punched out. The sword chi that came shooting were all shattered by this punch. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Monk really underestimated you. The monk in front of him was also in the late Yuaning stage, but his fighting strength was much stronger than all those cultivators he had encountered before. Star Rift! Lin Feng shouted. His breath surged madly towards the regulator sword, and after the sword chi reached its peak, it swept out wildly. Bang bang bang! The sword energy went forward, and the air made a popping sound. Buddhist Great Hand Seal! Hui Kong let out a long whistle, and the Buddha's shadow behind him slapped out with a palm, and the Buddha's light shone brightly, transmitting the power of transcending all living beings. There was a loud boom. The impact of the energy directly shook both Lin Feng and Hui Kong out thousands of meters away. In order not to injure the other people at the bottom of the mountain, both of them had just controlled their power very precisely when they struck out. Lin Feng was suspended in the air. His stance was as straight as a pine. He was carrying the Xian Yuan sword in his hand, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Hui Kong's hands were folded. His precious appearance was solemn, and a profound aura emanated from his body. Well, a fight like this is what I want. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. The sword in his hand trembled slightly. He was very excited and so was Regulus. Having dealt with the enemy before, he had almost always had the upper hand, and deep down inside he longed for a good fight. Only by experiencing a battle of life and death can one gain insight. Monk, keep going. Lin Feng's body shot out like lightning. His sword moved with him and a powerful sword chi pushed straight into Hui Kong's throat. Hui Kong's face did not change. His palms flipped over and pressed down with a palm, and the Buddha seal behind him also slapped out at the same time. Seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes stared. His sword technique changed suddenly, and all of a sudden his sword shadow was heavy. Countless sword chi attacked Hui Kong like a raging storm. Each sword chi contained a strong demonic aura. Hui Kong mouthed the words and his body shone with golden light as he used the power of Buddhism to build a sturdy barrier, and the attacks of the sword chi were blocked one after another. Buddhism suppresses demonic energy. Lin Feng roared. His whole body's strength converged on his sword, and an even more brilliant sword light shot up into the sky. Hui Kong's hands formed a seal, and a huge Buddha seal met the sword light. The two powerful forces collided together, sending out a loud sound that shook the heavens and the earth. Lin Feng's body retreated violently back and forth. His clothes ruptured and blood spilled out. Hui Kong spoke up. Scholar, it's not too late to get lost. However, human emperor sword. Lin Feng drank loudly, and the Regulus sword in his hand was instantly replaced with the human emperor sword. The sword emitted a golden and majestic light, and Lin Feng's aura changed radically. A powerful aura emanated from Lin Feng's body. It was an imperial aura that made people want to submit. Monk, fight again. Lin Feng's steps were firm and powerful. Each step stepped on the earth with a dull sound. The mountains and the earth seemed to resonate as if they were affected by him. How did you do that? Hui Kong was shocked. How was it possible for a person to have the aura of the devil's way of killing and the aura of the emperor's righteous way in his body? A yin and a yang? Good and evil? Kill. Lin Feng met him head-on. The golden gale set off by the sword blade driving the pressure towards Hui Kong to kill him. Hui Kong didn't dare to hold back. His whole body stirred up Buddha's light, shining in all directions, and his mouth roared out. Pure lotus seal. A huge hand seal blasted out, emitting a holy light, and wherever it went, even the evil in the air was quickly dispersed. However, Lin Feng didn't dodge or avoid holding the human emperor's sword before crashing into it head-on. There was a loud rumbling sound. The human emperor's sword directly pierced through the palm imprint, and amidst the sky of Buddhist light, Lin Feng directly rushed to Hui Kong's eyes. Hui Kong's pupils shrunk slightly, wanting to cast a barrier to resist, but it was already too late. Pust! The human emperor's sword rushed into Hui Kong's abdomen with the momentum of a rainbow. The sharp pain spread out, and the Buddhist shadow behind him dissipated. Monk, go to hell and continue to promote your dharma. Lin Feng violently drew out the human emperor's sword and slashed at his neck again. The monk's head shot up into the sky, blood waving in midair. The Yuaning flew out, terrified and trying to escape. However, it was grabbed in Lin Feng's hands, and the Yuaning struggled frantically. Lin Feng, if you dare to kill me, the Pure Sky Temple won't let you go. Then I will destroy the Pure Sky Temple. Lin Feng grabbed the other party's yuaning and put it directly into his mouth, forcibly devouring it. Boom! The sound of thunderous explosions emanated from his body, and Lin Feng's body's demonic aura, Buddha's light, and the Emperor's might flickered continuously and alternately. Ah! Lin Feng also let out an explosive roar from his mouth, and his realm also got a breakthrough at this moment, reaching the middle stage of yuaning. When Lin Feng returned to the mountain, Lu Yao immediately came forward and asked with concern, "Master, are you alright?" Lin Feng stared at him, his eyes bloodshot. "I'm fine, but you're going to be fine now." Lin Feng waved his arm and the human emperor's jade seal flew out, instantly forming a separate space. In the next moment, all of Lin Feng and Lu Yao's clothes shattered apart. Another great battle, about to begin. Chapter 99, Cultivating the Thunder Law. This battle between Lin Feng and Lu Yao. The fight was so dark, the sun and the moon were not shining, and blood was flowing. By the time Lin Feng walked out it was already the second day. Lin Feng exhaled, his entire body refreshed. Lu Yao behind him, however, was pale and fainted several times during the period, relying on her tenacity to hold on. Lin Feng immediately took out a few spirit herbs and boiled them down to make a medicinal soup for Lu Yao to take to replenish her strength. As his realm got higher and higher, Lin Feng realized that the desires he had generated after his breakthrough had gotten stronger and stronger. If it continues like this, I'm afraid people will be killed in the future. You rest well. I'll go to the Pure Sky Temple. After Lin Feng gave an explanation, he piloted his flying sword towards where the Pure Sky Temple was now. The Pure Sky Temple didn't force the people of this world to help them build temples like other sects. Instead, they just picked a ready-made White Horse Temple, located 10 kilometers east of the city of Luoyang. The ancient name of King Kong Cliff Temple, known as the first ancient temple of the Dragon Kingdom. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, this 1,000-year-old temple was not damaged and remained relatively intact. Therefore, after those monks from the Pure Sky Temple came to this world, they immediately took this place as their temporary residence. Just as he was on his way to the temple, Lin Feng however suddenly felt powerful energy fluctuations. Lin Feng thought about it and also felt that he should go down and explore first, just in case he could have another strange encounter. Now that the aura was reviving, there were just too many hidden opportunities in this world, and Lin Feng didn't want to miss any of them. After landing down in the air, Lin Feng realized that this place was surprisingly the Kunlun Mountains. He had come to this place before, and had obtained the Xian Yuan sword and the mixed Yang rune scripture. Only last time he was still weak and left directly after obtaining the treasure without exploring it in depth. Lin Feng unfolded his divine sense and passed through the layers of mists and found that in the depths of the Kunlun Mountain streams of light and countless spiritual herbs and exotic fruits came out. It seems like those cultivators here haven't been here yet. Lin Feng didn't hesitate too much and quickly flew towards the depths of the mountain range. This time he didn't have so many scruples and directly increased his speed to the extreme. Soon after arriving at the Death Canyon, the originally desolate area was now full of branches and leaves, and a sky-high tree rose up from the ground. Lin Feng slowed down his speed, holding the human emperor's sword tightly in his hand as he took one step at a time towards the front. Along the way, he harvested a lot of spirit grasses and spirit fruits growing on the branches of trees, and also killed some demonic beasts that had already developed spiritual intelligence. Suddenly a loud boom came. Lin Feng's heart was in awe. As he went further and further, the roaring sound became clearer and clearer, as if there were 1,000 armies galloping, walking around a huge rock. The sight before him made Lin Feng's eyes widen in shock. A large pool of thunder appeared in front of him. That thunder pool was vast and boundless, flashing with a dazzling blue-violet light. Countless electric arcs jumped and intertwined in the pool like a nimble silver snake. Above the thunder pool, electric awns scuttled, and the air seemed to be ionized by electricity, emitting a palpitatingly terrifying aura. This is a naturally occurring thunder pool? Lin Feng stood at the edge of the thunder pool and looked at the surging lightning power. His heart was shocked. Even in the cultivation world, this kind of thunder pool that contained the power of the strongest and youngest lightning in heaven and earth was rare. In Lin Feng's memories, only some of the top powers had them, and only the clan's most outstanding sons or family heirs could enjoy them. I'm pretty lucky. Surprise flowed out of Lin Feng's face. He had killed Lei Jin earlier to obtain the other party's thunder law, and had been suffering from the fact that there was no suitable place that he could use for cultivation. Right now, if he cultivated with the help of this thunder pool, the effect would definitely be twice as effective with half the effort. But at the same time, Lin Fengyi knew very well that utilizing the thunder pool to cultivate the physique and thunder technique was an extremely dangerous adventure. However, the path of cultivation is something where crisis and chance coexist. Lin Feng took a deep breath and slowly approached, then put his palm into the thunder pool. Boom! In an instant, the powerful force of thunder and lightning sent Lin Feng flying. His body also knocked down several large trees in succession before stopping, while his arm had already been skinned and cracked. This power of lightning is truly terrifying, Lin Feng said with palpitations in his heart. His fleshly body was already very strong nowadays, but he didn't expect to be blown up into this state after just touching it. Lin Feng took out a spirit fruit and swallowed it, quickly recovering his injuries before walking forward again. Lin Feng slowly worked the breath in his body and carefully stepped into the edge of the thunder pool. Boom! The clothes of his entire body directly burst open. A powerful electric current ran into his body. That current was like a sharp blade, stabbing every inch of Lin Feng's skin. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, forced himself to endure the pain, and sat down directly. Started trying to cultivate the thunder law. The name of the thunder method he had received from Lesion was called the Divine Thunder Skill, drawing the power of lightning into the body, quenching the sinews and bones of the entire body, and enhancing the strength of the physical body while compressing the power of lightning into the dantian. Finally, he merged the power of thunder and lightning with his whole body's true chi. In the future, the destructive power of thunder and lightning would be carried between every move that was struck. The main point: this thunder law is surprisingly still a progressive type. With the higher the realm, the stronger the thunder law. Lin Feng silently recited the mantra to guide this lightning power through his body, impacting his meridians and acupoints. Each impact brought great pain, the tearing of sinews and skin. As time passed, little by little, Lin Feng gradually got used to the pain, and his body became stronger and stronger after the constant tearing and healing of his physique. He could clearly feel that every inch of his skin and every bone contained a hint of lightning power penetrating it. Soon, Lin Feng tried to fuse the power of lightning with his own true chi. However, his body directly cracked, and blood flowed down the crack. His true chi was actually directly suppressed by the power of lightning. His aura became weakened, and even his realm took a downward trend. Lin Feng hurriedly collected his breath and spoke with difficulty. My true chi is all demonic chi. It's incompatible with this lightning power. If I continue to cultivate it, my entire body will be purified of all the demonic chi. The strongest and sunniest thunderbolt collides with the meanest and most evil demonic chi, and will only fight to the death. For a moment, it put Lin Feng in a difficult position. He was not willing to give up this demonic aura, but likewise he was not willing to give up the cultivation of this thunder law. Thinking about it, Lin Feng directly offered the jade seal of the human emperor suspended above his head. Instantly, the dragon's aura was added to his body, and his majesty was incomparable. I'll fight you. Lin Feng stood up and quickly took a few pills before directly leaping. Plop! Jumped directly into the deepest part of the thunder pool. Chapter 100: The Mysterious Coffin. As Lin Feng jumped into the center of the thunder pool, the violent power of lightning instantly struck his body. Ah! Lin Feng's mouth let out an agonizing hiss as the power of thunder and lightning came at him like a raging tide. Electricity ran rampant through his limbs. His muscles twitched involuntarily, and his bones seemed to groan under the overwhelming pressure. Every inch of his body cracked, and blood continued to flow out. Not only was it the physical pain, but the main thing was that the divine sense and soul had suffered heavy damage. It was as if this power of thunder and lightning wanted to erase Qinfan from this world. It was a torment, as if he had been cut by 1,000 cuts, and the pain coming from the depths of his soul made him nearly faint. Just as Lin Feng was about to lose his support, the jade seal of the human emperor, which was suspended above his head, suddenly radiated majesty and holiness. It was a majestic aura that seemed to be able to suppress all things in heaven and earth, causing people to be in awe in front of it. The light it emitted scattered over Lin Feng's body, surprisingly directly masking Lin Feng's demonic aura. The lightning power's attack on his divine sense and soul was also much lower. Lin Feng's heart was happy. This human emperor's jade seal really did protect his master. Without the slightest delay, Lin Feng quickly operated the thunder method, and little by little, he incorporated the power of lightning into his Qi Jing. Finally, the power of thunder and lightning and the true Qi merged with each other. This process was extremely painful. As soon as Lin Feng's lightning power came into contact with the true Qi, it was like a wild horse that had taken off its reins and was rampaging through the body. Each thunderbolt was like a sharp steel needle, crazily stimulating the meridians, bringing about bursts of severe pain like being cut by a sharp blade. Lin Feng only felt as if his body was going to be torn apart by this violent force. From his limbs to his torso, there wasn't a single place where he wasn't suffering from this drilling torment. At the same time, the true Qi also became disorganized under the impact of the lightning. The two forces collided and squeezed each other, creating a storm within the body. It was as if Lin Feng's internal organs were caught in a terrifying whirlpool, being pulled and twisted constantly. The pain hit him like a tidal wave, nearly suffocating him, each breath accompanied by a sharp stabbing pain, as if countless shards of glass were traveling between his lungs. His head was also buzzing with countless thunderbolts exploding in his head. The sensation of a splitting headache caused Lin Feng's consciousness to be awake and blurred at times. It was just that whenever Lin Feng couldn't support him, the jade seal of the human emperor would scatter an array of light to repair his broken body. Little by little, time passed and Lin Feng's true chi gradually merged with the power of lightning. The moment Lin Feng stepped out of the thunder pool, he was surrounded by radiant thunder light, as if the thunder god had descended into the world. Thunderbolts jumped and flashed around his body, crackling all over his body. Each of his steps carried a powerful pressure, and the ground trembled slightly under his feet. The air around him seemed to be agitated by his presence as well, and the scent of electricity filled the air with trepidation. The aura of thunder law emanating from him was both violent and full of order, and when Lin Feng slightly raised his hand, a thunderbolt leapt in his palm. The thunder law has been cultivated. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth hooked up into a wide smile. This thunder law, because it clashed with the demonic chi, with the help of the human emperor's jade seal, had actually fused together with the human emperor's chi of his human body. That meant that there were two breaths flowing within Lin Feng today. Demonic chi and the human emperor's chi that had absorbed the power of thunder and lightning. One yin and one yang coexist harmoniously within the human body. Lin Feng put away the human emperor jade seal, looked at the thunder pool in front of him, and thought about taking out the human emperor's sword again. Collect! Lin Feng controlled the human emperor's sword and flew above the thunder pool. The human emperor's sword swirled rapidly, and for a moment golden light flashed. The human emperor's sword emitted a powerful suction force, surprisingly directly absorbing the lightning power in the thunder pool little by little. The human emperor's sword could absorb all the power of nature and store it within the sword, waiting until it was necessary to strike out. Soon, the human emperor's sword absorbed the thunder pool cleanly, reflying back into Lin Feng's hands. Even a strong person at the god transformation stage would be heavily injured if they were suddenly struck by these raging lightning powers, right? Lin Feng's eyes suddenly flickered, and a hint of sinister color quietly surfaced in those eyes as they flickered like cold starlight in a cold night. Lin Feng continued to go towards the front, during which there were no more discoveries other than spirit grass and spirit fruit. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, the human emperor's sword flew directly out of his control. Lin Feng quickly chased after him. This human emperor's sword has spirituality suddenly lost control. It should have discovered something. Whoosh! The human emperor's sword slashed heavily on top of the mountain in front of him, splashing rocks in all directions, and a hidden cave entrance appeared in front of him. The human emperor's sword flew back to Lin Feng's side, emitting a burst of sword sounds as if it was inviting him to do something. Well behaved. Lin Feng gave a complimentary cry, then gripped the human emperor's sword tightly and headed towards the cave. The cave was cold and damp, and it smelled stale. Lin Feng carefully walked through the overgrown lot, and a stone room gradually appeared in front of him. There was a black coffin in the center of this stone room. The coffin stood there silently, emitting an eerie and oppressive aura. The material of the coffin looked ancient and sturdy, with some Taoist symbols and patterns carved on it. When Lin Feng stood in front of the coffin, he slightly stretched out his hand to gently touch the surface of the coffin, and the cold touch made him instantly shiver. Lin Feng wanted to leave, but the human emperor's sword was suspended in the air, signaling him to open the coffin. Lin Feng gripped the edge of the coffin lid with both hands and pushed. With a heavy scraping sound, the lid of the coffin slowly moved, and a smell of old decay hit his nose. Lin Feng nervously looked inside the coffin, only to see a corpse dressed in a black Taoist robe lying inside. The body had a peaceful face, as if it was merely sleeping and not dead. Beside the body lay two ancient books. Lin Feng carefully picked up the book, and before he could check it out, a cold wind suddenly blew inside the cave, causing his clothes to hunt. The wind sounded as if it were a whisper coming from a coffin, and it was creepy. It was also at this time that Lin Feng clearly saw that eyelid of the corpse inside the coffin flutter. Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb, and without the slightest hesitation he quickly closed the coffin and then fled the place as fast as he could. It wasn't until he left this mountain range that Lin Feng dared to stop and gasped for air. It feels like if I slow down anymore, I'm going to have to account for myself. Lin Feng took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, then took out the two ancient books. One Chi transforms the three purities. The fixation technique. Chapter 101, Killing the Temple. Lin Feng looked at the two ancient books. All of them were top-level spells. If this could be cultivated, he felt that it wouldn't even be a problem for him to fight across levels. But right now Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. He still had more important things left to resolve. Lin Feng stepped on his flying sword and headed in the direction of the Pure Sky Temple. Pre-apocalyptic temple incense is still very strong. After all, this many people still believe in Buddhism. But after the end times, no one came here anymore. But with the arrival of those monks from the cultivation world, the place was once again bustling with activity. As Lin Feng appeared in the area, he noticed an endless stream of people coming to pay their respects. There were ordinary people, cultivators, and even corpse kings who had evolved divine consciousness. Everyone started bowing at the foot of the mountain. One step at a time, he kowtowed toward the temple on the hill. Lin Feng hadn't thought that it had only been 100 years, but the influence of the Pure Sky Temple had become so great. Young man, you can't venture so far up the hill. You'll offend the gods. Someone saw that Lin Feng didn't bow down and spoke out to remind him. Lin Feng coldly glanced at the other party. The gods of this world have long since disappeared, and the monks here are all people who are selling their names, and are not worthy of your kowtowing. A man yelled at Lin Feng. How dare you? The people who live here are all accomplished monks. Aren't you afraid of heaven's wrath if you talk like that? Snap! Lin Feng directly slapped the man. The huge force of directly sent the man flying tens of meters away and fell to the ground without moving. Lin Feng has come to pay his respects. Lin Feng roared out with luck, and the sound quickly spread throughout the temple. The pilgrims who came to worship all froze in place. Lin Feng? He's Lin Feng? Not many people had seen Lin Feng, but there was no one who didn't know this name, especially after Lin Feng had annihilated several big sects. Everyone now instinctively felt fear when they heard that name. Run! Run quickly! The crowd dispersed in a flurry, not daring to stay for more than half a step, fearing that Lin Feng would go on a killing spree against them. Soon, the Pure Sky Temple monks all rushed out as well. An early-stage Yuaning monk stepped forward and spoke. I wonder what is the purpose of your visit to our place? Kill all of you. Lin Feng's reply was brief and concise, and the moment the words fell the Xian Yuan sword was swung out with it. The sword chi flew out quickly, directly cutting the monk's head off, casually killing an early-stage Yuaning with a single sword? The monks of the Pure Sky Temple were shocked. Lin Feng, don't go too far. These monks were instantly enraged, and an aura radiated out. Lin Feng said indifferently, it seems that you monks haven't practiced enough. The death of a person has enraged you. The important land of the Buddhist sect does not allow you to be so unbridled. A furious roar came from the sky, and then a string of Buddha beads glittering with refined light fell from the sky to firmly bind Lin Feng's body. A mid-Yuaning monk waved his Zen staff down towards Lin Feng's head. Boom! The Zen staff stopped less than half an inch away from Lin Feng's head. The power of lightning formed a barrier in front of Lin Feng's body, precisely intercepting the opponent's attack. Lin Feng laughed coldly, his breath wrapped in thunder and lightning snapped. The Buddha beads bound above his body were directly shattered. Pust! The Regulus sword in Lin Feng's hand quickly pierced through, directly penetrating the monk's head. I'm sick of you guys being fake compassionate. Lin Feng carried his long sword in his hand and took one step at a time towards the front. A strong sword chi slashed out, and the monks who wanted to come forward to block were all cut down. As Lin Feng killed his way to the top of the mountain, a group of monks stood solemnly, their eyes like torches, as if they could see through everything in the world. The senior monk at the head put his hands together. His voice was steady and loud. Scholar, the pure place of the Buddhist sect is not to be trespassed. Put down your obsession and turn back to the shore. The killing spree is on, and you can't stop. Lin Feng's voice was icy cold, like a cold wind piercing the bones. The senior monk in charge spoke again, with a bit more gravity in his tone. Scholar, in this world, karma is cyclical. The more killings you create, the heavier the karma will be in the future. Lin Feng loudly retorted, if you are truly compassionate you should go out and save all living beings, not just preach the Dharma and enjoy the offerings of the world. The senior monk sighed softly and said slowly, Scholar, the obsession in your heart is too prevalent. Lin Feng coldly snorted, you guys talk so ing much, it seems like the only way to shut you up is to kill you. It seems that the cultivator has completely entered the devil, so we can only subdue the devil. The senior monks shook their heads slightly, their golden robes fluttering in the wind, emitting a divine light. The Xian Yuan sword in Lin Feng's hand trembled slightly, as if he was longing for a fight. Lin Feng violently stomped his foot, his body shot out like an arrow out of the string. A fist swung out, a fist print shot out, with a sharp whistling sound under the demonic aura wrapping around it straight towards the senior monks. The senior monks' faces were grave, and the eyes of the senior monk at the head of the group stared, his hands quickly forming seals and reciting words under his breath. In an instant, A golden Buddha bell barrier rose up like a solid city wall, blocking the incoming sword chi. The fist seal collided with the Buddha light, emitting a deafening roar. The powerful impact caused the surrounding air to distort, and the aftermath spread out wildly in all directions, blowing the sand and rocks on the ground. Come on, take some more of my punches. Lin Feng's demonic chi boiled and his fist swung out in a trail of shadows. Each fist print carried a powerful force as it attacked forward. Bang! 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 There was a hint of lightning power above the fist print. Ka-ching! Cracks appeared in the Buddha bell, and finally it directly burst apart. The monk in the lead was shaken back a few steps, his face a bit grave. Aren't you a devil cultivator? Why is there still lightning power amongst your strength? I'm still a sword cultivator. Lin Feng shouted. The Xianyuan sword flashed out with him, his entire body's strength converging on the long sword. A powerful aura surged around his body, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. The long sword flashed with a brilliant light, and a sword light that rose up to the sky seemed to be able to pierce the heavens. Lin Feng swung with force and a huge sword shadow chopped towards the senior monks. Wherever that sword shadow passed through, the air was cut with a sharp sound. Buddhist defense. Seeing this, the senior monks clasped their hands together and recited scriptures under their breath. Golden Buddhist light surged out from them and gathered together to form a huge golden mountain peak. This mountain peak emitted a sacred and inviolable aura and collided with Lin Feng's sword chi. There was another loud bang and a lot of light. The powerful impact caused the ground to sink, and the surrounding trees were uprooted. The monks were all shaken back, and many of the weaker ones had blood coming out of the corners of their mouths. Lin Feng sneered. Monks, you can't do this either. Chapter 102, Why don't you kneel when you see the Emperor? The monk in the lead folded his hands and his voice was like a bell. Lin Feng, put down your killing thoughts now and you can still turn around. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth hooked up into a cold smile. As a devil cultivator, since you have already killed, where is the reason to stop? As a sword cultivator, on the path of the sword, one should go forward. Will one turn back? So today, all of you will die. After saying that, Qin Fan directly carried his sword around his body under the entanglement of lightning and directly charged up. Today, we will get rid of the demons. The monks quickly dispersed, and a few of them at the late Yuaning stage waved their Zen staffs and smashed at Lin Feng with blinding Buddhist light. When the Zen staff and the Xian Yuan collided together, a deafening sound was made and waves of air spilled out in all directions. Obviously among the several great sects that came to this world, you monks are the strongest, yet you sit back and watch the tigers fight. Now that several great sects have been destroyed, you guys are jumping out to get rid of the demons. How hypocritical. Lin Feng was disgusted with these monks who pretended to be compassionate, and the killing intent that erupted became even more intense with it. Lin Feng's figure kept weaving in and out between the monks, his long sword dancing like a spirit snake with heavy sword shadows. The monks' falling Zen staffs were all blocked by the lightning above his body that automatically formed a protective barrier. Nowadays, the defensive power of his fleshly body was already exceptionally strong, and it would be difficult to harm him unless it was a top-grade spiritual treasure. Lin Feng swung the Xian Yuan sword in his hand without a care in the world. The powerful sword chi once again chopped off the heads of the two monks. Whoosh! The senior monk in the lead removed the Buddha beads hanging around his neck and mouthed the sutra. The beads instantly flew out and transformed into a golden light that shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes stared and he swung his sword at the Buddha beads. The Buddha beads clashed with the long sword, making a crisp sound. Lin Feng only felt a powerful force invade his body. His figure slightly lurched. Lin Feng hurriedly mobilized the power of thunder and lightning to dissolve this force. Then his body leapt high into the air. A steady stream of true chi was poured into the sword, and then it slashed down. Hundreds of sword chi firing out at the same time. It fell like a waterfall of sword chi, carrying an unstoppable momentum. Buddhist Great Hand Seal. Seeing this, several monks hurriedly combined their efforts to strike a huge Buddha hand seal. Hop! Lin Feng shouted, and with a wave of the long sword in his hand, hundreds of sword chi quickly merged into one, and a sword chi that rose up to the sky instantly roared down. There was a loud boom. The Buddha hand seal directly collapsed, and the few monks flew out with blood spurting from their mouths and noses. Lin Feng snorted coldly and once again swung out dozens of sword chi that carried the aura of thunder and lightning. The monks saw this and waved their heavy Zen staffs, which brought up gusts of wind between their dances, emitting a dull whistling sound. They slammed hard into the raging sword chi, and the Zen staff collided fiercely with the sword chi, emitting a deafening roar. The powerful airwaves spread wildly in all directions, rolling up the sand and dust and debris on the ground, making the surrounding scene instantly become chaotic. Poof, poof, poof. Lin Feng's figure was incredibly agile. and he once again rushed into the crowd in a flash. Like humanoid lightning running up, the long sword in his hand danced like a spirit snake, sword shadows overlapping and interweaving into a dazzling web of swords. Each sword shadow contained a powerful force, as if it could cut through the air. The long swords continued to penetrate the monks' bodies, and a yuaning flew out of their bodies. In the end, they were all sucked into the regulator by Lin Feng. "You stop it." The senior monk at the head looked at the continuous tragic deaths of his fellow disciples and hissed under his breath, while a dazzling light instantly erupted, as if it could illuminate the entire heaven and earth. Seal of the immovable king. A majestic Buddha statue emerged behind it, and under the radiant Buddha light, a palm descended into the sky. Human Emperor Fist. Lin Feng roared. The human emperor power also quickly erupted within his body, and the human emperor fist wrapped in the power of thunder and lightning directly blasted out. For a moment, it was as if time stood still. An unimaginably powerful force instantly erupted, centering on the collision point and spreading wildly in all directions. The air was compressed dramatically and then exploded violently with a deafening roar. The powerful shockwaves were like raging waves, and wherever they went, the sand flew away and the earth trembled. The ground was hardened and ripped out with countless deep cracks, spreading into the distance like a spider's web. Lin Feng was sent flying 100 feet away by this force, his body shaking violently. Lin Feng stabilized his stance and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. The battle intent in his eyes grew stronger, enjoying the incense of all living beings. With the power of faith, the Buddhist sect is really strong enough. It's just that the stronger you guys are, the more fun I'll have killing you. Lin Feng stared tightly at the group of monks. Gripping the sword in his hand, his figure was like an arrow off the string as he rushed towards the monks again. The long sword danced densely in his hands, sword shadows showering down like snowflakes. Each sword shadow carried the coldness of demonic chi and the killing fury of thunder and lightning, as if it wanted to destroy everything in front of it. The sword cultivators' movements were as fast as lightning, dazzling the eyes, and only a blur of figures could be seen weaving in and out between the monks. Poof, poof, poof. The Xian Yuan sword emitted a burst of crisp sword chirps, and the thousands of monks had already died or been injured under Lin Feng's attack that was like a raging storm. Set up a formation. Hurry up and set up a formation. The face of the senior monk in the lead was incomparably grave. This guy who had dual cultivation of demonic chi and sword chi was simply too powerful. The remaining monks all folded their hands and mouthed an esoteric scripture. As the scriptures were recited, the Buddha's light became even more dense, forming a huge golden light shield that enveloped everyone. 10,000 characters. Buddha's word demon suppression formation. The monks' chanting of the scriptures became faster and faster, and countless Buddhist characters surfaced with flashes of refined light, finally coming out towards Lin Feng like chains. It bound Lin Feng's hands and feet, while a huge pressure landed on top of his body, forcing Lin Feng to kneel down. Old me doesn't kneel to heaven, earth, or God and Buddha. Those who stand in my way will die. Lin Feng hissed and the human emperor's sword flew directly out of his body. The longsword's light flourished, and the runes on its body began to flicker as it quickly flew out towards the light shield and smashed it fiercely. The light shield began to crack under the impact of the sword chi, and the monks' faces instantly turned pale. The human emperor's sword was suspended in the air, and the aura of the king's way radiated out, a wave as vast as the sea of stars, as thick as a mountain, and also contained a supreme majesty and domineering aura. The monks only felt an invisible mountain pressing down on their hearts, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. The pressure was so powerful that one couldn't breathe, and deep awe welled up in one's soul. Lin Feng stood up. All the demonic aura on his body was internalized. Golden light flickered on his body, and in its place was the aura of an earthly emperor. Why don't you kneel when you see the emperor? All kneel down. Chapter 103, The Faith of All Beings. The monks' bodies trembled even more at the majestic chorus. Their hearts were struggling. Faith and fear were fiercely battling. However, the aura of the king's way emanating from the human emperor's sword grew stronger. That sense of oppression was like a raging tide that kept hitting their minds' defenses. Finally, one of the monks couldn't withstand the immense pressure. His legs weakened and he fell to his knees with a thud. With the first, there was a second and a third. Soon the monks were all kneeling. They hung their heads low, not daring to look directly at Lin Feng's figure that emanated the aura of an emperor. Only the senior monk at the head was left standing. Lin Feng stood proudly, his eyes coldly looking at the kneeling crowd. He held the human emperor's sword tightly in his hand, as if he was controlling the fate of all beings. Get up, all of you, the senior monk at the head hissed, and it was simply a strange shame for the Buddhist sect's crowd to kneel down to a killing demonic cultivator. The monks were also unwilling to kneel. but the pressure of this king's path made it difficult for them to think of resistance. Just as when a commoner meets an emperor, he instinctively kneels and submits. Ah! I'll kill you! Kill you! The senior monk directly burned his essence blood. His whole body flashed with essence light. Then he charged towards Lin Feng without any regard. Buddha hand seal. The senior monk hissed and his hands kept slapping out. One huge palm ran towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at him with a cold gaze and quickly pulled away while slashing out with his sword. Bang bang! The golden sword chi streaked forward and exploded after impacting the palm print. Kill! The senior monk angrily rushed towards Lin Feng, this time not only burning his essence blood, but also directly burning his soul. Only a powerful aura swept out like a storm as the light around him flourished. The old monk's eyes were wide open, and his breath had unexpectedly broken through to the god transformation stage at this moment. Gained great power with his own life for a short time. By the time the essence blood and soul burned out, the entire person would be spiritually dead. The senior monk's face was hideous, and he shouted with a voice like a torrent, shaking the surrounding space slightly. Lin Feng felt the powerful aura of the old monk after his breakthrough. His eyes slightly condensed. God transformation stage? He gripped the human emperor's sword tightly, and the human emperor's chi rose once again. The old monk's figure was like electricity. He instantly rushed to Lin Feng and raised his hand to deliver a rigid palm strike. The palm wind whistled like angry waves lapping at the shore, carrying the mighty power of the transformation god realm. Lin Feng hurriedly swung his sword to parry, and the human emperor's sword collided with the other party's palm wind. There was a loud bang, and the powerful impact caused Lin Feng to be directly shaken out 1,000 feet away. Lin Feng stabilized his stance. A trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth, and a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. The palm force of the god transformation stage caused his chi and blood to churn and his internal organs to shake tremendously. The senior monk stepped on the void. His figure flashed like a ghost and instantly appeared behind Lin Feng. The powerful pressure of the god transformation stage directly oppressed Lin Feng's body so much that he couldn't even move. Go to hell! The senior monk roared out, once again slapping out his palm. The air around him was instantly compressed, emitting a sharp popping sound. Lin Feng raised the human emperor's sword in his hand with great difficulty to fend it off, and the fierce force directly slapped Lin Feng off the ground, smashing out a deep pit. The transformation stage is really tough. Lin Feng struggled to get up, and his breathing method was constantly absorbing the surrounding heaven and earth vital energy to restore himself. Phew! The senior monk's palm swung out again. An invisible force rushed forward like a raging wave. Wherever they passed, sand flew and dust flew in the sky. Deep cracks appeared on the ground under this strong pressure, spreading rapidly like a spider's web. The power of that palm was like a meteorite falling with a heaven-destroying aura. The wind whistled up, forming a powerful cyclone that swept everything around it. The human emperor's sword's light flickered as if it was stimulated, and it actually initiated an attack. The emperor's might is not to be provoked. This time it wasn't Lin Feng who was swinging the human emperor's sword, but the human emperor's sword was driving him. Each swing carried a powerful sword aura that cut the surrounding air to pieces. The surrounding space was distorted by the two men's powerful force. Dust flew up and debris splashed everywhere. The scene was extremely spectacular. The monks below who were kneeling on the ground were all affected by this power. Their physical bodies were destroyed, leaving only a single Yuaning floating in the air. Even if we live or die, we will get rid of the demons. The senior monk kept pushing the power within his body, and his flesh aged with the naked eye. He slowly raised his palm, and that one hand seemed to carry the weight of heaven and earth. A handprint quickly formed as the Buddha's light shone in his palm, and golden rays of light blossomed as brightly as the blazing sun, instantly illuminating the entire sky. A sacred power as vast as the sea surged out from the handprint. Buddhist great hand seal. With a hiss from the senior monk, the huge handprint slapped down hard towards Lin Feng. The surrounding space was like fragile glass, with countless fine cracks appearing as if it would collapse at any time. The ground trembled violently under this powerful pressure, constantly collapsing and finally forming a deep gully that pushed. Lin Feng's body trembled and a mouthful of thick blood spurted out wildly. Blood was sprayed onto the human emperor's sword, and the power of the human emperor's sword was actually directly activated. The human emperor's sword shone brightly, and the runes on its body flashed even more frequently. Whoosh! The human emperor's sword directly detached itself from Lin Feng's palm, and with an incomparably powerful force, the sword broke through the air. With a loud rumble, the Buddha hand seal was directly broken by the human emperor's sword, and rushed towards the high monk. The senior monk's face changed drastically when he felt the power of the sword. He hurriedly resisted with all his might, but he was still shaken by the powerful force of the sword and flew backwards. The senior monk fell heavily to the ground, spraying a large mouthful of blood from his mouth. He struggled to get up, but realized that his breath was continuing to fall and his vitality was fading. Lin Feng looked at the high monk who had fallen to the ground, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly rushed up to the regulator's sword out. Pust! The long sword sliced through, directly chopping away the high priest's head. In the next moment, his body also reached its limit and directly turned into pieces, dissipating into the heavens and earth. Those Yuanings suspended in the air wanted to escape from here, but Lin Feng waved his arm and the Shen Yuan sword instantly generated a powerful suction force to bring them all inside the sword. Lin Feng took out a medicinal pill and floated it, quickly recovering from his injuries before taking a step towards the temple. The human emperor's sword also returned to him at this moment, only that it didn't disappear into his body, but instead flew around in the temple, flying past one Buddha statue after another. Finally, the human emperor's sword was suspended in the air, its golden light constantly flickering. Soon, a particularly pure aura spread from one of the Buddha statues, warm and dazzling, each ray of light emitting a soft glow, yet containing endless power. It looked serene, but it had an unstoppable aura. It fluctuated slightly in the air, as if it were alive, full of a sense of spirituality. Lin Feng's face stared. This is the power of faith? Chapter 104. One breath transforms three purities. In Lin Feng's shallow cognition, the power of faith was a mysterious spiritual energy that originated from the faith of all beings. When people develop a strong belief in and worship of a deity, hero, or idea, their spirit releases this special energy, which is formless and colorless, but contains great power that can be perceived and absorbed by specific objects. That's why these monks were able to fight Lin Feng for so long. Otherwise, with Lin Feng's current combat power, he could completely exterminate Yuaning stage cultivators with ease. Soon, the human emperor's sword began to absorb this power of faith. Faith in gods and Buddhas is the same as faith in emperors. All after the human emperor's sword had absorbed all of this power of faith, the sword body became even more radiant and the blade even sharper. Don't absorb it all. Leave some for me, Lin Feng shouted, but the human emperor's sword absorbed even more rapidly after hearing his voice. In no time at all the power of faith was absorbed. Only then did he return to Lin Feng's body with satisfaction. Damn! This human emperor's sword has a backbone. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. His current strength wasn't enough and he wasn't able to fully manage the sword. He let out a breath. It seems like we still need to raise our strength as soon as possible. Then Lin Feng searched all around the temple again and found nothing. These monks didn't know if it was on purpose or not, but they didn't leave any treasures behind. Lin Feng shook his head inside before flying away from this place. The folded space above the sky was still expanding, and it was thought that it wouldn't be long before more powerful cultivators would be able to come here from the cultivation world. Lin Feng felt a strong sense of oppression. If the powerhouses from these clans he had exterminated at the god transformation stage or even the void refining stage descended on him, he would die for sure. So there could be no more delay, and it was necessary to pour everything into raising the realm. There was no longer that much time for them to slowly stabilize their current realm. It was a good thing that after destroying a few big sects this time, Lin Feng had a great harvest. Not only had they gotten all the storage rings, but all the various exotic herbs they had collected within the past 100 years were now in Lin Feng's hands. When Lin Feng rushed back to the mountain, Shen Tianji was giving a lecture to those talented trainees. You guys have to remember, we can't disgrace the boss. You have to raise your strength as soon as possible. By the time the next crisis comes, all of you will have to ascend to the Yuaning stage. We can't always let the boss go charging in alone. We have to stand by his side and help him deal with the enemy together. Did you all hear that? The cadets yelled in unison. Understood. Shen Tianji nodded with satisfaction. You all know the boss's character. These spiritual herbs and medicines are his treasures. Whoever dares to grab them with him will only end up dead. But now the boss is willing to take it out and make soups for you to take daily. Do you know how rare this is? Ask yourselves. After taking these tonics, did you raise your realm fast? The trainees nodded their heads. Their strength was indeed increasing daily. This made everyone's gratitude to Lin Feng grow with each passing day. Even within the sect, it was impossible for them to be nourished by so many exotic herbs, but it was possible with Lin Feng. And no matter what request they made, Lin Feng would fulfill it. Where can I find such a master? Lin Feng was listening from the side, and he, who shouldn't have had any emotions, actually had a trace of embarrassment arise within him. He had raised them and treated them well, but it was all for the purpose of digging up spirit roots and immortal bones in the future. Ahem! Lin Feng coughed gently, and the crowd's eyes instantly turned towards him. Shen Tianqi rushed forward and said excitedly, "Boss, you're back? You killed all those monks in the Pure Sky Temple?" Lin Feng spoke softly. "Aha." He then took out some of the techniques and spiritual treasures that he had seized from a few plans and said, "Let's all look at dividing these things into one point. I only have one request for you guys. Raise your strength as soon as possible. Don't worry about anything else." For a moment, the trainees were in tears. Being able to worship under Lin Feng was simply a blessing that had been cultivated in a previous life. Bang! 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 The trainees fell to their knees one after another, their heads knocking heavily on the ground, chanting, "Master, you are just too good to us. We can't repay you even if we break our bones. Please accept our worship." Lin Feng touched his nose in embarrassment. In his heart he thought to himself that it's not so bad to be pulverized. "I just want your complete spiritual roots and immortal bones." But on the surface he said calmly, "This is all what I should do. Since I've taken you in, I have to be responsible for you." The trainees were constantly knocking their heads on the ground, practically treating Lin Feng as their regenerative parent. You guys have a good time practicing. I'll leave first." Lin Feng said this and quickly left. Shen Tianji looked at Lin Feng's back and lamented. "See, boss is really the best person under the sky, giving favors without repaying them." After going to say hello to Liu Yao again, he only began his seclusion. He took out the two ancient books and prepared to study them. Regardless of whether it was the everything transforms the three purities or the fixation technique, they were all top-notch feats of Taoism. If I can cultivate these two feats to great completion, my strength will definitely be able to have a qualitative increase. Lin Feng no longer hesitated and quickly began to cultivate. He first of all opened the ancient book of One Qi transforming three Qing. The art of transforming the three purities with one Qi could transform into three avatars after successful cultivation. Each incarnation had the same strength as the main body, which meant that it was completely possible to fight 3 in 1 against the enemy. You can completely overwhelm your opponent from a numbers standpoint. Lin Feng's eyes were glowing. This kung fu was simply too good for him. If he could divide the devil cultivator, sword cultivator, human emperor body, all of them, then the combat power. Lin Feng couldn't believe it. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more excited he became, and he couldn't wait to start practicing. The Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Lin Feng's aura around his body was constantly flickering as he tried to split his soul into 3. The first demonic aura shrouded murderous intent in all directions. The second solemnity demonstrates the power of the king's way. The third sword chi spanned 90,000 miles. The process was extremely painful, as if tearing one's soul apart. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and with his tenacious will began to carry out the segmentation of his soul, but after hundreds of attempts it eventually failed. His spiritual power today was simply not enough to support him to this point. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Damn, it looks like we need to refine pills that can strengthen the soul first." Chapter 105, Natural-Born Taoist Body. Although Lin Feng hadn't come into contact with alchemy, there were detailed methods of alchemy in the mixed Yuan-Yang rune scripture. With his strength today, he might be able to try. However, the immediate priority was to find some alchemy cauldrons first. Lin Feng had checked all those storage rings he had collected, and it turned out that no one had a furnace pot. Lin Feng could understand. After all, not all cultivators had the talent for alchemy. One must know that in the cultivation world, the status of an alchemist was very high. No matter if it was a family power or a clan power, they would all compete to pull in alchemists. Cultivation of this road cannot have a master, no background, but absolutely cannot not have a potion evening. Soon, Lin Feng shouted out to the world through international forums. Let them use all their means to forge themselves some hearths, and he made some sketches to send out. As the news of the destruction of several great sects spread, nowadays, Lin Feng's reputation was unprecedented on this planet, and there was simply no one who dared to raise any more questions. The countries hurriedly gathered all kinds of forging masters together and rushed the work night and day according to Lin Feng's requirements. After all, Lin Feng had only given them 3 days, and had also demanded that the quality must be guaranteed. During this time of waiting, Lin Feng didn't continue his seclusion either. Instead, he took time out of his day to guide those talented trainees in their cultivation. This also caused the trainees' gratitude towards Lin Feng to grow stronger. Lin Feng felt that even if he immediately told them to die right now, no one would hesitate. Lin Feng thought that if he continued to develop like this, perhaps he didn't even need to do it himself anymore. Just by casually saying a word, these people would voluntarily offer up their spiritual roots and immortal bones. On this day, after Liu Yao had finished solving Lin Feng's problems, she wiped her mouth and suddenly asked, "Master, Will they still be alive in the future? Lin Feng looked at her in surprise. Why would you ask that? Lu Yao hesitated for a moment and spoke. I always feel that the master doesn't genuinely want to take them as disciples. But, Lin Feng looked at her with interest. Say on. Lu Yao took a deep breath and said, I think the master just wants to use them and will kill them after he's done. Lin Feng was silent for a while after hearing Lu Yao's words and finally nodded. You're right. I only keep them because they're useful to me. Lin Feng's expression didn't have any emotional fluctuations as he looked at Lu Yao and asked, What? Think I'm going overboard? Lu Yao quietly looked at Lin Feng and shook her head. No matter what the master does, in my opinion it's not wrong. Let alone Lin Feng utilizing these people. Even if he destroyed this world, Lu Yao wouldn't say a single wrong word about Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued. Cultivation of this road will be more and more difficult the further you go. Weakness is the original sin. Either you kill someone or someone kills you. Having the value of being utilized is sometimes considered fortunate, to at least be able to live a little longer. I understand. Lu Yao was now completely able to accept Lin Feng's bloody methods and violent ideas after going through so many things. In the midst of chaos, to be merciful to others is to be cruel to oneself. By the way, have you encountered any problems with your cultivation lately? Lin Feng inquired. It was impossible to say when the cultivation world would be completely integrated with this world. Without the ability to defend oneself, one would live a very difficult life. Lu Yao hesitated for a moment and directly operated her true qi. And in an instant, her entire aura became ethereal and dusty, as if she was not stained by a trace of earthly fireworks. Her eyes were as bright as stars, and the yuan qi of heaven and earth surged towards her uncontrollably. When she lifted her hands and threw her feet, she carried with her a rhythm that flowed in harmony with the Tao. Lin Feng was shocked. This is the legendary born Taoist body? In the world of cultivation, some cultivators would possess a special physique. They were close to the heavenly Tao, and their path of cultivation would be much smoother than ordinary cultivators. Some physiques were terrifying to the point where they didn't even need too much cultivation, and the realm could constantly rise without any bottlenecks. They were twice as good with half the effort no matter what they cultivated, and their comprehension of various techniques was incredibly fast. Whether it's a profound spell incantation or a complex martial arts stance, the essence can be grasped in a very short period of time. Many times the sons of Qi were born among these people who possessed special physical qualities. The sons of Qi are also the existences that have the greatest hope of asking for the peak of the great Tao and ascending to immortality. Just at this instant, Lin Feng's heart unexpectedly developed a strong killing intent. He wanted to kill Lu Yao to plunder the other party's physique for his own use. Just as quickly the thought was shot down again. Looking at Lin Feng's constantly changing expression, Lu Yao said apprehensively, Master, did I go wrong with my cultivation? She had been in a kind of panic for a while recently, and the yuan qi of heaven and earth was always involuntarily surging towards her body. Even if she didn't cultivate, her realm was still rising. Now that they are all at the late Jindan stage, they can break through to the Yuaning stage at any time. She was feeling like she wasn't going off the deep end. Lin Feng let out a breath. Don't worry, you're a rare and special physique. It will help your cultivation greatly. Hearing this, Lu Yao breathed a sigh of relief and asked with a smile, Then will I be able to help my master in the future? She didn't want to be a burden. She had always fantasized that she could fight alongside Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at her and suddenly raised his eyebrows and asked, If one day I ask you to give up all your cultivation and give up this innate Tao body, would you be willing to do so? Lu Yao did not hesitate. As long as I can help my master, I'm willing. Lin Feng then asked, What if the process is painful and might even kill you? Lu Yao smiled sweetly. Then I'm willing. Lin Feng was inexplicably touched for a moment inside, but it was quickly suppressed again. The path he was going to take as a demonic cultivator could never have the so-called emotions. Lin Feng spoke expressionlessly. Don't let anyone know about you having a special physique. Lu Yao nodded. Good. Lin Feng waved his hand. Go down and cultivate. After Lu Yao left, Lin Feng charged into the city with his flying sword. Find a group of walkers and go on a killing spree, sustaining his cold heart with killing and bloodshed. Soon, 3 days passed. The countries had sent their forged stoves in droves, which were beautifully shaped and made of the best materials of this world. But compared to the cultivation hearth, it was still a lot worse. But right now Lin Feng didn't have a better choice. Lin Feng prepared all the spirit herbs about boosting his soul power, and went to hunt some demonic beasts to collect their blood. Then he started to close the door. Chapter 106, Enhancing Soul Power. Lin Feng placed all the furnace pots in front of him and began to refine the pills according to the way recorded in the mixed Yuan Yang rune scripture. He first used his own blood to carve mysterious runes all over the furnace cauldron. Afterwards, some spirit herbs that nourished the soul were thrown into the furnace cauldron. Also put in dozens of Cultivation's firstborns. Lin Feng took a deep breath and adjusted himself. He made seals with both hands and recited words under his breath, condensing the power of lightning into a thunderfire and also refining the soul pill. The cauldron trembled slightly, and a hot air came out. Lin Feng began to control the temperature of the thunderfire. The control of the temperature was crucial in the process of alchemy. If the temperature was too high, the herbs would be burnt and lose their medicinal effects. If the temperature was too low, the herbs wouldn't be able to fully merge with the yuaning and a high-quality elixir couldn't be made. As time passed, the herbs in the alchemy furnace began to slowly melt, and the yuaning let out a mournful scream. Lin Feng could feel the gusts of aura fluctuations coming from the alchemy furnace, which indicated that the herbs were gradually fusing with the yuaning. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, and he was fully focused on controlling the temperature of the thunderfire. Suddenly, the furnace pot directly burst open. The herbs had turned into a black mass, and the cultivators' yuaning had all dissipated. ********. Fail. Lin Feng cursed, then changed the furnace pot and continued. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions was constantly coming from the place where Lin Feng was in seclusion. He failed again and again, destroying a large portion of the furnace in his hands in just one day. In the end, it still couldn't be compared to the furnace pots of the cultivation world, and the materials available in this world were still too poor. However, Lin Feng didn't give up and continued to try. In order to strengthen the hardness of the furnace cauldron, Lin Feng used his own essence blood to integrate into it. On the third day, the powerful aura fluctuations that finally came from the furnace and the strange medicinal fragrance spread out in the air. With a crisp ringing sound coming from the furnace, Lin Feng knew that the elixir had been successfully refined. He opened the lid of the furnace, only to see several round pills lying quietly in the alchemy furnace, flickering with a strange light. Lin Feng carefully took out the elixir and placed it in a jade bottle. Looking at the ruined furnaces, Lin Feng sighed helplessly. I hope that the next time someone comes to this world, there will be alchemists. When the time comes, directly snatch their cauldrons, and it will be convenient to refine pills in the future. Lin Feng thought of this and suddenly looked forward to the next cultivator that would descend into this world. But before that, he needed to improve his strength as soon as possible. Now that we have these soul pills, we should be able to raise our soul power. And when our soul power is raised, we'll be able to cultivate Yi-Chi transformation of the three purities. Lin Feng let out a breath and then took out the pills. The elixir was round and emitted a faint glow. He couldn't distinguish the grade of the elixir, but he could feel that it contained endless power. After all, it was formed by fusing hundreds of spirit herbs and hundreds of genjutsu. Lin Feng took a deep breath and stabilized himself before resolutely putting the elixir into his mouth. The elixir instantly melted in his mouth, and an incomparably hot power instantly erupted within Lin Feng's body. He only felt as if his body was wrapped in a blazing fire, spreading from his throat all the way to his limbs. The intense burning sensation made him frown, but he clenched his teeth and forced himself to endure the pain. This power is so overbearing. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and forcefully digested this power. Immediately after that, the power began to penetrate deep into his soul. Lin Feng's consciousness seemed to be pulled into a mysterious space, surrounded by a brilliant light. He could feel his soul slowly begin to change under the light. Soul power was like a rushing river, surging through his body. Every meridian was impacted by this powerful force, as if it was going to be burst. Fine beads of sweat broke out on Lin Feng's forehead as he struggled to stay awake, guiding this power to flow in an orderly manner within his body. He could feel his soul expanding and growing. The soul power veins that were originally blurry and indistinct had now become clearly visible, emitting a brilliant light. Every beat seemed to contain endless power. As his soul power increased, Lin Feng's body also began to change. His muscles became firmer, his bones harder, and his skin gave off a faint luster. Time passed by, and Lin Feng immersed himself in this marvelous state, forgetting everything in the outside world. His body emitted powerful soul power fluctuations, and the air around him seemed to be distorted by this power. Finally, after a long ordeal, the power of the elixir in Lin Feng's body gradually calmed down. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, excitement flashing in his eyes. He could clearly feel that his soul power had taken a qualitative leap. You should be able to cultivate one chi transforms three purities by now. Lin Feng exhaled, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breathing to gradually calm his mind. As his breathing steadied, Lin Feng began to direct the slow flow of soul power in his body. The body he took was a huge vessel to try and split this soul into three. With the enhancement of the soul's power, the process of dispersing the soul this time was not too painful. Lin Feng didn't rush things either. Instead, he used his heart to feel the changes in the soul and used his consciousness to guide its splitting. Finally, after countless attempts, that soul began to slowly split into three. A wave of joy surged in Lin Feng's heart, but he knew that it wasn't enough. He needed to cultivate these three strands of soul power separately so that they would become three separate individuals with their own consciousness and power. In the following days, Lin Feng cultivated day and night. 3 souls, corresponding to Sword Cultivator, Devil Cultivator, and Human Emperor's body. Lin Feng's realm was also slowly rising in the process of cultivating this Yi-Chi transformation of 3 Qing, and eventually, he even directly broke through to the late stage of Yuaning. Because of the independent space formed by the Jade Seal of the Human Emperor, Lin Feng didn't know to feel the passage of time in the outside world. Soon, a year had passed. On this day, the spatial rift was forcefully torn open by a powerful force. Then 3 silhouettes walked out from within the crack. They unleashed a powerful force that enveloped towards this week. Humans all over the globe felt a powerful sense of oppression at this moment. Where is Lin Feng? Get your ass out here and die. A hiss shook heaven and earth, exploding in everyone's ears like thunder. Those genius trainees who were cultivating on the mountain all looked towards the sky with grave expressions. Shin Tianji and Lu Yao's expressions also became hideous. Some unafraid guy is trying to make trouble again.